He seemed to be haunted by that image of an establishment. All married men came to it in the end. There seemed to be something in matrimony that predisposed to it, and far better adopt at once the ideals and habits of the gypsies, than to settle into respectability with a nursemaid and a cook. Thyrsis was under the necessity of sweeping clean his soul, because of all the luxury and wantonness he saw in this metropolis, and the madness to which it goaded his soul. Some day fame would come to him, he knew wealth also, perhaps, and oh, there must be one man in all the city who was not corrupted, who did not learn extravagance and self-indulgence, who practiced as well as preached the life of faith. And so, again and again, he and Corydon would renew the pledges of their courtship days, pledges to a discipline of Spartan sternness. Poor as he was, Thyrsis still found time to figure over the things he meant to do when he got money, the publishing house that was to bring out his books at cost, and the free reading rooms and the circulating libraries. Also, he wanted to edit a magazine, for there was a great truth which he wished to teach the world. We must make these things that we have suffered count for something, he would say to Corydon, again and again. We must use them to open people's eyes. He was thinking how, when at last he had escaped from the pit, he would be in a position to speak for those others who were left behind. Men would heed him then, and he could show them how impossible it was for the creative artist to do his work, and at the same time carry on the struggle for bread. He would induce some rich man to set aside a fund for the endowment of young writers, and so the man who had a real message might no longer have to starve. Thyrsis had by this time tried all the world, and he knew that there was no one to understand. Just about now he was utterly stranded, and had to borrow money for even his next day's food. And oh, the humiliations and insults that came with these loans. And worse yet, the humiliations and insults that came without any loans. There was one rich man who advanced him $10, Thyrsis, when he returned it, sent a check he had received from some out-of-town magazine and in return was rebuked by the rich man for failing to include the exchange on the check. Thyrsis wrote humbly to inquire what manner of thing the exchange on a check might be, and learned that he was still in the rich man's debt to the sum of 10 cents. His case was the more hopeless, he found, because he was a married man. The world might have pardoned a young freelance who was willing to rough it and take his chances for a while, but a man who had a wife and child and was still prating about poetry. To the world the possession of a wife and child meant self-indulgence, and when a man had fallen into that trap, he simply had to settle down and take the consequence. How could Thyrsis explain that his marriage had not been as other men's? How could he hint at such a thing, without proving himself a cad? Section 10. The work of contemporary biography had come to an end, there followed weeks of seeking, and then another opening appeared. Mr. Ardsley offered him a chance to do some manuscript reading. This was really a splendid opportunity, for the work would not be difficult, and the payment would be $5 for each manuscript. Thyrsis accepted joyfully, and forthwith carried off a couple of embryo books to his room. It was a new and curious occupation, which opened up to him whole worlds whose existence he had not previously suspected. Through his review writing he had become acquainted with the books that had seen the light of day. Now he made the startling discovery that for every one that was born, there were hundreds, perhaps thousands, that died in the womb. He could see how it went the hordes of half-educated people who read books and were moved to write something like them. Each manuscript was a separate tragedy, and often there would be a letter or a preface to make certain that one did not miss the sense of it. Here would be a settlement worker, burning with a message, but unable to draw a character or to write dialogue. Here would be a businessman, who had studied up the dialect of the region where he spent his summer vacations, and whose style was so crude that one winced as he turned the pages. Here would be a poor bookkeeper, or a typewriter, or other cog in the business machine, who had read of the fortunes made by writers of fiction, and had spent all his hours of leisure for a year in composing a tale of the Grand Monde, or some feeble imitation of the sugar-coated historical romance of the hour. Sometimes as he read these manuscripts, a shudder would come over Thyrsis, how they made him realize the odds in the game of life. These thousands and tens of thousands panting and striving for success, and he lost in the throng of them. What madness it seemed to imagine that he might climb over their heads, that he had been chosen to scale the heights of fame. Their letters and prefaces sounded like a satire upon his own attitude, a reductio ad absurdum of his claims to genius. Here, for instance, was a man who wrote to introduce himself as America's first epic poet, stating incidentally that he was an inspector of gas meters, and had a wife and 6 children. His poem occupied some 600 foolscap sheets. Finely bound up by hand, it set forth the soul states of a Byron from Alabama, an aristocratic hero who was refused by the lady of his heart, and voiced his anger and perplexity in a long speech, 2 lines of which stamped themselves forever upon the mind of the reader. "But I," he cried, "my limbs are straight, my purse well filled, my veins all FFV." As a method of earning one's living, this was almost too good to be true. The worse the manuscripts were, the easier was his task. In fact, when he came upon one which showed traces of real power and interest, he cursed his fate, for then it might take several days to earn his $5. But for the most part the manuscripts were bad enough, and he could have earned a year's income in a week, if only there had been enough of them. So he made a great effort to succeed at the work, and filled his reports with epigrams and keen observations, carefully adapted to what he knew was Mr. Ardsley's point of view. He allowed time for these devices to be effective, and then paid a visit to find out about the prospects. "Mr. Ardsley," he began, "I am going to try to meet you halfway with a book." "Ah," said the other. "I want to write a novel that you can publish." "I believe that I can do it." Mr. Ardsley warmed immediately. "I have always been certain that you could," said he. He went on to expound to Thyrsis the ethics of opportunism, how it would not be necessary to be false to his convictions, to write anything that he did not believe, but simply to put his convictions into a popular form, and to impart no more than the public could swallow at the first mouthful. Thyrsis told him the outline of a plot. He would write a story of the struggles of a young author in the metropolis, not such a young author as himself, a rebel and a frenzied egotist, but a plain, everyday young author whom other people could care about. He had the local color for such a tale, and he could do it without too much waste of time. Mr. Ardsley thought it an excellent idea. After which Thyrsis came, very cautiously, to the meat of the matter. "I want to get away into the country to write it," he said, "and so I wanted to ask you about the manuscripts you are sending me. Have you found my work satisfactory?" "Why, yes," said the other. "And do you think you can send them through the summer?" "I presume so. It depends upon how many come to us." You couldn't arrange to let me have any more of them?" "Not at present," said Mr. Ardsley. "You see, I have regular readers, whose work I know. I'll send you what I have to spare." "Thank you," said Thyrsis. "I'll be glad to have all you can give me." So he went away, and in the little room he and Corydon had an anxious consultation. He had been getting about $20 a month, which was not enough for the family to exist upon. "Our only hope is a new book," he declared, and Corydon saw that was the truth. "Each week that I stay here is a loss," he added. "I have to pay room rent." "But can you stand tenting out in April?" asked she. "I'll chance it," he replied, "if you'll say the word." She saw that her duty was before her. She must nerve herself and face it, though it tore her heartstrings. She must stay and take care of the baby, while he went away to work. He sat and held her hands, and saw her bite her lips and fight to keep back the tears in her eyes. Their hearts had grown together, so that it was like tearing their flesh to separate them. They had never imagined that such a thing could come into their lives. "Thyrsis," she whispered, "you'll forget me." He pressed her hands more tightly. "No, dear. No," he said. "But you'll get used to living without me," she cried. "And it's the time in my life when I need you most." "I will stay, dearest, if you say so." She exclaimed, "No, no. I must stand it." And seeing her grief, his heart breaking with pity, a strange impulse came to Thyrsis. He took her hands in his, and knelt down before her, and began to pray. It had been years since he had thought of prayer, and Corydon had never thought of it in her life. It came from the deeps of him, a few stammering words, simple, almost childish, yet exquisite as music. He prayed that they might have courage to keep up the fight, that they might be able to hold their love before them, that nothing might ever dim their vision of each other. It was a prayer without theology or metaphysics, a prayer to the unknown gods, but it set free the wellspring of tenderness and pity within them, and when he finished Corydon was sobbing upon his shoulder. Book 9. The Captive in Leash. They were standing on the hilltop, watching the last glimmer of the sinking moon. As the faint perfume of the clover came to them upon the warm evening wind, she sighed, and whispered, too rare, grow now my visits here. Mid-city noise, not as with thee of yore. Thyrsis. In reach of sheep bells is my home. She paused. Go on, he said, and she quoted. Then through the great town's harsh, heart-wearying roar, let in thy voice a whisper always come, to chase fatigue and fear. Why faintest thou? I wandered till I died. Roam on. The light we sought is shining still. Section 1. Thyrsis made his plans and packed his few belongings. There came another pass from the higher regions, and he took the night train once more, and came to the little town upon the shores of Lake Ontario. Once more the sun shone on the crystal green water, and the cold breeze blew from off the lake. There was still snow in the ravines of the deep woods, but Thyrsis got his tent out of the farmer's barn, and patched up the holes the mice had gnawed, and put it up on the old familiar spot. It was strange to him to be there without Corydon. There were so many things to remind him of her, a sudden memory would catch him unawares, and stab him like a knife. There was the rocky headland where they had swam, and there was the pine tree that the lightning had splintered, one day while they were standing near. When darkness came, and he was unpacking a few old things that they had left up in the country, his loneliness seemed to him almost more than he could bear. He sat by the little stove, holding a pair of her old faded slippers in his hands, and felt his tears trickling down upon them. But it took him only a day or two to drive such things out of his mind. There was no time for sentiment now, it was clear ship for action. For once in his life he was free, and had a chance to work. He was full of his talk with Mr. Ardsley, and meant to do his best to be practical. And so behold him wandering about in the water-soaked forests, or tramping the muddy roads, or sitting by his little stove while the cold storms beat upon the tent, wrestling with his unruly Pegasus, and dragging it back 100 times a day to what was proper and human and interesting. The neighbors had warned him that it was too early for tenting, but Thyrsis had vowed he would stand it. And now, as if to punish him for his defiance, there was emptied out upon him the cave of all the winds. For 4 weeks there were such storms of rain and sleet and snow as the region had never known in April. There were nights when he sat wrapped in overcoats and blankets, with a fire in the stove, and still shivering for the gale that drove through the canvas. There came one calm, starlit night when he lay for hours almost frozen, and sat up in the morning to find a glass of water at his bedside frozen solid. 13 degrees the thermometer showed, according to the farmer, and oh, the agony of getting out of bed, and starting a fire with green wood. In the end Thyrsis poured in half a can of kerosene, and got the stove red hot, and then he turned round to warm his back, and smelled smoke, and whirled about to find his tent in a blaze. With a bucket of water and a broomstick he beat out the fire, and went for a run to warm up. But when he came back there was more wind, so that he could not keep warm in the tent, and more rain, so that he could not find shelter in the woods. In the end he discovered a ruined barn, in a corner of which he would sit, wrapped in his blankets and writing with cold fingers. Perhaps all these mishaps had something to do with the refusal of his ideas to flow. But apparently it was in vain that Thyrsis tried at any time to work at things that were interesting to other people. Perhaps he could have worked better at them, if there had not been so many things that were interesting to him. he would find himself confronted with the image of the society clergyman, or of the sleek editor in his club, or some other memory out of the world of luxury and pride. And each day came the newspaper, with its burden of callousness and scorn, and perhaps also a letter from Corydon, with something to goad him to new tilts with the enemies of his soul. So, before long, almost without realizing it, he was putting the interesting things aside, and girding himself for another battle. His message was still undelivered, and in vain he sought to content himself by blaming the world for this. Until he had forced the world to hear him, he had simply not yet done his work. He must take his thought and shape it anew into some artwork finer, stronger, truer than he had yet achieved. Day after day he pondered this idea, eating with it and walking with it and sleeping with it, until at last, of a sudden, the vision came to him. It came late at night, while he was undressing, and he sat for 5 or 10 minutes, with his shirt half off, as if in a trance. Then he put the shirt on again, and went out to wander about the woods, laughing and talking to himself. Genius surrounded by commercialism, that was his theme, and it would have to be a play. Its hero would be a young musician, a mere boy, a master of the demon voices of the violin. He would be wrapped in his vision, and around him a group of people who would be embodiments of the world and all its forces of evil. One by one they came trooping before Thyrsis' fancy, with all their trappings of pomp and power, their greatness and their greed, sinister and cruel figures, but also humorous, very creatures of the spirit of comedy. Yes, he had a comedy this time, a real comedy. Section 2. In this hour, of course, Thyrsis forgot all about the plot he had outlined to Mr. Ardsley, and about his promises to be practical. Something arose within him, imperious and majestic, and swept all this out of the way with one gesture of the hand. He dropped everything else and plunged into the play. Never yet in his life had anything taken hold of him to such an extent. It drove him so that he forgot to eat, he forgot to sleep. He would work over some part of it until he was exhausted, and then, without warning, some other part would open out in a vista before him, and he would spring up in pursuit of that. Characters and episodes and dialogue, wild humor, scalding satire, grim tragedy, they thronged and jostled and crowded one another in his imagination. The Genius was the title of the play. Its protagonist had come home after completing his education in Vienna, and there was the family gathered to greet him. Mr. Hartmann, the father, was a wholesale grocer, a business large enough to have brought wealth, but painfully tainted with commonness. Then there was Mrs. Hartmann, stout and tightly laced, who had studied the science of elegance while her husband studied sugar. There was the elder son, who under his mother's guidance had married well, and Miss Violet Hartmann, who was looking up to the perilous heights of a foreign alliance. Only of late had the family come to realize what an asset to their career this genius might be. They had humored him in his strange whim to devote his life to fiddling. Money had been spent on him freely. He brought home with him a famous Cremona instrument for which $3,000 had been paid. But now it was dawning upon them that this was an ugly duckling. He was to make his debut in the metropolis, where an overwhelming triumph was expected, and then he would return to the home city in the Middle West, and would play at musicales, which even the most exclusive of the elite must attend. There was also the great Professor Remenitsky, the teacher who had made Lloyd, and had come to New York with him, and there was the Herr Professor von Arn, of the University of Berlin, a world-renowned psychiatrist, author of The Neurosis of Inspiration. The Herr Professor had come to America to make some studies for his forthcoming masterpiece on the religious mania, and he was glad to see his old friend Remenitsky, whose 17-year-old musical prodigy was most interesting material for study. Professor Remenitsky was the world's greatest authority in the art of tearing the human soul to pieces by means of horsehair rubbed with resin and scraped over the intestines of a pig. There were no tricks of finger gymnastics and of tone production that he had not mastered. As for the emotions produced thereby, he felt them, but in a purely professional way, that is, the convictions he had concerning them related to their effects upon audiences, and more especially upon the score or two of critical experts whose psychology had been his life study. But having studied also the psychology of youth, he knew that his protégé must needs have other convictions concerning his performances. This was his supreme greatness, that he understood the paranoia of enthusiasm, and used this understanding to tempt his pupils to new heights of achievement. In all of which, of course, his friend von Arn was a great help to him. Von Arn had dug through a score of great libraries, and had traveled all the world over, frequenting cafes and salons, monasteries and prayer cells, prisons and hospitals and asylums, wherever one might get new glimpses of the extraordinarily intricate phenomena of the aberration called genius. He had several thousand cases of it at his fingertips. He had measured its reaction times and calculated its cephalic index, and analyzed its secretions and tested it for indican. He knew trance and clairvoyance, autosuggestion and telepathic hallucination, epilepsy and hysteria and ecstasy, and over the head of any disputatious person he would swing the steam shovel of his erudition, and bury the unfortunate beneath a wagon load of Latin and Greek derivatives. Also, there was Moses Rosen, the business manager. Moses was short, and wore a large diamond ring, and he also was a specialist in the phenomena of genius. He studied them from the point of view of the box office, and his tests were quite as definite as those of the psychological laboratory. There came to Moses an endless stream of prodigies, all of them having long hair and picturesque aspects, and talking rapidly and rolling their eyes. The problem was to determine which of them had the faculty of true genius, which not only talked rapidly and rolled its eyes, but also had the power of causing money to flow in through a box office window. In this case Moses felt that the prospects were good, the only trouble being that the prodigy intended to render a concerto by a strange composer, a stormy and unconventional thing which would annoy the critics. Moses suggested something that was classic, and agreed with Mrs. Hartman that there ought to be something corresponding to good form in music. Section 3. So all these strange creatures were poking and peering and smelling about the genius, and meanwhile, there came at intervals faint strains of music from a distant room. At last Lloyd Hartman entered, beautiful, pale, and sensitive, a haunted boy, and the most haunting figure that had yet come to Thyrsis' imagination. Also, it was the hardest piece of work he had ever undertaken, for the character had come to him, not as a formula or a collection of phrases, but as an intuition, a part of his own soul, and he would work out a scene a score of times, finding words to phrase it, and then rejecting them. By what speeches could he give his sense of the gulf that lay between Lloyd and the people about him? For this boy could not cope with them in argument, he would have no mastery of the world of facts. He must be without any touch of sophistication, of cynicism, and yet, when he spoke to them, it must be clear that he knew them for different beings from himself. He would go with them meekly, but one would feel that it was because his path lay in their direction. When the point came that their ways parted, he would go his own way, and just there lay the seed of the tragi-comedy. The family gathers about him, and he answers their questions. He will wear the kind of tie that his sister prefers, and they may set any date they please for the musicales at home. He hears the copy which Moses has prepared for his advertisements, and then he sits, absent-minded, while they talk about him. Music is in his thoughts, and gradually it steals into his aspect and the gestures of his hand. They watch him, and a pall comes over them, until at last the mother exclaims that he makes her nervous, and leads the family off. Then Miss Arnold is announced, Helena Arnold, who has been recommended as accompanist at the great concert. She is young and beautiful, and the two go into the next room to play, while the professors remain to talk over this new complication. Professor von Arn, of course, lays a special emphasis upon the sex element in psychopathology. He and Remenitsky have talked the subject out many years ago, and adopted a definite course of action. The abnormalities incidental to sex repression were innumerable, and for the most part destructive, but there could be no question that all the more striking phenomena of the neurosis called genius were greatly increased in their intensity by this means. So, in dealing with his pupils, and especially with a prodigy like young Hartman, Professor Remenitsky would call into service all the paraphernalia of religious mysticism, teaching his pupil to regard woman as the object of exalted adoration, a being too holy to be attained to even in thought. And now, of course, when the proposed accompanist turns out to be a decidedly alluring young female, it is necessary to take careful heed. Meanwhile from the distance come bursts of wild music, and at last Helena returns pale, and deeply agitated. "It is that concerto," she says, and then asks to be excused from talking. Lloyd comes, and stands by the door watching her. When his teacher begins to open business negotiations, he asks him abruptly to leave them alone. Helena asks, "Who wrote that music?" He tells her a ghastly story of a Titan soul who starved in a garret and shot himself, crushed by the mockery of the world. "I might have saved him," the boy exclaims. "I was so busy with the music I forgot the man." They talk about this epoch-making concerto, and how Lloyd means to force it upon the public. "And you shall play it with me," he exclaims. "You are the first that has ever understood it." "I cannot play it," she protests, to which he answers, it was like his voice come back from the grave. And so we see these two souls cast into the crucible together. Section 4. The second act showed the aftermath of the great concert, and took place in the drawing room of the Hartman family's apartment, at 4 o'clock in the morning. We see Moses and the two professors, who have not been able to tear themselves away, disheveled, distirate, wild with vexation, they pace about and lament. Failure, utter ruin confronts them. The structure of their hopes lies in the dust. They blame it all on that woman, and members of the family concur in this. It was she who kept Lloyd to his resolve to play that mad concerto, and then, to cast aside all the master had taught them, all the results of weeks of drilling, and to play it in that frantic, demonic fashion. Now the men await the morning papers, which will bring them the verdict of the world, and they shudder with the foreknowledge of what that verdict will be. Lloyd and Helena enter. They have been walking for hours, and have not been thinking of the world. They listen, half heeding, to the protests and laments. They could not help it, they explain. The music took hold of them. The two professors go off to get the papers, and Moses goes into the next room to rest, after which it becomes clear to the audience that Lloyd and Helena are fighting the sex duel. "You do not care about people," she is saying, somberly. To which his reply is, "It is not to be found in people." "And yet from people it must come," she insists. He answers, "They do not even know what I mean, and they have no humility." "It is a problem," Lloyd continues, after a pause. "Shall one go on alone, or wait and bring others with him? You have brought that problem into my life." She answers to this, "I cannot see how my love will hinder you." He replies, "If you love me, who will love my art?" So it goes until the professors return with their freight of the world's Philistinism. And here came a scene, over which Thyrsis shook for many a day with merriment. The accounts of the concert are read, Moses awakens and comes in, and as the agony increases, the members of the family appear, one by one, clad in their dressing gowns, and adding their lamentations to the chorus. Gone is all the prestige of the two professors, gone all the profits of Moses, gone all the visions of social triumphs in the city of the Middle West. To all of which uproar the two listen patiently, until at last the mother, in a transport of vexation, turns upon Helena, and accuses her of ensnaring the boy. And then the climax of the scene. Lloyd springs up, all that genius in him, which has so far gone into music, turns now into rage and scorn. He pictures these people pawing over his inspiration with their unclean hands, peering at it, weighing it, chaffering over it, taking it into the marketplace to be hawked about. He shows them what they are, and what that world is, to which they would offer his muse as a whore. And then at the climax of his speech, as he is waving his violin in the air, the Herr Professor von Arn ventures to put in a word, and the boy whirls upon him, and brings down the $3,000 treasure upon the eminent psychiatrist's head. The third act, which was the hardest of all to write, was to take place in a garret. Lloyd has gone away alone, and 3 years have passed, and now he lies dying of a wasting disease. Helena has come to him again and still they are fighting the duel. A woman will do anything for a man but renounce him, says Lloyd, and she cannot understand this fierce instinct of his. She has come and found him, and he lies gasping for breath, and speaking in broken sentences. Yet he will not have her bring grief into his chamber. He has fought his way through grief, and through hatred and contempt, and now he lies at peace upon the bosom of nature. No longer is he wrapped up in his own vision, he has learned from the million suns in the sky and the million trees of the forest. He tells her that the thing called genius springs ceaselessly from the heart of life. He has cast out fear, and with it he has cast out love. What are you? He asks. What am I? And he sets forth in blazing words his vision of the soul, which is as a flash of light in a raindrop, and yet one with the eternal process. As the fruit of his life he leaves one symphony in manuscript, and some pages of writing in which he has summed up his faith. That is enough, he says, that is victory, for that he fled away, and killed his love. The two professors come, having learned that Lloyd is dying. But even they cannot divert him. He tells von Arn that his learning will submit itself, and that scientists will be as gardeners, tending the young flowers of faith. His mother and father come, and he whispers that even for them there is hope, that in the deepest mire of respectability the spark of the soul still glows. His mother bursts into weeping by his bed, and he tells her that even from the dungeon of pride there may be deliverance. So he sends them all away to pray. Then Helena sits at the piano and plays a few bars of that sonata of Beethoven's, which is an utterance of most poignant grief, and which some publisher has cruelly misnamed the Moonlight. And after long silence, the dying man communes with his muse. A light suffuses the room, and he whispers, "Take thine own time, for the seeds of thy glories are planted in the hearts of men." Section 6. Over these things Thyrsis would work for 6 hours at a stretch, sitting without moving a muscle. For days and nights he would wander about at random in the woods. He ate irregularly, of such things as he could put his hands upon, and sleep fled from him like a mistress spurned. When, after a couple of months, he had finished the task, there was an incessant throbbing in his forehead, and alas for the sudden tumble from the heights of Parnassus. He had lost almost entirely the power of digesting food. But the play was done. He sent it off to be copied, and wrote paeans of thanksgiving to Corydon. Once more he had a weapon, newly forged and sharpened, wherewith to pierce that tough hide of the world. There remained the practical question, what did one do when he had a play completed? What was the first step to be taken? Thyrsis pondered the problem for several days, and then, as chance would have it, his eye was caught by a newspaper paragraph to the effect that Ethelinda Lewis, the popular comedienne, is to be starred in a serious drama next season, under the management of Robertson Jones. Miss Lewis's play has not yet been selected. Now, as it happened, Ethelinda Lewis had been on the playbill of The Princess of Prague, that tragic musical comedy to which Thyrsis had been taken, but he never noticed the names of actors and actresses, and had no suspicions. He sent his manuscript to this future star, and a week later came a note, written on scented monogram paper in a tall and distinguished chirography, acknowledging the receipt of his play and promising to read it. Then Thyrsis turned to attack the manuscripts which had been accumulating while he was writing. They were coming more frequently now. Apparently Mr. Ardsley liked his work. To Corydon, who had gone to the country with her parents, he wrote that he was getting some money ahead, and so she might join him before long. This brought him a deluge of letters, and it forced him to another swift descent into the world of reality. "I have told you nothing of my sufferings," wrote Corydon. "At least a score of times I have written you long letters and then torn them up, saying that your work must not be disturbed. But oh, Thyrsis, I do not think I can stand it much longer. Can you imagine what it means to be shut up in a boarding house, without one living soul to understand about me?" She would go on to tell of her griefs and humiliations, her longings and rages and despairs. Then, 2. Cedric was not growing as he should. He is beautiful, she wrote, and everyone loves him. But he makes not the least attempt to sit up, and I am very much worried. I fear that I ought not to go on nursing him. I am too nervous to eat as I should. And then I think of the winter, and that we may still be separated, and I do not see how I am to stand it. It is as if I were in a prison. I think of you, and I cannot make you real to me. To all of which Thyrsis could only reply with vague hopes and then go away for a tramp in the forest, and call to his soul for new courage. He had still troubles enough of his own. For one thing, the fiend in his stomach was not to be exorcised by any spell he knew. It was all very picturesque to portray one's hero as dying of disease, but in reality it was not at all satisfactory. Thyrsis did not die, he merely ate a bowl of bread and milk, and then went about for several hours, feeling as if there were a football blown up inside of him. He had a touching faith in the medical profession in those days, and whenever there was anything wrong with him, he would turn the problem over to a doctor and his soul would be at rest. In this case the doctor told him that he had dyspepsia, not a very difficult diagnosis, and gave him a bottle full of a red liquid to be taken after meals. To Thyrsis this seemed an example of the marvels of science, of the adjustment of means to ends, for behold, when he had taken the red liquid, the bread and milk disappeared as if by magic. And he might go on and eat anything else if there was trouble, he had only to take more of the red liquid. So he plunged into work on a pot boiler, and wrote Corydon to be of cheer, that the dawn was breaking. Section 7. Corydon, in the meantime, had received a copy of his play, and he was surprised at the effect it had upon her. "It is marvelous," she wrote, "it is like a blaze of lightning from one end to the other. And yet, much as I rejoice in its power, the main feeling it brought me was of anguish, for it seemed to me as if in this play you had spoken out of your inmost soul. Can it be that you are really chafing against the bond of our love? That you feel that I have hold of you and cling to you, and that you resent it, and shrink from me? O Thyrsis, what can I do? Shall I bid you go, and blot the thought of you from my mind? Is that what you truly want? A woman will do anything for a man but renounce him. Did you not shudder for me when you wrote those words? It is 2 o'clock in the morning, and so far I have not been able to sleep. I have lain awake with torturing thoughts, and then the baby wakened up, and I had to put him to sleep again. Any indisposition of mine always affects him. I am sitting on the floor at the foot of the bed, writing with a candle, and hoping to get myself sufficiently exhausted, so that I shall no longer lie awake. Go and find your vision over my corpse, and may God bless you. I wrote that hours ago, and I tried to mean it. I try to tell myself that I will take the child and go away, and crush my own hopes and yearnings, and give my life to him. But no, I cannot, I cannot. It is perfectly futile for me to think of that. I crave for life, and I cannot give up. There is that in me that will never yield, that will take no refusal. Sometimes I see myself as a woman of 70, still seeking my life. Do you not realize that? I feel that I shall never grow old. How strange a thing it is, Thyrsis, that you and I, who might do so much with so little chance, should have no chance at all. I read of other poets and their wives, at least they managed to have a hut on some hillside, and they did not absolutely starve. I am tired now, perhaps I can sleep. But I will tell you something, Thyrsis. Does it sound so very foolish? Not only will I never grow old, but I will never give up your love. Yes, some day you will find out how to seek your vision in spite of the fact that I am your wife. Section 8. Another day, there would be moods of peace, and even of merriment. It was always like putting one's hand into a grab bag, to open a new letter from Corydon. In after years he would read them, and strange were the memories they brought. My Thyrsis, she wrote, I have been reading a story of Heine in Zangwill's Dreamers of the Ghetto. I did not know about Heine. He loved and married a sweet little woman of the people, Mathilde, who didn't appreciate his writings. I am not only going to love you, but I am going to appreciate your writings. Someday I am going to be educated, and won't it be fine when I am educated? I keep very busy, but I have not so much time as I had last summer. I live almost all my life in hope. The present is nothing. I think I get more strength by gazing at my baby than in any other way. I wonder if I can ever infuse into him my inspiration and my desire. It is wonderfully exciting to me to think of what a free soul could do, if it possessed my spirit and my dreams. Ah, even you don't know. I smile to myself when I think how surprised you might someday be. Oh, my baby, surely you will not fail me, little soul that is to be. This is what I say to him, and then I squeeze him in ecstasy, and he coughs up his milk. Dear funny little thing, that is so pleased with the red, white, and blue rattle. At present he is grinning at it ecstatically, and he is truly most horribly cunning. His favorite expression is Abu, Abu, and is not that just too bright? Everybody tries to spoil him. Even a 12-year-old boy here wanted to kiss him. And wonder of wonders, he has 2 teeth appearing in his lower gums. Poor me, he bites hard enough as he is. And then again. My beloved, I am sitting with my candle once more. It is too hot for a lamp. I have been reading Paradise Lost, and truly I am astonished that it is so beautiful. Also I have been reading a book about Unitarianism, and I did not know that such things had been written. But I think it is hardly worthwhile to call oneself a Unitarian. I was thinking that I will go back and read the Bible through. I would not mind, if I knew I did not have to believe it. Also, this week, I read Paul and Virginia. Oh, do not write anything to me about our meeting, until you are sure it can be. It breaks my heart. Did it ever occur to you that we might embark for the tropics? We'd have a hut, and I might learn to raise fruits and vegetables. I sigh for some verdant isle, and I am not joking. We might find some place where steamers came now and then, and someone in New York could attend to your manuscripts. Tonight I was trying to put my baby to sleep and he wouldn't go, but just lay in my lap and kicked and grinned. I tried to coax him to go to sleep, but if I was the least bit impatient he'd begin to cry. And then he'd grin at me so roguishly, as if to say, "Let's play before I go to sleep." Finally I looked right at him and said, "Now, you have played long enough, and I wish you to be a good boy and go to sleep." And then he laughed, and I put him on his side and he went to sleep. Wasn't that bright for a baby just 7 months old? I think I write you much more interesting letters than you write me. To be sure, I have no books into which to put my thoughts. Also, I have a great deal of time to compose letters to you. Cedric wakes me up so much in the night, and often I cannot go to sleep again. It plays havoc with me as a rule, and yet sometimes, when I'm not too exhausted, there is a certain joy in watching by the dim candle light the rosy upturned face and the little groping mouth. Oh Thyrsis, he is all mine and yours, and we must make him glad he was born, mustn't we? Section 9. Such letters would come at a time when Thyrsis was almost prostrate with exhaustion, and great waves of loneliness and yearning would sweep over him. Ah God, what a fate it was to labor as he labored, and then to have no means of recreation or respite, no hand to smooth his forehead, no voice to whisper solace. Who could know the tragedy of that aspect of his life? There came one day an incident that almost broke his heart. Down the lake came a private yacht, beautiful and swift, clean as a new penny, its bronze and white paint glistening in the sunlight. It anchored not far out from the point where Thyrsis camped, and a boat put off, and from it 3 young girls stepped ashore. They were slender and graceful, clad all in white as spotless as the vessel itself, and glowing with health and joyfulness. They cast shy glances at the tent, and asked Thyrsis to direct them to the nearest farmhouse. He watched them disappear through the woods, and saw them return with a basket of fruit. It was just at sunset, and there was a new moon in the sky, and the evening star trembled upon the bosom of the waters. There in the magic stillness lay the vessel, and suddenly came the sounds of a guitar, and of young voices singing. Wonderful to tell, They sang not ragtime and college songs, but the chorus of the Rheintochter, and Schubert's Auf dem Wasser sie singen, and other music, unknown to Thyrsis, exquisite almost beyond enduring. It pierced him to the heart. He sat with his hands clenched, and every nerve of him a quiver, and the hot tears raining down his cheeks. It was loveliness not of this earth, it was an apparition, that presence which had been haunting him ever since he had come to this spot. So might I, standing on this pleasant lea, have glimpses that would make me less forlorn. Have sight of Proteus rising from the sea, and hear old Triton blow his wreathed horn. The music died away, and rose again, and the deeps of his spirit were opened, and ecstasy and grief welled up together within him. Then he made out that the anchor was being lifted, and he was tempted to spring up and cry out to them to stay. But no, what did they know of him? What would they care about him? So he crouched by the bank, drinking greedily the precious notes, and as the yacht with its gleaming light stole away into the twilight, all the poet's soul went yearning with it. Still he could hear the faint strains swelling. Blow, blow, breathe and blow. Wind of the western sea. He sat with his face hidden in his hands, shuddering. Here he was, wrestling in the pit with sickness and despair, and there above him were the heights of art. If only he could live with such music, what prodigies could he not perform? And they who possessed it, did it mean to them what it meant to him? They who had everything that life could offer, music and art, freedom and beauty and health, all the treasures of life as their birthright, had they never a thought of those who had nothing, and were set to slave in the galleys of their pleasure craft? Thyrsis was always coming upon some aspect of this thing called privilege. Corydon had suggested that there might be some work that she could do at home, and so one day he was looking over the advertisements in a newspaper, and came upon a composition by a man who was seeking a governess for his 3 children. It was written in a style all its own, it revealed a person accustomed to specify exactly what he wanted, and it occupied 3 or 4 inches, as if symbolic of the fact that he did not consider expense. He described the life of his children. They had servants and a tutor to attend to their physical and mental needs, and the father now sought a friend and companion to take charge of their spiritual and social development. The specifications evoked a picture of an establishment, in which all the community's resources, all the sciences and arts of civilization, were set at work to create joy and power for 3 young people. What a contrast it made with the care that little Cedric was getting, as revealed in his mother's letters. Thyrsis could see in his mind's eye the master and provider of this establishment. How well he knew the type, how often had he sat in some quiet corner and listened while it revealed itself. A man alert and aggressive, immaculate in appearance as the latest fashion plate, and overlaid with a veneer of culture, yet underneath it still the predatory talons, the soul of the hawk. He was a practical man, that is, he understood profit. He was trained to see where profit lay, and swift to seize upon it. As a businessman he ruled labor, and crushed his competitors, and directed legislatures and political machines. As a lawyer he protected his kind from attack, as a judge he bent the law to the ends of greed. So he lived in palaces, and traveled about in private cars and yachts, and had servants and governesses for his children, and valets and secretaries to attend himself. And whenever by any chance he got a glimpse of Thyrsis' soul, how he hated it. On the other hand, to Thyrsis he was a portent of terror. He ruled in every field of human activity, and yet one saw that if his rule continued, it would mean the destruction of civilization. Whenever Thyrsis met one of these men, whether in imagination or reality, he found himself with hands clenched, and every nerve of him a-tingle with the lust of combat. Section 10. A most trying thing it was to a man who carried the burden of the future in his soul to have to wrestle with an obstinate stomach. But so it was again, the magic red liquid seemed to be losing its power. Then, the potboiler was not going well, and to cap the climax, the manuscripts stopped coming. Thyrsis, after waiting 2 or 3 weeks in suspense and dread, wrote to Mr. Ardsley, and received a reply to the effect that he would not be able to send any more. Mr. Ardsley had sent them because of his interest in the proposed practical novel, and now he had learned that the poet had been giving his time to the writing of an impossible play. Thyrsis' predicament was a desperate one, and drove him to a desperate course. It was now midsummer, and run down from overwork as he was, could he face the thought of returning to the sweltering city, to go to work in some office? Or was he to hire out as a farm laborer, under he knew not what conditions? He recoiled from either of these alternatives, and then suddenly, as he racked his brains, a wild idea flashed over him. For years he had talked and dreamed of escaping from civilization. He had pictured himself upon some tropic island, where bananas and coconuts grew, or again in some northern wilderness, where he might hunt and fish, and live like the pioneers. And now why not do it? He had an axe and a rifle and a fishing rod, and only a few days previously he had heard a man telling of a lake in the Adirondacks, where not a dozen people went in the course of a year. It was early one morning the idea came to him, and within an hour he had struck his tent and packed his trunk. He stowed his camp stuff and bedding in a dry goods box, and leaving his tent with the farmer, he purchased a ticket to a place on the edge of the wilderness. He put up at a village hotel, and the next day drove 15 miles by a stage, and 5 more by a wagon, and spent the night at a lumber camp far in the wilderness. The next day, carrying as much of his belongings as he could, he walked 3 miles more, and came to the tiny lake that was his goal. It was perhaps half a mile long, the virgin forest hung about it like a great green curtain, and the shadows of the blue mountains seemed as if painted upon its surface. Thyrsis gave a gasp of delight as he pushed through the bushes and saw it. He stripped and plunged into the crystal water, and hot and tired and soul-sick as he was, the coolness of it was like a clasp of protecting arms. There was a rock rising from the center, and he swam out and stood upon it, and gazed about him at all the ravishing beauty, and laughed and whooped so that the mountains rang with the echoes. He found an abandoned open camp, or shed, the roof of which he made waterproof with newspapers and balsam boughs. He cut fresh boughs for his bed, and spread his blankets upon them, and went back to the lumber shanties, and purchased a box of prunes and a bag of rice. There were huckleberries in profusion upon the hills, and in the lakes were fish, and in the forests squirrels and rabbits, partridges and deer. There were the game laws, to be sure, but there was also a higher law, as eminent authorities had declared. As one of the wits at the lumber camp put it, if any wild rabbit comes rushing out to bite you, don't you hesitate to defend yourself. So, with the sum of $1.23 in his pocketbook, Thyrsis began the happiest experience of his life. He watched the sun rise and set behind the mountains, and sometimes he climbed to the summits to see it further upon its way. He watched the progress of the tempests across the lake, and swam in the water while the rain splashed his face and the lightning splintered the pines in the forest. He crouched in the bushes and saw the wild ducks feeding, and the deer that came at sunset to drink. He watched the loons diving, and spying him out with their wild eyes sometimes, as they rose in flight, beating the surface of the water with a sound like thunder. At night he heard their loud laughter, and the creaking cries of the herons flying past. Sometimes far up in the hills a she-fox would bark, or some two-aged tree of the forest would come down with a booming crash. Thyrsis would lie in his open camp and watch the moonlight through the pines, and prayers of thankfulness would well up within him. Peace of the forest, rich, profound. Gather me closely, fold me round. There had been much carrying and hard work to do before he was settled, and there was more of it all through his stay. He had to cook all his meals and clean up afterwards, and because the nights were cold and his blankets few, there was much firewood to be cut. Also, there was no food unless he went out and found it, and so he spent hours each day tramping about in the forests. By the time he had got home and had cleaned the game and cooked it, he was ravenously hungry, and there was never any question as to what would digest. This was just what he had sought, and so now, deliberately, he banned all the muses from his presence, and poured the rest of the dyspepsia medicine into the lake. His muscles became hard, and the flush of health returned to his cheeks, and as he went about his tasks he laughed and sang, and shouted his defiance to the world. And to Corydon he wrote his newest plan to earn a little in the city that winter, and come back in the early spring and build a log cabin for herself and the baby. Section 11. Twice a week his mail came to the lumber camp, in care of the friendly foreman. Each time that he went out to get it, he hoped for some new turn. There was a publisher interested in the Hearer of Truth, and an editor was reading the Higher Cannibalism. Also, and most important of all, Miss Ethelinda Lewis had now had the Genius for nearly 2 months, and had not yet reported. Thyrsis wrote to remind her, and after another 2 weeks, he wrote yet more urgently. At last came a note: I have been away from the city, and have not had a chance to read the play. I will attend to it at once. And then, after 3 weeks more, Thyrsis wrote again, and at last came a letter that made his heart leap. I have read your play, wrote the popular comedienne. I am very much interested in it indeed. I have asked my manager to read it, and will write you again shortly. Thyrsis sent this to Corydon, and again there was rejoicing and expectation. If only I can get the play on, he wrote, our future is safe, for the profits from plays are enormous. It will be a great piece of luck if I have found the right person at the first attempt. More weeks passed. Thyrsis watched the pageant of autumn upon the mountains. He saw the curtains of the lake shore change to gold and scarlet, and from that to pale yellow and brown, and now, with every lightest breeze that stirred, there were showers of leaves came fluttering to the ground. The deer left the lake shore and took to the hardwood, and the drumming of partridges thundered at sunset. The nights were bitterly cold, and he spent a good part of his day chopping logs and carrying them to camp, so that he might keep a blazing fire all night. There were hunting parties in the woods, and he got a deer, and sold part of it, and had the rest hanging near his camp. And then one night came the first snowstorm. In the morning it lay white and sparkling in the sunlight, and oh, the wonder of a hunting trip, when the floor of the wilderness was like a page on which could be read the tale of all that happened in the night. One could hardly believe that so many creatures were in these woods. There were tracks everywhere one looked. Here a squirrel had run, and here a partridge, here had been a porcupine, with feet like a baby's, and here a fox, and here a bear with 2 cubs. And in yon hollow a deer had slept through the night, and here he had blown away the snow from the moss. Here 2 bucks had fought, and here one of them had been started by a hunter, and had bounded away with leaps that it was a marvel to measure. Thyrsis nearly lost his life at these fascinating adventures, for another storm came up, and covered his tracks, and when he tried to find his way back by the compass, he found that he had forgotten which end of the needle pointed to the north. So he wandered about for hours, and in the end had to decide by the toss of a penny whether he should get out to the main road, or wander off into 20 miles of trackless wilderness, without either food or matches. Fortunately the penny fell right, and he spent the night at a farmhouse, and the next day got back to the lumber camp. And there was a letter from Ethelinda Lewis. Thyrsis tore it open and read this incredible message. Your play has been carefully considered, and I am disposed to accept it. It is certainly very unusual and interesting, and I think it can be made a success. There are, however, certain changes which ought to be made. I am wondering if you will come to the city, so that we can talk it over. It would not be possible to settle a matter so important by mail, and there is no time to be lost, for I am ready to go ahead with the work at once, and so is my manager. Section 12. Nothing that the mail had ever brought to Thyrsis had meant so much to him as this. He was transported with delight. Yes, for this he would go back to the city. But then, he caught his breath, realizing his plight. How was he to get to the city, when he had only $3 to his name? He turned the problem over in his mind. Should he send a telegram to some relative and beg for help? No, he had vowed to die first. Should he write to the actress, and explain? No, for that would kill his chances. There was just one way to be thought of. Venison in the woods was worth 11 cents a pound, and the smallest of deer would get him to the city. And so began a great adventure. Thyrsis wrote Miss Ethelinda that he would come, and that night he loaded up some more buckshot shells, and before dawn of the next day was out upon the hunt. The snow was gone now, and with soft shoes on his feet he wandered all day through the wilderness and was rewarded by 2 chances to shoot at the white tails of flying deer. And then came night, and he rigged up a jack, a forbidden apparatus made of a soap box and a lantern and a tin plate for a reflector. He had an ingenious arrangement of straps and cords, whereby he could fasten this upon his head, and he had found an old lumber trail where the deer came to feed upon the soft grass. Down this he crept like a thief in the night, with the light gleaming ahead, and the deer tramping in the thickets and whistling their alarms. Now and then one would stand and stare, his eyeballs gleaming like coals of fire, and at last came the roar of the gun, and the jack-light tumbled to the ground. When Thyrsis lighted up again and went to examine, there were spots of blood upon the leaves but no deer. So the next day he was up again at dawn, watching by one of the runways to the lake. And then came another tramp, through the thickets and over the mountains, and more shots at the flags of the elusive enemy. Thyrsis' back ached, and his feet were as if weighted with lead, but still he plodded on, and on it was his life against a deer's. If only he had had a boat, so that he could have set up his jack in that. But he had no boat, and so he wrapped himself in blankets and sat to watch another runway at sunset, and when no deer came he decided to stay on until the moon rose. It was a bitterly cold night, and his hands almost froze to the gun barrel when he touched it. And the moon rose, and forthwith went behind a cloud, and then came a deer. There was hardly a trace of motion in the air, but somehow the creature half scented Thyrsis, and so it stood and trumpeted to the night. Oh, the wildness of that sound, and the thumping of the heart of the hunter, and the breathless suspense, and the burning desire. The deer would take a step, and a twig would crack, and then it would stand still again, and Thyrsis would listen, crouching like a statue, clutching his weapon and striving to penetrate the darkness. And then the deer would take 2 or 3 more steps, and stand again, and then, in sudden alarm, bound away, and then come back again, step by step, fascinated by this mysterious thing there in the darkness. For 3 mortal hours that creature pranced and cavorted about Thyrsis, while he waited with chattering teeth. Then in the end it took a sudden fright, and went bounding away through the thicket. So came another day's hunting, and at sundown another watch by a runway, and another deer, that approached from the wrong direction, and came upon a man, worn out by 3 days and nights of effort, lying sound asleep at his post. But there could be only one ending to this adventure. Thyrsis was out for a deer, and he would never quit until he got one. All his planning and wandering had availed him nothing, but now, the next morning, as he stepped out from his camp with a bucket in his hand, behold, at the edge of a thicket, a deer. Thyrsis stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly, and the deer stood staring at him. It was a time of agony. Should he try to creep back to his gun, or should he make a sudden dash? He started to try the latter, and had a pang of despair as the deer whirled and bolted away. He leaped to the camp and grabbed his gun and sprang out into sight again, and there, off to the right, was another deer. It was a huge buck, with wide-spreading antlers, rising out of the bushes where it stood. It saw Thyrsis, and started away, and in a flash he raised his gun and fired. He saw the deer stumble, and he fired the other barrel, and then he started in wild pursuit. He had been warned to beware of a wounded deer, but he forgot also that he had no more shells upon him. He ran madly through the forest, springing over fallen logs, plunging through thickets. He would have seized hold of the animal with his bare hands, if only he could have caught up with it. The deer was badly hurt. It would leap ahead, and then stumble, half falling, and then leap again. Even in this way, the distance it covered was amazing. Thyrsis was appalled at the power of the creature, its tremendous bounds, the shock of its fall, and the crashing of the underbrush before it. It seemed like a huge boulder, leaping down a precipice, and Thyrsis stood at a safe distance and watched it. According to the poetry books he should have been ashamed, perhaps moved to tears by the reproachful look in the great creature's eyes. but assuredly the makers of the poetry books had never needed the price of a railroad ticket as badly as Thyrsis did. He only realized that night how desperate his need had been. He lay in his berth on board a train for the city while back at his open camp a wild blizzard was raging, and the thermometer stood at 40 degrees below zero. But Thyrsis was warm and comfortable, and also he was brown and rugged, once more full of health and eagerness for life. All night he listened to the pounding of the flying train, and fast as the music of it went, it was not fast enough for his imagination. It seemed as if the rails were speaking, saying to him, over and over and over again, Ethelinda Lewis. Ethelinda Lewis. Ethelinda Lewis. Book X. The end of the tether. They sat still watching upon the hilltop, drinking in the scent of the clover. Ah, if only we might have come back here, she sighed. If only T had never had to leave. That way lies unhappiness, he said. Perhaps, she answered, and then quoted. Yet, Thyrsis, let me give my grief its hour. In the old haunt, and find our tree-topped hill. Who, if not I, for questing here hath power? I wonder, said he, if the poet put as much into these stanzas as we find in them. Section 1. Through the summer Corydon had been living week by week upon the hope that her husband would be able to send for her. All through the fall she had been dreaming of the arrangements they would make for the winter. But by now it had become clear that they would have to be separated for a part of the winter as well. She had sent him long letters, full of hopes and yearnings, anxieties and rebellions, but in the end she had brought herself to face the inevitable. And then it transpired that even a greater sacrifice was required of her. She was to be forbidden to see Thyrsis at all. If a man did not support his wife, said the world, it was common sense that he should not have any wife. That was the quickest way to bring him to his senses. And so the two had threshed out that problem, and chosen their course. They would live in the same city, and yet confine themselves to writing letters. A curious feeling it gave Thyrsis, to know that she was so near to him, and yet not to be going to meet her. He could not endure any part of the city where he had been with her, and got himself a hall bedroom on the edge of a tenement district far uptown. Then he had his shoes shined, and purchased a clean collar, and wrote Miss Ethelinda Lewis that he was ready to call. While he was waiting to hear from her, there came to him a strange adventure, assuredly one of the strangest that ever befell a struggling poet, in a world where many strange adventures have befallen struggling poets. For 6 months Thyrsis had not seen his baby, and there had come in the meantime so many letters, telling so many miraculous things about that baby. So many dreams he had dreamed about it, so many hopes and so many prayers were centered in it. 22 hours had he sat by the bedside when it was born, and through all the trials that had come afterwards, how he had suffered and wept for it. Now his heart was wrung with longing to see it, to touch it, his child. He wrote Corydon that he could not stand it, and Corydon wrote back that he was right, he should surely see the baby. And so it was arranged between them that Thyrsis was to be at a certain place in the park, and she would send the nurse girl there with little Cedric. He went and sat upon a bench, and the hour came, and at last down the path strolled a nurse girl, wheeling a baby carriage. He looked at the girl. Yes, she was Irish, as Corydon had said, and answered all specifications, and then he looked at the baby, and his heart sank into his boots. Oh, such a baby! With red hair and a pug nose, plebeian and dull-looking, such a baby. Thyrsis stared at the maid again, and she smiled at him. Then she passed on, and he sank down upon a bench. Great God, could it be that that was his child? That he would have to go through life with something so ugly, so alien to him? A terror seized him. It was like a nightmare. He was hardly able to move. But then he told himself it could not be. Corydon had written him all about the baby. It was beautiful, with a noble head, everyone loved it. But then, were not mothers notoriously blind? Had there ever been a mother dissatisfied with her child? Or a father either, for that matter? Was it not a kind of treason for him to be so disgusted with this one, since it so clearly must be his? There was none other in sight, and though he waited half an hour, none came. At last he could stand it no more, but hurried away to the nearest telegraph office. "Has baby red hair?" he wrote. "Did he come to the park?" And then he went to his room and waited, and soon after came the reply, "Baby has golden hair. Nurse was ill. Could not come." Thyrsis read this, and then shut the door upon the messenger boy, and burst into wild, hilarious laughter. He stood there with his arms stretched out, invoking all posterity to witness. "What do you think of that? What do you think of that?" And a full hour later he was sitting by his bedside, his chin supported on his hands, and still invoking posterity. "Will you ever know what I went through?" he was saying. "Will you ever realize what my books have cost?" Then he smiled grimly, thinking of Voltaire's cruel epigram that letters addressed to posterity seldom reach their destination. Section 2. Thyrsis received a reply to his note, and went to call upon Miss Ethelinda Lewis. Miss Lewis dwelt in a luxurious apartment house on Riverside Drive, where a colored maid showed him into a big parlor, full of spindle-legged gilt furniture upholstered in flowered silk. Also the room contained an ebony grand piano, and a bookcase, in which he had time to notice the works of Maupassant and Marie Corelli. Then Miss Lewis entered, clad in a morning gown of crimson liberty. She was petite and exquisite, full of alluring dimples and apparently just out of a perfumed bath. Thyrsis sat on the edge of his chair and gazed at her, feeling quite out of his element. She placed herself on the flowered silk sofa and talked. "I am immensely interested in that play," she said. "It is quite unique. And you are so young, too. Why, you seem just a boy. Really, you know, I think you must be a genius yourself." Thyrsis murmured something, feeling uncomfortable. "The only thing is," Miss Lewis went on, "it will need a lot of revision to make it practical." "In what part?" he asked. "The love story, principally," said the other. "You see, in that respect, you have simply thrown your chances away." "I don't understand," said he. "You have made your hero act so queerly. Everyone feels that he is in love with Helena. You meant him to be, didn't you? And yet he goes away from her and won't see her. Everyone will be disappointed at that. It's impossible, from every point of view. You'll have to have them married in the last act." Thyrsis gasped for breath. "You see," continued Miss Lewis, "I am to play the part of Helena, and I am to be the star. And obviously, it would never do for me to be rejected, and left all up in the air like that. I must have some sort of a love scene." "But," protested the poet, "what you want me to change is what my play is about." "How do you mean?" asked the other. "Why, it's a new kind of love," he stammered, "a different kind." "But, people don't understand that kind of love." "But, Miss Lewis, that's why I wrote my play. I want to make them understand." "But you can't do anything like that on the stage," said Miss Lewis. "The public won't come to see your play." And then she went on to explain to him the conditions of success in the business of the theater. Thyrsis listened, with a clutch as of ice about his heart. "I am very sorry, Miss Lewis," he said, at last, "but I couldn't possibly do what you ask." "Couldn't do it?" cried the other, amazed. "It would not fit into my idea at all." "But, don't you want to get your play produced?" "That's just it, I want to get my play produced. If I did what you want me to, it wouldn't be my play. It would be somebody else's play." And there he stood. The actress argued with him and protested. She showed him what a great chance he had here, one that came to a new and unknown writer but once in a lifetime. Here was a manager ready to give him a good contract, and to put his play on at once in a Broadway theater, and here was a public favorite anxious to have the leading role. It would be everything he could ask. It would be fame and fortune at one stroke. But Thyrsis only shook his head. He could not do it. He was almost sick with disappointment, but it was a situation in which there was no use trying to compromise. He simply could not make a love story out of the genius. So at last there came a silence between them, there being nothing more for Miss Lewis to say. "Then I suppose you won't want the play," said Thyrsis, faintly. "I don't know," she answered, with vexation. "I'll have to think about it again, and talk to my manager. I had not counted on such a possibility as this." And so they left it, and Thyrsis went away. The next morning he received a letter from Robertson Jones, Inc., asking him to call at once. Section 3. Robertson Jones, the great theatrical producer, was large and ponderous, florid of face and firm in manner, the steamroller type of businessman. And it became evident at once that he had invited Thyrsis to come and be rolled. "Miss Lewis tells me you can't agree about the play," said he. "No," said Thyrsis, faintly. And then Mr. Jones began. He told Thyrsis what he meant to do with this play. Miss Lewis was one of the country's future stars, and he was willing to back her without stint. He had permitted her to make her own choice of a role, and she should have her way in everything. There were famous playwrights bidding for a chance to write for her, but she had seen fit to choose the genius. "Personally," said Mr. Jones, "I don't believe in the play. I would never think of producing it, it's not the sort of thing anybody is interested in. But Miss Lewis likes it, she's been reading Ibsen, and she wants to do a drama of ideas, and all that sort of thing, you know. And that's all right, she's the sort to make a success of whatever she does. But you must do your share, and give her a part she can make something out of, some chance to show her charm. Otherwise, of course, the thing's impossible." Mr. Jones paused. "I'm very sorry," began Thyrsis, weakly. "What's your idea in refusing?" interrupted the other. Thyrsis tried to explain that he had written the play to set forth a certain thesis, and that he was asked to make changes that directly contradicted this thesis. "Have you ever had a play produced?" demanded the manager abruptly. "No," said Thyrsis. "Have you written any other plays?" "No." "Your first trial? Well, don't you think it a good deal to expect that your play should be perfect?" "I don't think," began Thyrsis. "Can't you see," persisted the other, "that people who have been in this business all their lives, and have watched thousands of plays succeed and fail, might be able to give you some points on the matter?" And then Mr. Jones went on to set forth to Thyrsis the laws of the theatrical game, a game in which there was the keenest competition, and in which the ante was enormously high. To produce the genius would cost $10,000 at the least, and were those who staked this to have no say whatever in the shaping of the play? Manifestly this was absurd, and as the manager pressed home the argument, Thyrsis felt as if he wanted to get up and run. When Mr. Jones talked to you, he looked you squarely in the eye, and you had a feeling of presumption, even of guilt, in standing out against him. Thyrsis shrunk in terror from that type of personality. He would let it have anything in the world it wanted, so only it would not clash with him. But never before had it demanded one of the children of his dreams. Mr. Jones went on to tell how many things he would do for the play. It would go into rehearsal at once, and would be seen on Broadway by the 1st of February. They would pay him 4, 6, and 8 per cent, and his profits could not be less than $300 a week. With Ethelinda Lewis in the leading role, the play might well run until June, and there would be the road profits the next season, in addition. Thyrsis' brain reeled as he listened to this. It was in all respects identical with another famous temptation: the devil taketh him upon a high mountain, and showeth him all the kingdoms of the earth. And then there is England, the man was saying. "No, no," cried Thyrsis, wildly. "No." "But why not?" demanded the other. "It's impossible. I couldn't do it." "You mean you couldn't do the writing?" "I wouldn't know how to." "Well then, that's easily arranged. Let me get someone to collaborate with you. There's Richard Haberton, you know who he is?" "No," said Thyrsis, faintly. "He's the author of The Raja's Diamond. It's playing with 5 companions now, and its 3rd season. And he dramatized in Honor's Cause. You've seen that, no doubt. We have paid him some $60,000 in royalties so far." And he'll take the play and fix it over, you wouldn't have to stir a finger. Thyrsis sprang up in his agitation. Please don't ask me, Mr. Jones, he cried. I simply could not do it. It seemed strange to Thyrsis, when he thought it over afterwards, that the great Robertson Jones should have taken the trouble to argue so long with the unknown author of a play in which he did not believe. Was it that opposition incited him to persist? Or had he told Ethelinda Lewis he would get her what she wanted, and was now reluctant to confess defeat? At any rate, so it was. He went on to drive Thyrsis into a corner, to tear open his very soul. Also, he manifested anger. It was a deliberate affront that the boy should stand out like this. And Thyrsis, in great distress of soul, explained that he did not mean it that way. He apologized abjectly for his obstinacy. It was the ideas that he had tried to put into his play, and that he could not give up. But, persisted the manager, write other plays, and put your ideas into them. If you've once had a Broadway success, then you can write anything you please, and you can make your own terms for production. That thought had already occurred to Thyrsis. It was the one that nearly broke down his resistance. He would probably have surrendered, had the play not been so fresh from his mind, and so dear to him, if he had had time enough to become dissatisfied with it, as he had with his first novel, or discouraged about its prospects, as he had with The Hearer of Truth. But this child of his fancy was not yet weaned, and to tear it from his breast, and hand it to the butcher, no, it could not be thought of. Section 4. So he parted from Mr. Jones, and went home, to pass 2 of the most miserable days of his life. He had pronounced his abage, Satanas. He had turned his back upon the kingdoms of the earth. And so, presumably virtue being its own reward, he should have been in a state of utter bliss. But Thyrsis had gone deeper into that problem, and asked himself a revolutionary question: why should it always be that Satan had the kingdoms of the earth at his bestowal? Thyrsis did not want any kingdoms, he only wanted a chance to live in the country with his wife and child. And why, in order to get these things, must a poet submit himself to Satan? Then came the 3rd morning after his interview, and Thyrsis found in his mail another letter from Robertson Jones Incorporated. It was a letter brief and to the point, and it struck him like a thunderbolt. Miss Ethelinda Lewis has decided that she wishes to accept your play as it stands. I enclose herewith a contract in duplicate, and if the terms are acceptable to you, will you kindly return 1 copy signed, and retain the other yourself? Thyrsis read, not long after that, of a young playwright who died of heart failure, and he was not surprised if all playwrights had to go through experiences such as that. He could hardly believe his eyes, and he read the letter over 2 or 3 times. He read the contract, with Mr. Jones' impressive signature at the bottom. He did not know anything about theatrical contracts, but this one seemed fair to him. It provided for a royalty upon the gross receipts, to be paid after the play had earned the expenses of its production. Thyrsis had hoped that he might get some cash in advance, but that was not mentioned. In the flush of his delight he concluded that he would not take the risk of demanding anything additional, but signed the contract and mailed it, and sent a telegram to acquaint Corydon with the glorious tidings. Section 5. One of the consequences of this triumph was that Thyrsis purchased a new necktie and half a dozen collars, and another was that an angry world was in some part appeased, and permitted the struggling poet to see his wife and child once more. They met in the park, and strange it was to him to see Corydon after 6 months' absence. She was beautiful as ever, somewhat paler, though still with the halo of motherhood about her. He could scarcely realize that she was his. She seemed like a dream to him, like some phantom of music, thrilling and wonderful, yet frail and unsubstantial. She clung to his arm, trembling with delight, and pouring out her longing and her grief. There came to them one of those golden hours, when the deeps of their souls welled up, and they pledged themselves anew to their faith. Even stranger it was to see the child, to be able to look at him all he pleased, and to speak to him, and to hold him in his arms. He was as beautiful as Thyrsis could have wished, and the father had no trouble at all in being interested in him. his smiles were things to make the angels jealous. Thyrsis would push his carriage out into the park, and they would sit upon a bench and gaze at him, each making sure that the other had missed none of his fine points. He was beginning to make sounds now, and had achieved the word pussy. This originally had signified the woolly kitten he carried with him, but now by a metonymy it had come to include all kinds of living things, and great was the delight of the parents when a big red automobile flashed past, and the baby pointed his finger, exclaiming gleefully, "Pussy!" It is an astonishing thing, how little it takes to make parents happy. Regarded purely as an abstract proposition, it would be difficult to explain why two people who possessed between them a total of 64 teeth, more or less, should have been so much excited by the discovery that the baby had 4. But parenthood, as Thyrsis found, meant more than charming baby prattle and the counting of teeth. Little Cedric's tiny fingers were twisted in his heartstrings. He loved him with a love the intensity of which frightened him when he realized it. And sometimes things went wrong, and then with a pang as from the stab of a knife would come the thought that he might someday lose this child. So much pain and toil a child cost, so much it took of one's strength and power, and then, such a fragile thing, it was exposed to so many perils and uncertainties, to the ravages of so many diseases, that struck like a cruel enemy in the dark. Corydon and Thyrsis were so ignorant they were like children themselves, and where should they turn for knowledge? There were doctors, of course, but this took so much money, and even with all the doctors, see how many babies died. Thyrsis was learning the bitter truth of Bacon's saying about giving hostages to fortune. And dearly as he loved the child, the artist in him cried out against these ties. Where now was that carefree outlook, that recklessness, that joy in life as a spectacle, which made up so much of the artist's attitude? When one had a wife and child, one no longer enjoyed tragedies, one lived them, and one got from them, not catharsis, but exhaustion. One became timid and cautious and didactic, and other inartistic things. One learned that life was real, life was earnest, and the grave was not its goal. Cedric had been weaned, but still he was not growing properly. Could it be that there was something wrong with what they fed him? Corydon would come upon advertisements telling of wonderful newly discovered foods for infants, and giving pictures of the rosy and stalwart ones who were fed upon these foods. She would take to buying them, and they were not cheap foods either. Then, during the winter, the child caught cold, and they took that to mean that it had been in some way exposed. That was what everybody said, and what the name cold itself suggested. So Corydon would add more flannel dresses and blankets, until the unfortunate mite of life would be in a purple stew. And still, apparently, these mysterious colds were not to be thwarted. Thyrsis felt that in all this there must be something radically wrong, and yet he knew not what to do. Surely it should not have been such a task to keep life in one human infant. Then, too, the training of the baby was going badly. He lived in close contact with nervous people who were disturbed if he cried, and so Corydon's energies were given to a terrified effort to keep him from crying. He must be dandled and rocked to sleep, he must be played with and amused, and have everything he cried for, and it was amazing how early in life this little creature learned the hold which he had upon his mother. His chief want had come to be to sleep all day and lie awake half the night, and during these hours of wakefulness he pursued the delightful pastime of holding someone's hand and playing with it. Corydon, nervous and sick and wrestling with melancholia, would have to lie awake for uncounted hours and submit to this torment. The infant had invented a name for the diversion. He called it Hoodalamungi, which being translated signified hold your finger. To the mother this was like the password of some secret order of demons, who preyed upon and racked her in the night, so that never after in her life could she hear the phrase, even in jest, without experiencing a nervous shock. Section 6. This was a period of great hopefulness for Thyrsis, but also of desperate struggle. For until the production of his play in January, he had somehow to keep alive, and that meant more hack work. Also he had to lay something by, for after the rehearsals the play would go on the road for a couple of weeks, to be tried on the dog, and during that period he must have money enough to travel, and stay at hotels, and also to take Corydon with him, if possible. The rehearsals began an interesting experience for him. He was introduced into a new and strange world. Thyrsis himself was shy, and disposed to run away and hide his emotions, but here were people, the actor folk, whose business it was to live them inside of the world. And these emotions were their life. They were very intense, yet quick both to come and to go. Such people were intensely personal. They were like great children, vain and sensitive, their moods and excitements not to be taken too seriously. But it was long before Thyrsis came to realize this, and meanwhile he had some uncomfortable times. To each of the players, apparently, the interest of a play centered in those places in which he was engaged in speaking his lines, and to each the author of the play was a more or less benevolent despot, who had the happiness of the rest of the world in his keeping. Once at a rehearsal, when Thyrsis was engaged in cutting out one of the speeches attributed to Mrs. Hartman, he discovered that lady standing behind him in a flood of tears. In the beginning Thyrsis paid many visits to the apartment on Riverside Drive, for Miss Lewis professed to be very anxious that he should consult with her and tell her his ideas of her part. But Thyrsis soon discovered that what she really wanted was to have him listen to her ideas. Miss Lewis was at war with Thyrsis' portrayal of Helena. It was incomprehensible to her that Lloyd should not be pursuing her, and she playing the coquette, according to all romantic models. Particularly she could not see how Lloyd was to resist the particularly charming Helena which she was going to make. She was always trying to make Thyrsis realize this incongruity, and to persuade him to put some charming lines into her part. "You boy," she would exclaim. "I believe you are as obstinate as your hero." Miss Lewis was only 2 years older than the boy, but she saw fit to adopt this grandmotherly attitude toward him. And then came Robertson Jones, suggesting a man who could play the part of Lloyd. But Miss Lewis declared indignantly that she would not have him, because he was not handsome enough. "If," she vowed, "I've got to make love to a man and be rejected by him, at least I'm not going to have it an ugly man." When an actor was finally agreed upon and engaged, Thyrsis had a talk with him, and it seemed as if Miss Lewis, in her preoccupation with his looks, had overlooked the matter of his brains. But Thyrsis was so new at this game that he did not feel capable of judging. He shrunk from the thought of having any actor play his part that was so precious and so full of meaning to him. But when the rehearsals began, Thyrsis speedily forgot this feeling. The most sensitive poet to the contrary notwithstanding, the purpose of a play is to be acted, and Thyrsis was like an inventor, who has dreamed a great machine, and now sees the parts of it appearing as solid steel and brass, sees them put together, and the great device getting actually under way. The rehearsals were held in a little hall on the east side, and thither came the company, 6 men and 3 women. There was no furniture or setting, they all wore their street clothing, and in the beginning they went through their parts with the manuscript in their hands. And yet they had been selected because they resembled the characters in the play, and every time they went over the lines they gave them with more feeling and understanding. So vaguely at first, and then more clearly the poet began to see them as incarnations of his vision. These characters had been creatures of his fancy, they had lived in it, he had walked and talked and laughed and wept with them. Now to discover them outside him, to be able to hear them with his physical ears and see them with his physical eyes, was one of the strangest experiences of his life. It was so thrilling as to be almost uncanny. It was a new kind of inspiration, of that strange subliminal uprush which made the mystery of his life. And it was a kind that others could experience with him. Corydon would come every day to the rehearsals, and for 4 or 5 hours at a stretch they would sit and watch and listen in a state of perfect transport. Section 7. Also, there were things not in the manuscript which were sources of interest and delight. There was Mr. Tapping, the stage director, for instance. Thyrsis could see himself writing another play, just to get Mr. Tapping in. He was a man well on in years, and wrecked by dissipation, almost bald and toothless, and with one foot crippled with gout. Yet he was a perfect geyser of activity, bounding about the stage, talking swiftly, gesticulating like some strange gnome or kobold out of the bowels of the earth. Thyrsis was the creator of the play, so far as concerned the words, but this man was to be the creator of it on the stage. And that, too, required a kind of genius, Thyrsis perceived. Mr. Tapping had talked the problems out with him at the beginning, talking until 2 o'clock in the morning, in a superheated office filled with the smoke of 10,000 dead cigars. He talked swiftly, eagerly, setting forth his ideas. To Thyrsis it was a most curious experience to hear the vision of his inmost soul translated into the language of the tenderloin. "Your fiddler's this kind of a guy," Mr. Tapping would say. "He knows he's got the goods, and he don't care whether those old fogies think he's dippy, or what the hell they think. Ain't that the dope, Mr. Author?" And Thyrsis would answer faintly that he thought that was the dope. This was a word that Mr. Tapping used every time he opened his mouth. Apparently, it designated all things connected with the play: character, dialogue, action, scenery, music, costume. "That's the way to dope it out to them," he would cry to the actors. Miss Lewis, and Mr. Tilford, the leading man, moved through their parts with dignity. The stage director showed them the business he had laid out, but they did not trouble to act at rehearsals, and he did not criticize what they did. But all the other people had to be taught their roles and drilled in them, and that meant that Mr. Tapping had to have in him 5 actors and 2 actresses, and play all their 7 parts as they came. Marvelous it was to see him do this, springing from place to place, and changing his whole aspect in a flash, now scolding shrewishly in the words of Violet Hartman, now discoursing, with the accent and manner of Prof. von Arn, upon the psychopathia sexualis of genius. He did not know all the parts, of course, but that was never allowed to trouble him. He would take a sentence out of the actor's lips, and then go on to elaborate it in his tenderloin dialect, or, if the scene was highly emotional, and required swift speech, he would fall back upon the phrase "and so and so and so and so." He could run the whole gamut of human emotions with those words, "and so and so." "No, that's no good," he would cry to Mrs. Hartman. "What are those words, wretched, ungrateful son? Do you care nothing at all for your parents' feelings? Do you owe us nothing for what we have done? And so and so. And so and so. And so and so." Mr. Tapping's voice would rise to a wail, and then in a flash he would turn to Moses Rosen. "That's your cue, Rosen, you rush in left center, and throw up your hands right here, see? And what's your dope? Oh yes, I have spent $7,000 on this thing. You have ruined me. You have betrayed me. And so and so. And so and so. And so and so. And then you run over here to the professor, you have trapped me. And so and so." Day by day, as the work progressed, and the actors came to know their lines, Thyrsis' excitement grew. The great machine was running, he was getting some sense of the power of it. And new aspects of it were revealed to him. There came the composer who was to do the incidental music, and the orchestra leader who was to conduct it. There came the costume designer and the scene painter, and even the press agent who was to boost the play, and wanted picturesque details about the author's life. Corydon and Thyrsis were invited to go with Mr. Tilford to select a wig, and with Mr. Tapping to see the carpenters who were building the various sets, in a big loft over near the North River. As the two walked home each day after these adventures, it was all they could do to keep from hugging each other on the street. It was a thing of a special moment to Thyrsis, because it was the first time in his life that his art had received any assistance from the outside world, the first time this world had done anything but scold at him and mock him. Here at last was recognition, here was success. Here were material things submitting themselves to his vision, coming to him humbly to be taught, and to cooperate in the creation of beauty. So Thyrsis caught sudden glimpses of what his life might have been. He was like a man who had been chained in a black dungeon, and who now gets sight of the green earth and the blue sky, and smells the perfume of the flowers and hears the singing of the birds. With forces such as this at his command, the power of his vision would be multiplied tenfold, and he was transported with the delight of the discovery. he and Corydon found their souls once more in this new hope. So out of these moods there began the burgeoning of new plans in his mind. Even amid the rush of rehearsals, he was dreaming of other things to write. Some time before the genius had reached the public, he had finished the writing of the Utopians, that fragment of a vision which was perhaps the greatest thing he ever did, and certainly the most characteristic. Section 8. As usual, the immediate occasion of the writing was trivial enough. It was his leading lady who was responsible for it. Miss Lewis had taken a curious fancy to Thyrsis. He was a new type to her, and it pleased her to explore him. "How in the world did you ever get him to marry you?" she would exclaim to Corydon. "I could as soon imagine a marble statue making love to me." And she told others about this strange poet, who was obviously almost starving, and yet had refused to let Richard Hayburton revise his play for him, and had all but refused to let Robertson Jones Incorporated produce it. Before long she came to Thyrsis to say that one of her friends desired to meet him, and would he come to a supper party. Thyrsis heard this with perplexity. "A supper party," he exclaimed. "But I can't." "Why not?" "Why, I have no clothes." "Nobody expects a poet to have clothes," laughed Miss Lewis. "Come in the garments of your fancy. And besides, Barry's a true bohemian." Barry Creston, the giver of this party, was one of the sons of Dan Creston, the mine owner and railroad king, who a short while before had been elected senator from a western state under circumstances of great scandal. "The old man's a hard character, I guess," said Miss Lewis, "but you must not believe all you read in the papers about Barry." "I never read anything about him," said the other, and so Miss Lewis went on to explain that Griswold, the Wall Street plunger, had got a divorce from his wife after throwing her into Barry's arms, and that Barry's sister had married an Austrian archduke who had maltreated her, and that Barry had kicked him out of a hotel window in Paris. This invitation was a cause of much discomfort to Thyrsis. He had not come to the point where he was even curious about the life of the Barry Crestons of the world, and yet he did not like to hurt Miss Lewis' feelings. She made it evident to him that she was determined to exhibit her lion, and so he said all right. The supper party was at the Café de Bohème, which was in Aladdin's palace buried underground beneath a building in the Tenderloin. Fountains splashed in marble basins, and birds sang amid the branches of tropical flowering trees, while on a little stage a man in the costume and character of a Paris Apache sang a song of ferocious cynicism. And after him came a Japanese juggler of prodigious swiftness, and then a fat German woman in peasant guise who sang folk songs, and wound up with "Oh, du lieber Augustin." After which the company joined in the chorus of Funicula and Gaudiamus Igitur, for the patrons of the Bohème were nothing if they were not cosmopolitan. Cosmopolitan also was the company at Barry Creston's table. On one side of Thyrsis was Miss Lewis, and on the other was Mlle. Armand, the dancer who had set New York in a furore. Opposite to her was Scarpi, the famous baritone, and then there was Massey, a sculptor from Paris, and Miss Rita Seaton, of the Red Hussars Company, and a Miss Raymond, a gorgeous creature with a red flamingo feather in her hat, who had been Massey's model for his sensational figure of Aurora. Finally there was Barry Creston himself, a new type, and a disconcerting one. He was not at all the gilded youth whom Thyrsis had expected to find. He was a man of about 30, widely cultured, urbane and gracious in his manner, and quite evidently a man of force. He was altogether free from that crude egotism which Thyrsis had found to be the most prominent characteristic of the American man of wealth. He spoke in French with Armand and in Italian with Scarpi and in German with the head waiter who worshipped before him, and yet one did not feel that there was any ostentation about it. All this was his monde. And although he exhaled an atmosphere of vast wealth, this, too, seemed a matter of course. He assumed that you also were provided with unlimited funds, that all the world, in fact, was in the same fortunate case. Evidently he was well known at the Bohème, for the waiters gathered like flies around the honey pot, and the august head waiter himself took the order, and beamed his approval at Barry's selections. So presently there flowed in a stream of costly viands, served in outre and fantastic fashion, many of them things not known even by name to Thyrsis. There were costly wines as well, and at the end an ice in the shape of a great basket of fruit, wonderfully carved and colored like life, resting upon a slab of ice, which in turn was set in a silver tray with handles. Thyrsis was dazed at all this waste, and at the uproar in the place, where dozens of other parties were squandering money in the same blind fashion, and all laughing, chatting, joining in the choruses with the performers on the stage. Now and then he would catch a little of his host's conversation, which was of all the capitals of Europe, and of art worlds, the very existence of which was unknown to him. And then, on his left hand, there was Mlle. Armand, deftly picking off the leaves of an artichoke and dipping them into mayonnaise, and saying in her little bird's voice, "They tell me, monsieur, that you have du génie. Oh, you should go to Paris to live. It is not here that one appreciates du génie." And, then while Thyrsis was working out an explanation of his failure to visit Paris, someone in the café caught sight of Scarpi, and there was a general call for him, and according to the genial custom of the Bohème he stood up, amid tumultuous applause, and sang one of his own rollicking songs. So the revelry went forward, while Thyrsis marvelled, and tried to hide his pain. There could be no question of any enjoyment for him when he knew that the cost of this affair would have paid all his expenses for a winter. Doubtless what Barry Creston spent for his cigars would have saved Thyrsis and his family from misery all their lives, and he wondered if the man would have cared had he known. Barry was one of the princes of the new dispensation, and sometimes princes were compassionate, Thyrsis reflected. Apparently this one was all urbanity and charm, having no thought in life save to play the perfect host to brilliant artists and demi-mondaines, and to skim the cream off the top of civilization. But then suddenly the conversation took a new turn, and Thyrsis got another view of the young prince. There had been trouble out in the western mines, and someone mentioned it when in a flash Thyrsis saw the set jaw and the clenched fist and the steel-grey eye of old Dan Creston. Barry, it seemed, had had charge of the mines for 3 years. That was how he had won his spurs. In those days, he said, there had been no unions. He told with a quiet smile how he had broken them. Now again agitators had crept in, so that in some of the camps the men were being moved out bodily, and replaced by foreigners, who knew a good job when they had it. To make this change had taken the militia, but it would be done thoroughly, and afterwards there would be no more trouble. The supper party broke up about 2 o'clock, and Miss Raymond, the lady of the flamingo hat, was the only one who showed any effects from all the wine that had been consumed. Thyrsis, to his great surprise, discovered that his host had taken a fancy to him, and had asked Miss Lewis to bring him out to luncheon at the Creston place in the country. And so came the wonderful experience which brought to him the vision of the Utopians. Section 9. They went, one Saturday morning, in Miss Lewis' automobile out to Riverside Drive, and up the valley of the Hudson. This was in itself a utopian experience for Thyrsis, who had never before taken a trip in one of these magic chariots. It leaped over the frozen roads like a thing of life, and he lay back in the cushioned seats and closed his eyes and listened to the hum of the machinery, imagining what life might be for him, if he could rest like this when he was worn from overwork. It was like some great adventure in music, like a minstrel's chanting of heroic deeds. It was nature with all her pageantry unrolled in a panorama before his eyes. And meantime Miss Lewis was chattering on about the play and its prospects, and about other plays and their prospects, and about the people at the supper party and their various loves and hates. So they came to the great stone castle of the Crestons, set upon a mountain top overlooking the valley of this American Rhine. Thyrsis gasped when he saw it, and he gasped many times again while Barry was showing them about. For this place was a triumph of 100 arts and sciences. Into its perfections had gone all the skill of the architects and designers, the weavers and carpenters, the painters and sculptors of a score of centuries and climes. The very dairies, the stables, the dog kennels were things to be wondered at and studied, and in the vast halls were single pictures over which Thyrsis would fain have lingered for hours. Then, best of all, the great portico, with its stone pillars, and its view of the noble river, and of the snow-clad hills, dazzling in the sunlight. They had luncheon, after which Barry played upon the organ, and Miss Lewis sat beside him and left Thyrsis to wander at will. He made his way out to the portico, and paced back and forth there, and while the organ rolled and thundered to him, the majesty of the scene swept over him, and in towering splendors his soul arose. He thought of the wretched room in which he was pent, he thought of his starved and struggling life, and all the rage of his defeated genius awoke in him. In the name of that genius he uttered his defiance, and by the title of it he took possession of this castle, and of all things it contained. Yes, for he was the true lord and master of it, he was the prince disinherited. And the meaning of it, its excuse for being, was this brief hour. For this its glories had been assembled, for this the architects and designers, the weavers and carpenters, the painters and sculptors had labored in a score of centuries and climes, for this the great organ had been built, and for this the great musician had composed, that he might behold, in 1 hour of transfiguration, what the life of man would be in that glad time when all the arts of civilization were turned to the fostering of the soul. When he who carried in the womb of his spirit the new life of the ages, would be loved instead of being hated, would be cherished instead of being neglected, would be reverenced instead of being mocked. When palaces would be built for him and beauty and joy would be gathered for him, and the paths would be made clear before his feet. So out of boundless love and rapture would he speak to men, and bring to them those gifts that were beyond price, the treasures of his unfolding inspiration. So it was that the utopians came to Thyrsis, those men of the future, worshippers of joy. They came to him, alive and in the flesh, beautiful and noble, gracious and free-hearted as some day they will come, if so the earth endure, as they will stand upon that portico, and listen to that music, and gaze upon the valley of that American Rhine. And will they remember the long-dead dreamer, and how they walked with him there and spoke with him, how they put their arms about him, and gave him of their love and understanding? Will they remember what shuddering rapture their touch conveyed to him, how the tears ran down his cheeks, and he pledged his soul to yet more years of torment, so only their glory might come to be upon earth? Will they read the blazing words in which he pictured them, the trumpet blast he sounded to the dead souls of his time? Thyrsis knew that this was the greatest hour of his life, and he fought like mad to hold it. But that might not be. The music ceased, and he heard the voices of his host and Miss Lewis. They came to the door, and then Thyrsis' thoughts came back quickly to earth. For he saw that Barry Creston's arm was about the woman, and she was leaning upon him, nor did they separate when they saw him, but stood there, smiling, so that at last Thyrsis had solved for him the problem of their relationship. It was not so that the utopians loved, he thought, as he watched them, and found himself wondering if young Creston was as imperious with his women as he was with the slaves in his western mines. The car came to the door, and they parted from their host and sped back to the city. "What do you think of him?" asked Miss Lewis, and went on in a burst of confidence to tell him that it was to this prince of the new dispensation that he owed the great chance of his life. For it was Barry Creston who had given the Broadway showgirl the start that had made her a popular comedienne. It was Barry Creston who had awakened in her an interest in the drama of ideas, and had set her to fermenting with new ambitions, and finally it was Barry Creston who in a moment of indulgence had promised the money which had set the managers and actors and musicians, the stage carpenters and scene painters and press agents to work at the task of embodying the genius. Section 10. It may have been a coincidence, but from that hour dated the process of Thyrsis' disillusionment concerning the production of his play. Could it be, he asked himself, that such wealth as Barry Creston's could buy true art? Could it be that forces set in motion by it could really express his vision? Genius surrounded by commercialism, had been the formula of his play, and did not the formula describe his own position as well as Lloyd's? A strange thing was this theatrical business, the business of selling emotions. One had really to feel the emotions, in order to portray them with force, yet one had at the same time to appraise them with the eye of the businessman. One must not feel emotions that would not pay. Also, one boomed and boosted his own particular emotions, celebrating their merits in the language of the circus poster. If you had taken up a certain play, you considered it the greatest play that had ever made its bow to Broadway, and you actually persuaded yourself to believe it. At least those who made the real successes were men who possessed that hypnotic power. There was, for instance, Mr. Rosenberg, the press agent and advertising man. He was certain that The Genius was a play of genius, and its author a man of genius, and yet Thyrsis knew that if it had been Meyer and Levinson, across the street, who were producing it, Mr. Rosenberg would have called it rot. Mr. Rosenberg was to Thyrsis a living embodiment of Moses Rosen in the play, so much so that he felt the resemblance in the names to be perilous, and winced every time he heard Rosenberg speak of Rosen. But fortunately neither Rosenberg nor Rosen possessed a sense of irony, and so there were no feelings hurt. Thyrsis had written the play without having met either a press agent or the head of a music bureau. He had drawn the character of Moses after the fashion of the German, evolving the idea of an elephant out of his inner consciousness. But now that it was done, he was amazed to see how well it was done. He was like an astronomer who works out the orbit of a new planet, and afterwards discovers it with his telescope. As the preparations neared completeness, Thyrsis found himself more and more disturbed about the production. He was able to judge of the actors now, and they seemed to him to be cheap actors, to be relying for their effects upon exaggeration, to be making the play into a farce. But when he pointed this out to Mr. Tapping was offended, and when he spoke to Mr. Jones, he was referred to Miss Lewis. All he could accomplish with Miss Lewis, however, was to bring up the eternal question of the lack of charm in her part. Poor Ethelinda was also getting into an unhappy frame of mind. She had begun to doubt whether the drama of ideas was her forte after all, and whether the ideas in this particular drama were real ideas or sham. She got the habit of inviting friends in to judge it, and she was always of the opinion of the last friend, so the production was like a ship whose pilot has lost his bearings. The time drew near for the opening performance, which was to be given in a manufacturing city in New England. The nerves of all the company were stretched to the breaking point, and overwrought as he was himself, Thyrsis could not but pity the unhappy leading lady, who could hardly keep herself together, even with the drugs he saw her taking. The dress rehearsal began at 6 o'clock on Sunday evening, and from the very start everything went wrong. But Thyrsis did not know the peculiar fact about dress rehearsals, that everything always goes wrong, and so he suffered untellable agonies at the sight of the blundering and stupidity. Mr. Tapping stormed and fumed and hopped about the stage, and swore, first at his gouty foot, and then at some member of the company, and he sent them back, over and over again through the scenes. It was midnight before they finished the first act, and it was 6 o'clock in the morning before they finished the second, and it was nearly noon of Monday before the wretched men and women went home to sleep. Thyrsis had left before that, partly because he could not endure to see the mess that things were in, and partly because they told him he would have to make a speech that night, and he had to spend 2 of his hard-earned dollars for the hire of a dress suit. Here, as always, the scarcity of dollars was like a thorn in his flesh. He had been obliged to leave Corydon heartbroken at home, because he had not been able to lay by enough to bring her. He had to stay at a cheap hotel, cheaper even than any of the actors, and when Miss Lewis and Mr. Tapping went out to lunch, he would have to say that he was not hungry, and then go off and get something at a corner grocery. The hour of the performance came, and Thyrsis, like a gambler who has staked all his possessions upon the turn of one card, sat in a box and watched the audience and the play. The house was crowded, and the playwright saw with amazed relief that all his agonies of the night before had been needless. The performance went without a hitch from beginning to end. And also, to his unutterable delight, the play seemed to score. He had gazed at the rows of respectable burghers of this prosperous manufacturing town, and wondered what understanding they could have of his tragedy of genius. But they seemed to be understanding. At any rate they laughed and applauded, and when Lloyd smashed the violin over Von Arnie's head and the curtain went down, there was quite a little uproar. Thyrsis came out and made his timid speech, which was also applauded, and then came the last act, and the women got out their handkerchiefs on schedule time, and Mr. Rosenberg stood behind Thyrsis in the box, rubbing his hands together gleefully. So the playwright sent a telegram to his wife, saying that the play was a certain success, and then he went to bed, assuredly the happiest man who had ever slept in that 50-cent hotel. But alas, the next morning, there were the local papers, and with one accord they all roasted the play. Their accounts of it sounded for all the world like the play itself, those extracts which the two professors had read from the criticisms of Lloyd's concert. Thyrsis wondered if the critics must not have taken offense at the satire. Then, going to the theater, the first person he met was Rosenberg, who sent another chill to his heart. "First nights are always good," said Mr. Rosenberg. "It was all paper, you know. Tonight is the real test." And so the second performance came, and in the theater were some 200 people, and the occasion was the most awful frost that ever froze the heart of an unhappy partisan of the drama of ideas. After which, according to schedule, the play moved to another manufacturing town, and in the theater were some 250 people and a frost some 10 degrees lower yet. Section 11. So at 12 o'clock that night there was a consultation in a room at the hotel, attended by Thyrsis and Miss Lewis and Mr. Tapping and Mr. Jones. "You see," said the last named, "the play is a failure." "Absolutely," said Mr. Tapping. "I knew it would be," cried Miss Lewis. "And you?" asked Mr. Jones of Thyrsis. "It has not succeeded in these towns," said Thyrsis. "But then how could it succeed, except where there are intellectual people? You promised to take it to New York." "It's no use," declared Jones. "New York would laugh it dead in one night." "It would," said Mr. Tapping, decisively. "I knew it all along," cried Miss Lewis. So they went on for 10 minutes, and then, "What are you going to do?" asked Thyrsis, in terror. "The play must be altered," said Jones. "How altered?" "It must be altered as Miss Lewis asked you at first." Thyrsis sprang up. "What?" he cried. "It must be done," said Mr. Jones. "It must," said Mr. Tapping. "I knew it all along," cried Miss Lewis again. "But I won't stand for it," exclaimed Thyrsis, wildly. "It must be done," said Mr. Jones, in his heaviest steamroller tone. "But I won't have it." "What'll you do?" "I'll go to law. I'll get an injunction." "What is there in our contract to prevent our altering the play?" demanded the man. "What?" gasped Thyrsis. "You know what our understanding was." "Humph," said the other. "Can you prove it? And do you mean that you would go back on that understanding? And do you mean that you expect me to see this money wasted and the play sent to pot?" Thyrsis, in his agony, turned to Miss Lewis. "Will you let him break our bargain?" he cried. "But what else is there to be done?" she answered. "Don't you see that the play is a failure? And don't you see the plight you've got me in?" Thyrsis was dumb with dismay. He stared from one of these people to another, and his heart went down. He saw that his case was hopeless. He had no one to help him or to advise him, and he had less than $11 in his pocket. "What do you propose to do?" he asked, weakly. "I have already telegraphed to Richard Haverton," said Jones. "He will meet us and see the next 2 performances, and then we'll lay the company off until we get some kind of a practical play." And so the steamroller rolled and the matter was settled, and Thyrsis, broken-hearted, bid the trio farewell, and took an early train back to New York. He never saw any member of the company again, and he never saw the practical play which Mr. Richard Haverton made out of the genius. What was done he gathered from the press clippings that came to him. The famous author of The Raja's Diamond caused Helena to fall into Lloyd's arms at the end of the second act, and had them safely if not happily married at the beginning of the third. Also he wrote several charming scenes for Ethelinda Lewis, and 2 weeks later the play had a second opening in another manufacturing town of New England, where the critics, awed by the name of the distinguished dramatist upon the playbills, were moved to faint praise. But perhaps it was that Mr. Richard Haverton required more than 2 weeks' time for the evolving of real charm, At any rate, the audience came in no larger numbers to see this new version, and the misbegotten production lived for another 6 performances, and died a peaceful death at the very gates of the metropolis. And such was the end of Thyrsis' career as a playwright. In return for all his labors and his agonies, he received some weeks later a note from Robertson Jones Incorporated, to the effect that the books of the genius showed a total deficit of $6,742.17, and accordingly, under the contract, there was nothing due to the author. Book 11. The Torture House. They sat in the darkness, watching where the starlight gleamed upon the water. "We had always hope," she was saying. "How endlessly we hoped. Could we do it now?" he asked, and after a pause, he quoted from the poem. "Unbreachable the fort of the long battered world uplifts its wall, and strange and vain the earthly turmoil grows, and near and real the charm of thy repose, and night as welcome as a friend would fall." Section 1. Thyrsis came home beaten and crushed, worn out with overwork and worry, his heart black with rage and bitterness and despair. He met Corydon in the park, and she listened to his story, white and terrified. She had swallowed all her disappointment, had stayed at home with the baby while he went with the play, and now the outcome of it all was this. "What are you going to do?" she whispered, and he answered, "I don't know. I don't know." She saw the terrible state he was in, and she dared not utter a single word of her own grief. She bit her lip, and choked back her tears. "This is my life," she thought to herself, "I must endure, that is all." He could not afford even to sit and talk with her very long, there was no time to indulge in the luxury of despair. His money was gone, and he was in debt for some that he had borrowed. Since irregular eating had been telling upon him again, he had been getting his meals with an acquaintance of the family, who kept a boarding house uptown. On the strength of his prospects, she had trusted him for $4 a week, and now the play had failed, and he had to go and tell her, and listen to new protests as to his folly in refusing to get a position. But in the end she bade him stay on, and so he was divided between his shame, and the need of something to eat day by day. Time dragged on, and still there was no gleam of light. There were shameful hours in these weeks he touched the lowest point yet in his life. This was a typical cheap boarding house, a place where the drudges of trade were herded. It was a home of sordidness and ugliness to Thyrsis. Its people seemed like carefully selected types of all things that he hated in the world. There was a young broker's clerk, whose patter was of prices, and of fortunes made without service. There was a gray-haired bookkeeper for a giant trust, a man who could not have had more pride in that great engine of exploitation, or more contempt for its victims, had he been the president and chief owner thereof. There was a young divinity student, who made greedy reaches for the cake plate, and who summed up for Thyrsis all the cant and commonness of the church. There was a dry goods clerk, who wore flaring ties, and who played the role of a masher upon the avenue every evening. And finally there was a red-faced Irish man who wore large shiny cuffs and a false diamond, and who held some political job, and was voluble in behalf of the organization. Among these people Thyrsis sat 3 times a day, silent and tortured, paying a high price for each morsel of food he ate. But also he was lonely, and craving any sort of respite, and in the course of time he became acquainted with several of the younger men. One of the diversions in their pitiful and narrow lives was to gather in some room and indulge in petty gambling, sitting for hours upon hours with their faculties alert upon the attempt to get from each other some small fraction of that weekly stipend which kept them alive. Sometimes they played penny ante, and sometimes vingt et un. Once, as it chanced, they needed another player, and they urged Thyrsis to join them. And so, for the first time in his life, Thyrsis learned what it meant to lay his soul upon the lap of the goddess of chance. From 8 o'clock that evening until 2 the next morning, he sat in a suffocating room full of cigarette smoke, trying in vain to win back the $1 or $2 he had lost at the outset, flushed and trembling with excitement, and hating himself with a bitter and tormenting hatred. And so he discovered his vice, he discovered that he had in him the soul of the gambler. And all the rest of the winter he had to wrestle with that shame. He would go to his dinner, tired and heartsick, and they would ask him to play again, and he, the man who carried a message for humanity in his heart, he would yield. 3 times during that winter he fell into the mire. On Washington's birthday he began to play in the morning, and stopping only for meals, he played until long after midnight. Forever afterwards he was a humbler and a gentler man because of that experience, understanding how squalor abases one, and how swiftly and stealthily an evil passion closes its grasp about the soul. Section 2. Of this shameful thing he said not a word to Corydon. But he avoided meeting her, because of the depths of his despair. And so at last there came a letter from her, a long and unusual one. Corydon, too, was having her troubles, it appeared. "I am writing in haste," she said. "I shall mail the letter at once, before my resolution fails me. At least a dozen times I have made up my mind to tell you or to write you what is here, and each time I have turned back. But now I have got to a stage where I must have your help. I enclose a long letter which I wrote you years ago, before we were married. I was looking over some old papers the other day and came upon it. Generally when I wrote you letters that I did not send, I tore them up, but something led me to keep this one. I had a feeling that some day it would be interesting as a curiosity. You see, I am always persuading myself that I can get over this trouble, and learn to laugh at it, and I am always succeeding, but only to have it crop up in some different form. I have told you a little of it now and then, but stop and read the enclosed, and you will see. So Thyrsis read the old letter, a missive of anguish and terror, and beginning with elaborate preludings and hesitations. "I implore you to be patient with me this once, and when I have gotten through, I want you still to love me, if possible. I have been trying to get the courage to write you something that is so mean and low, childish and almost imbecile, that there have been moments in which my horror of it was absolutely unspeakable, when I have imagined myself as a soul damned, when I thought that if you knew, you would think I had a diseased brain. I only ask you to read patiently what I am going to write, but know that every word is a horrible effort, that it is torture and humiliation to me to write it. I have a feeling now as though I were psychologically dissecting something. It must have been 8 years ago, when I was sick in bed, in a fever or delirium. I conceived the idea that there was a coffin under my bed. The thought took hold of me, somehow, like an octopus, and I used to writhe under it, and get into fearful perspirations. I never went near a bed that I didn't think of this thing with the same horror. And so I seemed to have created a nervousness, a sense of dread, before which I was absolutely helpless. I cannot tell you how hopelessly or fearfully I suffered, or what depths of despondency and despair and blackness I was cast into. I cannot understand how a creature could so manufacture torments for itself. But this is not all. Just for once have mercy, and yet even now I am laughing at myself. The winter I was 16 I was much disappointed that I could not go to college, and almost the whole winter, when I was not diverted, I would brood over this habit. As I grew older, it would come to me in spasms, and it seemed to my dawning sense so monstrously childlike, so insane, that I was aghast that it had power to affect me. I can find no words to tell you of the unspeakable horror with which I saw, in my older days, that a thought could so torment me. The mere fact of its being able to torment I could never forget. I know it was silly, unreasonable, and yet every time it came to me I would be plunged into a hopelessness and melancholy, than which I can honestly conceive nothing more fearful upon earth. Well, I continued to pursue myself with this morbidity. As I got older my terror was less, but my melancholy greater, until I would be only half conscious of what I was allowing myself to do. I seemed to have engendered within myself a hobgoblin. Once, it was only last winter, I saw a nasty word written on a fence, and it sent a shudder through me, for I knew it would follow me and make me think of other things like it. I felt, since thoughts have such power to terrorize me, how can I ever get away from them? Oh, how I have struggled, tried to say it was not true, that I was just as sane as other people. And this made my thirst for beauty all the more maddening, and my melancholy all the more complete. So I have lived, at intervals, and words cannot describe the hell that I have endured, the more horrible because it seemed to me so unreasonable, so insane. It occurred to me more or less this summer, though in a milder form, but it often frightened me more than ever, as I felt how beautiful you were, and what you would think of me, if you knew I was capable of being the prey of such thoughts. So they were always more dreadful to me. Can you possibly understand how the thought of a word could make me shudder? The mere idea of my being capable of thinking of anything that was not beautiful. When I long to be only the embodiment of beauty, and sometimes I am beautiful. I look into the glass, and I seem to have something in my face that is a promise of a glory to come, a light, a something, I love to imagine it. And then, that a thought should knock me prone, and make me cringe from the mere fact of its lowness and meanness. For the last 2 or 3 days I have again victimized myself, and when I was not studying I was asking myself in anguish what was the matter with me, and if there was no hope for me on earth. I dodged around and tried to laugh it off, then I went to the piano and lost myself in the dissatisfaction of my playing, but when I stopped, I was conscious of a great depression, as though I were chained in a dungeon. I jumped up, and said I could stand it no longer. I will tell Thyrsis, I said, but no, I will die first. I added. He could not tolerate me afterwards, he would think me only fit for the insane asylum. Oh, why should I be so cursed? And then, somehow, I imagined that I told you, and that you laughed at me, that you pitied me, and that you held out your hand, and said, come, you shall find beauty, poor, deluded, wretched, little creature. I really imagined that this had happened, and I was relieved as with a draught of fresh air. Oh, God in heaven, to think that I could ever have been so degraded. My head hurts, and I absolutely am dazed, to think that I have been able to write you of something for which I am so ashamed and humiliated I can hardly hold my head up. I think in my short life I have atoned for the sins of many souls. Section 3. Such was the old-time letter. And now, wrote Corydon, I don't want you to think that if I did not send you this, it was because I was afraid to do it, or unwilling to trust to your love. It was simply because I felt that I could conquer these things, that it would be weak and contemptible of me not to do so. Nor is the reason I write you now that I have not been able to conquer them, that I am still at the mercy of such habits. I am a grown woman, and I am not afraid of words. I tell myself this 100 times, and it is true, and yet there is a way in which it is not true. The thing is so intricate I never get to the end of it. I rid myself of the fear of a hateful idea, but there remains the fact that I should have been afraid. There is the fear of fear. And then comes a flood of shame that I should have it in me to be afraid of fear. Thyrsis, as I write to you now I see clearly how perfectly preposterous and unreal all this is, and again there comes to me the impulse to tear up this letter, and banish the troop of hobgoblins from my mind. But no, this time I am determined to make a clean breast of the thing, for I see that secrecy and solitude are what it feeds on. If I were happy and busy with you, such ideas would have no power over me. But think how it is, with my loneliness and despair. I don't want to say anything to make your task harder, but oh, Thyrsis, it is frightful to have nothing to do but wait, and wait, and wait. The baby wakes me up in the night and I lie for hours. It is at such times that these phantoms take hold of me. Do you realize that I literally never know what it is to have more than 3 or 4 consecutive hours of sleep? No, I am not insane, I tell myself, I am not insane. It is the circumstances of my life that cause this melancholia and misery. It has been my life, from the very beginning, for what a hopeful and joyous creature I would have been, had I only had a chance as a girl. I know that, and you must tell it to me, and help me to believe it. Thyrsis read this with less surprise than Corydon had imagined, for she had been wont to drop hints about her trouble from time to time. He was shocked, however, to find what a hold it had taken upon her. The thing sent a chill of fear to his heart. Could it be after all that she had some taint? But he saw at once that he must not let her see any such feeling, the least hint of it would have driven her to distraction. On the contrary, he must minimize the trouble, must help her to laugh it away, as she asked. He went to meet her in the park, and found her in an agony of distress. She had mailed the letter, and then she had wished to recall it, and had been struggling ever since with the idea that he would be disgusted with her. Now, when she found that such was not the case, that he still loved her and trusted her, she was transported with gratitude. "But dearest," he said, "how absurd it is to be ashamed of an idea. If ugly things exist, don't we have to hear of them and know of them? And so why frighten ourselves because they are in our minds?" "But Thyrsis," cried she, "they are so hateful." "Yes," he said. "But then the more you hate them, the more they haunt you." "That's just it," she exclaimed. "But what harm can they do? Can they have any effect upon your character? You must say to yourself that all this is a consequence of the structure of your brain cells. What could be more futile than trying to forget? As if the very essence of the trying was not remembering." So Thyrsis went on to argue with her. He made her promise him that in future she would tell him of all her obsessions, permitting no fear or shame to deter her, and so thereafter he would have to listen periodically to long accounts of her psychological agonies, and help her to hunt out the hobgoblins from the tangled thickets of her mind. They were forever settling the matter, positively and finally, but alas, only to have something unsettle it again. So Thyrsis had to add to his other accomplishments the equipment of a psychopathologist. He brushed up his French, and read learned treatises upon the researches in the Salpetriera, and the theories of the Nancy School. Section 4. Another month passed by, and still there was no rift in the clouds. Once more Corydon was forbidden to see him, and so her pain grew day by day. At last there came another letter, voicing utter desperation. Something must be done, she declared. She was slowly going out of her mind. Thyrsis could have no idea of the shamefulness of her position, the humiliations she had to face. "I tell you the thing is putting a brand upon my soul," she wrote. "It is something I shall never get over all my life. It is withering me up, it is destroying my self-respect, my very decency, it is depriving me of my power to act, or even to think. People come in, relatives or friends, even strangers to me, and peer at me and pry into my affairs. I hear them whispering in the parlor, 'Hasn't he got a position yet?' or 'How can she have anything to do with him?' The servants gossip about me, the woman I have for a nurse despises me and insults me, and I have not the courage to rebuke her. Today I went almost wild with fury. I rushed into the bathroom and locked the door and flung myself upon the floor. I found myself gnawing at the rug in my rage. I mean that literally. That is what life has left for me. I tell you, you must take me away, we must get out of this fiendish city. Let us go into the wilderness, as you said, and live as we can. I would rather starve to death than face these things. Let us get into the country, Thyrsis. You can work as a farmhand, and earn a few dollars a week. Surely that could not be a greater strain upon us than the way things are now." When Thyrsis received this, he racked his brains once more, and then he sat down and wrote a letter to Barry Creston. He told how he had worked over the play, and how it had gone to ruin. He told of his present plight. He knew, he said, that Mr. Creston had been interested in the play, and that he was a man understood the needs of the artist life. Would he lend $200, which would suffice until Thyrsis could get another work completed? He waited a week for a reply to this, and when it arrived he opened it with trembling fingers. He half expected a check to fall fluttering to the floor, but alas, there was not a single flutter. "I have read your letter," wrote the young prince, "and I have considered the matter carefully. I would do what you ask, were it not for my conviction that it would not be a good thing for you. It seems to me the testimony of all experience, that artists do their great work under the spur of necessity. I do not believe that real art can ever be subsidized. It is for men that you are writing, and you must find out how to make men hear you. You may not thank me for this now, but some day you will, I believe. After duly pondering which communication, Thyrsis racked his wits, and bethought him of yet another person to try. He sat himself down and addressed Mr. Robertson Jones. He explained that he was in this cruel plight, owing to his having devoted so many months to the genius. Even the actors had received something for the performances of the play they had given, but the author had received nothing at all. He asked Mr. Jones for a personal loan to help him in a great emergency, and he promised to repay it at the earliest possible moment. To which Mr. Jones made this reply: inasmuch as the failure of the play was due solely to your own obstinacy, it seems to me that your present experiences are affording exactly the discipline you need. Section 5. However, there are many ups and downs in the trade of freelance writer. The very day after he had received this letter, there came, in quick succession, 2 bursts of sunlight through the clouds of Thyrsis' despair. The first was a letter, written in a quaint script, from a man who explained that he was interested in a free people's theater in one of the cities of Germany. "You will please to accept my congratulations," he wrote. "I had never known such a play as yours in America to be written. I should greatly be pleased to translate the play, so that it might be known in Germany. Our compensation would have to be little, as you will understand, but of appreciation I think you may receive much in the fatherland." To which Thyrsis sent a cordial response, saying that he would be glad of any remuneration, and enclosing a copy of the manuscript of the genius. And then only 2 days later came the other event, a still more notable one, a letter from the publisher who had been number 37 on the list of the Hearer of Truth. Thyrsis had got so discouraged about this work that he now sent it about as a matter of routine, and without thinking of it at all. Great, therefore, was his amazement when he opened the letter and read that this publisher was disposed to undertake it, and would be glad to see him and talk over terms. Thyrsis went, speculating on the way as to what strange manner of being this publisher might be. The solution of the mystery he found was that the publisher was new at the business, and had entrusted his literary department to a very young man who had enthusiasms. The young man held his position for only a month or two, but in that month or two Thyrsis got in his innings. The publisher wished to bring the book out that spring. He offered a 10% royalty, and the trembling author summoned the courage to ask for $100 advance. When he got it, he was divided between his delight, and a sneaking regret that he had not tried for $150. The very next day came the contracts and the money. Thyrsis marveled at the fact that there were people who could sign checks for $100, and apparently not mind it in the least. With the money he was able to pay all his debts, and also a bill which Corydon had received from a specialist who had been treating her. This was a new habit that Corydon was developing, as a result of headaches and backaches and other obscure miseries. These amiable specialists permitted one to run up a bill with them, and so, whenever Thyrsis made a new strike, there were always debts to eat up the greater part of it. They had now another hope to lure them, new proofs to read, and in due time, new reviews. But it would be fall before they could expect more money from the book, and meantime there was still the problem of the summer. So, as usual, Thyrsis was plotting and planning, groping about him and trying one desperate scheme after another. His head was like a busy workshop, from which came every hour new plans, new expedients, new experiments. And meanwhile, of course, deep down in his soul there was forming the new work, that some day would emerge and take possession of him, driving everything else from his consciousness. People would repeat to him, over and over, their dreary formula: get a position. Get a position. And patiently, unwearyingly, Thyrsis would set himself to explain to them what it was like to be inspired. It was not perversity upon his part, it was not conceit, it was no more these than it was laziness. It was something that was in him, something that he had not put there himself, something that he could not take out of himself, a thing that took possession of him, without any intention upon his part, without any permission, a thing that required him to do certain acts, and that tore him to pieces if he did not do them. And how should he be blamed because he could not do as other men, because he could not take care of himself, nor even of his wife and child? Because he could not have any rights, because he could not possess the luxuries of manhood and self-respect? Because, in short, he was cast out into the gutter for every dog to snarl at and for every loafer to spurn? Could it be that in this whole civilization, with its wealth and power, its culture and learning, its sciences and arts and religions, there was not to be found one single man or woman who could recognize such a state of affairs, and realize what it meant? Section 6. About this time Thyrsis thought of another plan. Perhaps he might get someone to publish the play in book form that would bring him a little money, and possibly also it might help him to interest some other manager or actor. So he took the manuscript to his friend Mr. Ardsley, who told him it would not sell, and then gave him another lecture upon his folly in not having written the practical novel, and then he took it to the publisher for whom Professor Osborne acted as reader. So he had another conference with that representative of authority. "I'll get him some day," Thyrsis had said to himself, after their last interview, and he found that he had almost got him now. There was no chance of the play selling, said the professor, and therefore no recommending it for publication, but it was indeed a remarkable piece of work. One might possibly say that it was a great piece of work. To which the author responded, "Why can't one say that surely?" "I'm not quite sure," said the other, "whether your violinist is a genius, or only thinks he is." Thyrsis pondered this. "That's rather an important question," he said. "Yes," admitted the other. "There ought to be some way of deciding such a question definitely." "Yes, there ought to be. But there isn't." "No, I'm afraid there isn't. We know too little about genius as yet." "But, Professor," said Thyrsis, "you are a critic, you write books of criticism. And that's the one question a critic has to answer." "Yes, I know," said Professor Osborne. "And yet, when you face the issue, you give up." "It has generally taken a long time to decide such a matter," was the professor's reply. "Yes, it has," said the other, "and meantime the man is starved out." There was a pause. "You have never had any such experience yourself?" asked Thyrsis. "Of inspiration, I mean." "No," was the answer. "I couldn't pretend to." "So your judgments are never from first-hand knowledge?" The professor hesitated. "I am dealing with you frankly," he began. "I know," said Thyrsis, "and I appreciate that. You understand that it's an important point for me to get clear. I've felt that all along about you. I've felt it about so many others who set themselves against me. And yet I have to bear the burden of their condemnation." "I never condemned you," interposed the other. "Ah, but you did," cried Thyrsis. "You told me that I knew less about writing than anyone in your class. And you spoke as one who had authority. But you had given no indications in the classroom." "I know. I know. I tried to get you to see the reason. I wanted to create literature, and you set me down with a lot of formulas. You told me to write about the duty of the college man to support athletics. It's difficult to see," began Professor Osborne, "how we could teach college boys to create literature." "At least," said the other, "you need not follow a method which would make it impossible for one of them to create literature if he had it in him." "Does it seem to you as bad as that?" asked the professor, a little disturbed. "It truly does," said Thyrsis. "But what would you say we could do?" To which the boy replied, "You might try to get your pupils to feel one deep emotion about life, or to think one worthwhile thought, then they might stand a chance of knowing how it feels to write." Section 7. Thyrsis was still reading in the papers and magazines of philanthropists and public-spirited citizens, and he was still sitting down to write them and explain his plight. He would beg them to believe that he wanted nothing but a bare living, and he would send copies of his books or articles or manuscripts, and ask these people to read them. And about this time an unusual thing happened. One of these philanthropists answered his letter. He wrote that he did not agree with Thyrsis' ideas, by any means, but appreciated the power of his writing, and was certain that he had a career before him. Whereupon Thyrsis made haste to follow up his advantage, and wrote another letter, one of the most intense and impassioned that he ever composed in his life. He told about the new book he was dreaming. For years he had read his country's history, and lived in it and thrilled with it. Especially had he read the Civil War, and now he was planning a book that should hold the war, and all the meanings of the war, as a wine cup holds the rich flavors and aromas of the grape. A titan struggle it had been, the birth agony of a nation, and it was a thing to be contemplated with amazement, that it should have produced so little in the way of art. Half a dozen poems there were, but of novels not one above the grade of juvenile fiction. What Thyrsis was planning was a new form, a series of swift visions, of glimpses into the very heart of the nation's agony. He described some of the scenes that were haunting him and driving him. The winter's night in the ditches in front of Mary's Heights, when the dead and dying lay piled in windrows, and the soul of a people sobbed in despair. The night on the field of Gettysburg, when the young soldier lay wounded, but wrapped in his vision, seeing the hosts of the victorious future defiling upon that hallowed ground. The ghastly scenes in Andersonville, and the escape, and the long journey filled with perils, and the siege of Petersburg, and the surrender, and last of all the ecstasy of the dying man in the Capitol, when the grim, war-worn legions were tramping for 2 days through the city. Such, wrote Thyrsis, was the book that he wished to compose, and that was being stifled in him for the lack of $200 or $300. Upon the receipt of this letter the philanthropist wrote again, suggesting that the poet come to see him and talk things over. He sent the price of a railroad ticket to Boston, and so Thyrsis made the acquaintance of a new world, one might almost say of a whole new system of worlds. For here was the Athens of America, the hub of the universe. In Boston they worshipped culture, they lived in literature and art and the transcendental excellences, and by the way of showing that there was no snobbery in them, they opened the gates of their most august mansions to this soul-sick poet, and invited him to tea. Thyrsis got a strange impression among these people, who were living upon their knees before the shrine of their own literary history. One was treading here upon holy ground. In these very houses had dwelt immortal writers, their earthly forms had rested in these chairs, and their auras yet haunted the dim religious light of these drawing rooms. There were old people who had known them in the flesh, and could tell anecdotes about them to which one listened in reverent awe. At every gathering one met people who were writing biographies and memoirs of them, or editing their letters and journals, or writing essays and appreciations, criticisms and commentaries and catalogues and bibliographies. And to be worthy of the visitations of such hallowed influences, one must guard one's mind as a temple, a place of silences and serenities, to which no vulgar things could penetrate. One excluded all the uproar of these days of undisciplined egotism. Above all things else one preserved an attitude of aloofness from that which presumed to call itself literature in such degenerate times. To have become acquainted with these high standards was perhaps worth the rent of a room and the cost of some food and clean collars. So Thyrsis reflected when, after his week of waiting, he had his interview with the benevolent philanthropist, who explained to him, at great length, how charity had the effect of weakening the springs of character, and destroying those qualities of self-reliance and independence which were the most precious things in a man. Section 8. It was a curious coincidence, one that seemed almost symbolic, that Thyrsis should have gone from the Brahmins of Boston to the Socialists of the East Side. In one of the publishing houses he visited, Thyrsis had met a young man who gave him a socialist magazine to read. As the magazine was published in the next building, Thyrsis went in and met the editor. About this time they were crowning a new king in England, and Thyrsis, who had no use for kings, wrote a sarcastic poem which the socialist editor published free of charge. And so the boy discovered a new way in which he could relieve his feelings. "I see what you want," he admitted, in his arguments with this editor, "and it's the same thing as I want. Every man with any sense must see that, in the ultimate outcome, all this capital will be owned by the public and not by private individuals. But what I object to is the way you go at it. The industrial process is a necessary thing, it is drilling and disciplining the workers. They are not yet fitted for the responsibility of managing the world. But," asked the editor, "what's to be the sign when they are fitted?" When they have been educated, Thyrsis answered. To which the editor responded, who is to educate them, if we don't? That was an interesting point, and Thyrsis found little by little that a new light was dawning upon him. He had somehow conceived of industrial evolution as something vast and intangible and mechanical, something that went on independent of men, and that could not be hurried or delayed. What this editor pointed out was that the process was a definite one, that it went on in the minds of men, and involved human effort, of which the publishing of socialist literature was a most essential part. "You ought to hear Darrell," said the man, and a few days later he wrote Thyrsis a note, asking him to go to a hall over on the east side that evening. Thyrsis went, and found a working men's meeting room, ill-lighted and ill-ventilated, with perhaps 200 people in it. The chairman introduced the speaker of the evening, and so Thyrsis got his first glimpse of Henry Darrell. He was something over 40 years of age, slight of build, his face was pale to the point of ghostliness, and this impression was heightened by a jet-black mustache and beard. One's first thought was that this man was no stranger to suffering. He was not a good speaker, in the conventional sense, he fumbled for words, and repeated himself, and yet from his first sentence Thyrsis found himself listening spellbound. The voice went through him like the toll of a bell. Never in all his life had he heard a speaker who put such a burden of anguish into his words, who gave such a sense of gigantic issues, of age-long destinies hanging in the balance, of world-embracing hopes and powers struggling to be born. Here was a prophet who carried in his soul the future of the race, who in the sudden flashes of his vision, in the swift rushes of his passionate pleadings, evoked from the deeps of the consciousness forces that one contemplated with terror, confronted one with martyrdoms and agonies and despairs. Revolution was his title. He pictured modern civilization as it presented itself to the proletarian man, a gigantic Moloch, to which human lives were fed, a monster from whose dominion there was no deliverance, even in the uttermost parts of the earth. He pictured accident, disease and death, unemployment and starvation, child labor, prostitution, war. He was the voice of the dispossessed of the earth, the man beneath the machine, ground up body, mind, and soul in this worldwide mill of economic might. And he showed how this man dragged down with him all society, how the chain that bound the slave was fastened also to the master, so that from the poverty and oppression and degradation of this downmost man came all the ulcers that festered in the social body. He saw the great economic machine grinding on day and night, the mighty forces rushing to their culmination. He saw the toiling millions pressed deeper and deeper into the mire. He saw their blind, convulsive struggles for deliverance. He saw over them the gigantic slave driver with his thousand-lashed whip, the capitalist state, class-owned, class-administered, backed by the capitalist church and the capitalist press and capitalist public sentiment. So the hopes of the people went down in blood, and reaction sat enthroned. The nations, ridden by despotisms, and whirled into senseless wars, ran the old course of militarism, imperialism, barbarism, and so civilization slid back yet again into the melting pot. Thyrsis had never heard such a speech as this in his life. When it was over, he went up to the platform where Darrell sat, looking more exhausted and pain-driven than ever, and in a few hesitating words he told of his interest, and asked for the speaker's address, that he might write to him. And that night he posted a letter, introducing himself as a young writer, who felt impelled to learn more about Darrell's ideas. In reply came a note from the other, asking him to dine with him, and Thyrsis answered accepting. Then, as chance would have it, he mentioned the circumstance to his mother. "Darrell," she cried. "You don't mean Henry Darrell?" "Yes," said Thyrsis. "Why? And you would meet that man?" "Why not?" he asked, perplexed. "Haven't you read anything about him in the papers? That monster? What do you mean? A man who deserted his wife and children, and left them to starve, and ran away with some rich woman." Thyrsis recollected vaguely some sensational headlines, about the clergyman and college professor who had done the shocking things his mother spoke of, and was now a social outcast, and a preacher of anarchy and revolution. He recalled also that there had been a woman, beautiful and richly dressed, with Darrell at the meeting. The boy was not disturbed by all this, for he had long ago made up his mind that every man had to work out his own sex problems. In fact, his first impulse was to admire a man who had had the courage to face the world upon such an issue. But he was sorry he had mentioned it to his mother, for she wept bitterly when she found that he meant to accept the invitation. That was the culmination of her life's defeat, that her son, who had been designed for a bishop, should be going to sit at table with Henry Darrell and his paramour. Section 9. Thyrsis went to the apartment hotel where Darrell lived, and was introduced to the beautiful lady as Mrs. Darrell, and they went down to the dining room where he noticed that everyone turned to stare at them as they entered. It made him feel that he must be doing something quite desperate, and yet it was not easy to imagine any wickedness of the man opposite to him. His voice was so kind, and his smile so gentle, and his whole aspect so appealing. He was dressed in black, and wore a soft black bow at his throat, which made still more conspicuous the pallor of his face. Thyrsis had never met a man he took to more quickly. There was something about him that was like a little child, calling for affection and sympathy. Yet, also, there was the mind of a thinker. He was a man of culture, in the most vital sense of the word. He had swept the heavens of thought with a powerful telescope, had traveled, and knew many languages, and their literatures and arts. He had tested them all by a strong acid of his own, so that to talk with him was to discover the feet of clay of one's idols. He spoke of Dante and Angelo, who were two of his heroes. He told of great experiences among the latter's Titan frescoes. He spoke of Mazzini, whose greatness as a writer the world had yet to appreciate. He spoke also of Wagner, whose music he valued less than his critical and polemical work. He told of modern artists both in Germany and Italy, revolutionary forces of whom Thyrsis had never heard at all. The day must come, said Darrell, when Americans would discover the great movements of contemporary thought, and realize their own provincialness. America thought of itself as the land of the free, and that made it hard to teach. It was obvious enough that there had never been any real freedom in America, only government by propertied classes. The revolution had been a rebellion of country gentlemen and city merchants. As one might know from the Constitution, they had adopted one of the greatest barriers to human progress ever devised. And so with the Civil War, which to Darrell was one of the deeds of the newly risen monster of capitalism. They went upstairs again, and Thyrsis found another man seated in the drawing room. He was introduced by the name of Parrott, and Thyrsis recognized him as the editor of the Beacon, a magazine of which he had chanced upon a copy some time before. It was the first socialist publication he had ever seen, and it had repelled him because its editor had printed his own picture in a conspicuous place, and also because in his leading editorial he had dealt flippantly with an eminent reformer and philanthropist for whom Thyrsis had a profound respect. But here was the editor himself, not merely his photograph, a little man, clad in evening dress, very neat and dapper. He had a black beard, trimmed to a point, and also a sarcastic smile, and he impressed Thyrsis as a drawing-room edition of Mephistopheles. He lounged at ease in a big chair, not troubling to talk, save that every now and then he would punctuate the discussion with some droll reflection that stuck in one's mind like a burr. Someone spoke of certain evangelists who were conducting a temperance campaign among the workers in the steel mills. Said Parrott, "If I had to live in hell, I'm sure I'd rather be drunk than sober." And a little later Thyrsis spoke of a novel he had been reading, which set out to solve the problem of capital and labor. Its solution seemed to be for the handsome young leader of the union to marry the daughter of the capitalist, and Parrott remarked, with his dry smile, "No doubt if the capitalists and their daughters are willing, the union leaders will come to the scratch." Again, Darrell was telling about the 10 years' struggle he had waged to waken the church to the great issue of the time, and how at last he had given up in despair. Parrott remarked, "For my part, I never try to talk economics with preachers. When you talk to a businessman, he understands a business proposition, and you can get somewhere, but when you talk with a preacher, and you think he's been understanding you, you find that all the time he's been thinking what Moses would have said about it." There came other guests, a German, hard-fisted, bullet-headed editor of an East Side labor paper. Someone spoke of working men losing their votes through being unemployed and cast adrift, and Thyrsis remembered this man's grim comment, "They lose their votes, but they don't lose their voices." There came a young man, fair as an Antinous, who with his verbal battering ram shook the institutions of society so as to frighten even the author of The Higher Cannibalism. There came also a poetess, whose work he had seen in the magazines, and with her a Russian youth who had come to study the thought of America, and was now going home, because America had no thought. Thyrsis had a good deal of patriotism left in him, and might have been angered by the stripling's contempt, but the stripling spoke with such quiet assurance, and his contempt was so boundless as to frighten one. "These people," he said, "they simply do not know what the intellectual life means." When Thyrsis went home that evening, he carried with him new ideas to ponder, also some of Darrell's pamphlets and speeches, the product of his 10 years' struggle to make the teachings of Christ of some authority in the Christian Church. Thyrsis sat up late, and read one of these pamphlets, an indictment of capitalism from the point of view of the artist and spiritual creator. It was a magnificent piece of writing, it came to Thyrsis like an echo out of his own life. So, before he slept that night he had written a letter to Darrell, telling of his struggles and his defeats. "I do not ask you to help me," he wrote. "I ask you to read my work, and decide if that be worth saving. For ashamed as I am to say it, I am at the end of my resources, and if some help does not come, I do not know what will become of me." Thyrsis had now tried all varieties of the great and successful of the earth, the publishers and editors and authors, the college professors and clergymen, the statesmen and capitalists and philanthropists. And now, for the first time, he tried the socialists. He trembled when he opened Darrell's reply. Could it be that this man would be like all the rest? But no, he was different. "Dear brother," he wrote, "I understand what you have told me, and I appreciate your position. Send me your manuscripts at once. I leave tomorrow for a lecture trip, and on my way I will read everything, and let you hear from me on my return. In the meantime, I should add that I am helping 2 socialist publications, and a good many individuals too, and that my resources have been absurdly exaggerated in the public prints. I say this, that you may not overestimate what I might possibly be able to do." Section 10. So Thyrsis sent a manuscript of his play, and a copy of his first novel, and a set of proofs of The Hearer of Truth, and then for a couple of weeks he waited in suspense and dread. He could not see how a man like Henry Darrell could fail to appreciate his work, but on the other hand, after so many disappointments and rebuffs, how could he bring himself to believe that anyone would really give him aid? At last came a second letter, a letter full of warm-hearted sympathy pointing out the faults of immaturity in his work, but also recognizing its real merits. It closed with this all-important sentence, "I will do what I can to help you, so come and let us talk it over." Thyrsis went, and as they sat in his study, Darrell put his arm about him, and told him a little of his own career. He had begun life as a street waif, a newsboy and bootblack, and once when he was ill, he had gone to a drug store for help, and the druggist had given him a poison by mistake, so that all his life thereafter he had more sick days than well. He told how, at an early age, he had gone to a country college to seek an education as a divinity student. He had arrived, weary and footsore, and with his last cent had bought a postcard to let his mother know that he was safe. He told how, as a clergyman and college professor, the gospel of the time had come to him, how he had preached and labored, amid persecution and obloquy, until he had come to realize that the church was a dead sepulchre, and how at last he had thrown everything to the winds, and given himself to the working-class political movement. Then Thyrsis, scrupulous as ever, said, "I know nothing about socialism. I mean to study it, but I might not come to believe in it. How can I tell? I would not want you to help me under any misapprehension." At which the other smiled gently. "I am working for the truth," he said. They talked about Thyrsis and his needs. Presumably, he said, he would have money from his new book in the fall, but meantime he wanted to take his family into the country. He could live on $30 a month, it would be a matter of some $250. Darrell said he would give him this, and Thyrsis sat there, powerless to thank him, his voice trembling, and a mist of tears in his eyes. He went on to tell his friend of the work that he meant to do. Darrell had said that to him the Civil War was a crime, but Thyrsis did not know what he meant by that. "I believe in my country," he said. "It has tried for high things and it will come to them. I know that it can be thrilled and roused, and made to see the shame into which it is fallen." Darrell pressed his arm, and answered, with a smile, "I won't argue with you about the war, you go ahead and write your book." So Thyrsis went home to Corydon, as one who brings a reprieve to a prisoner under sentence of death. Such a deliverance as it was to them! And such transports of relief and gratitude as they experienced! He sang the praises of Darrell, and of the new friends he had made at Darrell's. Also he brought an invitation for Corydon to come with him to an evening reception the next week. They were anxious to meet her, he said, and Corydon was anxious to go. But, alas, this did not work out according to expectations. Thyrsis discovered now what his wife had meant when she wrote that suffering and humiliation were breaking down her character. She could not bear to meet intellectual people, to take part in the competition of their life. For the most part these were men and women of intense personalities, absorbed in their own ideas, keenly critical, and not very merciful to any sort of weakness. And Corydon was morbidly aware of her own lack of accomplishments, and acutely sensitive as to what others thought about her. A strange figure she must have made in anyone's drawing room with the old dress she had fixed up, and the lace collar she had borrowed for the occasion, and the sad face with the large dark eyes. The talk of the company ran to politics, and Corydon had nothing to say about politics. She could only sit in a corner while Thyrsis talked, and suffer agonies of humiliation. To make matters worse, there came a literary lion that evening, one of the few modern writers whose books Corydon knew and loved. But when they were introduced, he scarcely looked at her, he went on talking to an East Side poetess whose opinions were fluent and ready. So Corydon found herself shunted into a corner with an unknown old lady. It was one of Corydon's peculiarities that she abhorred old ladies, and this one questioned her about the feeding of infants and told her that she was ill-equipped for the responsibilities of motherhood. On her way home she poured out her bitterness to Thyrsis. "I can see exactly how it is," she said. "They all think you've married a pretty face. You haven't given them much chance to think otherwise," he pleaded. "They don't want any chance," she exclaimed. "They've got it all settled. You are the rising light, which is to astonish the world, and I'm your youthful blunder. I stay at home and take care of the baby, and they all feel sorry for you." "Do you want them to feel sorry for you?" he asked. To which Corydon answered, "I don't want them to know about me at all. I want to get away, and stay by myself, and get back my self-respect." And so it was decided that in a couple of weeks more, the 1st of April, they would shake the dust of the city from their feet. They sent for their tent and other goods, and began inquiring about a place to camp. Section 11. A few days more passed, and then, one Sunday morning, Thyrsis' mother came to him in tears, with a copy of a newspaper magazine supplement in her hand. "Look at this," she cried, and Thyrsis stared. There was a full-page article, with many illustrations, and a headline 2 inches deep: "Henry Darrell to found Free Love Colony. Ex-college professor and clergyman buys farm to teach his doctrines." There was a picture of Darrell, standing upon a ladder and nailing up an announcement of his defiance to the institution of marriage, and there were pictures of his wife and child, and of the farm he had bought, and a long account of the colony which he was organizing, and in which he meant to preach and practice his ideas of free love. Thyrsis was half dazed. "I don't believe it," he cried, whereat his mother wrung her hands. "Not believe it?" she exclaimed. "Why, the paper even gives the price he paid for the place." So Thyrsis took the article and went to see Henry Darrell again, and there followed one of the most painful experiences of his life. He found his friend like a man blasted by a stroke of lightning. His very physical appearance was altered, his voice shook and his eyes were wild, and he paced the room, his whole aspect one cry of agony. He pointed Thyrsis to a lot of clippings that lay upon the table, the first editorial comments upon this new pronouncement. There was one from an evening paper, which had close upon 1 million circulation, and had devoted its whole editorial page to a scathing denunciation, in which it was declared that Professor Darrell's morality is that of the higher apes. "Think of it," the man cried. "And the thing will go from one end of the country to the other." "But," gasped Thyrsis, bewildered, "then it is not true." "True," cried Darrell. "True? How can you ask me? But the colony? What is it to be? There is not going to be any colony. I never dreamed of such a thing. And haven't you bought any farm?" "My wife bought a farm, over a year ago, because we wanted to live in the country." "But then," gasped Thyrsis, "how dare they?" "They dare anything with me," cried the other. "Anything? And have you no redress?" "Redress? What redress?" He went on to tell Thyrsis what had happened. He and Mrs. Darrell had gone down to the farm to see about getting it ready, and a woman had come, representing that she wished to write a magazine article about the country homes of literary Americans. Upon this pretext she had secured a photograph of the place, and of Darrell, and of his wife and child. She had even attempted to secure a photograph of his wife's aged mother, who lived with her, and who was involved in the affair because the money belonged to her. Then the woman had gone away, and a couple of weeks later had come this. "And I thought they were through with us," Darrell whispered, with a shudder. "I thought it was all over." He sat in a chair, with his face hid in his arms. Thyrsis put his hand upon his shoulder, and the man caught it. "Listen," he exclaimed. "You can see this thing from the outside, you know the literary world. Do you think that I can ever rise above this? Is there any use in trying?" "How do you mean?" Thyrsis asked, perplexed. "I mean, is it worthwhile for me to go on writing? Can I ever have any influence?" Thyrsis was shocked at the question, as he had been at the way Darrell took the whole thing. He knew that his friend had money enough to live comfortably, and why should any sort of criticism matter to a man who was economically free? "Brother," he said, "you have forgotten your Dante." "How do you mean?" asked the other. "Segui il tuo corso e la sia dirle gente," quoted Thyrsis, and then he added, "You don't seem to realize that these are newspapers, and nobody really credits them." "Ah, but they do," cried Darrell. "You don't know what I have been through with. My oldest friends have cut me. Clergymen have refused to sit at table with me. The organization that I gave 10 years of my life to founding has gone all to pieces. I have been utterly ruined, I have been wiped out, destroyed." "But, my dear man," Thyrsis argued, "you are setting out to teach a new doctrine, one that is abhorrent to people. And how can you expect to avoid being attacked? It seems to me that either you ought not to have done it, or else been prepared for some of this uproar. But because a man becomes a socialist, are they to libel him in these foul ways? I don't mean that. It's not only that you are a socialist, but that you have defied their marriage laws." "But I haven't," exclaimed Darrell. "What do you mean?" asked Thyrsis, perplexed. "I have defied no law nor even any convention. I have done everything that the world requires." Thyrsis stared at him, amazed. "Why, surely," he gasped, "you and Mrs. Darrell, you are not married." "Married?" exclaimed the other. "We were married here in New York, by a regularly ordained clergyman." Thyrsis could not find words to express his dismay. I had no idea of that," he gasped. "I thought—" "You see the lies," cried the other. "Even you had swallowed them." It took Thyrsis some time to adjust himself to this new point of view. He had thought of his friend as a man who had boldly defied the convention of marriage, and instead of that he was apparently a man cowering under the lash of the world's undeserved rage. But if so, what an amazing and incredible thing was the mesh of slander and falsehood in which he had been entangled. Section 12. Little by little Thyrsis drew from Darrell the story of his marital experience. Before he had been of age, as a poor student, he had boarded with a woman many years his senior, who had set out to lure him into marrying her. "I don't believe that she ever loved me 1 hour," he said. "She had made up her mind that I was a man of brilliant parts, and that I would have worldly success. To me the thing was like an evil dream. I couldn't realize it. And I can't tell you about it now, it was too horrible. She was older than I, and so different. She was more like a man. And for 20 years she held me. I had to stay. I was utterly at her mercy." The man's voice fell to a whisper, and he pressed Thyrsis' hand convulsively. There were tears upon his cheeks. "I could not tell it all to anyone," he said. "It makes me cry like a child to think of it. I'm only getting over it little by little, realizing how I was tortured. This woman had no interest in me, intellectual or spiritual. She brought up my children to despise me. I would stay upstairs in my study, writing sermons. That was all my life. For 20 years I waded through my own blood." Darrell paused to get control of himself, and then went on. "One of my parishioners was my present wife's mother. She was one of the old-time abolitionists, and she was wealthy, and now, in her old age, she saw the new light, and became a socialist. This, of course, was like gall to her family. They were powers in the state, the railroad people, who control the legislature and run the government. And so their newspapers denounced me, and denounced the university where I taught. Then came her daughter, a young girl out of college. I was at their home often, and we became friends. She saw how unhappy I was, and she tried to open my wife's eyes, and to win her over to me. But, of course, she failed in that, and then, little by little we found that we loved each other. You know me, you know that I am not a base man, nor a careless man, and you will believe me when I tell you that there was nothing between us that the world could have called wrong. We knew that we loved, and we knew that there was no hope. And that went on for 8 years. For 8 years I renounced and strove with every power of my heart and soul to make something out of that renunciation, to transmute it into spiritual power. And I failed. I could not do it, and in the end I knew the reason. It was not beauty and nobility, it was madness and horror. It was not life, it was death. The time came when I knew that our renunciation was simply a crime against the soul. Can you see what I mean?" "Yes," said Thyrsis, "I can see. And see what that meant to me, the situation I faced. I was a clergyman and preaching a new crusade to the world. It was like being in a cage, with bars of red-hot metal. 100 times I would go towards them, and 100 times I would shrink back. But I had to grasp them in the end." "I see," whispered the other. "The thing was becoming a scandal anyway. The world was bound to make a scandal of it, whether we would or no. It was a scandal that I visited in another woman's home. It was a scandal that I spent her money in my propaganda. The very children on the streets would taunt my children about it. And then, my health broke down from overwork, and the mother was going abroad, and she invited me to go with her and her daughter, and, of course, that made it worse. So at last the old lady came to me. 'You love my daughter,' she said, 'and the world has thrown her into your arms. You must let a divorce be arranged, and then marry my daughter.'" "And you got the divorce yourself?" asked Thyrsis. "No," said Darrell. "There were grounds enough, but it would have meant to attack my wife in the public prints, and I would not do it. I had to let her charge me with desertion, and say nothing. And, of course, they distorted that," said Thyrsis. "They distorted everything," cried the other. "My present wife gave my first wife all her patrimony, and I thought that was generous. I thought it was a proof of love. But the newspapers made it that she had bought me." "And they distorted your second marriage?" asked Thyrsis. "They lied about it deliberately, was Darrell's reply. Some of our friends gave little addresses of greeting, and so the newspapers called it a new kind of wedding, a socialist wedding, which we had designed for our new kind of unions. And now, when we buy a farm, so that we can live quietly in the country, they turn that into a free love colony. Section 13. Thyrsis went away from this interview with some new problems to ponder upon. He had seen a little of this power of the newspapers to defile and torment a man, but he had never dreamed of anything as bad as this. This was murderous, this was monstrous. He saw these papers now as gigantic engines of exploitation and oppression, irresponsible, unscrupulous, wanton, turned loose in society to crush and destroy whom they would. They had taken this man Darrell and they had poured out their poisons upon him, they had tortured him hideously, they had burned him up as with vitriol. As a public force he was no longer a human being at all, he was a deformity, a spectre conjured up to bring fright to the beholder. And through it all he was utterly helpless, as much at their mercy as an infant in the hands of savages. And what had he done? Why had the torture been visited upon him? Thyrsis pictured the men who had led in the soul hunt. They were supposed to be enlightened Americans at the dawn of the 20th century, and did they truly hold to the superstition of marriage as a religious sacrament, not to be dissolved by mortal power? Did they really believe that a man who had once been drawn into matrimony was obligated for life, no matter how unhappy he might be, no matter to what indignities he might be subjected? Or, if they did recognize the permissibility of divorce, then why this hue and cry after Darrell, who had borne his punishment for 20 years, and had waited for 8 or 10 years to test the depths of his new love? The question answered itself, and the answer fanned Thyrsis' soul into a blaze of indignation. All this patter about the deserted wife, sitting at home with her children and weeping her eyes out, all that was so much hocus pocus for the ears of the mob. The chiefs of this Inquisition and their torturers and slaves wrote it with their tongues in their cheeks. What they saw was that they had got securely strapped upon their rack the man who had threatened their power, who had laid bare its sources and exposed its iniquity. And they meant that if ever he came out of their torture chamber, it should be so mangled and crippled that never again would he lift a finger against them. The gist of the Darrell case, when you got right down to it, was a quarrel over property. It was the snarling of wolves who had been disturbed at their feeding. Darrell had denounced wealth and the exploiters of wealth, and now he had married a woman of wealth, and was he to get away with his prize? That was the meaning of all the loud halloo, for that the hounds were unleashed and the hunting horns sounded. Thyrsis pictured the men who wrote up the Darrell story. He had known them in the newspaper world, the servants of the giant publicity machine, living and working in the roar and rush of it, in a stifling atmosphere where the finer qualities of the soul were poisoned and withered overnight. They lived their lives, almost without exception, by means of alcohol and coffee and tobacco. They were scornful, disillusioned, cynical beyond all telling and all belief. Their only God in heaven or earth or the waters under the earth was copy. To such men there were two possible bonds of interest in a woman, the first being lust, and the second money. In the case of Henry Darrell they found both these motives, and so how clear the story was to them. Thyrsis thought, also, of the men who owned and managed the papers, those who had turned loose the hunt and directed it. Rich men were they, who had built these publicity machines for their own purposes. And what were they in their private lives? Some of them were notoriously dissolute, and still others hid their ways under a veil of hypocrisy, just as in their editorials they hid their class interests under pretenses of principle. And how easy it would have been for Darrell to get what he wanted without losing his reputation, if only he had been willing to follow the example of these eminent citizens. Thyrsis knew one man, the editor of an appallingly respectable journal, who had invited a young girl to his wife's home and there attempted to seduce her. He knew the proprietor of another, whose cheerful custom it was to go about among his newly married women friends and suggest that, inasmuch as he was a superman, and their husbands were weaklings, they should let him become in secret the father of their children. This amateur eugenist was accustomed to maintain that the great men in history had for the most part been bastards, and Thyrsis, knowing this fact about him, would read editorials in his papers, in which Henry Darrell was denounced as an enemy of the home. Meantime Thyrsis was reading Darrell's books and pamphlets, and coming to realize what a mind was here being destroyed. For this man, it seemed to him, was master of the noblest prose utterance that had been heard in America since Emerson died. He went again to hear him speak, in another ill-lighted and stuffy hall before less than 100 people, and the pain of this was more than he could bear. He went home that night with his friend, and labored with him with all the force of his being. "You stay here," he declared, "and put yourself at the mercy of your enemies. You waste your faculties contending with them. Even knowing about them is enough to destroy you. And all the while you might escape from them altogether, might do your real work, that the world knows nothing of. No one can hinder you. And when you have written the book of your soul, then your tormentors will be like the tormentors of Dante. Go away. Go away to Europe, where you can be free." And so before long, he stood upon a steamer pier and waved Henry Darrell and his wife farewell. And every now and then would come letters, telling of long, long agonies, for Darrell had to fight for those few rare days when ill health would permit him to think. So year by year he labored at what Thyrsis knew, if it was ever finished, would be America's first world poem, and in the meantime eminent statesmen and moralists who were alarmed at the progress of socialist agitation, would continue to conjure up before the public mind the nightmare specter of the once respected clergyman, who had deserted his weeping wife and children, and run away with a rich woman to found a free love colony. Section 14. A couple of days after the Darrells sailed, Thyrsis set out himself to find a home. On account of the new book, he would have to be near a library, and so he had selected a college town not far from New York. He went there now, and put up for a week at a student's boarding house, while prosecuting his search. A strange experience it was to him, after the years of struggle and contact with the world, to come back to that academic atmosphere, to find men who were still peacefully counting up the feminine endings in Shakespeare's verse, and writing elaborate theses upon the sources of the Spenserian legends. Upon his excursions into the country, some of these young men would tramp with him, threshing out, student fashion, the problems of the universe, and how staggering it was to meet a man who was about to receive a master's degree in literature and who regarded Arthur Hugh Clough as a dangerous poet, and Tennyson's Two Voices as containing vital thought, and T.H. Green as the world's leading philosopher. And this was the education that was dispensed at America's most aristocratic university. For this many millions of dollars had been contributed, and scores of magnificent buildings erected. Thyrsis saw that a partial explanation lay in the fact that in connection with the university there existed a great theological seminary. Some of these future ministers came also to the boarding house, and Thyrsis listened to their shop talk about the difference between transubstantiation and consubstantiation, and the status of the controversy over the St. John Gospel. He heard one man cite arguments from Paley's moral philosophy, and another making bold to state that he was uncertain about the verbal inspiration of the Pentateuch. To Thyrsis, as he listened to these discussions, it was as if he felt a black shadow stealing across his soul. He wondered why he should hate these men with a personal hatred. He tried to argue with himself that they must be well-meaning and earnest. The truth was that they seemed to him just like the law students, men moved by sordid and low ideals. The only difference was that their minds were not so keen as the lawyers. Thyrsis was coming little by little to understand the economic causes of things, and he perceived that this theological world represented a stagnant place in the stream of national culture. It being a subsidized world, maintained half by charity, vital men turned from it. It drew to itself the feebler minds, or such as wished to live at ease, and not inquire too closely into the difference between truth and falsehood. Section 15. A few miles out from the town Thyrsis found a farm with an abundance of wild woodland, where the farmer gave him permission to camp. And so he went back and got some lumber, and loaded his tent and supplies on a wagon, and wrote Corydon that he would meet her the next afternoon. With the help of the farmer's boy he labored the rest of the day at building the platform, and putting up the tent, and getting their belongings in order. The next day he was up at dawn, constructing tables and stands, and later on he hired the farmer's jagger wagon, and drove in for Corydon and Cedric and the trunks. It was a glorious spring day, of turquoise sky and glinting sunshine, and later, when the sun was low, the woods were flushed with a glow of scarlet and purple. It lent a glory to the scene, shedding a halo about the commonest tasks, the unpacking of blankets and dishes, the ranging of groceries upon shelves. They were free from all the world at last. They were setting out upon the journey of their lives together. So it was with singing and laughter that they went at their work. The baby crawled about on the tent floor and got into everybody's way, and crowed with delight at the novel surroundings, and later on his mother gave him his supper and put him to bed, and then she spread a feast of bread and butter, and fresh milk and eggs and a can of fruit, and they sat down to the first meal they had eaten together in many a long month. They were tired and ravenously hungry, but their happiness of soul was keener even than any physical sensation, and they sat leaning upon their elbows and gazing across the table, reading the wonder in each other's eyes. "It has been a year since we parted," whispered Corydon. "Just a year," he said. "It seems like 10 of them. And do you remember, Thyrsis, how we prayed? How we prayed for this very hour?" He took her hands in his. Once more they renewed their pledges of devotion, once more the vision of their hopes unrolled before them. "From now on," he whispered, "our life is our own. We can make it whatever we will. Let us make it something beautiful." And so there they made a compact. They would speak no more of the year that was past. It was a bad dream, and now it was gone. Let it be swept from their thoughts, and let them go on to make the future what they desired it to be. Book 12. The Treadmill. They sat in the little cabin, where she had been reading some lines from the poem again. "Oh, easy access to the hero's grace," when Dorian Shepherd sang to Proserpine. "Ah, yes," he said. "But our lot was cast in a different time." She put her hand upon his. "Even so," she said, and then turned the page, and read once more. "What though the music of thy rustic flute kept not for long its happy, country tone, lost it too soon, and learnt a stormy note of men contention tossed, of men who groan, which tasked thy pipe too sore, and tired thy throat. It failed, and thou wast mute. Yet hadst thou always visions of our light." Section 1. The mise-en scene of their new adventure in domesticity was a tent 18 feet by 12, but as the side walls were low, they could walk only in the center, and must range their belongings at the sides. To the left, as one entered the tent, there stood a soapbox with a tiny oil stove upon it, and then a stand, made out of a packing box, to hold their dishes, their cooking utensils and their limited supply of provisions. Next down the line came a trunk, and in the corner the baby's crib, which had been outgrown by the farmer's children, and purchased by Thyrsis for $1. At the rear was a folding table, and above it a board from which Corydon hung her clothing. Along the other wall were her canvas cot, and a little stand with some books, and a washstand and another trunk. Some distance off in the woods stood a second tent, 7 feet square, in which Thyrsis had a cot for himself, and also a canvas chair in which he sat to receive the visits of his muse. They got their drinking water from a spring nearby. There was a tiny stream beside the tent which provided their washing water. In this stream Thyrsis hollowed out a flat basin, in which they might set their butter crock, and a pail of milk, and a larger pail that held their meat. Below that was a deeper pool from which they dipped water, and lower yet a third pool, with a board on which Corydon might sit and wash diapers, to her heart's content and her back's exhaustion. The tent had been old when Thyrsis got it, and as this was the 3rd season he had used it, it was dark and dun of hue. They had not noticed this at the outset, as they had put it up on a bright, sunshiny day, and also before the trees had put out all their foliage. But now, when rain came, they found that they had to light a lamp in order to read in the tent, and, of course, it was on rainy days that they had to be inside. Thyrsis did not realize the influence which this tent had upon his wife's spirits. It was only after he saw her made physically ill by having to live in a room with yellow wallpaper, that he came to understand the power which her surroundings had over Corydon. If they so much as touched a finger to the roof of the tent while it was raining, a steady dripping would come through at that point. Then, as the rains grew heavier, water took to running down the pole that stood in the center of the tent, and formed a pool in the middle of the floor, so that Thyrsis had to get the axe and cut a hole there. And, of course, there was no way to dry anything. The woods, which were low, were turned into a swamp, and one's shoes became caked with mud, and there was no keeping the tent floor clean. In this place they had to keep an able-bodied, year-and-a-half-old baby. There was no other place to keep him. He could not be allowed on the damp floor, nor where he could touch the top of the tent, so Thyrsis set up sticks at all four corners of his crib, and tied strong twine about them, making a little pen, and therein they put the baby, and therein he had to stay. He had his rattle and his rubber doll and his blocks and the rest of his gimcracks, and after he had howled long enough to satisfy himself that there was no deliverance from his prison, he settled back and accepted his tragic fate. There came occasions when Corydon was sick, and unable to move. Then Thyrsis would put up his umbrella and take Cedric to his own tent, where he would draw a chalk line across the floor. 1/2 of the 49 square feet of space was his, and in it he would sit and read and study, in the other half the baby would play. After long experience he came to realize that at such times Papa would not pay any attention to him, and that crossing the chalk line involved getting one's mungies spanked. There were other troubles that fell upon them. At first, it being April, it was cold at night, and they had no stove, and no room for a stove. Later on the ceaseless rains brought a plague of mosquitoes, and so Thyrsis had to rig up a triangular door and cover the entrance to the tent with netting, and when the weather grew better, he had to get more netting and construct a little house, in which the baby could play outdoors. And then there had to be more spankings of mungies, to teach the infant that this mysterious mosquito bar must not be walked through, nor pulled at, nor poked with sticks, nor even eaten. They prayed for fair days, and a little sunshine, and it seemed as if the weather demons had discovered this, and were playing with them. There would come a bright morning, and they would spread a rug in the baby's cage, and hang out all their damp belongings to dry, and then would come a sudden shower, and baby and rug and belongings would all have to pile back into the tent. And then it would clear again, and everything would go out once more, and they would prepare dinner, and be comfortably settled to eat, when it would begin to sprinkle again. They would move in the clothing and the baby, and when it began to rain harder, they would move in the table and the food, and forthwith the rain would cease. Because it was poor fun eating in a dark tent by lamplight, amid the odor of gas stove and cooking, they might move out once more but only to repeat the same experience over again. For 6 weeks after their arrival there was not a day without rain, and it would rain sometimes for half a week without ceasing. So everything they owned became damp and moldy, all their clothing, their food, the very beds upon which they slept. One of their miseries was the lack of place to keep things. All their odds and ends had to be stowed away under the cots where one might find clothing, and books, and manuscripts, and a hammock, and an umbrella, and some shoes, and a box of prunes, and a sack of potatoes, and half a ham. When water got in at the sides of the tent and wet all these objects, and the bedclothing hung over the floor and got into them, it was trying to the temper to have to rummage there. Section 2. Before she left the city, Corydon had taken the baby to consult a famous child specialist at $5 per consultation. She had received the dreadful tidings that Cedric was threatened with the rickets. So she had come out to the country with one mighty purpose in her soul. Undernourishment, the doctor had said, and he had laid out a regular schedule. 6 times daily the unhappy infant was to be fed, and each time some elaborate concoction had to be got ready. Practically nothing could be eaten in a state of nature. The first meal would consist of, say, a poached egg on a piece of toast, and the juice of an orange, with the seeds carefully excluded, the next of some chicken broth with a cracker or two, and the pulp of prunes with the skins removed, the next of some beef chopped up and pounded to a pulp and broiled, together with a bit of mashed potato or some other cooked vegetable, the next of some gruel with cream and sugar, and some more prunes. And these operations, of course, took the greater part of Corydon's day. She would struggle at them until she was ready to drop, and when she had to give up they would fall to Thyrsis. Some of them fell to him quite frequently, for instance, the pounding of the meat. It had to have all the fat and gristle carefully cut out, and there had to be a clean board, and a clean hammer, both of which must be scraped and washed afterwards, and whenever by any chance Corydon let the meat stay on the fire a second too long, so that it got hard, the whole elaborate operation had to be gone over again. Was not the baby's life at stake? It was quite vain for him to protest as to the pains that Corydon took to remove every tiniest fragment of the skin of a stewed prune. Surely, dearest, he would argue, the internal arrangements of a baby are not so delicate as to be torn by a tiny bit of prune skin. But to Corydon the internal arrangements of babies were mysterious things to be understood only by a child specialist at $5 per visit. He told me what to do, she would say, and I am going to do it. So she would prepare the concoctions, and would sit and feed them to the baby, spoonful by spoonful, and long after the little one had been stuffed to the bursting point, she would hold the spoon poised in front of its mouth, making tentative passes, and seeking by some device to cajole the mouth into opening and admitting one last morsel of the precious nutriment. The child had a word of its own inventing, wherewith it denoted things that were good to eat. Gubum, gubum, he would exclaim, and Corydon would hold the spoon and repeat gubum, gubum, long after the baby had begun to sputter and gasp and make plain that it was no longer gubum. Also, under the instructions of the specialist, they made an attempt to break the child of the hoodalumungee habit. A baby should lie down and go to sleep without handling, the authority had declared, and now that there was all outdoors for him to cry in, they resolved that he should be taught. So they built up the fence about the crib, and laid the baby in for his afternoon nap, and started to go away. And the baby gave one look of perplexity and dismay, and then began to cry. By the time they had got out of the tent he was screaming like a creature possessed, and Corydon and Thyrsis sat outside and stared at each other in wonder and alarm. When she could stand it no more, they went away to a distance, but still the uproar went on. Now and then they would creep back and peep in at the purple and choking infant, and then steal away again, and discuss the phenomenon, and wish that the child specialist were there to advise them. Finally, when the crying had gone on for 2 hours without a moment's pause, they gave up, because they were afraid the baby might cry itself into convulsions. And so the hoodalumungee habit went on for some time yet. Under the stuffing regime the infant at first thrived amazingly, he became fat and rosy, and Corydon's heart beat high with joy and pride. But then came midsummer, and the hot season, and first of all a rash broke out upon the precious body, and in spite of powders and ointments, refused to go away. Later on came the hives, with which the baby was spotted like the top of a pepper crust. And then, as fate willed it, the family of a woman who did some laundry for Corydon developed the measles, and Corydon found it out too late, and so they were in for the first of a long program of children's diseases. It was a siege that lasted for a month and more, a nightmare experience. The child had to be kept in a dark place, under pain of losing its eyesight, and when it was very hot in the tent, someone had to sit and fan it. It could not sleep, but writhed and moaned, now screaming in torment, now whimpering like a frightened cur, a sound that wrung Thyrsis' very heart. And oh, the sight of the little body purple, a mass of eruptions, and with beads of perspiration upon it. Corydon's mother came to help her through this ordeal, and would sit for hours upon hours, rocking the wailing infant in her arms. Section 3. But there were ups as well as downs in this tenting adventure. There came glorious days, when they took long tramps over the hills, or when Thyrsis would carry the child upon his shoulder, and they would wander about the meadows, picking daisies and clover, and making garlands for Corydon. Once Cedric sat down upon a bumblebee, and that was hard upon him, and perhaps upon the bee. But for the most part the little one was enraptured during these excursions. He was fascinated with the flowers, and continually seeking for an opportunity to devour some of them, while he was doing it he would wear such a roguish smile it was impossible not to believe that he understood the agitation which these abnormal appetites occasioned in his parents. Corydon would be seized with a sudden access of affection, and she would clutch him in her arms and squeeze him, and fairly smother him with kisses. Of course the youngster would protest wildly at this, and so not infrequently the demonstration would end tragically. "I can't have any joy in my baby at all," she would lament, and Thyrsis would have to soothe the child, and plead with her to find more practical ways of demonstrating her maternal devotion. Cedric was beginning to make determined efforts to talk now, and he had the most original names for things. His parents would adopt these into their own speech, which thus departed rapidly from established usage. They had to bring themselves to realize that if they went on in that fashion, the child would never learn to speak so that anyone else could understand him. The grandmothers were most strenuous upon this point, and would laboriously explain to the infant that chickens and pigeons and sparrows were not all known as ducks. They would plead with it to say bottle of milk, while its reckless parents were delighting themselves with such perversions as baba mookie mook. 2 or 3 times each week the farmer would bring their mail, and once a week they would hire an old scarecrow of a horse, and a buggy which might have passed for the 1-horse shay in its 99th year, and drive to a town for provisions. It was amazing what loads of provisions a family of 3 could consume in the course of a week, especially when one of them was following the stuffing regime. There had to be a lot of figuring done to get it for the sum of $30 a month, and this put another grievous burden upon Thyrsis. Corydon, alas, had no talents for figuring, and was cursed with a weakness for such superfluities as clean laundry and coffee with cream. This was one more aspect of the difference between the Hebrew and the Greek temperament, and sometimes the Hebrew temperament would lose its temper, and the Greek temperament would take to tears. The situation was all the more complicated because of their pitiful ignorance. They really did not know what was necessity and what was luxury. For instance, Thyrsis had read somewhere that people could live without meat, but Corydon had never heard of such an idea, and insisted with vehemence that it was an absurdity. However, there was no evading the issue of poverty, for the $30 was all they had. The Hearer of Truth had been out several months now, and had not sold 1,000 copies, and so it was to be doubted if Thyrsis would ever get another dollar from that. Also, he had heard from the translator of the Genius, and had agreed to accept $25 as an honorarium for the production of his play in Germany, this princely sum to be paid when the play came out during the following winter. Meantime, of course, he was driving away at his new work. Domestic duties took up most of his morning, but he would get away into the woods in the afternoons, and in the evenings, when the family was asleep, he would work until far after midnight. He was bringing out basketfuls of books from the library of the university, and he lived another life in these, sharing, in 100 different forms, the agony of the war. He was not writing yet, he was filling up his soul with the thing, making it a reservoir of impressions. Sometimes it would seem that the reservoir was nearly full, and he would be seized with a hunger to be at work. He would go about possessed by it, absent-minded, restless, nervous when he was spoken to. It was hard for a man who listened all night to the death groans of the thousands piled up before Bloody Angle, to get up in the morning and be satisfactory in the role of mother's assistant. Here, again, was the torment of this matrimonial bond to a man who wished to be an artist. He had to live 2 lives. When one was more than he could attend to, he had to be always aware of another soul yearning for him, reaching out to him and craving his attention. To be sure, Corydon was interested in what he was doing, she even made heroic efforts to read the books that he was reading. But she had so many duties, and so many headaches, and when night came she was so tired. She would ask him to tell her about his vision, and was not the thing untellable? Why else did he have to labor day and night, like a man possessed? He would explain this to her, and she would bid him go on and do his work and not mind her. But when he would take her at her word, and there would follow a week or 2 of indifference and preoccupation, then he would discover that she was again unhappy. Section 4. This never ceased to be the case between them, but perhaps it was intensified at this time by the fact that their sex life had to be suppressed. This was a problem which they had talked out between them before they came away. Thyrsis, who was groping for the truth about these matters, had come to the conclusion that the factor which gave dignity and meaning to intercourse between a man and woman was the desire, or at any rate the willingness, to create a child. Corydon was not sure that she agreed with him in this, but so far as their own case was concerned, it was quite clear that they could take no remotest chance of any accident. Another child would mean certain destruction for all three of them. And so they had gone back to the brother and sister arrangement with which they had begun life. This was a simple matter for Thyrsis, who was utterly wrapped up in his book. It was not so simple for Corydon, though neither of them realized it, nor could have been brought to admit it. As usual, Corydon desired to be what he was, and to feel what he felt, and so Thyrsis did not realize how another side of her was being blighted. Hers was predominantly a love nature. It was intolerable to her that anyone she loved should not love her in return, and love her in the same way, and to the same extent, and now, when her entire being went out to him, she found herself obliged to suppress her emotions. Sometimes the thing would break out in spite of her. "Thyrsis," she would cry, "aren't you going to kiss me good night?" "Didn't I kiss you, dearest?" he would answer. "Oh, but such a cold and perfunctory kiss." And so he would come and put his arms about her, but even while she held him thus, she would feel the life go out of his caresses, and see his eyes with a far-off expression. She would know that his thoughts were away upon some battlefield. "Tell me, Thyrsis," she would exclaim. "Do you really love me?" "Yes, dear," he would reply. "I love you. But how much do you love me?" And then he would be dumb. What a question to ask him! As if he had the time and the energy to climb to those heights, to speak again that difficult language. Had he not told her 1,000 times how much he loved her? And could she not believe it and understand it? "But why should it be so hard to tell me?" she would protest. And he would answer that to him it was a denial of love to explain or to make promises. He was as unchangeable as the laws of nature. He could no more be faithless to her soul than he could to his own. "I want you to take that for granted," he would say, "to know it as you know that the sun will rise tomorrow morning." "But, Thyrsis," she would answer, when he used this metaphor, "don't people sometimes like to go out and see the sun rise?" Section 5. The summer passed, and Thyrsis found to his dismay that his relentless muse had not yet permitted him to write a word. He had not a sufficient grasp upon his mighty subject, nor for that matter had he freedom to get by himself and wrestle it out. He shrunk from that death grapple, while they were in this unsettled state. They could not stay in tents through the winter time, and where were they to go? Thyrsis was consumed with the desire to build a tiny house in these woods. He had roamed the country over, without finding any place that was habitable, and besides, he did not want to pay rent. He wanted a home of his own, however humble. He had meant to build one with the money from the hearer of truth, but now there came a statement from the publisher, showing that there would be due him on the book a trifle over $11. He tried a new plan. He wrote out a scenario of his projected novel, and sent this to his publisher, to see if he could get a contract in advance. He asked for $500. With that he could build the house he wanted, and live for another 6 months, until the book was done. The publisher wrote him to come to the city, where, after some parleying, he submitted a proposition. He would advance the money and publish the book, paying 10% royalty, but he must also have the option to publish the author's future writings for 10 years upon the same basis. This rather staggered Thyrsis. He was businessman enough by this time to realize that if he ever had a real success he could get 15 or 20% upon his future work. There were even some authors who got 25%. And moreover, he did not like to tie himself to this publisher, who was of the hard and grasping type. He went home to think it over, and in the end he wrote to Henry Darrell. He set forth the situation, and showed how much money it might mean to him, money which he would otherwise be able to devote to some useful purpose. It all depended upon what Darrell could do in the emergency. He waited 3 weeks, and then came Darrell's reply, saying that he could not possibly do what Thyrsis wished. There were so many calls upon him, the socialist paper was in trouble, and so on. Thereupon Thyrsis wrote to the publisher to say that he accepted the offer and would sign the contract, but in a couple of days he received a curt reply, to the effect that the publisher had changed his mind, and no longer cared to consider the arrangement. He had, as Thyrsis found afterwards, got rid of the enthusiastic young man who had inveigled him into the hearer of truth, and perhaps also he had been reading the ridicule which the critics were pouring out upon that unhappy book. So once more Thyrsis wrote to Darrell a letter of agonized entreaty. He was at the most critical moment of his life, and now, at the very culmination of his effort, to have to give up would be a calamity he could simply not contemplate. If only he could finish the task, he would be saved, for this was a book that would grip men and shake them. That it should fail was simply unthinkable. He could make out with $200, and he besought his friend at any sacrifice to stand by him. He asked him to cable, and when, a couple of weeks later, the message came all right to Thyrsis, it was like waking up and escaping from the grip of some terrible dream. Section 6. And so began the house building. It was high time, to the latter part of September, and the nights were growing chill. He sought out a carpenter to help him, and had an interview with his friend the farmer, who agreed to rent a bit of land, in a corner of his orchard, by the edge of the wood. It was under the shade of a great elm tree, and sufficiently remote from all the world to satisfy the taste of any literary hermit. For months before this he and Corydon had discussed the plans of their future home. Every square inch of it had been a subject of debate. In its architectural style it was a compromise between Corydon's aesthetic yearnings, and the rigid standards of economy which circumstance imposed. It was to be 18 feet long and 16 feet wide, 6 feet high at the sides and 9 in the center. It was to be weatherboarded, and roofed with paper, instead of shingles, this being so much cheaper. Corydon heard with dismay that it would be necessary to paint this roofing paper black, and Thyrsis, by way of compensation, agreed that the weatherboards should have some natural finish, instead of common paint. There was to be a 6-foot piazza in front, and a little platform in back, with steps descending to the spring. There had been long discussions about the method of heating the mansion. Corydon had been observing the customs of her neighbors in this typical small farming district, and declared that they had two leading characteristics. First, they were not happy until they had had all their own teeth extracted, and a complete set of store teeth substituted, and second, as soon as they moved into a house, they boarded over the open fireplace and covered the boards with wallpaper. But Thyrsis, making investigations along practical lines, found that the open fireplace had a bad reputation as a consumer of fuel, and also, it would take a mason to build a chimney, and the wages of masons were high. So Corydon had to reconcile herself to a house with a stove, and a stovepipe that went through a hole in the wall. Nevertheless, this house-building time was one of the happiest periods of their lives. For here was something constructive, in which they could both be occupied. Thyrsis would be up and at work early in the morning, before the carpenter came, and in between the baby's various meals, Corydon would come also, and take part in the operations. A miraculous thing it was to see the house of their dreams coming into being, with every feature just as they had planned it. And what a palatial structure it was, with so much space and air. One could actually move about in it without danger of striking one's head. Coming into it from the tent, one felt as if he were entering a cathedral. They were so consumed with a desire to see it finished, that Thyrsis would stay at the work until darkness came upon him, and sometimes even worked by moonlight, or with a lantern. And how proud they would be when the carpenter came next morning, and found the last roof boards laid, or the flooring all completed. Thyrsis learned the mysteries of window sills and door frames, the excitements of weatherboarding, and the perils of roof painting. He realized with wonder how many achievements of civilization the privileged classes take as a matter of course. What a remarkable thing it was, when one came to think of it, that a door should swing true upon its hinges, and fit exactly into its frame, and latch with a precise and soul-satisfying snap. And that windows should slide up and down in their frames, and stop at certain places with a spring catch. Corydon too was interested in these discoveries, and became skilled at holding weatherboards while her husband nailed them, and at helping to unroll and measure roofing paper, and climbing up the ladder and holding it in place. Even the baby became fired with the spirit of achievement, and would get himself a hammer and a board, and plague his parents until they started a dozen or so of nails for him, after which he would sit and blissfully pound them into the board, and all but pound them through the board in his enthusiasm. Before long he even learned to start them himself, and a most diverting sight it was to see this 22-month-old youngster driving nails like an infant Hercules. For the fastening of the roofing paper they used little circular plates of tin called cotrelles, and these also Cedric must learn to use. So a new phrase was added to the vocabulary of damn fool talk. Bongi Kautuas was the name of the operation. For a couple of years thereafter, whenever Corydon and Thyrsis wished to be let alone to discuss the problems of the universe, they would get the baby a hammer and some nails and a board, and repeat that magic formula, and the problem was solved. Unfortunately, however, it was not all smooth sailing in the carpentry business. There were mashed thumbs and sawed fingers, and then, in an evil hour, Thyrsis came upon an advertisement which told of a wonderful new kind of wallpaper which could be applied directly to laths, thus enabling one to dispense with plaster. He sent for $10 or $12 worth of this material, and he and Corydon spent a whole morning making a mixture of glue and flour paste and water, and boiling it in an iron-preserving kettle. But alas, the paper would not paste, and then they had a painful time. Corydon gave up in disgust, and went away, but Thyrsis, to whom economy was a kind of disease, would not give up, and was angry with the other for urging him to give up. He spent a whole day wrestling with the concoction, and gave himself a headache with the ghastly odor. But in the end he had to dump it out, and clean the kettle, and fasten the paper to the lathes with Bongi Kautuas. As the strips of paper did not correspond with the studding, he found himself driving nails into springy laths, an operation most trying to the temper of any man of letters. One of the trials of this house forever after was that upon the least jar a corner of the ceiling was liable to fall loose, and then one would have to get a ladder, and climb up into a hot region, and pound nails into a broken lath, with dust sifting down into one's eyes, and the hammer hitting one's sore thumb, and occasioning exclamations not at all suitable for the ears of a 2-year-old intelligence. Section 7. When the doors were fitted, and the windows set in, and the piazza laid, and the steps built, they got down to the furniture, which was also to be homemade. Thyrsis was gratified beyond telling by these tables and dressing stands and shelves and bookcases, which he could build of hemlock boards in an hour or two, and which cost only 30 or 40 cents apiece. He would labor with Corydon to induce her to share this joy, but alas, he would only succeed in losing his own joy, without increasing hers. On many occasions he attempted such things as this. It was only after long years that he came to realize that Corydon's temperament was the one fixed fact in the universe with which he had to deal. $225 was the total cost of this establishment when completed. And while the carpenter was putting the finishing touches, Thyrsis was using up $30 more of lumber in constructing himself a study in the woods nearby. 8 by 10 this cabin was to be. It was to have a door and a window, and a little piazza in front, upon which the inhabitant might sit in fair weather. Also Thyrsis built for it a table and a bookcase, and as he had now 80 square feet instead of 49, there was room for a cot and a chair, and a coal stove 14 inches in diameter. As fate would have it, there was some black paint left over, and to Corydon's horror it was announced that this would be used on the study. However, Thyrsis insisted that it was his study, and besides, there was some red paint left, with which he might decorate the window and the door frame, and stripe the edges of the roof and the corners. Surely that would be festivity enough for the most exacting of Greek temperaments. Then came the rapturous experience of moving into these new mansions. The joy of having shelves to put things on, and hooks to hang things from. Of being able to take books and manuscripts out of their trunks, and not pile them under their beds. Of carrying over their belongings, and having everything fit into the place that had been made for it. Thyrsis purchased an old stove, and also a kitchen range from a neighbor. He sank a barrel in the spring, and walled it round with cement. He built a stand in the kitchen, and set up a sink and a little pump. This was the time of year when there were held at various places in the country what the neighbors called vendeuses. He and Corydon found it diverting to get the scarecrow nag and the one-horse shay, and drive to some farmhouse, where one might see the history of a family for the last 50 years spread out upon the lawn. They would stand round in the cold and snow while the auctioneer disposed of the horses and cows and hay and machinery, waiting until he came to the household objects upon which they had set their eye. So they would invest in some stovepipe, and a couple of ghastly chromos, and some odds and ends of crockery, and a spade, and some old rope to make a swing for the baby. They would get these things for 5 or 10 cents each, and get in addition all the excitements of the bargain hunt. Once they had a real adventure. They came upon a wonderful old grandfather's clock, about 6 feet high, and Corydon exclaimed in rapture, "Oh Thyrsis, I'd be happy for the rest of my life if we could have that clock." On such terms it appeared to Thyrsis that the clock might be worth making a sacrifice for, and he got up the courage to declare that he would offer as high as $5 for it. And so they stood, trembling with excitement, and waiting. "Don't lose it, even if it's as high as $6, whispered Corydon, but alas, the first bid for the clock was $25. They stood staring with dismay, until the treasure was sold to a dealer from the city for the incredible sum of $87, and then they drove home, quite awe-stricken by this sudden intrusion from the world of luxury outside their ken. Section 8. However, this disappointment did not trouble them for long. There were too many luxuries in their own home. Not very long after it was finished, there fell a deluge of rain, and what a delight it was to listen to it, and know that they were safe from it. That not only did they have a dry roof over their head, but they were able to move about, and to reach up their hands without peril, and to sit down and read without a lamp. They would stand by the window with their arms about each other, watching the rain beating upon the fields, and dripping from the elm tree, and flowing in torrents past the house. They would listen to it pounding overhead and streaming off the roof before their faces. They were dry, quite dry. All their belongings were dry. Their shoes were not mildewing, their books were not getting soft and shapeless, their bed clothing would be all right when night came. The downpour lasted for 3 whole days, yet they enjoyed it all. It proved to be a memorable rain to Corydon, for it brought to her a great occasion, the beginning of her poetical career. It happened late one night, when, as usual, the cry of Hoodalamungi awakened her from a sound slumber. The day had been a particularly hard one, and the heaviness of exhaustion was upon her. For a moment she stared up into the darkness, listening to the rain close above her, and trying to nerve herself to put out her arm in the cold. She shuddered at the thought. There came to her a perfectly definite impulse of hatred of the child, of its noise and its demands. She had felt it before, sometimes as a dull, cold dislike, sometimes as something passionate. Why should she have to sacrifice herself to this insatiable creature, whom she did not love? What did it matter to her if other women loved their children? She had wanted life, and was this life? At that moment the cry of Hoodalamungi symbolized for her all the sordid cares and nervous agony of her existence. And suddenly, unexpectedly, a daring impulse seized her. "No," she thought, and set her teeth, "I'll let him cry. I'll cure him of this, and I'll do it tonight." So she turned and told Cedric to go to sleep, at which, of course, the child began to scream. Corydon lay very still in the dark, her eyes wide and every nerve tense. She could not feel, she could not think. It seemed as though she were deprived of every sense except that of hearing, and in her, through her, and around her rang a senseless din, piercing, intense, increasing in volume every minute, and completely drowning out the beating of the rain. "Can I stand it?" she thought. Or will his lungs burst? And yet, I must, this can't go on forever. And so she clenched her hands and waited. But the sounds did not diminish in the slightest. 10 minutes, 20 minutes must have passed, and the baby only seemed to gain increased power with each crescendo. It seemed to Corydon at last as though she had always lain like this, and as though she must for endless time. She found herself getting used to it even, her muscles relaxed. There came to her a sense of the ludicrous side of it. He means to conquer me, she thought. Can I hold out? If I only had something to think about, then I'd be a match for him. And suddenly the inspiration came to her. I'll write a poem. What should it be about? The rain had been increasing in violence, and she became conscious of the steady downpour. It fascinated her, and she concentrated her attention upon it, and began. I am the rain, that comes in spring. So, after a while, she found herself in the throes of composition. She was eager, excited and marvel of marvels, utterly forgetful of the baby. She had never tried to write verses before, but it did not seem at all difficult to her now. The poem was simple and optimistic. It told of the beneficent qualities of rain, as it would appear to one whose roof did not leak. Somewhere in the course of it there was this stanza. I am the rain that comes at night, when all in slumber is folded light, save one by weary vigils worn, who counteth the drops unto the morn. This seemed to her an impressive bit, and she wondered what Thyrsis would think of it. There were 8 stanzas altogether, and when she finished the last of them the dawn was breaking, and it seemed hours since she had begun. As for the baby, he was still crying. She turned and peered at him, his eyelids drooped, and the crying came in spasms and gasps. It sounded very feeble, and a trifle perfunctory. Obviously he could not hold out much longer. Corydon would win. Yes, she had won already. She lay still, and thrills of happiness went through her. Was it the poem, or the thought of her release, and the nights of quiet sleep in the future? When Thyrsis came in, an hour or 2 later, he found her huddled up in blankets on the floor of the living room, her cheeks bright, her hair disheveled. How fascinating she looked in such a guise. She was eagerly pondering her poem, and the baby was sleeping quietly, save for a few convulsive gasps, the last stragglers of his rooted forces. And oh, Thyrsis, she exclaimed, tomorrow night he will only cry half as long, and still less the next night. And soon he will go to sleep quietly like any well-brought-up, civilized baby. And, my dear, I believe I'm going to be a poetess. I think that tonight I was really inspired. So he made haste to build a fire, and then came and sat and listened to the poem. How eagerly she waited for his verdict. How she hung upon his words. And what should a man do in such a case? Should he be a husband or a critic? Should he be an amateur or a professional? But even as he hesitated, the damage was done. Oh, you don't like it, she cried. You don't think it's good at all. My dear, he argued, poetry is such a difficult thing to write. And there are so many standards. A thing can be good, and yet not good. The heights are so far away. But oh, how can I ever get there, wailed Corydon, if nobody gives me any encouragement. Section 9. The time had now come for Thyrsis to put his job through. There was no longer any excuse for hesitation or delay. The book had come to ripeness in him, the birth hour was at hand, and he must go and have it out with himself. He explained these things to Corydon, sitting beside her and holding her hands. They ascended once more to the heights of consecration, they renewed their vows of fortitude and faith, and then he went away. For weeks thereafter he would be like the ghost of a man in the house, haggard and silent and preoccupied. All the work that he had ever done in his life seemed but child's play in comparison. Before this he had portrayed the struggles of men and women, but now he was to portray the agony of a whole nation. His heart must beat with the pulse of millions of suffering people. And the task was like a fiend that came upon him in the night time and laid hold of him, dragging him away to sights of terror and madness. He was never safe from the thing for a moment. He could never tell when it might assail him. He might be washing the dishes, or wrestling with the refractory pump, but the vision would come to him, and he would wander off into the forest, perhaps to sit, crouching in the snow, trembling, and staring at the pageant in his soul. He lived in the midst of battles, the smoke of powder always in his nostrils, the crash of musketry and the thunder of cannon in his ears. He saw the cavalry sweeping over the plains, the infantry crouching behind entrenchments. He heard the yells of the combatants, the shrieks of the wounded and dying. He saw the mangled bodies, and the ground slippery with blood. New aspects of the thing kept coming to him, new glimpses into meanings yet untold. They would come to him in great bursts of emotion, like tempests that swept him away, and these things he had to wrestle with and master. It meant toil, the like of which he had never faced before, attention of all his faculties, that would last for hours and hours, and leave him bathed in perspiration, and utterly exhausted. A scene would come to him, in some moment of insight, and he would drop everything else, and follow it. He would go over it, at the same time both creating and beholding it, at the same time both overwhelmed by it and controlling it, but above all things else, remembering it. He would be like Aladdin in the palace, stuffing his pockets with priceless jewels, coming away so loaded down that he could hardly stagger, and spilling them on every side. Then, scarcely pausing to rest, he would go back after what he had lost. He would grope about, gathering diamonds and rubies that he had all but forgotten, or perhaps coming upon new vaults and new treasure chests. So he would labor over a description, going over it and over it, not so much working it out, as letting it work itself out and stamp itself upon his memory. It made no difference how long the scene might be. He would not write a word of it. It might be some battle picture, that would fill 30 or 40 pages. He would know it all by heart, as Demosthens or Webster might have known an oration. And only at the end would he write it down. Over some of the scenes in this new book he labored thus for 2 or 3 weeks at a stretch. There would be literally not a moment of the day, nor perhaps of the night, when the thing was not working in some part of his mind. He would think about it for hours before he fell asleep, and when he opened his eyes it would be waiting at his bedside to pounce upon him. If he tried for even a few minutes to rest, or to divert his mind to some other work, he would find himself ill at ease and troubled, with a sense as of something pulling at him, calling to him. And if anything came to interrupt him, then he would be like a baker whose oven grows cold before the bread is half done. It would be a sad labor making anything out of that batch of bread. Section 10. And this work he had to do as a married man, the father of a family and the head of a household, living with a child who was one incessant and irrepressible demand for attention, and a wife who was wrestling with weakness and sickness, eating out her heart in cruel loneliness, and cowering in the grip of fiends of melancholia and despair. He had thought that when they moved into the new home, their domestic trials would be at an end. But now the cruel winter fell upon them. They had never known what a winter in the country was like. They came to see why the farmer had protested against their building in such a remote place. There were many days when they could not get to town, and some when they could not even get to the farmhouse. Also there was the pump, which was continually freezing, and necessitating long and troublesome operations before they could get any water. It was, as fate would have it, the worst winter in the oldest inhabitant's memory. The farmer's well froze over on 3 occasions, and it had never frozen before, so he declared. For such weather as this they were altogether unprepared. They had only a wood stove, and could not keep a fire all night, and the cheap blankets they had bought were made all of cotton, and gave them almost no protection. They would not sleep with the windows down, and so, for weeks at a time, they would go to bed with their clothing, even their overcoats on, and would pile curtains and rugs upon these, and even so, they would waken at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, shivering and chilled to the bone. And in this icy room they would have to get up and build a fire, and it might be half an hour before they could get the house warm. Also, they had no facilities for bathing, and so little by little they began to lose their habits of decency. There were days when Corydon left her face unwashed, and forgot to brush her hair. Every day, it seemed, they slipped yet further down the grade. Thyrsis would work until he was faint and exhausted, and then he would come over, and find there was nothing ready to eat. By the time that he and Corydon had cooked a meal, they would both of them be ravenous, and they would sit and devour their food like a couple of savages. Then, because they had overeaten, they would have to rest before they cleared things away, and like as not Thyrsis would get to thinking about his work, and go off and leave everything, and the dishes and the food might stay up on the table until the next meal. There was nearly always a piled up mass of dishes and skillets and saucepans in the house. To Thyrsis these soiled dishes were the original source of the myth of Sisyphus and his labor. And then there was the garbage pail that he had forgotten to empty, and the lamps he had neglected to fill, and the slop pails and the other utensils of domesticity. There were the diapers that somebody had to wash, and outside was always the bitter, merciless cold, that drove them in and shut them up with all this horror. The time came, as the winter dragged on, when the house which they had built with so many sacrifices, and into which they had moved with such eager anticipations, came to seem to them like a cave in which a couple of wild beasts cowered for shelter. Section 11. There was another great change which this cold weather effected in their lives. It broke down the barriers they had been at such pains to build up between them. It was all very well for them to agree that they were brother and sister, and that it was impossible for them ever to think of anything else. But now came a time when night after night the thermometer went to 10 or 15 degrees below zero, and first Thyrsis gave more bedding to Corydon because she was able to suffer more than he, and he would go over to his cold hut alone, and crawl into a cold bed, and lie there the whole night through without a wink of sleep. But then, as the cold held on for a week or more, the resistance of both of them was broken down. They were like two animals which crawl into the same hole to keep each other from freezing. They piled all their bedding upon one narrow cot, and sleeping thus, they could be warm. Even then, they tried to keep to the resolution they had made, but this, it seemed, was not within the power of flesh and blood, and so, once more, the sex factor was introduced into the complications of their lives. To Thyrsis this thing was like some bird of prey that circled in the sky just above him, its shadow filling him with a continual fear, the swish of its wings making him cringe. He was never happy about it. There was no time in his life when he was not in a state of inward war. His intellect rebelled, and on the other hand, there was a part of his nature that craved this sex experience and welcomed it, and this part, it seemed, was favored by all the circumstances of life. There was no chance to settle the matter in the light of reason, to test it by any moral or aesthetic law. Blind fate decreed that one part of him should have the shaping of his character, the determining of his needs. He tried to make clear to himself the basis of his distrust. Sexual intercourse as a habit, this was the formula by which he summed it up to himself. To be right, to win the sanction of the intellect and the conscience, the sex act must be the result of a supreme creative impulse. Its purpose was the making of a new soul, and this could never be right until those who took that responsibility had used their reasons, and determined that circumstances were such that the new soul might be a sound and free and happy and beautiful soul. And how different was this from the customs which prevailed under the sanction of the holy bonds of matrimony. When sexual intercourse became a self-indulgence, like the eating of candy, or the drinking of liquor, a thing of the body, and the body alone, a thing determined by physical propinquity, by the sight and contact of the flesh, the dressing and undressing in the same room. Then again, the means which they had to use to prevent conception, which destroyed all spontaneity in their relationship, and dragged the thing out into the cold light of day. And the continual fear that they might have made another blunder. Something of this sort was always happening, or seeming to have happened, or threatening to have happened, so that they waited each month in suspense and dread. It was this which made the terror of the whole matter to Thyrsis, and had so much to do with his repugnance. They were like people drawing lots for a death sentence, like people who ate from dishes, one of which they knew to contain poison. What was the tragic destiny that hung over them, the nemesis that gripped them, and forced them to take such a chance? But the barriers were down, and there was no building them up again. Thyrsis never even tried, because of the revelation which came to him from Corydon's side. Corydon was craving, reaching out hungrily for something which she had not in herself, and which life did not give her in sufficiency. She called this thing love, and she had no hesitations and no limits to her demand for it. To Thyrsis this love was something quite else, it was sustenance and support. To demand it was an act of weakness, and to yield it was a kind of spiritual blood transfusion. It was the first law of his life code that every soul must stand upon its own feet and walk its own way, and to surrender that spiritual autonomy was the one blunder for which there could be no pardon. But then he would argue with himself what folly it was to talk of such things in their position. They not souls at all, the life of the soul was not for them, the laws of the soul had nothing to do with them. They were two bodies, two miserable and cold and sick and tormented bodies, and with yet a third body, utterly helpless and dependent upon them in defiance of all the most high-sounding pronouncements about the soul. So Thyrsis would mock himself into subjection once more, and go on to play his part as husband and father and head of a household of bodies. He would play the game of love as Corydon wanted it played, he would yield to her demands, he would gratify her cravings, he would force himself to take her point of view. But then the other mood would come upon him, the mood that he knew to be the real expression of himself. He would begin the battle of his genius again, he would hear the echoes afar off, the thunder of the captains and the shouting. If one gave oneself up to the body, and accepted the regimen and the laws of the body, how should the soul ever come to be free? To make such a concession was to pass upon it a sentence of life imprisonment. So would come to Thyrsis again that sense of the awful tragedy that was impending in their lives. Some day, he knew, he would break out of this prison. Some day, he knew, he would have to be himself, and live his own life. And meanwhile, how pitiful were Corydon's attempts to shape him to her needs, and to persuade herself that she was succeeding in doing it. She would set forth to him elaborately how much he had improved, how much gentler and more human he was in contrast with that blind and stupid and egotistical and impossible person she had first known. And with what bitterness Thyrsis would hear this, and how he had to struggle to suppress his feeling. For he knew that those qualities which were so hateful to her, were but the foam cast up to the surface of his soul by the seething of his genius within. When it had ceased altogether, how placid and still would be the pool, and what a beautiful mirror it would make for Corydon to behold her own features in. Section 12. In later years they used to discuss this problem, and they could never be sure what would have happened in their lives, what would have been the reaction of their different temperaments if they had been given any fair chance to live and grow as they wanted to. But here they were, mashed together in the stew pot of domesticity, with all the most unlovely aspects of things forced continually upon their attention. Each was in some way a handicap and a torment to the other, a means which fate used to limit and crush and destroy the other, and as ever, they had in their hours of anguish no recourse save to sit down and reason it out together, and absolve each other from blame. Thyrsis invented a phrase whereby he might make this point clear to Corydon, and keep it in her thoughts. The phrase was the economic screw. It pressed upon him, and through him it crushed her. All things that he sought to be and could not be, all things that he would not be and was, all that was hard and unloving in him, his irritability and impatience, his narrowness and bitterness, in all this he showed her that cruel force that was destroying them both. It was a hard role for Thyrsis, to be the judge and the jury and the executioner of the stern will of this economic screw. There was, for instance, the episode of the turkey red table cover, which became a classic in their later lives. Corydon was always chafing at the bareness of their little home, and going into the shops in the town, and discovering things which might have made it lovely. One evil day she went alone, and when she came back, Thyrsis, as usual, pounced upon his mail, and came upon a letter from a magazine editor whom he had been trying to please with an article, and who now scolded him mercilessly for his obstinacy and his egotism and his didacticism, and all his other unpublishable qualities. Then came the unwrapping of the bundles, and Corydon's guileless and joyful announcement that she had come upon a wonderful bargain in the dry goods store, a beautiful piece of turkey red cloth which would serve as the table cover for which her soul had been pining and which she had obtained for the incredibly small sum of 30 cents. Whereupon, of course, Thyrsis began to exclaim in dismay. 30 cents was a third of all they had to live upon for a day. And to pay it for a fool piece of rag for which they had no earthly need. So Corydon sank down in the middle of the floor and dissolved in floods of tears, and at the next trip into town the turkey red table cover was returned, and over the bare board table there were new expositions of the theory of the economic screw. To these arguments Corydon would listen and assent. With her intellect she was at one with him, and she strove to make this intellect supreme. But always, deep underneath, was the other side of her being, that had nothing to do with intellect, but was pure primitive impulse, and that pushed and drove in her always, and carried her away the moment that intellect loosened its brake. Corydon was ashamed of this primitive self, she was always repudiating it, always shutting her eyes to it. There was no way to wound her so deeply as to posit its reality and identify it with her. She was always fighting to make her temperament like Thyrsis. She despised her own temperament utterly, and set up his qualities as her ideal. He was self-contained and masterful, he knew what he wanted and how to get it, he was not dependent upon anyone else, he needed no one's approval or admiration, he could control his emotions, and destroy those that inconvenienced him. So Corydon must be these things also, she was these things, and no one must gainsay it. And if ever she had felt or wished or said or done anything else that was all misunderstanding or delusion or accident, she would repudiate it with grief and indignation, and proclaim herself the creature of pure reason that every person ought to be. But then would come something that appealed to her emotions, to her love of beauty, her craving for joy, and there in a flash was the primitive self again. The task of compelling Corydon to economy reminded her husband of a toy which had been popular in his childhood days. The name of it was Pigs in Clover. There were 5 little balls which you had to coax into a narrow entrance, and while you were getting the last one in, the other 4 were almost certain to roll out. It was a labor of hours to get Corydon to recognize an unpleasant fact, and then the next day she had forgotten it. There were some things about himself and his life that he could never get her to understand, for instance, his preoccupation with the newspaper, that symbol of all that was hateful in life. Just then was the beginning of the Russian Revolution, and to Thyrsis the Russian Revolution was like the coming of relief to a shipwrecked mariner. It was a personal thing to him, the overthrow of a horror that pressed upon the life of every human being upon earth. And so each day he hungered for the news, and when the paper came he would pounce upon it. "Now, dearest," he would say, "please don't disturb me. I want to read." "All right," she would answer, and 5 minutes would pass. "Then do you want potatoes for supper, Thyrsis?" "Yes, dear. But I'm reading now." "All right." And then another 5 minutes. "Thyrsis, who was Boadicea?" "I'm reading now, dearest." "Oh yes." And then another 5 minutes. "Thyrsis, do you spell choke with an A?" At which Thyrsis would put down the paper. "Tell me, Corydon, isn't there something I can do so that you won't interrupt me?" Instantly a look of pain would sweep across her face. "Do you have to speak to me like that, Thyrsis? If you'd only just tell me, kindly and pleasantly." "But I've told you 3 or 4 times." "Thyrsis, how can you say that?" "But didn't I?" "Why, of course not." And then they would have an argument. He would bring up each case and confront her with it, and how very unloving a procedure was that, and how exasperating was his manner as he did it. Section 13. Then again, Corydon would be going into town to do some shopping, and he would ask her to bring out the afternoon paper. It would be the day of the October massacre, for instance, and he be on fire for the next batch of news. He would explain this to her, he would tell her again and again whatever else she forgot, she must remember the afternoon paper. He would walk out to meet her, burning with impatience, and he would ask for the paper, and see a blank look come over her face. Then, of course, he would scold. He had certain phrases how perfectly unspeakable. Perfectly paralyzing. How she hated these phrases. I had so many things to get, she would exclaim. But only one thing for me, Corydon. Everything is for you just as much as for myself. All these groceries, look at the bundles. I haven't had a single moment. But how many moments does it take to buy a newspaper? But Thyrsis. And how many times would I have to tell you? Have I got to go into town myself, just for the sake of a newspaper? I tell you I tried my very best to remember it. But what's the matter with you? Is your mind getting weak? And then like as not Corydon would burst into tears. Oh, I think you are a brute, she would cry. A perfect brute. Or else, perhaps, she would grow angry, and they would rail at each other, exchanging recriminations. I think I have burdens enough in my life, he would exclaim. I've a right to some help from you. You have no sense of proportion, she would answer. You are impossible. You would drive any sane to distraction. Perhaps so. But I can't drive you anywhere, and I'm sick of trying. Oh, if you only weren't such a talker. You talk talk talk. And all the while they did this, what grief was in the depths of them. And afterwards, what ghastly wounds in Corydon's soul, that had to be bound up and tended and healed. The pity of it, the shame of it that they should be able to descend to such sordidness. That their love, which they had planned as a noble temple, should turn out an ugly hovel. Oh Thyrsis, the girl would cry. The idea that you should think less of my soul than of an old newspaper. But that is not so, dearest, he would answer. He would try to explain to her how much the newspaper had meant to him, and just why his annoyance had got the better of him. So they would rehearse the scene over again, and like as not their irritation would sweep over them, and before they realized it they would find themselves disputing once more. Thyrsis would be making a desperate attempt to bring her to a realization of his difficulties, he would be in the midst of pouring out some eloquence, when she would interrupt him. But Thyrsis, wait a moment, you do not understand. I am speaking, he would say. But, Thyrsis. I am speaking. He would not be interrupted. But then would come a time when they sat down together and talked all this out, perceiving it as one more aspect of the disharmony of their temperaments. It no fault of either of them, they would agree, it was just that they were different. Thyrsis had a simile that he used, it's a marriage between a butterfly and a hippopotamus. You don't blame the butterfly because it can't get down into the water and snort, and on the other hand, when the hippopotamus tries to flap his wings and flit about among the flowers, he doesn't make a success of it. There would be times when he took Corydon's point of view entirely. She was beautiful and good, her naivete and guilelessness were the essence of her charm, and how preposterous it was to expect her to think about newspapers, or to be familiar with the price of beefsteaks. As for him, he was a blundering creature, dull and pragmatical, he was a great spiny monster that she had drawn up from the ocean depths. She would cut off his spines, but at once they grew out again, she could do nothing with him at all. But then she would protest, it's not so bad as that, Thyrsis. You have your work. Yes, that's it, he would answer. My work. I'm just a thinking machine. I'm fit for nothing else. And here I am married. He would say that, and he would mean it, he would try to act upon the conviction. Of course Corydon's nature was a thing more lovely than his, and, of course, it ought to have its way, to grow in freedom and joy. But alas, there was the economic screw. His qualities, hateful though they might be, were the product of stern conditions, they were the qualities which had to dominate in their lives, if they were to survive in the grim struggle for life. Section 14. It was, as always, their tragedy that they had no means of communicating, except through suffering, they had no work, and they had no art, and they had no religion. To Thyrsis it seemed that this last was the supreme need of their lives, but it was quite in vain that he tried to supply it. He had no theologies to offer, but he had a rough working faith that served his needs. He had a way of prayer, informal prayers, to the undiscovered gods. O infinite holiness of life, I seek to be reminded of thee. He would contemplate their failures and agonies and despairs, and floods of pity would well up in him, and then he would come back to Corydon, seeking to make these things real to her. But this he could never do. He could never carry her with him, he could never find anything with her but failure and disappointment. This was, in part, the outrage that the creed-mongers had done to her. With their dead formulas and their grotesque legends and their stupid bigotries, they had sullied and defaced all the symbols of religion. They had made a noble temple into a sepulchre of dead bones. They had taken her by force, when she was a child, and dragged her into it, and filled her with terror and loathing. To abandon the language of metaphor, they had sent her to a Protestant Episcopal Sunday school, where a vinegary spinster had taught her the Catechism and the 10 Commandments. And so forever after, the whole content of Christianity was a thing alien and hateful to her. But also, in their disharmony was something even more fundamental. Corydon's emotions did not come in the same way as her husband's. With her a joy had to be a spontaneous thing, there could be no reasoning about it, and it was not the product nor the occasion of any act of will. In fact, if anyone were to say to Corydon, "Come, let us experience a certain emotion," then straightway it would become certain that she might experience any emotion in the world, save only that one. Thyrsis told himself that he was to blame for this having destroyed her spontaneity in the very beginning, but how was he to have known that, understanding as he did no temperament but his own, being powerless to handle any tools but his own? The process of his soul's life was to tell himself all his vices over, and so he would become filled with hatred of himself, and would forthwith evolve into something different. But with Corydon, this method produced, not rage and resolution, but only black despair. The process of Corydon's soul life was that someone else should come to her, and tell her that she was radiant and exquisite, and straightway she would become these things, and yet more of them, and until such a person came to her, all her soul's life stood still. This was illustrated whenever there was any misunderstanding between them, any crisis of unhappiness or fit of melancholia. It was quite in vain at such times that Thyrsis would ask her to sweep these things aside and forget them. It was disastrous to suggest that she put any blame upon herself, or scold herself into a different attitude. He might take days to make up his mind to do what he had to do, yet that fit of misery would last until he had come and done it. He had to put his arms about her, and make her realize that she was precious to him, that she was necessary to him, that he loved her and appreciated her and believed in her. So, and so only, would the current of her life begin once more to flow. And why could he not do this more quickly? Why did he have to wait until she had suffered agonies? Why did he have to be dragged to it by the hair of his head, as it were, as a means of keeping her from going insane from misery? Was it that he did not really love her? Mocking voices in his soul told him that was it, but he knew it was not so. He loved her, but he loved her in his way, and that was not her way. And how shall one explain that strange impulse in the heart of man, that makes it impossible for him to be content with anything that is upon the earth, that makes him restless in the presence of beauty and love and joy, and all those things with which he so obviously ought to be content? It is so clearly irrational and unjustifiable, and yet that impulse continues to drive him forth, as it drove him to destroy the statues in the Athenian temples, and to burn the silken robes and the jeweled treasures in the public squares of Venice. One contemplates the thing in its most unlovely aspects in the form of Simeon Stylites upon his pillar, devoured by worms, or of Bernard Gouy, with his racks and his thumbscrews and his secular arm, and it seems the very culmination of all human madness and horror. And yet, it does not cease to come, and he upon whom it seizes may not free himself by any power of his will, by any cunning of his wit, and no agony of yearning and grief may be sufficient to enable him to love a woman as a woman desires to be loved. Section 15. Thyrsis would work over the book until he was utterly exhausted, and then, limp as a rag, he would come back to the world of reality and face these complications. He needed to rest, he needed to be soothed and comforted and sung to sleep, he needed to receive and instead he had to give. Sometimes he wondered vaguely if this might not have been otherwise. He knew nothing about women, but surely there might have been, somewhere in the world, some woman who would have understood, and would have asked nothing from him. But he dwelt on that thought but seldom, for it seemed a kind of treason. He was not married to any such hypothetical woman, he was married to Corydon, and it was Corydon he had to save from the wolves. So, time after time, he would come back to her, and take the cup of her pain in his trembling hands, and put it to his lips and drain it to the dregs. He would sit with her, and hear the tale of her struggles, he would fan the sparks of his exhausted emotions into flame, so that she might warm herself by the glow. And when the burden became too great for him, when the black floods of anguish and despair which she poured out upon him threatened to engulf him altogether, then he would tramp away into the forest, or out upon the snow-encrusted hills, and call up the demons of his soul once more, and proclaim himself unconquered and unconquerable. He would spread his wings to the glory of his vision, he would feel again the surge and sweep of it, he would sing aloud with the power of it, and pledge himself anew to live for it if need be, even to die for it. The world was trying to crush it in him, the world hated it and feared it, and was bound that it should not live, and Thyrsis had sworn to save it, and so the issue was joined. He would harden himself for the struggle, he would fling himself into the thick of it, again and again, he would summon up that thing which he called his genius, that fountain of endless force that boiled up within him. Whatever strength they brought against him, he could match it, he might be knocked down, trampled upon, left for dead upon the field, but he could rise and renew the conflict. He would talk to himself, he would call aloud to himself, he would repeat to himself formulas of exhortation, cries of defiance, proclamations of resolve. He would summon his enemies before him, sometimes in hosts, sometimes as individuals, all those who ever in his life had mocked and taunted him, scolded him, and threatened him. He would shake his clenched fists at them. They might as well understand it, they could never conquer him, not all the power they could bring would suffice. He would call upon posterity also, he would summon his friends and lovers of the future, to give him comfort in his sore distress. Was it not for them that he was laboring, that they might some day feed their souls upon his faith? Thyrsis would think of the Song of Roland, recalling that heroic figure and his 3 days' labor. When he had read that poem, his heart had seemed to throb with pain every time that Roland lifted his sword arm. He would think of the old blind Samson agonists, he would think of the Greeks at Thermopylae, of the siege of Haarlem. History was full of such tales of the agonies that men had endured for the sake of their faith, and why should he expect exemption, why should he shrink from the fiery test? Section 16. So he lived and fought 2 battles, one within and one without, and little by little these 2 became merged in his imagination. He had conceived a figure which should embody the war, and that figure had come to be himself. The war of which he was writing had come upon a people unsuspecting and unprepared, they had not sought it nor desired it, they did not love it, they did not understand it. But the nation must be preserved, and so they set out to forge themselves into a sword. They had wealth, and they poured it out lavishly, and they had enthusiasm. Whole armies of young men came forward. They were uniformed and armed and drilled, and one after another they marched out, with banners waving, and drums rolling, and hearts beating high with hope, and one after another they met the enemy, and were swallowed up in carnage and destruction, and came reeling back in defeat and despair. It happened so often that the whole land moaned with the horror of it. There was Bull Run and then again Bull Run, and there was the Long Peninsula Campaign, an entire year of futility and failure, and there was the ghastly slaughter of Fredericksburg, and the blind confusion of Chancellorsville, and the bitter disappointment of Antietam. Thyrsis wished to portray all this from the point of view of the humble private, who got none of the glory, and expected none, but only suffering and toil, whose lot it was to march and counter-march, to delve and sweat in the trenches, to be stifled by the heat and drenched by the rain and frozen by the cold, to wade through seas of blood and anguish, to be wounded and captured and imprisoned, to be lured by victory and blasted by defeat. and into it all he was pouring the distillation of his own experiences. For there was not much of it that he had not known in his own person. Surely he had known what it was to be cold and hungry, surely he had known what it was to be lured by victory and blasted by defeat. He had watched by the deathbed of his dearest dreams, he had listened to the moaning of multitudes of imprisoned hopes. He had known what it was to set before him a purpose, and to cling to it in spite of obloquy and hatred. He had known what it was to suffer until his forehead throbbed, and all things reeled and swam before his eyes. He had known also what it was to sacrifice for the sake of the future, and to see others, who thought of no one but themselves, preying upon him, and upon the community, and living in luxury and enjoying power. Little by little, as he studied this war, Thyrsis had come upon a strange and sinister fact about it. Roughly speaking, the population of the country might have been divided into two classes. There were those to whom the Union was precious, and who gave their labor and their lives for it. They starved and fought and agonized for it, and came home, worn, often crippled, and always poor. On the other hand, there were some who had cared nothing for the Union, but were finding their chance to grow rich and to establish themselves in the places of power. They were selling shoddy blankets and paper shoes to the government, they were speculating in cotton and gold and food. There were a few exceptions to this, of course, but for the most part, when one came to study the gigantic fortunes which were corrupting the nation, he discovered that it was just here they had begun. So this was the curious and ironic fact: the nation had been saved but only to be handed over to the money changers. And these now possessed it and dominated it, and a new generation had come forward, which knew not how these things had come to be, which knew only the money changers and their power. And who was there to tell them of the war, and all that the war had meant? Who was there to make that Titan agony real to them, to point them to the high destinies of the Republic? Along with his war books, Thyrsis was reading his daily newspaper, which came to him freighted with the cynicism of the hour. It was when the revelations of corruption in business and political affairs were at their flood, high and low, in towns and cities, in states and in the nation itself. One saw that the government of the country had been bought. Everywhere throughout the land Mammon sat upon the throne, and men cringed before him. There was only persecution and mockery for those who believed in the things for which America stood to all the world. And this new lord, who had purchased the people, and held them in bond, was extracting a toll of suffering and privation, of accident and disease and death, that was worse than the agony of many wars. The whole land was groaning and sweating beneath the burden of it, and Thyrsis, who shared the pain, and knew the meaning of it, was sick with the responsibility it put upon him, yearning for 1,000 voices with which he might cry the truth aloud. Someone must bring America face to face with its soul again, and who was there to do it? Who was there that was even trying? Thyrsis had seen the statues of St. Gaudens, and he knew there was one man who had dreamed the dream of his country. But who was there to put it into song, or into story, that the young might read? Like the newspapers and the churches, the authors had sold out. They were writing for matinee girls, and for the Pullman car book trade, and meantime the civilization of America was sliding down into the pit. So here again was war. Here again were pain and sickness, hunger and cold, solitude and despair, to be endured and defied, death itself to be faced, madness even, and soul decay. Armies of men had gone out, had laid themselves down and filled up the ditches with their bodies, to make a bridge for freedom to pass on. And the ditches were not yet full, another life was needed. Nor must he think himself too good for the sacrifice. There had been greater men than he, no doubt, burned up in the wilderness, and blown to pieces by the cannon at Bloody Angle. There had been dreamers of mighty dreams among them, and they were dead, and all their dreams were dead. And neither must he love his own too dearly. There had been women who had suffered and died in that war, and babes who had perished by tens of thousands, and they, too, had been born with agony, had been loved and yearned for, and wept and prayed for. So, out of the dead past, were voices calling to Thyrsis. He heard them in the night time as one mighty symphony of grief. They had died for nothing, unless the Republic should be saved, unless their dream of freedom and justice could be made real. And for what was the poet but that? So that the new generations might know what their fathers had done, that the youth of America might be roused and thrilled once more. Surely it could not be that the land was all sunk in selfishness and unfaith, that there were no longer any generous souls who could be stirred by a trumpet call, and led forth to strike a new blow for the great hope of humanity. Section 17. The long winter dragged by, and the fury of it seemed to increase. They were as if besieged by demons of cold and storm. There came another blizzard, and the snows drifted down to their hollow by the edge of the woods, so that it was 2 days before they could get out, even to the farmhouse. And there was no place for them to walk. A path from their house to Thyrsis' study was a labor of half a day to dig. Also Corydon caught a cold, which ran in due course through the little family, and added to their misery and discomfort. The snow seemed to be symbolical, walling them in from all the world. There is no help, it seemed to say to them, whatever strength they got they must wring out of their own hearts. Here in this place, it seemed to Thyrsis, he learned the real meaning of winter. He saw it as primitive man had seen it, a cruel and merciless assailant, a fiend that came ravening, dealing destruction and death. He thought of the ode by Thomas Campbell. Archangel, power of desolation, fast descending as thou art, say, hath mortal invocation, spells to touch thy stony heart. Surely no runic Odin, who howled his war song to the gale, no Lapland savage who cowered in his hut, ever panted for the respite of the springtime more than these two lovers in their tiny cottage. It was evident that Corydon was going downhill under the strain. She became more and more nervous and wretched, her headaches and her fits of exhaustion were more frequent. Then, too, her old mental trouble, the habit of thinking things, was plaguing her again. She would come to Thyrsis with long accounts of her psychological entanglements, and he would patiently unravel the skein. Or sometimes, if he was very tired, he might give some signs of a desire to escape the ordeal, and then he would see a look of terror stealing into Corydon's eyes. So these things were real after all. They were real even to Thyrsis. One morning he opened his eyes, and looked from his study window, to find that another heavy snow had fallen, and when he had dressed and gone over to the house, he found Corydon in bed. She complained of a headache, and had had chills during the night, and was now quite evidently feverish. He was alarmed, and after he had made her as comfortable as he could, he dressed the baby and took him upon his shoulder, and made his way with difficulty to the farmhouse. He left the baby there, and with a horse and sleigh set out for town. The horse had to walk all the way, and several times the sleigh was upset in the drifts, so that it was 2 hours before he reached his destination. As the doctor was out upon his rounds, he had to wait a couple of hours more, and then only to learn that the man could not possibly attempt the trip. He had several patients who were dangerously ill, and he had to be on hand. He sent Thyrsis to another doctor, but this one said exactly the same, and so the boy spent the day wandering about the town. The thought of Corydon's lying there alone, helpless and suffering, made him wild, but everywhere he met with the same response. The cold weather had apparently brought an epidemic of disease, and there was no doctor in the place who could spare 3 or 4 hours to make the long journey in the snow. So there was nothing for him to do but go back. The farmer's wife offered to take care of the baby overnight, and he went down to the cottage alone, where he found Corydon much worse. He sat and held her hand, a terror clutching at his heart, and all night long he sat and tended her. He filled hot water bottles when she was chilled, and got ice when she was hot, and made cool lemonade, and prepared tidbits and tempted her to eat. He would whisper to her and soothe her, and later, when she fell into a doze, he sat nodding in his chair and shivering with cold, but afraid to touch the fire for fear of disturbing her. Then, towards dawn, she wakened, and Thyrsis was almost beside himself with anguish and fear, for she was delirious, and did not know where she was, or what she was doing. She kept talking as if to the baby in their baby talk. Thyrsis would listen, until he would choke up with tears. He left her, and went up to the farm, and got the horse and sleigh again, and drove to another town. It made no difference what doctor he got to Thyrsis, all doctors were alike, the keepers of the keys of health. After several hours' pursuit he found that this man also was busy. All he could say was that he would try to get out that night. So Thyrsis went back again, to find his wife with flushed face, and beads of perspiration upon her forehead, now sitting up and babbling aimlessly, now sinking back exhausted. He sat once more through a night of torment, holding her hot hands in his, and praying in vain for the coming of the doctor. It was afternoon of the next day before the man finally came, and brought some relief to Thyrsis' soul, and perhaps also to Corydon's body. He took her temperature and listened to her breathing, and pronounced it a severe attack of grippe, with a touch of bronchitis, and he laid out an assortment of capsules and liquids, and promised to come again if Thyrsis sent for him. And so the boy set out in the double role of trained nurse and mother's assistant. He gave Corydon her medicines, and brought fresh water for her, and smoothed her pillows and talked to her, and prepared some delicacies for her when she wished to eat. Also he dressed and bathed the baby, and cooked his complex meals and fed them to him. He put on his rubbers and his leggings and his mittens, and the overcoat and peaked hood, and turned him out to bongy cowtoes in the snow. Likewise he got his own meals and washed the dishes, and tended the fires and emptied the ashes and filled the lamps and swept the floors, and in the interim between these various duties he fought new battles within himself, and got new sidelights upon Chickamauga and Bloody Angle. Section 18. It was 2 weeks before the siege was lifted, and Corydon was able to take up her burdens once more. It was then March, and the snow had given place to cold sleety rains, and the fields and the ground about their home were miniature swamps full of mud. Thyrsis would tramp through this to the hilltops where the storm winds howled, and there vow defiance to his foes, and come home to pour new hope and courage and resolution into a bottomless pit. He was finishing his vision of the field of Gettysburg, the 3 days' grapple between two Titan armies, that meant to him 3 weeks of soul-terrifying toil. Men had said that Gettysburg meant the turning of the tide, that victory was certain, and yet there had followed Sherman's long campaign, and all the horror of the wilderness fighting, and Mine Run and Cold Harbor and the ghastly siege of Petersburg. And now Thyrsis had to fight his way through this. He saw the figure that he had dreamed, and that possessed him, a soldier who was the rage of the war incarnate, the awakened frenzy of the nation. He was a man lifted above pain and cold and hunger, he was gaunt and wild of aspect, restless and impatient, driving to the end. He went about the duties of the camp like one in a dream, he marched like an automaton for hours, or for days, as need might be, his thoughts flying on to those moments that alone were real to him, to the charge and the fury of the conflict, the blows that were the only things that counted. He lived amid sights and sounds of horror, with groans and weeping in his ears, with a mist of blood and cannon smoke before his eyes. He drove on, grim and implacable, the very ground about him rocking and quivering in a delirium of torment. He was the war. Meantime Corydon was growing paler, and more wretched than ever. For her, too, this winter was symbolized as a battleground. To him it was a field in which armies clashed, and the issue was uncertain, but to her it was a field of inevitable defeat, strewn with the corpses of her hopes. For hours she would lie upon her couch in the night watches, silent, alone, staring out of the window at the wide waste of snow in the pitiless moonlight. Thyrsis would have preferred to sleep in his own study, as he worked so late at night, but Corydon begged him not to do this. She would rather be wakened, she said. So, on one occasion, he came over at about 2 o'clock in the morning, and found her sleeping, as he thought, and crawled into his own cot. He was just dozing off to sleep, when he heard what he thought was a stifled sob. He listened, he thought that she was crying in her sleep. But then, as the sound grew clearer, he sat up. The moonlight was shining in upon her, and Thyrsis caught a bright glint of steel. Swift as a flash the meaning of that swept over him. He had provided her with a revolver, that she might feel safe when she was left alone, and now he bounded out of bed and sprang across the room, and found her with the weapon pointed at her head. He struck it away, and Corydon, with a terrified cry, clutched at him and collapsed in his arms. "Oh Thyrsis," she wailed. "Save me! Save me! What is it?" he gasped. "I couldn't do it," she cried, choking. "I couldn't. I tried so hard." "Sweetheart," he whispered, in terror. "Don't let me do it," she sobbed. "Oh, Thyrsis, you must save me." He pressed her to his bosom, shuddering with dread, and trying to soothe her hysterical outburst. So, little by little, he dragged the story from her. For 3 days she had been making up her mind to shoot herself, and she had chosen that night for the time. "I've been sitting here for an hour," she whispered with the revolver in my hand. "And I couldn't get up the courage to pull the trigger." He clasped her, white with horror. "I heard you coming," she went on. "I lay and pretended to sleep. Then I tried again, but I can't. I'm a coward." "Corydon," he cried. "There was only one thing that stopped me. You would have got on without me." "Don't say that, dearest. You would, I know it. I'm only in your way. But oh, my baby. I loved him so, and I couldn't bear to leave him." She clung to him convulsively. "Oh, Thyrsis," she panted, "think what it meant to me to leave him. He'd have been without a mother all his life. And something might have happened to you, and he'd have had no one to love him at all." "Why did you want to do it?" he cried. "Oh Thyrsis, I've suffered so. I'm weary, I'm worn out, I'm sick of the fight. I can't stand it any more, and what can I do?" "My poor girl," he whispered, and pressed her to his heart in a paroxysm of grief. "Oh, my Corydon! My Corydon!" The horror of the thing overwhelmed him. He began to weep himself. His frame was shaken with tearless, agonizing sobs. What could he do for her? How could he help her? But already he had helped her. It was not often that she saw him weeping, it was not often she found that she could do something for him. "Thyrsis, do you really want me?" she whispered. "Do you truly love me that much?" I love you," he sobbed. And she replied, "Then I'll stay. I'll bear anything, if you need me, if I can be of any use at all." Section 19. So their tears were mingled, so once more, being sufficiently ploughed up with agony, they might behold the deeps of each other's souls. Being at their last gasp, and driven to desperation, they would make the convulsive effort, and break the crust of dullness and commonplace, and reveal again the mighty forces hidden in their depths. At such hours he beheld Corydon as she was, the flaming spirit, the archangel prisoned in the flesh. If only he could have found the key to those deep chambers, so that he could have had access to them always. But alas, they knew only one path that led to them, and that through the valley of despair. From despair it led to anguished struggle, and from struggle to defiance, to rage and denunciation, and thence to visions and invocations, raptures and enthrallments. So this night, for instance, behold Corydon, first holding her husband's hands, and shuddering with awe, and pledging her faith all over again, and then, later on, when the dawn was breaking, sitting in the cold moonlight with a blanket flung about her, her wild hair tossing, and in her hand the revolver with which she had meant to destroy herself. Behold her, making sport of her own life drama, turning into wildest fantasy her domestic ignominies, her inhibitions, and her helpmates' blunderings, evoking the hosts of the future as to a festival, rehearsing the tragedy of her soul with all posterity as her audience. When once these mad steeds of her fancy were turned loose, one could never tell where their course would be, and strange indeed were the adventures that came to him who rode with her. There seemed to be no limit to the powers of this subliminal woman within Corydon. Her cheeks would kindle, her eyes would blaze, and eloquence would pour from her, the language of great poetry, fervid and passionate, with swift flashes of insight and illumination, tumultuous invocations and bursts of prophecy. Thyrsis would listen and marvel. What a mind she had, sharp, like a rapier, swift as the lightning flash. The powers of penetration and understanding, and above all the sheer splendors of language, the blazes of metaphor, the explosions of coruscating wit. What a tragic actress she might have made, how she would have shaken men's souls, and set them to shuddering with terror. What an opera singer she could have been, with that rich vibrant voice, and the mien of a disinherited goddess. It was out of such hours that the faith of their lives was made, and it was out of them also that Thyrsis formed his idea of woman. To him woman was an equal, and this he not only said with his lips, he lived it in his feelings. The time came when he went out into the world, and learned to understand the world's idea, that woman meant vanity and pettiness and frivolity, but Thyrsis let all this pass, knowing the woman's soul. Somewhere underneath, not yet understood and mastered, was pent this mighty force that in the end would revolutionize all human ideas and institutions. Here was faith, here was vision, here was the power of all powers, and how was it to be delivered and made conscious, and brought into the service of life? Most women liked Thyrsis, because they divined in some vague way this attitude, and some men hated him for the same reason. These men, Thyrsis observed, were the slave drivers. They held that woman was the weaker vessel, and for this they had their own motives. There were women, too, who liked to be ruled, but Thyrsis never argued with them. It was enough, he judged, to treat any slave as a free man, or any servant as a gentleman, and sooner or later they would divine what he meant, and the spirit of revolt would begin to flicker. Book 13. The Masters of the Snare. They stood upon the porch of the little cabin, listening to the silence of the night. "How far away it all seems," she said. "How many a dingle on the loved hillside hath since our day put by, the coronals of that forgotten time. It makes one feel old," he said, "like the coming of the night." "The night," she repeated, and went on. "I feel her finger light, laid pausefully upon life's headlong train. The foot less prompt to meet the morning dew, the heart less bounding at emotion new, and hope once crushed less quick to spring again." Section 1. Throughout this long winter of discontent came to them one ray of hope from the outside world. The genius was given in the little town in Germany, and Thyrsis' correspondent sent the $25, and wrote that it had made a great impression, and that more performances were to be expected. Then, after an interval, Thyrsis was surprised to receive from his clipping bureau some items to the effect that his play was to be produced in one of the leading theaters in Berlin. He wrote to his correspondent for an explanation, and learned to his dismay that his play had been pirated. It was, of course, not copyright in Germany, and so he had no redress, and must content himself with what his friend referred to as the renowns which will be brought to you by these performances. The play came out, in the early spring, and apparently made a considerable sensation. Thyrsis read long reviews from the German papers, and there were accounts of it in several American papers. So people began to ask who this unknown poet might be. The publishers of The Hearer of Truth were moved to venture new advertisements of the book whereby they sold perhaps 100 copies more, and Thyrsis was moved to pay some badly needed money to have more copies of the play made, so that he might try to interest some other manager. He carried on a long correspondence with a newly organized stage society, which thought a great deal about trying the play at a matinee, but did nothing. Also, Thyrsis received a letter from one of the country's popular novelists, who had heard of the play abroad, and asked to read it. When he had read it and told what an interesting piece of work it was, Thyrsis sat down and wrote the great man about his plight, and asked for help, which led to correspondence, and to the passing round of the manuscript among a group of literary people. One of these was Haddon Channing, the critic and essayist, who was interested enough to write Thyrsis several long letters, and to read the rest of his productions, and later on to call to see him. Which visit proved a curious experience for the family. He arrived one day towards spring, when it chanced that Corydon was in town visiting the dentist. Thyrsis had just finished his dinner when he saw two people coming through the orchard, and he leaped up in haste to put the soiled dishes away, and make the place as presentable as possible. Mr. and Mrs. Channing had come in their car, and were followed by an escort of the farmers' children, since an automobile was a rare phenomenon in that neighborhood. The entrance to the peach orchard proved not wide enough for the machine, so they had to get out and walk, and this they found annoying, because the ground was wet and soft. All of which seemed to emphasize the incongruity of their presence. Hatton Channing might have been described as a dilettante radical. He employed a highly wrought and artificial style, which scintillated with brilliant epigram. One had a feeling that it rather atoned for the evils in human life, that they became the occasion of so much cleverness in Channing's books. Perhaps that was the reason why most people did not object to the vagueness of his ideas, when it came to any constructive suggestion. In fact, he rather made a point of such vagueness when you tried to do anything about a social evil, that was politics, and politics were vulgar. One could never pin Channing down, but his idea seemed to be that in the end all men would become free and independent spirits, able to make their own epigrams, after which there would be no more evil in the world. And here he was in the flesh. It seemed to Thyrsis as if he must have made a study of his own books, and then proceeded to fit his person and his clothing, his accent and his manner, to make a proper setting thereto. He was tall and lean, immaculate and refined. He spoke with airy and fastidious grace, pouring out one continuous stream of cleverness. Any hour of his conversation was equivalent to a volume of his works at $1.25 net. Also, there was Mrs. Channing, gracious and exquisite, looking as if she had stepped out of one of Rossetti's poems. She was a poetess herself, writing about Actaeon and Antinous and other remote subjects. Thyrsis assumed that there must be something in these poems, for they were given 2 or 3 pages in the 35-cent magazines, but he himself had never discovered any reason why he should read one through. Section 2. They seated themselves upon his 6-foot piazza, and Thyrsis, who had very little sense of personality, and was altogether wrapped up in ideas, was soon in the midst of a free and easy discussion with them. It seemed ages since he had had an opportunity to exchange opinions with anyone except Corydon. With these people he roamed over the fields of literature, and as they found nothing to agree about anywhere, the conversation did not flag. A strange experience it must have been to them, to come to a lonely shanty in the woods, and encounter a haggard boy, in a cotton shirt and a pair of frayed trousers, who was all oblivious of their elegance, and unawed by their reputation, and who behaved like a bull in the china shop of their orderly opinions. Mrs. Channing, it seemed, was completing her life work, a volume which was to revolutionize current criticism, and lead the world back to artistic health. To her, modern civilization was a vast abortion, and in Greek culture was to be sought the fountainhead of health. She sang the praises of Athenian literature and art and life. There was sanity and clarity, there was balance and serenity. And to compare it with the jangled confusion and the frantic strife of modern times. To which Thyrsis answered, "We'd best let modern times alone. For here you've all facts and no generalization, and in the case of the Greeks you've all generalization and no facts." And so they went at it, hot and heavy. Mrs. Channing, her Greek serenity somewhat ruffled, insisted that she had studied the facts for herself. The other proceeded to probe into her equipment, and found that she knew Homer and Sophocles, but did not know Aristophanes so well, and did not know the Greek epigrams at all. Thyrsis maintained that the dominant note in the Greek heritage was one of bewilderment and despair, in support of which alarming opinion he carried the discussion from the dreams of Greek literature to the realities of Greek life. Did Mrs. Channing know how the Greeks had persecuted all their great thinkers? Did she know anything about the cruelties of their slave code? "Have you ever studied Greek politics?" he asked. "Do you realize, for instance, that it was the custom of statesmen and generals who were defeated by their political rivals, to go over to the enemy and lead an expedition against their homes?" "Isn't that putting it rather strongly?" asked Mrs. Channing. "I don't think so," he answered. "Didn't the conquerors of both Salamis and Plataza afterwards sell out to the Persian king? And then you talk about the noble ideal of woman which the Greeks developed. Don't you know that it was nothing but a literary tradition? "I had never understood that," said Mrs. Channing. To which the other answered, "It was handed down from imaginary Homeric days. The Greek lady of the Periclean age was a domestic prisoner and drudge." Section 3. Then, late in the afternoon, came Corydon, and this part of the adventure must have seemed stranger yet to the Channings. Corydon wore a shirt-waist and a 10-cent straw hat, trimmed with some white mosquito netting, and an old blue skirt which she had worn before her marriage, and had enlarged little by little during the period of her pregnancy, and had taken in again after the baby was born. Also she was pale and sad-looking, much startled by the sight of the automobile, and the sudden apparition of elegance. She got rid of her armfuls of groceries and bundles, and seated herself in an inconspicuous place, and sat listening while the argument went on. For a full hour she never uttered a word. Only once during the controversy over the Greek lady, Mrs. Channing turned to her and asked, "Don't you agree with me?" But Corydon could only answer, "I don't know, I have not read much history." And who was there to tell the visitor that this strange, wide-eyed girl knew more about the tragedies and terrors of the Greek temperament than she with all her culture and her college degrees could have learned in many lifetimes? The two stayed to supper, and Corydon and Thyrsis set out the meal upon the rustic outdoor table. They apologized for their domestic inadequacies, but Mrs. Channing declared that she adored picnicking. The evening was spent in more discussion, and finally it was decided that the visitors should stay overnight at the hotel in town, and come out again in the morning. Thyrsis concluded, as he thought the matter over, that the two must have been fascinated by this domestic situation, and curious to look deeper into it. Perhaps they saw material in it, or perhaps it was that Haddon Channing was really impressed by Thyrsis' powers, and sought to understand his problems and help him. Whatever may have been the motive for it, when they came the next morning, the critic took Thyrsis for a walk in the woods and proceeded to discuss his affairs. And meanwhile his wife had set herself to the task of probing the innermost corners of Corydon's soul. The burden of Channing's discourse was Thyrsis' impatience and lack of balance, his fanaticism, and his too great opinion of his own work. "My dear fellow," he said, "you are the most friendless human being I have ever encountered upon earth. How can you expect to interest men if you don't get out into the world and learn what they are doing?" "That means to get a position, I suppose," said Thyrsis. "No, not necessarily," began the other. "But I haven't money to live in the city otherwise." That was too definite for Channing, and he went off on another tack. He had been reading The Higher Cannibalism, and he could not forgive it. A boy of Thyrsis' age had no right to be seething with such bitterness. There must be some fundamental and terrible cause. He was destroying himself, he was eating out his heart in this isolation, he was so wrapped up in his own miseries, his own wrongs, in all the concerns of his own exaggerated ego. They were seated beside a little streamlet in the woods. "What you need is something to get you out of yourself," the critic was saying, "something to restore your sanity and balance. It'll come to you someday. Perhaps it'll be a love affair, you'll meet some woman who'll carry you away. I know the sort you need, they grow in the West, the great brooding type of woman soul, that would fold you in her arms and give you a little peace." Thyrsis was silent for a space. "You forget," he said, in a low voice, "that I am already married." The other shrugged his shoulders. "Such things have happened." "Even so," he said. Thyrsis had taken his part in the conversation before this, defending himself and setting forth his point of view. But now he fell silent. The words had cut him to the quick. It seemed to him an insult and a bitter humiliation, here, at his home, almost in the presence of his wife. What was the man's idea, anyway? And suddenly he turned upon Channing with the question, "You think that I've married a doll?" The other was staggered for a moment. "I don't know what you've married," he replied. "No," said Thyrsis. "Then how can you advise me in such a matter?" "I see that you're not happy," the other began. "Yes," said the boy. "But I don't want any more women." There was a pause, while Thyrsis sat pondering, should he try to explain to this man? But he shook his head. "No," it would be useless to try. She is not in your class, he said. How do you mean? Asked the other. She has none of your culture, none of your social graces. She can't write, and she can't sing, she can't do anything that your wife does. I'm afraid, said Channing, in a low voice, you don't take my remarks in the right spirit. Even suppose that she were not what you call a great woman soul, persisted Thyrsis, at least she has starved and suffered for me, and wouldn't common loyalty bind me to her? I have tried to do something very difficult, said the other, after a silence. I have tried to talk to you frankly. It is the most thankless task in the world to tell a man his own faults. I know, said Thyrsis. And that's all right, I'm perfectly willing. I don't mind knowing my faults. It is evident that you have resented it, declared the other. Thyrsis answered with a laugh, don't you admit of replies to your criticisms? Suppose I'm pointing out some of your faults as a critic. Channing said that he did not object to that. Very well, then, said Thyrsis. I simply tell you that you have missed the point of my trouble. There's nothing the matter with me but poverty and lack of opportunity, and there's nothing else the matter with my wife. We're doing our best, and it's the simple fact that we've endured and dared more than anybody we've ever met. And that's all there is to it. It was evident that Channing was deeply hurt. He turned the conversation to other matters, and pretty soon they got up and strolled on. When they came near to the house, he went off to see his chauffeur, and Thyrsis stood watching him, and pondering over the episode. It was the same thing that had happened to him in the city, it was the thing that would be happening to him all the time. He saw that however wretched he might be with Corydon, he would always take her part against the world. Whatever her faults might be, they were not such as the world could judge. Rather would he make it the test of a person's character, that they should understand and appreciate her, in spite of her lack of that superficial thing called culture, the ability to rattle off opinions about any subject under the sun. So it was that loyalty to Corydon held him fast. So her temperament was his law, and her needs were his standards, and day by day he must become more like her, and less like himself. Section 4. He returned to the house, entering by the rear door. The baby was lying in the room asleep, and out upon the piazza, he could hear Corydon and Mrs. Channing. Corydon was speaking, in her intense voice. The trouble with me, she was saying, is that I have no confidence. Other women are sure of themselves, they are self-contained, serene, satisfied. But why shouldn't you be that way? Thus Mrs. Channing. I aim too high, said Corydon. I want too much. I defeat myself. Yes, said the other, but why? It's been the circumstances of all my life. I've been defeated, thwarted, repressed. Everything drives me back into myself. There is nothing I can do, I can only endure and suffer and wait. So all the influences in my life are negative. I was sick with the nay of life. With my lonely soul's refrain. What is that you are quoting? Asked Mrs. Channing. It's from a poem I wrote, said Corydon. Oh, you write poetry? I couldn't say that, was the reply. I have no technique, I never studied anything about it. But you try sometimes. I find it helps me, said Corydon. Once in a great while I find lines in my mind, and I put them together, so that I can say them over, and remind myself of things. I see, said Mrs. Channing. Tell me the poem you quoted. I don't believe you'd think much of it, said Corydon, hesitating. I never expected anybody. I'd be interested to hear it, declared her visitor. So Corydon recited in a low voice a couple of stanzas which had come to her in the lonely midnight hours. Thyrsis listened with interest, he had never heard them before. What matters the tired heart? What matters the weary brain? What matters the cruel smart of the burden borne again? I was sick with the nay of life, with my lonely soul's refrain. But the essence of love is strife, and the meaning of life is pain. There was a pause. Do you think that is worthwhile at all? Asked Corydon. It is evidently sincere, replied Mrs. Channing. I think you ought to study and practice. I can't make much effort at it. But the other went on, what concerns me is the attitude to life it shows. It is terrible that a young girl should feel that way. You must not let yourself get into such a state. But how can I help it? You must have something that occupies your mind. That is what you need, truly it is. You've got to stop thinking about yourself, you've got to get outside yourself, somehow. Thyrsis caught his breath. He could tell from the tone of the speaker's voice that she was laboring with Corydon, putting forth all her energies to impress her. He was tempted to step forward and cry out, "No, no. That's not the way. That won't work." But instead, he stood rooted to the spot, while Mrs. Channing went on. This unhappiness comes from the fact that you are so self-centered. You must get some constructive work, my dear, if it's only training your baby. You must realize that you are not the only person who has troubles in the world. Why, I know a poor washerwoman, who was left a widow with 4 children to care for. And then suddenly Thyrsis heard a voice cry out in anguish, "Oh, oh, stop." He heard his wife spring up from her chair. "What's the matter?" asked Mrs. Channing. "I can't listen to you any more," cried Corydon. "You don't know what you're saying. You don't understand me at all." There was a pause. "I'm sorry you feel that," said Mrs. Channing. "I had no right to talk to you," exclaimed the other. "There's no one can understand. I have to fight alone." At this point Thyrsis went into the kitchen, and made some noise that they would hear. Then he called, "Are you there, dearest?" "Yes," said Corydon, and he went out upon the piazza. He saw her standing, white and tense. "Are you still talking?" he said, with forced carelessness. And as Mrs. Channing answered yes, Corydon said, quickly, "Excuse me a moment," and went into the house. So the poet sat and talked with his guest about the state of the weather and the condition of the roads, until at last her husband arrived, saying that it was time they were starting. Corydon did not appear again, and so finally Thyrsis accompanied them out to their car, and saw them start off. They promised to come again, but he knew they would not keep that promise. Section 5. He went back to the house, and after some search he found Corydon down in the woods, whither she had fled to have out her agony. "Has that woman gone?" she panted, when he came near. "Yes, dear," he said. "She's gone." "Oh," cried Corydon. "How dared she? How dared she?" "Get up, sweetheart," said Thyrsis. "The ground is wet." "She's gone off in her automobile," exclaimed the girl, passionately. "She spent last night at a hotel that charged $12 a day, and then she told me about her washerwoman. Now she's gone back to her beautiful home with servants and a governess and a piano and everything else she wants. And she talked to me about occupation. What right had she to come here and trample on my face? But why did you let her, dearest? How could I help myself? I had no idea. But how did you get started?" "I've nobody to confide in, nobody," cried Corydon. "And she wanted to know about me, she led me on. I thought she sympathized with me, I thought she understood. She's a woman of the world, my dear. She was just pulling me to pieces. She wanted to see how I worked. Don't you see what she was looking for, Thyrsis? She thought I was material." "She only writes about the Greeks," said Thyrsis, with a smile. "I'm a horrible example. I'm neurasthenic and self-centered, I'm the modern woman. She read me a long lecture like that. I ought to get busy." "Dearest," he pleaded, trying to soothe her. "Busy?" repeated Corydon, laughing hysterically. "Busy? I wash and dress and amuse a baby. I get 6 meals a day for him, I get 3 meals for us, and clean up everything. And the rest of the day I'm so exhausted I can hardly stand up, and a good part of the time I'm sick besides. And then, if I think about my troubles, it's because I've nothing to do. My dear, Thyrsis replied, you should not have put yourself at her mercy. How I hate her, cried Corydon. How I hate her. You must learn to protect yourself from such people, Corydon. I won't meet them at all. I'm not able to face them. I've none of their weapons, none of their training. I don't want to know about them, or their kind of life. They have no souls. It isn't easy for them to understand, said Thyrsis. They have never been poor. That woman talks about the Greek love of beauty. What sacrifice has she ever made for beauty? What agony has she ever dared for it? And yet she can prattle about it. The phrases roll from her. She's been educated, polished, finished. She's been taught just what to say. And I haven't been taught, and so she despises me. It's deeper than that, my dear, he said. You have something in you that she would hate instinctively. What do you mean? I've told you before, dearest. It's genius, I think. Genius. But what use is it to me, if it is? It only unfits me for life. It eats me up, it destroys me. Someday, he said, you will find a way to express it. It will come, never fear. But now, dear, be sensible. The ground is wet, and if you sit there, you will surely be laid up with rheumatism. He lifted her up, but she was not to be diverted. Suddenly she turned, and caught him by the arms. Thyrsis, she cried. Tell me. Do you blame me as she does? Do you think I'm weak and incompetent? Whatever answer he might have been inclined to make, he saw in her wild eyes that only one answer was to be thought of. Certainly not, my dear, he said, quickly. How could you ask me such a question? Oh, tell me, she exclaimed. And so he had to go on, and sing the song of their love to her, and pour out balm upon her wounded spirit. But afterwards he went alone, and then it was not so simple. Little demons of doubt came and tormented him. Might it not be that there was something in the point of view of the Channings? He took Corydon at her own estimate, at the face value of her emotions, but might it not be that he was deluding himself, that he was a victim of his own infatuation? He would ponder this. He tried to have it out with himself for once. What did he really think about it? What would he have told Corydon if he had told her the bald truth? But such doubts could not stay with him for long. They brought shame to him. He was like a man traveling across the plains, who comes upon the woman he loves, being tortured by a band of Apaches, and who is caught and bound fast, to watch the proceedings. Would such a man spend his time asking whether the woman was weak and incompetent? No, his energies would be given to getting his arms loose, and finding out where the guns were. He would set her free, and give her a chance, and then it would be time enough to measure her powers and pass judgment upon her. Section 6. It was a long time before the family got over that visitation. Corydon burned all Channing's books, and she wrote a long and indignant letter to Mrs. Channing, and then burned the letter. Thyrsis never told her about his conversation with the husband, for he knew she would never get over that insult. For himself, he concluded that the Channings were lucky in having got into a quarrel with them, as otherwise he would surely have compelled them to lend him some money. In truth, the advent of some fairy godmother or Lady Bountiful was badly needed just then. They had struggled desperately to keep within the $30 limit, but it could no longer be done. Illnesses were expensive luxuries, and there was the typewriting of the book, some $20 so far. Also, there were many things that happened when one was running a household: a toothache, or a telegram, or a hot water bottle that got a hole in it, or a horse that ran away and broke a shaft. Little by little the bills they had been obliged to run up at the grocer's and the butcher's and the doctor's had been getting beyond the limits of their monthly check, and to cap the climax, there came a letter from Henry Darrell, saying that the next 2 checks would be the last he could possibly send. So Thyrsis set to work once more at the shell of that tough old oyster, the world. He made out a scenario of the rest of his new book, and sent it with the part he had already done to his friend Mr. Ardsley. Then for 3 weeks he waited in dread suspense, until at last came a letter asking him to call and talk over his proposition. Mr. Ardsley had been reading all Thyrsis manuscripts, nor had he failed to note the triumph of the genius abroad. It became at once apparent to Thyrsis that the new book had scored with him. It was a book that could hardly fail, he said, if only it were finished as it had been begun. Thyrsis made it clear that he intended to finish it. No man could gaze into his wild eyes, and hear him talk of it in breathless excitement, without realizing that he would die, if need be, rather than fail. So then the author went in to have a talk with the head of the firm. He spread out the treasures of his soul before this merchant, and the merchant sat and appraised them with a cold and critical eye. But Thyrsis, too, had learned something about trade by this time, and was watching the merchant. He made a desperate effort and summoned up the courage to state his demands. He wanted $500 advance in installments, and he wanted 15% royalty upon the book. To his wonder and amazement, the merchant never turned a hair at this, and before they parted company, the incredible bargain had been made, and waited only the signing of the contracts. Thyrsis went out from the building like a blind man who had suddenly received his sight. It seemed to him at that moment as if the last problem of his life had been solved. He sent off a telegram to Corydon to tell her of the victory, and a letter to Darrell, saying that he need send no more money, that the path was clear before his feet at last. Section 7. This marked a new stage in the family's financial progress, and as usual it was signalized by a grand debauch in bill-paying. Also there was a real table cover for Corydon, and a vase in which she might put spring flowers. There were new dresses for the baby, and more important yet, a new addition to the house. This was to be a sort of lean-to at the rear, 16 feet wide and 8 feet deep, and divided into 2 apartments, one of which was to be the kitchen, and the other an extra bedroom. For they were going to keep a servant. This was a new decision, to which they had come after much hesitation and discussion. It would be a frightful expense, including the cost of the extra food. It would add over $30 a month to their expenses, but it was the only way they could see the least hope of freedom, of any respite from household drudgery. It had been just a year now since they had set out upon their adventure in domesticity, and in that time Corydon figured that she had prepared 2,000 meals for the baby. She had fed each one of them, spoonful by spoonful, into his mouth, and also she had washed 2,000 spoons and dishes, and brushed off 2,000 tables, and swept 2,000 floors. And with every day of such drudgery the heights of music and literature seemed further away and more unattainable. Thyrsis had seen something of servants in earlier days. He had memories of strange figures that during intervals of prosperity had flitted through his mother's home. There had been the frail, anemic Swedish woman, who lived on tea and sugar, and afterwards had gone away and borne 9 children, more frail and anemic than herself. There had been the stout personage with the Irish brogue who had dropped the Christmas turkey out of the window and had not taken the trouble to go down after it. There had been the little old negress who had gone insane, and hurled the salt box at his mother's head. But Thyrsis was hoping that they might avoid such troubles themselves. He had an idea that by watching at Castle Garden they might lay hold upon some young peasant girl from Germany, who would be untouched by any of the corruptions of civilization. A sort of Dorothea, he suggested to Corydon, and they agreed that they would search diligently and find such a Treflickes Mädchen, who would be trusting and affectionate, and would talk in German with the baby. So now he spent several days hunting in strange places, and at last, in a dingy East Side employment office, he came upon his shots. She was buxom and hearty, and fairly oozed good nature at every pore. She had only been a week in the country, and was evidently naive enough for any purpose whatever. She had no golden hair like Dorothea, but was swarthy. Her German was complicated with a Hungarian accent, and with strange words that one had not come upon in Goethe and Freytag, and could not find in any dictionary. Thyrsis helped to gather up her various bags and bundles, and transported her out to the country. On the train he set to work to gain her confidence, and was forthwith entertained with the tale of all her heart troubles. Back in the Hungarian village she had fallen in love with the son of a rich farmer, quite in Herman and Dorothea fashion, but alas, in this case there had been no gut verstandige mutter and no wordiger purr. Instead there had been a hateful stepmother, and so the Treflikies Mädchen had to come away. They reached the little cottage at last, and then what a house cleaning there was, what scrubbing of floors, and brushing out the cobwebs, and scouring of lamp chimneys and scraping of kettles and saucepans. And what a relief it was for Corydon and Thyrsis to be able to go off for a walk together, without first having to carry the baby up to the farmhouse. And how very poetical it was to come back and discover Dorothea with the baby in her lap, feeding it a supper of butterbroad with a slice of raw bacon. As time went on, alas, it came more and more to seem that the Dorothea idyll had not been meant to be taken as a work of realism. The Treflikies Mädchen was perhaps too kind-hearted, her emotions were too voluminous for so small a house, her personality seemed to spread all over it. She would sing Hungarian love ditties at her work, and somehow calling these folk songs did not help matters. Also, alas, she distributed about the house strange odors of raw onions, boiled cabbage, and perspiration. So, after 3 weeks, poor Dorothea had to be sent away weeping copiously, and bewildered over this cruel misfortune. Corydon and Thyrsis went back again to washing their own dishes, being glad to pay the price for quietness and privacy, and vowing that they would never again try to keep a servant. Section 8. The springtime had come, not so much the springtime of poets and songbirds, as the springtime of cold rains and wind. But still, little by little, the sun was getting the better of his enemies, and so with infinite caution they reduced the quantity of the baby's apparel, and got him and his bongy kautus out upon the piazza. Meantime Thyrsis was over at his own place, wrestling with the book again. He had told himself that it would be easy, now that he was free from the money terror. But alas, it was not easy, and nothing could make it easy. If he had more energy, it only meant that his vision reached farther, and set him a harder task. Never in his life did he write a book, the last quarter of which was not to him a nightmare labor. He would be staggering, half blind with exhaustion like a runner at the end of a long race, with a rival close at his heels. Also, as usual, his stomach was beginning to weaken under the strain. He would come over sometimes, late in the afternoon, and lay his head in Corydon's lap, almost sobbing from weariness, and yet, after he had eaten a little and helped her with the hardest of her tasks, he would go away again, and work half through the night. There was nothing else he could do, there was no escaping from the thing. If he lay down to rest, or went for a walk, it would be only to think about it the whole time. He would feel that he was not getting enough exercise, and he would drive himself to some bodily tasks, but there was never anything that he could do, that he did not have the book eating away at his mind in the meantime. It was one of the calamities of his life that there was no way for him to play. All he could do was to take a stroll with Corydon, or to tramp over the country by himself. He finished the book in May, and he knew that it was good. He sent it off to Mr. Ardsley, and Mr. Ardsley, too, declared himself satisfied, and sent the balance of the money. So Thyrsis sank back to get his breath, and to put back some flesh upon his skeleton. He was wont to say when he was writing, one could measure his progress upon a scales, every 5,000 words he finished cost him a Shylock's price. This summer was, upon the whole, the happiest time they had yet known. The book was scheduled to appear early in September, and they had money enough to last them meantime, with careful economy. Their little home was beautiful, they planted some sweet peas and roses, and Thyrsis even began to dig at a vegetable garden. Also, it was strawberry time, and cherry time was near, nor did they overlook the fact that they lived in close proximity to a peach orchard. These, perhaps, were prosaic considerations, and not of the sort which Thyrsis had been accustomed to associate with springtime. But this he hardly realized, so rapidly was the discipline of domesticity bringing his haughty spirit to terms. He built a rustic seat in the woods, where they might sit and read. He built a table beside the house, where the dishes might be washed under the blue sky, and he perfected an elaborate set of ditches and dikes, so that the rainstorms would not sweep away their milk and butter in the stream. He talked of building a pen for chickens and might have done so, only he discovered that the perverse creatures would not lay except at the time when eggs were cheap and one did not care so much about them. He even figured on the cost of a cow, and the possibility of learning to milk it, and was so much enthralled by these bucolic occupations that he wrote a magazine article to acquaint his struggling brother and sister poets with the fact that they, too, might escape to the country and live in a homemade house. With the article there went a picture of the house, and also one of the baby, who had been waxing enormous, and now constituted a fine advertisement. The winter had seemed to agree with him, and the summer agreed with him even better. Thyrsis would smile now and then, thinking of his ideas of martyrdom. It was made evident that one member of the family was not minded for anything of the sort. The parents might become so much absorbed in their soul problems that they forgot the dinner hour, but one could have set his watch by the appetite of the baby. Nature had provided him, among other protections, with a truly phenomenal pair of lungs, and whenever life took a course that was not satisfactory to him, he would roar his face to a terrifying purple. He was one overwhelming and incessant outcry for adventure. He would toddle all day about the place, getting his mungies into all sorts of messes. He was hard to fit into so small a place, and there were times when his parents were tempted to wish that some phenomenon a trifle less portentous had fallen to their lot. But for the most part he was a great hope, a sort of visible atonement for their sufferings. He at least was an achievement, he was something they had done. And he could not be undone, nor doubted he put all skepticism to flight. In his vicinity there was no room for pessimistic philosophies, for Weltschmerz or karma. Thyrsis would sit now and then and watch him at play, and think thoughts that went deep into the meaning of things. Here was, in its very living presence, that blind will to be which had seized them and flung them together. And it seemed to Thyrsis that somehow nature, with her strange secret chemistry, had reproduced all the elements they had brought to that union. This child was immense, volcanic, as their impulse had been. He was intense, highly strung, and exacting, and these qualities too they had furnished. Curious also it was to observe how nature, having accomplished her purpose, now flung aside her concealments and devices. From now on they existed to minister to this new life phenomenon, to keep it happy and prosperous, and she cared not how plain this might become to them. She feared not to taunt and humiliate them. And they accepted her sentence meekly. They no longer tried to oppose her. Her will was become an axiom which they never disputed, which they never even discussed. No matter what might happen to them in future, the child must go on. Section 9. Thyrsis utilized this summer of leisure to begin a course of reading in socialism, a subject which had been stretching out its arms to him ever since he had made the acquaintance of Henry Darrell. He had held away from it on purpose, not wishing to complicate his mind with too many problems. But now he had finished with history, and was free to come back to the world of the present. There were the pamphlets that Darrell had given him, and there was Parrott's magazine. Strange to say, the latter's reckless jesting with the philanthropists and reformers no longer offended Thyrsis. He had been traveling fast along the road of disillusionment. Also, there was a socialist paper in New York, The Worker, and more important still, there was the Appeal to Reason. Thyrsis came upon a chance reference to this paper, which was published in a little town in Kansas, and he was astonished to learn that it claimed a circulation of 200,000 copies a week. He became a subscriber, and after that the process of his conversion was rapid. The Appeal was an agitation paper. Its business was to show that side of the capitalist process which other publications tried to conceal, or at any rate to gild and dress up and make presentable. Each week came 4 closely printed newspaper pages, picturing horrors in mills and mines, telling of oppression and injustice, of unemployment and misery, accident, disease and death. There would be accounts of political corruption, of the buying of legislatures and courts, of the rule of machines, of graft in city and state and nation. There would be tales of the manners and morals of the idle rich, set against others of the sufferings of the poor. And week by week, as he read and pondered, Thyrsis began to realize the absurd inadequacy of the placid statement which he had made to his first socialist acquaintance that the solution of such problems was to be left to evolution. It became only too clear to him that here was another war, the class war, and that it was being fought by the masters with every weapon that cunning and greed could lay hands upon or contrive. In that struggle Thyrsis saw clearly that his place was in the ranks of the disinherited and dispossessed. This was not a difficult decision, for in the first place he was one of the disinherited and dispossessed himself, and in the next place, even before the economic screw had penetrated his consciousness, he had been a rebel in his sympathies and tastes. Jesus, Isaiah, Milton, Shelley, such men as these had been the friends of his soul, and he had sought in vain for their spirit in modern society. He had thought that it was dead, and that he, and a few other lonely dreamers in garrets, were the only ones who knew or cared about it. But now he came upon the amazing discovery that this spirit, driven from legislative halls and courts of justice, from churches and schools and editorial sanctums, had flamed into life in the hearts of the working class, and was represented in a political party which numbered some 30 millions of adherents and cast some 7 million votes. Beginning nearly a century ago, these workmen had taken the spirit of Jesus and Isaiah and Milton and Shelley, and had worked out a scientific basis for it, and a method whereby it could be made to count in the world of affairs. They had analyzed all the evils of modern society: poverty and luxury, social and political corruption, prostitution, crime and war. They had not only discovered the causes of them, but had laid down with mathematical precision the remedies, and had gone on to carry the remedies into effect. In every civilized land upon the globe they were at work as a political party of protest. They were holding conventions and adopting programs. They had an enormous literature. They were publishing newspapers and magazines, many of them having circulations of hundreds of thousands of copies. The strangest thing of all was this. Thyrsis was an educated man, or was supposed to be. He had spent 5 years in schools, and 9 years in colleges and universities. He had given the scholars of the world full opportunity to guide him to whatever was of importance. Also, he had been an omnivorous reader upon his own impulse, and here he was, at the end of it all, practically ignorant that this enormous movement existed. In economic classes in college there had, of course, been some mention of socialism, but this had been of the utopian variety, the dreams of Plato and Saint Simon and Fourier. There had been some account of the innumerable communities which had sprung up in America, with careful explanation, however, that they had all proven failures. Also one heard vaguely of Marx and Lassalle, 2 violent men, whose ideas were still popular among the ignorant masses of Europe, but could be of no concern to the fortunate inhabitants of a free republic. And then, after this, to come upon some piece of writing such as, for instance, the Communist Manifesto. To read this milestone in the progress of civilization, this marvelous exposition of the development of human societies, and of the forces which drive and control them, and to realize that 2 lonely students, who had cast in their lot with the exploited toilers, had been able to predict the whole course of political and industrial evolution for 60 years, and to foresee and expound with precision the ultimate outcome of the whole process, matters of which the orthodox economists were still as ignorant as babes unborn. Or to discover the writings of such a man as Karl Koski, the intellectual leader of the modern movement in Germany, such books as The Social Revolution, and The Road to Power, in which one seemed to see a giant of the mind, standing in a death duel with those forces of night and destruction that still made of the fair earth a hell. With what accuracy he was able to measure the strength of these powers of evil, to anticipate their every move, to plan the exact parry with which to meet them. To Thyrsis he seemed like some general commanding an army in battle, with the hopes of future ages hanging upon his skill. But this was a general who fought, not with sword and fire, but with ideas, a conqueror in the cause of right reason and the will of God. He wrote simply, as a scientist, and yet one could feel the passion behind the quiet words, the hourly shock of the incessant conflict, the grim persistence which pressed on in the face of obloquy and persecution, the courage which had been tested through generations of anguish and toil. Thyrsis' mind rushed through these things like prairie fire, and all the time that he read, his wonder grew upon him. How could he have been kept ignorant of them? He was quick to pounce upon the essential fact, that this was no accident, it was something that must have been planned and brought about deliberately. He had thought that he was being educated, when in reality he was being held back and fenced off from truth. It was a worldwide conspiracy. It was that very class war which the established order was waging upon these men and their ideas. Section 10. It was not difficult for anyone to understand the ideas, if he really wished to. They began with the fact of surplus value. One man employed another man for the sake of the wealth he could be made to produce, over what he was paid as wages. That seemed obvious enough, and yet, what consequences came from following it up? Throughout human history men had been setting other men to work, whether they were called slaves, or serfs, or laborers, or servants. The motive power which had set them to work had been the desire for surplus value. And as the process went on, those who appropriated the profits combined for mutual protection, and so out of the study of surplus value came the discovery of the class struggle. Human history was the tale of the arising of some dominating class, and of the struggle of some subject class for a larger share of what it produced. Human governments were devices by which the master class preserved its power, and whatever may have been the original purposes of arts and religions, in the end they had always been seized by the master class, and used as aids in the same struggle. One came to the culmination of the process in modern capitalist society. Here was a class entrenched in power, owning the sources of wealth, the huge machines whereby it was produced, and the railroads whereby it was distributed, and above all, the financial resources upon which the other processes depended. One saw this class holding itself in power by means of the policeman's club and the militiaman's rifle, by machine gun and battleship. One saw that, whether by bribery or by outright force, it had seized all the powers of government, of legislatures and executives and courts. One saw that in the same way it had seized upon the sources of ideas, it controlled the newspapers and the churches and the colleges, that it might shape the thoughts of men and keep them content. It set up in places of authority men whose views were agreeable to it, who believed in the beneficence of its rule and the permanence of its system, who would pour out ridicule and contempt upon those who suggested that any other system might be conceivable. And so the class war was waged, not merely in the world of industry and politics, but also, in the intellectual world. And step by step, as the processes of capitalism culminated, this war increased in bitterness and intensity. For, of course, as capital heaped up and its control became concentrated, the ratio of exploitation increased. The great mass of labor was unorganized and helpless, whereas the masters had combined and fixed their prices, and so day by day the cost of living increased, and misery and discontent increased with it. As capital expanded, and new machines of production were added, there were more and more goods to sell, and more difficulty in finding markets, and so came overproduction and unemployment, panics and crises. So came wars for foreign markets with new opportunities of plunder for the exploiters and new hardships and new taxes for the producers. And so was fulfilled the prophecy of Marx and Engels. Under the pressure of bitter necessity the proletariat was organizing and disciplining itself, training its own leaders and thinkers, forming itself into a worldwide political party, whose destiny it was to conquer the powers of government in every land, and use them to turn out the exploiters, and to put an end to the rule of privilege. This change was what the socialists meant by the revolution, the transfer of the ownership of the means of production, and it was about that issue that the class war was waged. Nothing else but that counted. Without that all reform was futility, and all benevolence was mockery, and all knowledge was ignorance. So long as the means of producing necessities were owned by a few, and used for the advantage of a few, just so long must there be want in the midst of plenty, and darkness over all the earth. Whatever evil one went out into the world to combat, he came to realize that he could do nothing against it, because it was bound up with the capitalist system, was in fact itself that system. If little children were shut up in sweatshops, if women were sold into brothels, it was not for any fault of theirs, it was not the work of any devil, it was simply because of the surplus value they represented. If weaker nations were conquered and civilized, that, too, was for surplus value. And these epidemics of graft that broke out upon the body politic, they were not accidental or sporadic things, and they were not to be remedied by putting any number of men in jail, they were to be understood as the system whereby an industrial oligarchy had rendered impotent a political democracy, and had fenced it out from the fields of privilege. And so also was it with the dullness and sterility that prevailed in the intellectual world. The master class did not want ideas, it only wanted to be let alone, and so it put in the seats of authority men who were blind to the blazing beacon fires of the future. It would be no exaggeration to say that the intellectual and cultural system of the civilized world was conducted, whether deliberately or instinctively, for the purpose of keeping the truth about exploitation from becoming clear to the people. The master class owned the newspapers and ran them. It had built and endowed the churches, and taught the clergy to feed out of its hand. In the same way it had founded the colleges, and named the trustees, who in turn named the presidents and professors. The ordinary mortal took it for granted that because venerable bishops and dignified editors and learned college professors were all in agreement as to a certain truth, there must be some inherent probability in that truth, and never once perceived how the cards were stacked and the dice loaded, how those clergymen and editors and professors had all been selected because they believed that truth to be true, and believed the contrary falsehood to be false. And how smoothly and automatically the system worked. How these dignitaries stood together, and held up each other's hands, maintaining the august tradition, the atmosphere of authority and power. The bishops praising the editors, and the editors praising the professors, and the professors praising the bishops. And when the circle was completed, what lese majest it seemed for an ordinary mortal to oppose their conclusions. The bishops, one perceived, were orthodox, that is to say they were concerned with barren formulas, and they were spiritual, they were concerned with imaginary future states of bliss. The editors were safe and conservative, that is to say, their souls were dead and their eyes were sealed and their God was property. And when it came to the selecting of the college professors, of the men who were to guide and instruct the forthcoming generations, what precautions would be taken then? What consultations and investigations, what testimonials and interviews and examinations? For after all, in these new days, it could be no easy matter to find men whose minds were sterilized, who could face without blenching all the horrors of the capitalist regime. Who could see courts and congresses bought and sold, who could see children ground up in mills and factories, and women driven by the lash of want to sell their bodies, who could see the surplus of the world's wealth squandered in riot and debauchery, and the nations armed and drilled and sent out to slaughter each other in the quest for more. Who could know that all these things existed, and yet remain in their cloistered halls and pursue the placid ways of scholarship, who could teach history which regarded them as inevitable, who could care for literature that had been made for the amusement of slave drivers, and art which existed for the sake of art, and not for the sake of humanity, who could know everything that was useless, and teach everything that was uninteresting, and could be dead at once to the warnings of the past, and to all that was vital and important in the present. Section 11. Not since he had discovered the master key of evolution had Thyrsis come upon any set of ideas that meant so much to him. It was not that these were new to him, they were the stuff out of which his whole life had been made, but here they were ordered and systematized, he had a handle by which to take hold of them. The name of this handle was the economic interpretation of history. And its import was that ideas did not come by hazard, or out of the air, but were products of social conditions, and that when one knew by what method the wealth of any community was produced, and by what class its surplus value was appropriated, then and then only could one understand the arts and customs, the sciences and religions, which that community would evolve. In the light of this great principle, Thyrsis had to revise all his previous knowledge, he had to cast out tons of rubbish from the chambers of his mind, and start his thinking life all over again. Just as, in early days, he had exchanged miracles and folk tales for facts of natural science, so now he saw political institutions and social codes, literary and artistic canons, and ethical and philosophical systems, no longer as things valid and excellent, having relationship to truth but simply as entrenchments and fortifications in the class war, as devices which some men had used to deceive and plunder some other men. What a light it threw upon philosophy, for instance, to perceive it, not as a search for truth, but as a search for justification upon the part of ruling classes, and for a basis of attack upon the part of subject classes. So, for instance, on the one side one found Rousseau, and on the other Herbert Spencer. Thyrsis had read Spencer, and had cordially disliked him for his dogmatism and his callousness, but now he read Kropotkin's mutual aid as a factor in evolution, and came to a realization of how the whole science of biology had been distorted to suit the convenience of the British ruling classes. Laissez-faire and the Manchester School had taught him that each for himself and the devil take the hindmost was the universal law of life, and he had accepted it, because there seemed nothing else that he could do. But now, in a sudden flash, he came to see that the law of life was exactly the opposite. Everywhere throughout nature that which survived was not ruthless egotism, but cooperative intelligence. The solitary and predatory animals were now almost entirely extinct, and even before the advent of man with his social brain, it had been the herbivorous and gregarious animals which had become most numerous. When it came to man, was it not perfectly obvious that the races which had made civilization were those which had developed the nobler virtues, such as honor and loyalty and patriotism? And now it was proposed to trample them into the mire of business, to abandon the race to a glorified debauch of greed. And this travesty of science was taught in 10,000 schools and colleges throughout America, and all because certain British gentlemen had wished to work their cotton operatives 14 hours a day, and certain others had wished to keep land which their ancestors had seized in the days of William the Conqueror. Shortly after this Thyrsis came upon Edmund Kelly's great work, Government or Human Evolution, and so he realized that Herbert Spencer's social philosophy had at last been cleared out of the pathway of humanity. And this was a great relief to him. It was one more back-breaking task that he did not have to contemplate. Section 12. Then one of his socialist friends sent him Thorstein Veblen's Theory of the Leisure Class, a book which he read in a continuous ebullition of glee. Truly it was a delicious thing to find a man who could employ the lingo of the ultra-sophisticated sociologist, and use it in a demonstration of the most revolutionary propositions. The drollery of this was all the more enjoyable because Thyrsis could never be sure that the author himself intended it, whether his sesquipedalian irony might not be a pure product of nature, untouched by any human art. Veblen's book might have been called a study of the ultimate destiny of surplus value, an economic interpretation of the social arts and graces, of fashions and fads. Where men competed for the fruit of each other's labor, the possession of wealth was the sign of excellence. This excellence men wished to demonstrate to others, and step by step, as the methods of production and exploitation changed, one might trace the change in the methods of this demonstration. The savage chief began with nose rings and anklets, and the trophies of his fights. Then, as he grew richer, he would employ courtiers and concubines, and shine by vicarious splendor. He would give banquets and build palaces, the end being always the conspicuous consumption of goods. Later on came those stages when he no longer had to gain his wealth by physical prowess, when cunning took the place of force, and he ruled by laws and religions and moral codes, and handed down his power through long lines of descendants. Then ostentation became a highly specialized and conventionalized thing, its criterion changing gradually to conspicuous waste of time. Those characteristics were cultivated which served to advertise to the world that their possessor had never had to earn wealth, nor to do anything for himself. The aristocrat became a special type of being, with small feet and hands and a feeble body, with special ways of walking and talking, of dressing and eating and playing. He developed a separate religion, a separate language, separate literatures and arts, separate vices and virtues. And fantastic and preposterous as some of these might seem, they were real things, they were the means whereby the leisure class individual took part in the competition of his own world, and secured his own prestige and the survival of his line. Some philosopher had said that virtue is a product like vinegar, and it was a pleasant thing to discover that French heels and picture hats and course dinners were products also. Thyrsis would read passages of this book aloud to Corydon, and they would chuckle over it together, but the reading of it did not bring Corydon the same unalloyed delight. In the leisure class regime, the woman is a cherished possession, for it is through her that the ability to waste both time and goods can best be shown. So came Veblen's grim and ironic exposition of the leisure class woman, an exposition which Corydon found almost too painful to be read. For Corydon's ancestors, as far back as documents could trace, had been members of that class. They had left her the frail and beautiful body, conspicuously useless and dependent. They had left her all the leisure class impulses and cravings, all the leisure class impotences and futilities to contend with. They had taught her nothing about cooking, nothing about sewing, nothing about babies, nothing about money. They had taught her only the leisure class dream of love in a cottage, and she had run away with a poor poet to try it out. The depth of these instincts in Corydon was amusingly illustrated by the fact that she always woke up dull and discouraged, and was seldom really herself until afternoon, and that along about 10 o'clock at night, when for the sake of her health she should have been going to bed, she would be laughing, talking, singing, ablaze with interest and excitement. Thyrsis would point this out to her, and please himself by picturing the role which she should have been filling, wearing an empire gown and a rope or two of rubies, and presiding in an opera box or a salon. Corydon would repudiate all this with indignation, but all the same she never escaped from the phrases of Veblen. She remained his leisure class wife from that day forth. Not so very long afterwards they came upon Ibsen's Hedda Gabler, and Thyrsis shuddered to observe that of all the heroines in the world's literature, that was the one which most appealed to her. Nor did he fail to observe the working of the thing in himself, the subtle and deeply buried instinct which made him prefer to be wretched with a leisure class wife rather than to be contented with a plebeian one. Book 14. The Price of Ransom. The faint grey of dawn was stealing across the lake, and still the spell was upon them. There thou art gone, and me thou leavest here. Soul in these fields. Yet will I not despair. So she whispered, and he answered her. He loved his mates, but yet he could not keep. Here with the shepherds and the silly sheep. Some life of men unblessed. He knew, which made him droop, and filled his head. He went, his piping took a troubled sound. Of storms that rage outside our happy ground. Section 1. In the course of that summer there befell Corydon an adventure. Thyrsis had gone off one day for a walk, and when he came back she told him about it, how a young lady had stopped at the house to ask for a drink of water, and had sat upon the piazza to rest, and had talked with her. Now Corydon was in a state of excitement over a discovery. Whenever Thyrsis met a stranger, it was necessary for him to go through elaborate intellectual processes, to find the person out by an exchange of ideas. And if by any chance the person was insincere, and used ideas as a blind and a cover, then Thyrsis might never find him out at all. In other words, he took people at the face value of their cultural equipment, and only after long and tragic blunderings could he by any chance get deeper. But with his wife it happened quite otherwise. This case was the first which he witnessed, but the same thing happened many times afterwards. With her there would be a strange flash of recognition. It was a sort of intuition, perhaps a psychic thing, who could tell? By some unknown process in soul chemistry, she would divine things about a person that he might have been a lifetime in finding out. It might be a burst of passionate interest, or on the other hand, of repugnance and fear. And long years of practice taught Thyrsis that this instinct of hers was never to be disregarded. Not once in all her life did he know her to give her affection to a base person, and if ever he disregarded her antipathies, he did it to his cost. Once they were sitting in a restaurant, and a man was brought up to be introduced by a friend. He was a person of not unpleasant aspect, courteous and apparently a gentleman, and yet Corydon flushed, and could scarcely keep her seat at the table, and would not give the man her hand. Years after Thyrsis came upon the discovery about this man, that he made a practice of unnatural vices. He came home now to find Corydon flushed with excitement. "She has such a beautiful soul," she exclaimed. "I never met anyone like her. And we just took to each other. She told me all about herself, and we are going to be friends." "Who is she?" asked Thyrsis. "She's visiting Mr. Harding, the clergyman at Bellevue," was the answer. Bellevue was a town in the valley, on the other side from the university. It had a Presbyterian church, whose young pastor Thyrsis had met once or twice in his tramps about the country. This Miss Gordon, it seemed, was the niece of an elderly relative, his housekeeper. She was studying trained nursing, and afterwards intended to go out as a missionary to Africa. "She's so anxious to meet you," Corydon went on. "She's coming up to see me tomorrow, and she's going to bring Mr. Harding. You won't mind, will you, Thyrsis?" "I guess I can stand it if he can," said Thyrsis, grimly. "You mustn't say anything to hurt their feelings," said Corydon, quickly. "She's terribly orthodox, you know, and she takes it so seriously. I was surprised. I had never thought that I could stand anybody like that." Thyrsis merely grunted. "I guess ideas don't matter so much after all," said Corydon. "It's a deep nature that I care about. But just fancy, she was pained because the baby hadn't been baptized." "You ought to have hid the dreadful truth," said he. "I couldn't hide things from her," laughed Corydon, "but she says I can make a socialist out of her, and she'll make a Christian out of me." His reply was, "Wait until she discovers the sensuous temperament." But Corydon answered that Delia Gordon had a sensuous temperament also. "She seemed to me like a Joan of Arc. Just think of her going away from all her family, to a station on the Congo River. She told me all about it, how wretched the people are, and what the women suffer. She woke up in the middle of the night, and a voice told her to go, told her the name of the place. And she'd never heard it before, and hadn't had the least idea of going away." Thyrsis was unmoved by this miracle. "I suppose," he said, "you'll be hearing voices yourself, and going with her. Tell me, is she pretty?" "You wouldn't call her pretty," said Corydon, after a little thought. "She's just dear. Oh, Thyrsis, I simply fell in love with her." "You certainly chose an odd kind of an affinity," he said. "A Presbyterian missionary." "It's worse than that," confessed Corydon. "She's a Seventh-day Adventist." "Good God! And what may that be?" "Why, she keeps Saturday instead of Sunday. She calls it the Sabbath. And she thinks that evolution is wicked, and she believes in some kind of a hell. She's not just sure what kind, apparently. You watch out," said he, "or the first thing you know she'll be baptizing the baby behind your back." "Would that do any good?" asked Corydon, guilelessly. He laughed as he answered, "It would, from her point of view." To which she replied, "Well, if we didn't know it and the baby didn't, I guess it wouldn't do any harm." "And it might save him from some kind of a hell," added Thyrsis. Section 2. Miss Gordon came the next morning, Mr. Harding with her, and the four sat out under the trees and talked. She was a girl some 3 years older than Corydon, but much more mature. She was short, but athletic in build, and with a bright personality. Thyrsis could see at once those fine qualities of idealism and fervor which had attracted Corydon, and to his surprise he found that, in addition to her religious virtues, the Lord had generously added a sense of humor. So Delia Gordon was really a person with whom one could have a good time. The Lord had not been quite so generous with the Rev. Mr. Harding, apparently. Mr. Harding was about 30 years of age, tall and finely built, with a slight, fair mustache, and a rather girlish complexion. He was evidently of a sentimental inclination, very sensitive, and a lovable person, but the sense of humor Thyrsis judged was underdeveloped. He was inclined towards social reform, and had a club for working boys in his town, of which he was very proud. He asked Thyrsis to come and give a literary talk to these boys, and Thyrsis replied that his views of things were hardly orthodox. When the clergyman asked for elucidation, Thyrsis added, with a smile, "I don't believe that Jonah ever swallowed the whale." Whereupon Mr. Harding proceeded with all gravity to correct his misapprehension of this legend. The fires of friendship, thus suddenly lighted between the two girls, continued to burn. Delia Gordon came nearly every day to see Corydon, and once or twice Corydon went down to the town and had lunch with her. They told each other all the innermost secrets of their hearts, and in the evening Corydon would retail these to Thyrsis, who was thus put in the way to acquire that knowledge of human nature so essential to a novelist. Delia had never been in love. It seemed her only passion was for savage tribes along the Congo, but Mr. Harding had been involved in a heart tragedy some time ago, and was supposed to be still inconsolable. Incredible as it might seem, he was apparently not in love with Delia. Also, needless to say, the pair did not fail to thresh out problems of theology. Delia made in due course the dreadful discovery of the sensuous temperament, and also she probed to the depths the frightful ocean of unorthodoxy that was hid beneath the placid surface of Corydon. But strange to say, this did not repel her, nor make any difference in their friendship. Thyrsis took that for the sign of a liberal attitude, but Corydon corrected him with a shrewd observation: "She's so sure of her own truth she can't believe in the reality of any other. She knows I'll come to Jesus with her some day." It was a wonderful thing to Thyrsis to see his wife's happiness just then. She was like a flower which has been wilting, and suddenly receives a generous shower of rain. It was just what he had prayed for, having seen all along that her wretchedness was owing to her being shut up alone with him. So now he did his best to repress his own opinions, and to let the two friends work out their problem undisturbed. "Oh, Thyrsis," Corydon exclaimed to him, one night, "if I could only have her with me, I'd be happy always." "Then why don't you get her to stay with you?" asked Thyrsis, quickly. "Ah, but she wouldn't think of it," said Corydon. "She doesn't really care about anything in the world but her Congo savages." "We might try," said he. "When does she complete her course?" "Not until the end of the year." "Well, we can do a lot of arguing in that time. And when the book is out, we'll have money enough, so that we can offer to pay her. She might become a sort of mother's helper." Section 3. So Thyrsis began a struggle with Jesus and the Congo savages, for the possession of Delia's soul. He set to work to interest her in his work. He gave her his first novel, which contained no theology at all, and also the hearer of truth. The social radicalism of which he was pleased to see did not alarm her. And then he gave her the war novel, and saw with joy how she was thrilled over that. He laid himself out to make his purpose and his vision clear to her, and then, one afternoon, when Corydon had a headache and was taking a nap, he led her off to a quiet place in the woods, and set before her all the bitter tragedy of their lives. He pictured the work he had to do, and the loneliness to which this consigned Corydon. He told her of the horrors they had so far endured, and what effect these had had upon his wife. He showed her what her power was, how she could make life possible for both of them. For she had that magic key which Thyrsis himself did not possess. She could unlock the treasure chambers of Corydon's soul. But alas, Thyrsis soon perceived that his efforts had been in vain. Delia was stirred by his eloquence, but the only effect was to move her to an equally eloquent account of the sufferings of the natives of the Congo basin. It was important that he should get his books written, but how much more important it was that some help should be carried to these unhappy wretches. They never saw any books, they were altogether beyond his reach, and who was to take the light to them? She told him harrowing tales of sick women, beaten and tortured and burned with fire to drive the devils out of them. Thyrsis met this by attempting to broaden the girl's social consciousness. He showed her how the waves of intelligence, beginning at the top, spread to the lowest strata of society, changing the character of all human activities, and affecting the humblest life. He showed her the capitalist system, and explained how it worked, how it reached to the savage in the remotest corner of the earth, and seized him and made him over according to its will. It was true, for instance, and not in any poetic sense, but literally and demonstrably true, that the fate of the Congo native was determined in Wall Street, and in the financial centers of London and Paris and Brussels and Berlin. The essential thing about the natives was that they represented rubber and ivory. And Delia might go there, and try to teach them and help them, but she would find that there were forces engaged in beating them down and destroying them, forces in comparison with which she was as helpless as a child. It was true of the Congo blacks, as it was true of the people of the slums, of the proletariat of the whole earth, that there was no way to help them save to overthrow the system which made of them, not human beings, but commodities, to be purchased and passed through the profit mill, and then flung into the scrap heap. But Thyrsis found to his pain that it was impossible to make these considerations of any real import to Delia. She understood them, she assented to them, but that did not make them count. Her impulses came from another part of her being. Her savages were naked and hungry and ignorant and miserable, and they needed to be fed and clothed, and more important yet, to be baptized and saved. She was all the more impelled to her task by the fact that all the forces of civilization were arrayed against her. The fires of martyrdom were blazing in her soul. She meant to throw herself over a precipice, and the higher the precipice, and the more jagged the rocks beneath, the greater was the thrill which the prospect brought her. Section 4. They went back to the house, as Delia had arranged to spend the night with them, and as Corydon's headache was better, the controversy was continued far into the evening. Thyrsis took no part in it, he listened while Corydon pleaded for herself, and pictured her loneliness and despair. Delia put her arms about her. "Don't you see, dear," she argued, "all that is because you are without a faith. You cast out Jesus, and deny him, and so how can I help you? If you believed what I do, you would not be lonely, even if you were in the heart of Africa." "But how can I believe what isn't true?" cried Corydon, and so the skeletons of theology came forth and rattled their bones once more. A couple of hours must have passed, while Thyrsis said nothing, but listened to Delia and watched her, probing deeply into the agonies and futilities of life. He had given up all hope of persuading her to stay with them, he thought only of the tragedy, that this noble spirit should be tangled up and blundering about in the mazes of a grotesque dogma. And the time came when he could endure it no more, something rose up within him, something tremendous and terrible, and he laid hold of Delia Gordon's soul to wrestle with it, as never before had he wrestled with any human soul except Corydon's. The truth of the matter was that Thyrsis loved the religious people, it was among them that he had been brought up, and their ways were his ways. This was a fact that came to him rarely now, for he was hard-driven and bitter, but it was true that when he sneered at the church and taunted it, he was like a parent who whips a child he loves. Perhaps Parrot had spoken truly in one of his cruel jests that when a man has been brought up religious, he can never really get over it, he can never really be free. So now Thyrsis spoke to Delia as one who was himself of the faith of Jesus. He cried out to her that what she wanted was what he wanted, that all her attitudes and ways of working were his. And here were monstrous evils alive upon the earth, here were all the forces of hell unleashed, and ranging like savage beasts destroying the lives of men and women. And those who truly cared, those who had the conscience and the faith of the world in their keeping, they were wasting their time in disputations about barren formulas, questions which had no relationship to human life. Questions of the meaning of old Hebrew texts that had often no meaning at all, and of folk tales and fairy stories out of the nursery of the race, the problem of whether Jonah had swallowed the whale, or the whale had swallowed Jonah, the problem of whether it was on Friday or Saturday that the Lord had finished the earth. Because of such things as this, they drove all thinking men from their ranks, they degraded and made ridiculous the very name of faith. As he went on, the agony of this swept over Thyrsis until it seemed to him as if he had the whole Christian church before him, and was pleading with it in the voice of Jesus. Here was a new crucifixion, a crucifixion of civilization. Thyrsis cried out in the words, "O ye of little faith!" Truly, was it not the supreme act of infidelity, to make the spirit of religion, which was one with the impulse of all life, the force that made the flower bloom and oak tree tower and the infant cry for its food, to make it dependent upon Hebrew texts and Assyrian folk tales. Delia preached to him about faith, but what was her faith in comparison with his, which was a faith in all life which trusted the soul of man, and reason as part of the soul of man, a thing which God had put in man to be used, and not to be feared and outraged. Then came Delia. She would not admit that her faith depended upon texts and legends, it was a faith in the living God. She was not afraid of reason, she did not outrage it. But you do, cried Thyrsis. Your whole attitude is an outrage to it. You never speak of science except as an evil thing. You told Corydon that evolution was wicked. I don't see how evolution can help my faith, began the other. That's just it, cried Thyrsis again. That is exactly what I mean. You do not pay homage to truth, you do not seek it for its own sake. You require that it should fit into certain formulas that you have set up, in other words, that it should not interfere with your texts and your legends. And what is the result of that? You have paralyzed all your activities, you have condemned your intellectual life to sterility. For we live in an age of science, we cannot solve our problems except by means of it, the forces of evil are using it, and you are not using it, and so you are like a child in their hands. Not one of the social wrongs but could be put an end to: child labor, poverty and disease, prostitution and drunkenness, crime and war. But you don't know how, and you can't find out how, simply because you have thrown away the sharp tools of the intellect, and filled your mind with formulas that mean nothing. How can you understand modern problems, when you know nothing about economics? You have rejected evolution, so how can you comprehend the evolution of society? How can you know that civilization at this hour is going down into the abyss, dragging you and your churches and your Congo savages with it? I who do understand these things, I have to go out and fight alone, while you are shut up in your churches, mumbling your spells and incantations, and poring over your Hebrew texts. And think of what I must suffer, knowing as I do that the spirit that animates you, the fervor and devotion, the hunger and thirst after righteousness, would banish horror from the earth forever, if only it could be guided by intelligence. Section 5. All this, of course, was effort utterly wasted. Thyrsis poured out his pleadings and exhortations, his longing and his pain, and when he had finished, the girl was exactly where she had been before, just as distrustful of science, and just as blindly bent upon getting away to her savages and binding up their wounds and baptizing them. And so at last he gave up in despair, and left Delia to go to bed, and went out and sat alone in the moonlight. Afterwards, though it was long after midnight, Corydon came out and joined him. He saw that she was flushed and trembling with excitement. "Thyrsis," she whispered. "That was a marvelous thing." He pressed her hand. "And all thrown away," she cried. "You realized that, did you?" he asked. "I realized many things. Why you set so much store by ideas, for instance. I see that you are right, one has to think straight." "It's like a steam engine," said Thyrsis. "It doesn't matter how much power you get up, or how fast you make the wheels go, unless the switches are set right, you don't reach your destination. You only land in the ditch," added Corydon. "And that's just the way I felt tonight. She'd take your argument every time, and dump it into a ditch. And she'd see it there, and not care. She doesn't care about facts at all, Corydon. And notice this also, she doesn't care about succeeding. That's the thing you must get straight. Her religion is a religion of failure. It comes back to that criticism of Nietzsche's, it's a slave morality. The world belongs to the devil, and the idea of taking it away from the devil seems to be presumptuous. Even if it could be done, the attempt would be unspiritual, for the world is something corrupt, something that ought not to be saved. So you see, she's perfectly willing for the Belgians to have the rubber. 'Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's,'" quoted Corydon. "Yes, and let Caesar spend them on Cleo de Merode. What she wants is to save the souls of her savages, to baptize them, and to perish gloriously at the work, and then be transported to some future life that is worthwhile. So you see what the immortality mongers do with our morality. Ah, cried Corydon, swiftly. But that need not be so. But it is so, he answered. No, no, she protested. You must not say that. That is giving up, and I felt such a different mood in you tonight. I wanted to tell you we must do something about it, Thyrsis. It made me ashamed of my own life. Here I am, failing miserably, and all that work crying out to be done. I don't think I ever had such a sense of your power before. The things you might do, if only you could get free, if only I didn't stand in your way. Oh, can't we cast the old mistakes behind us, and go out into the world and preach that message? But, my dear, said Thyrsis, that wouldn't appeal to you always. Your temperament. Never mind my temperament, she cried. I am sick of it, ashamed of it. I want the world to hear that trumpet call. I want you to break your way into the churches to make them listen to you, and realize their blasphemy of life. She caught hold of him and clung to him. He could feel, like an electric shock, the thrill of her excitement. He marveled at the effect his words had produced upon her, realizing all the more keenly, in contrast with Delia, what a power of mind he had here to deal with. Dearest, he said, I must put these things into my books. You must stand by me and help me to put them into my books. Section 6. Delia Gordon went away to take up her work in the city, but for many months thereafter that missionary impulse stayed with them. They would find themselves seized with the longing to throw aside everything else, and to go out and preach socialism with the living voice. They were still immersed in its literature. They read Bellamy's Looking Backward, and Blatchford's Merry England, and Kropotkin's Appeal to the Young. They read another book about England that moved them even more, a volume of sketches called The People of the Abyss, by a young writer who was then just forging to the front, Jack London. He was the most vital among the younger writers of the time, and Thyrsis watched his career with eager interest. There was also not a little of wistful hunger in his attitude. He had visions of being the next to be caught up and transported to those far-off heights of popularity and power. Also, they were kept in a state of excitement by the socialist papers and magazines that came to them. There was a great strike that summer, and they followed the progress of it, reading accounts of the distress of the people. Every now and then the pain of these things would prove more than Thyrsis could bear, and he would blaze out in some fiery protest, which, of course, the socialist papers published gladly. So little by little Thyrsis was coming to be known in the movement. Some of his friends among the editors and publishers made strenuous protests against this course, but little dreaming how deeply the new faith had impressed him. In truth, it was all that Thyrsis could do to hold himself in. It seemed to him that he no longer cared about anything save this fight of the working class for justice. He was frightened by the prospect, when he stopped to realize it, for he could not write anything but what he believed, and one could not live by writing about socialism. He thought of his war book, for instance. It was but 2 or 3 months since he had finished it, and it was his one hope for success and freedom, and yet already he had outgrown it utterly. He realized that if he had had to go back and do it over, he could never believe in any war again, never be interested in any war again. Wars were struggles among ruling classes, and whoever won them, the people always lost. Thyrsis was now girding up his loins for a war upon war. So there were times when it seemed that a literary career would no longer be possible to him, that he would have to cast his lot altogether with the people, and find his work as an agitator of the revolution. One day a marvelous plan flashed over him, and he came to Corydon with it, and for nearly a week they threshed it over, tingling with excitement. They would sell their home, and raise what money they could, and get themselves a traveling van and a team of horses and go out upon the road on a socialist campaign. It was a perfectly feasible thing, Thyrsis declared. They would carry a supply of literature, and would get a commission upon subscriptions to socialist papers. He pictured them drawing up on the main street of some country town, and ringing a dinner bell to gather the people, and beginning a socialist meeting. He would make a speech, and Corydon would sell pamphlets and books. They had animated discussions as to whether she might not learn to make a speech also. At least, he argued, she might sing socialist songs. Thyrsis was forever evolving plans of this sort, plans for doing something concrete, for coming into contact with the world of every day. The pursuit of literature was something so cold and aloof, so comfortable and conventional. One never pressed the hand of a person in distress, one never saw the light of hope and inspiration kindling in another's eyes. So he would dream of running a publishing house or a magazine, of founding a library or staging a play, of starting a colony or a new religion. And then, after he had made himself drunk upon the imagining, he would take himself back to his real job. For that summer his only indiscretions were to buy several thousand copies of the Appeal to Reason, and hire the old horse and buggy, and distribute them over some 30 square miles of country, also to help to organize a club for the study of socialism at the university, and finally, when he was in the city, to make a fiery speech at a meeting of some Christian socialists. Because of this the newspaper reporters dug out the accounts of his earlier adventures, and wrote him up with malicious bantering. And this, alas, as the publisher pointed out, was a poor sort of preparation for the launching of the war novel. Needless to add, the two did not fail to wrestle with those individuals whom they met. Thyrsis got a collection of pamphlets, judiciously selected, and gave them to the butcher and the grocer, the store clerks and the hack drivers in the town. But a college town was a poor place for socialist propaganda, as he realized with sinking heart. Its population was made up of masters and servants, and there was even more snobbery among the servants than among the masters. The main architectural features of the place were fraternity houses and eating clubs, where the sons of the idle rich disported themselves. Once or twice Thyrsis passed through the town after midnight, and saw these young fellows reeling home, singing and screaming in various stages of intoxication. Then he would think of little children shut up in cotton mills and coal mines, of women dying in pottery works and lead factories, and on his way home he would compose a screed for the Appeal to Reason. Section 7. Another victim of their fervor was the Rev. Mr. Harding, who stopped in to see them several times upon his tramps. Thyrsis would never have dreamed of troubling Mr. Harding, but Corydon found something in him, and would go at him hammer and tongs whenever he appeared. It must have been a novel experience for the clergyman. It seemed to fascinate him, for he came again and again, and soon quite a friendship sprang up between the two. She would tell Thyrsis about it at great length, and so, of course, he had to change his ideas about Mr. Harding. "Don't you see how fine and sensitive he is?" she would plead. "No doubt, my dear," said Thyrsis. "But don't you think he's maybe just a bit timid?" "Timid," she replied. "But then think of his training. And think what you are." "Yes, I suppose I'm pretty bad," he admitted. This discussion took place after he and Mr. Harding had had an argument, in which Thyrsis had remarked casually that modern civilization was crucifying Jesus all over again. And when Mr. Harding asked for enlightenment, Thyrsis answered, "My dear man, we crucify him according to the Constitution. We teach the profession of crucifying him. We invest our capital in the business of crucifying him. We build churches and crucify him in his own name." After which explosion Corydon said, "You let me attend to Mr. Harding. I understand him, and how he feels about things." "All right, my dear," assented Thyrsis. "When I see him coming, I'll disappear." But that would not do either, it appeared, for Mr. Harding was a conventional person, and it was necessary that he should feel he was calling on the head of the family. "Then," said Thyrsis, "I'm supposed to sit by and serve as a chaperone." "You're to answer questions when I ask you to," replied Corydon. Through Mr. Harding they made other acquaintances in Bellevue. There was a Mrs. Jennings, the wife of the young principal of the high school. They were simple and kindly people, who became fond of Corydon, and would beg her to visit them. The girl was craving for companionship, and she would plead with Thyrsis to accompany her, and subject himself to the agonies of ping-pong and croquet, and once or twice he submitted, and so one might have beheld them, at a lawn party, hotly pressed by half a dozen disputants, in a debate concerning the nature of American institutions, and the future of religion and the home. Thyrsis seldom took human relationships seriously enough to get excited in such arguments, but Corydon, with her intense and personal temperament, made an eager and uncomfortable propagandist. How could anyone fail to see what was so plain to her? And so she would bring books and pamphlets, and lend them about. There was a young man named Harry Stewart, a fine, handsome fellow, who taught drawing at the high school. In him, also, Corydon discovered possibilities, and she repudiated indignantly the idea that his soulful eyes and waving brown hair had anything to do with it. Harry Stewart was a guileless and enthusiastic member of the state militia, but in spite of this sinister fact, Corydon went at him. She soon had her victim burning the midnight oil over Koski and Hindman, and behold, before the autumn had passed, the ill-fated drawing teacher had resigned from the state militia, and was doing cartoons for the Appeal to Reason. Section 8. Corydon's excitement over these questions was all the greater because she was just then making the discovery of the relationship of socialism to the problems of her own sex. Someone sent her a copy of Charlotte Gilman's Women and Economics. She read it at a sitting, and brought it to Thyrsis, who thus came to understand the scientific basis of yet another article of his faith. He went on to other books, to Lester Ward's Sociology, and to Babel's Woman, and to the works of Havelock Ellis. So he realized that women had not always been clinging vines and frail flowers and other uncomfortable things, and the hope that they might someday be interested in other matters than fashion and sentiment and the pursuit of the male, was not a vain fantasy and a utopian dream, but was rooted in the vital facts of life. Throughout nature, it appeared, the female was often the equal of the male, and even in human history there had been periods when woman had held her own with man, when the bearing of children had not been a cause of degradation. Such had been the case with our racial ancestors, the Germans, as one found them in Tacitus. Their women were strong and free, speaking with the men in the council halls, and even going into battle if the need was great. It was only when they came under the Roman influence, and met slavery and its consequent luxury, that the Teutonic woman had started upon the downward path. Christianity also had had a great deal to do with it, or rather the dogmas which a Roman fanatic had imposed upon the message of Jesus. It was interesting to note how one might trace the enslavement of woman, step by step, with the enslavement of labor. The two things went hand in hand, and stood or fell together. So long as life was primitive, woman filled an economic function, and held her own with her mate. But with slavery and exploitation, the heaping up of wealth and the advent of the leisure class regime, one saw the woman becoming definitely the appendage of the man, a household ornament and a piece of property, securing her survival, not by useful labor, but by sexual charm, and so becoming specialized as a sex creature. For generations and ages the male had selected and bred in her those qualities which were most stimulating to his own desires, which increased in him the sense of his own dominance, and for generations and ages he taught the doctrine that the proper sphere of woman was the home. If he happened to be a German emperor, he summed it up in the sneer of Cookie, Kinder, Kirche. So the woman became frail and impotent physically, and won her success by the only method that was open to her, by finding some male whom she could ensnare. Such had been the conditions. But now, in the present century, had come machinery, and the development of woman's labor, and also had come intelligence, and woman's discovery of her chains. So there was the suffrage movement and the socialist movement. After the overthrow of the competitive wage system and of the leisure class tradition, woman would no longer sell her sex functions, whether in marriage or prostitution, and so the sex might cease to survive by its vices, and to infect the whole race with its intellectual and moral impotence. So would be set free the enormous force that was locked up in the soul of woman, and human life would be transformed by the impulse of emotions that were fundamental and primal. So Thyrsis perceived the two great causes in which the progress of humanity was bound up: the emancipation of labor and the emancipation of woman, to educate and agitate and organize, for which became the one service that was worthwhile in life. Section 9. The nights were beginning to grow chilly, and they realized that autumn was at hand, and faced the prospect of another winter in that lonely cabin. Parrot, who had come down to visit them, had given it a name, the soapbox in a marsh. Thyrsis saw clearly that he could not settle down to hard work while they were shut up there. Corydon's headaches and prostration seemed to be growing worse, and she could simply not get through the winter without some help. As the book was ready, they had some money in prospect, and their idea was that they would buy a farm with a good house. So they might keep a horse and a cow and some chickens, and there might be some outdoor work for Thyrsis to do, instead of trudging aimlessly over the country. They utilized their spare time by getting the old horse and buggy, and inspecting and discussing all the farms within 5 miles of them, an occupation which put a great strain upon their diverse temperaments. Thyrsis would be thinking of such matters as roads and fruit trees and barns, and above all of prices, while Corydon would be concerned with, alas, Corydon never dared to formulate her vision, even to herself. She had vague memories of dilettante country places with great open fireplaces, and exposed beams, and a broad staircase, and a deep piazza, and above all, a view of the sunset. Whenever she came upon any vague suggestion of these luxuries, her heart would leap up and would then be crushed by some reference to $10,000 or $15,000. Corydon was a poor sort of person to take an inspection trip. She would gaze about and say, there might be a piazza here, and then she would look across the fields and add, there'd be a good view if it weren't for those woods, and wave the woods away with the gesture of a duchess. So, of course, the observant farmer would add $1,000 to the asking price of his property. On the other hand, when Thyrsis with his remorseless thoroughness would insist on getting out and inspecting some dilapidated and forlorn-looking place, then what agonies would come. Corydon would pass through the rooms, suffering all the horrors which she might have suffered in years of occupancy of them. And there was no use pleading with her to be reserved in her attitude. She took houses in the same way that she took people, either loving them or hating them. So, from an afternoon's driving trip, she would come home in a state of exhaustion and despair, and Thyrsis would have to pledge himself upon oath not to think of this or that horrible place for a single instant again. There were times when Thyrsis, too, in spite of his lack of intuition, felt the atmosphere of evil which hung about some of these old farms. Having lived for a year and a half in the neighborhood, and been favored with the gossip of the washerwoman, and of the farmer's wife, and of the girl who came to clean house now and then, they had come to know the affairs of their neighbors. They had got a cross-section of an American small farming community. It was in amusing accord with Thyrsis' social theories that the only 2 decent families in the neighborhood inhabited farms of over 100 acres. There were several farms of 50 or 60 acres occupied by tenants, who were engaged in plundering them as fast as they could, and then a host of little places, of from 1 to 20 acres, on which families were struggling pitifully to keep alive. And with scarcely a single exception, these homes of poverty were also homes of degradation. Across the way from Thyrsis was an idiot man, upon the next place lived an old man who was a hopeless drunkard, and had one son insane, and another tubercular, and then down in the meadows below the woods lived the Hodges, a name of direful portent. The father would work as a laborer in town for a day or two, and buy vinegar and make himself half insane, and then come home and beat his wife and children. There were 11 of these latter, and a new one came each year. The eldest were thieves, and the youngest might be seen in midwinter, playing half naked before the house. The Hodges were known to all the neighbors for miles about, and the amount of energy which each farmer expended in fighting them would have maintained the whole family in comfort for their lives. Thyrsis had traveled enough about the New England and Middle Atlantic states to know that these conditions were typical of the small farming industry in all the remoter parts. The people with enterprise had moved west, and those who stayed behind divided and mortgaged their farms, and sunk lower and lower into misery and degradation. This was one more aspect of that noble system of laissez-faire. This was the independent small farmer, whose happiness was the theme of all orthodox economists. He was, according to the newspaper editorials, the backbone of American civilization, and once every 2 years, in November, he might be counted upon to hitch up his buggy and drive to town, and pocket his $2 bill, and roll up a glorious majority for the grand old party of protection and prosperity. Section 10. The date of publication of the book had come at last. It was being generously advertised, under the imprint of a leading house, and Thyrsis' heart warmed to see the advertisements. This at last, he felt, was success, and then the reviews began to come in, and his heart warmed still more. Here was a new note in current fiction, said the critics, here were power and passion, a broad sweep and a genuine poetic impulse. American history had never been treated like this before, American ideals had never been voiced like this before. And these, Thyrsis noted, were the opinions of the representative reviews, not those of obscure provincial newspapers. Victory, it seemed, had come to him at last. He came up to the metropolis on the strength of these triumphs, for he had observed that when one had a new book coming out was the psychological moment to attack the magazine editors. One was a personality then, and could command attention. It was the height of a presidential campaign, and the socialists were making an impression which was astonishing everyone. The idea had occurred to Thyrsis that some magazine might judge it worthwhile to tell its readers about this new and picturesque movement. To his great delight, the editor of McIntyre's Monthly looked with favor upon the suggestion, and asked to see an article at once. So Thyrsis shut himself up in a hotel room and wrote it overnight. It proved to be so full of ginger that the editorial staff of McIntyre's was delighted, and made suggestions as to another article, at which point Thyrsis made a desperate effort and summoned up his courage, and insinuated politely that his stuff was worth 5 cents a word. The editor-in-chief replied promptly that that seemed to him proper. $200 for an article. Here indeed was fame. The author went home, and thought out another one, and after a week came up to the city with it. In this new article Thyrsis cited a presidential candidate before the bar of public opinion, and propounded troublesome questions to him. Here was the capital of the country, heaping itself up at compound interest, and demanding dividends. Here were the people, scraping and struggling to furnish the necessary profits. Would they always be able to furnish enough, and what would happen when they could no longer furnish them? Here were franchises obtained by bribery, and capitalized for hundreds of millions of dollars, and these millions, too, were heaping up automatically. Were they to draw their interest and dividends forever? Here were the machines of production, increasing by leaps and bounds, and the product increasing still faster, and all counting upon foreign markets. What would happen when Japan had its own machines, and India had its own machines, and China had its own machines? Again, the processes of production were being perfected, and displacing men. Here were panics and crises, displacing yet more men. Already, in England, a good fourth of the population had been displaced, and what were these displaced populations to do? They had finished making over the earth for the capitalists, and now that the work was done, there seemed to be no longer any place on the earth for them. Such were the problems of our time, according to Thyrsis, and why did the statesmen of the time have nothing to say about them? When this article had been read and discussed, young Billy McIntyre himself sent for Thyrsis. This was the real thing, said he, with his genial bonhomie. The 500,000 subscribers of McIntyre's must surely have these mirth-provoking meditations. Also, the editors themselves needed badly to be stirred up by such live ideas, therefore would Thyrsis come to dinner next Friday evening, and, as Billy phrased it, throw a little socialism at them? Section 11. So Thyrsis moved one step higher yet up the ladder of success. The younger McIntyre occupied half a block of mansion up on Riverside Drive just across the street from the townhouse of Barry Creston's father. Thyrsis found himself in an entrance hall where wonderful pictures loomed vaguely in a dim, religious light, and a silent footman took his cap, and then escorted him by a soft, plush-covered stairway to the apartments of Billy, who was being helped into a dress suit by his valet. Thyrsis, alas, had no dress suit, and no valet to help him into it, but he sat on the edge of a big leather chair and proceeded to throw a little socialism at his host. Then they went downstairs, and there were Morris and Hemingway, of the editorial staff, and Buddy Cummings, most popular of novelists, and Bob Desmond, most famous of illustrators. And a little later on came McIntyre the elder, who had also been judged to stand in need of some socialism. McIntyre the elder was white-haired and rosy-cheeked. He had begun life as an emigrant boy, running errands for a bookshop. In course of time he had become a partner, and then had started a cheap magazine for the printing of advertisements. From this had come the reprinting of cheap books for premiums, until now, after 40 years, McIntyre's was one of the leading publishing concerns of the country. Recently the important discovery had been made that the printing of half-inch advertisements headed fits and obesity prevented the securing of full-page advertisements about automobiles. The former kind was therefore being diverted to the religious papers of the country, whose subscribers were now getting the blood of the lamb diluted with 25% alcohol and 1 3/4% opium. But such facts were not allowed to interfere with the optimistic philosophy of McIntyre's monthly. The elder McIntyre seemed to Thyrsis the most naive and lovable old soul he had encountered in many a year. When he espied Thyrsis, he waited for no preliminaries, but went up to him as he stood by the fireplace, and put an arm about him, and led him off to a seat by the window. "I want to talk to you," said he. "My boy," he went on, "I read that article of yours." "Which one?" asked Thyrsis. "The last one. And you know, Billy's got to stop putting things like that in the magazine." "What?" cried Thyrsis, alarmed. "I won't have it. He must not print that article." "But he's accepted it." "I know. But he should have consulted me." But I wrote it at his order. And he promised to pay me." "Oh, that's all right," said the old gentleman, with a genial smile. "We'll pay for it, of course." There was a moment's pause, while Thyrsis caught his breath. "My boy," continued the other, "that's a terrible article." Said the author possibly. "Why do you write such things?" "But isn't it true, sir?" Mr. McIntyre pondered. "You know," he said, "I think you are a very clever fellow, and you know a lot, much more than I do, I've no doubt. But what I don't understand is, why don't you put it into a book?" "Into a book?" echoed Thyrsis, perplexed. "Yes," explained the other, "then it won't hurt anybody but yourself. Why should you try to get it into my magazine, and scare away my 500,000 subscribers?" Section 12. They went into dinner, which was served upon silver plate, by the light of softly shaded candles, and while the velvet-footed waiters caused their food to appear and disappear by magic, Thyrsis fulfilled his mission and threw socialism at the company. The company had its guns loaded, and they went at it hot and heavy. The editors wanted to know about the home under socialism, to which Thyrsis made retort by picturing the home under capitalism. They wanted to know about liberty and individuality under socialism, and so Thyrsis discussed the liberty and individuality of the 100,000 wage slaves of the Steel Trust. They sought to tangle him in discussions as to the desirability of competition, and the impossibility of escaping it, but Thyrsis would bring them back again and again to the central fact of exploitation, which was the one fact that counted. They insisted upon knowing how this, that, and the other thing would be done in the cooperative commonwealth, to which Thyrsis answered, "Do you ask for a map of heaven before you join the church?" It was Billy McIntyre who brought up a somewhat delicate question: how would such an institution as McIntyre's Monthly be run under socialism? Thyrsis replied by quoting Koskai's formula: communism in material production, anarchism in intellectual. He showed how the state might print and bind and distribute, while men in free associations might edit and publish. But one could not get very far in this exposition, because of the excitement of the elder McIntyre. For the old gentleman was like a small boy who is being robbed of his marbles. If there had been a mob outside his publishing house, he could not have been more agitated. He took occasion to state, with the utmost solemnity, that he disapproved of such discussions, and Billy, who sat between him and Thyrsis, had to interfere now and then and soothe the pater down. Mr. McIntyre's views on the subject of capitalism were simple and easy to understand. There could be nothing really wrong with a system which had brought so many great and good men into control of the country's affairs. Mr. McIntyre knew this, because he had played golf with them all and gone yachting with them all. And this was a perfectly genuine conviction. If there had been the slightest touch of sham in it, the old gentleman would have been more cautious in the examples he chose. He would name man after man who was among the most notorious of the country's malefactors of great wealth, men whose financial crimes had been proven beyond any possibility of doubting. He would name them in a voice overflowing with affection and admiration, as benefactors of humanity upon a cosmic scale, and of course that would end the argument in a gale of laughter. When the elder McIntyre entered the discussion, all the rest of the company moved forthwith to Thyrsis' side, and there were 6 socialists confronting one businessman. And this was a very puzzling and alarming thing to the old gentleman. His son and his magazine were getting away from him, and he did not know what to make of the phenomenon. Section 13. Thyrsis judged that the tidings must have got about that there was a new lion in town, for a couple of days after this he was called up by Comings, most popular of novelists, who asked him to have luncheon at the Thistle Club. And when Thyrsis went, Comings explained that Mrs. Parmley Fatten had read his book, and was anxious to meet him, and requested that he be brought round to tea. The other was tactless enough to let it transpire that he knew nothing about Mrs. Patten, but Comings was too tactful to show his surprise. Mrs. Patten, he explained, was socially prominent, was looked upon as the leader of a set that went in for intellectual things. She was interested in social reform and woman's suffrage, and was worth helping along, and besides that, she was a charming woman. Thyrsis would surely find the adventure worthwhile. Then suddenly, while he was listening, it flashed over Thyrsis that he had heard of Mrs. Patten before. The lady was in mourning for her brother, and Corydon had recently handed him a society item, which told of some unique and striking mourning hosiery which she was introducing from Paris. Thyrsis in former days might have been shy of this phenomenon, but at present he was a collecting economist on the lookout for specimens, and so he said he would go. He met Comings again at 5 o'clock, and they strolled out Fifth Avenue together to Mrs. Patten's brownstone palace. Thyrsis observed that his friend had been considerate enough to omit his afternoon change of costume, and for this he was grateful. Mrs. Patten was still in mourning, a filmy and diaphanous kind of mourning, beautiful enough to placate the angel Azrael himself. A filmy and diaphanous creature was Mrs. Patten also. One could never have dreamed of so exquisite a black butterfly. She was very sweet and sympathetic, and told Thyrsis how much she had liked his book, so that Thyrsis concluded she was not half so bad as he had expected. After all, she might not have been to blame for the hosiery story, it might even have been a lie. He reflected that the yellow journals no doubt lied as freely about young leaders of intellectual sets in society as they did about starving authors. Mrs. Patten wanted to know about socialism, and sighed because it seemed so far away. She made several remarks that showed real intelligence, and this was startling to Thyrsis, who would as soon have expected intelligence from a real butterfly. He got a strange impression of a personality struggling to get into contact with life from behind a wall some $10 million high. Mrs. Patten had 3 young children, and her husband was one of the Standard Oil crowd. She complained to Thyrsis that Parmy, so she referred to the gentleman, was always in terror over her vagaries. It was a new discovery to the author that the very rich might live under the shadow of fear, quite as much as the very poor. Their wealth made them a target for newspaper satire, so that they dared not depart from convention in the slightest detail. Mrs. Patten told how once she had ventured to romp for a few minutes with some children on the grounds of the casino, and the next day all the world had read that she was introducing tag as a diversion for the Newport colony. There came other callers, both women and men, Percy Ambler, man of fashion and dilettante poet, and with him little Murray Symington, who wrote the literary chat for Knickerbocker's Weekly, and was therefore a power to be propitiated. There came Blanchard, the young and progressive publisher of the Beau Monde, a weekly whose circulation rivaled that of Macintyre's. There came also young Macklin, Mrs. Patten's nephew, with his monocle and his killing drawl. Macklin came by these honestly, having been brought up in England, but Thyrsis did not know that he only heard the young gentleman's passing reference to his yacht, and to his passion for the poetry of Stephen Mallarmé, and so he had it in for Macklin. Thyrsis had got involved in a serious discussion with Mrs. Patten and Symington, and was in the act of saying that the social problem could not be much longer left unsolved, and then he chanced to turn, and discovered young Macklin, surveying him with elaborate superciliousness, and asking with his British drawl, "I beg pardon, but what do you mean by the social problem?" And Thyrsis, with a quick glance at him, answered, "I mean you." So Macklin subsided, and Thyrsis learned afterwards that his remark was going the rounds, being considered to be a mot. It appeared the next week in the columns of a paper devoted to society gossip, and many a literary reputation had been made by a lesser triumph than that. Thyrsis got new light upon the making of reputations, when he looked into the next issue of Knickerbocker's Weekly. There he found that Murray Symington had devoted no less than 3 paragraphs to his personality and his book. It was all sprightly, that was Murray's tone, but also it was cordial, and it referred to Thyrsis' earlier novel, The Hearer of Truth, as that brilliant piece of work. Thyrsis read this with consternation, recalling that when the book had come out, not 2 years ago, Knickerbocker's Weekly had referred to it as a preposterous concoction. Could it be true that an author's work was preposterous while he was starving in a garret, and became brilliant when he was found in the drawing room of Mrs. Parmy Patten? Section 14. Thyrsis went on to penetrate yet deeper into these mysteries. There came a call from Murray Symington, to say that Mrs. Jessie Dickman wanted him to dinner. Jessie Dickman he recognized as the name of one of the most popular contributors to the magazines. His short stories of Fifth Avenue life were the delight of the readers of the Beau Monde. "But I can't go to dinner parties with women," protested Thyrsis. "I don't dress." Murray took that message, but in a few minutes he called up again. "She says she doesn't care whether you dress or not." "But then, I don't eat," protested Thyrsis, who had recently discovered Horace Fletcher. "I know that won't count," said the other, laughing. "She doesn't want you to eat, she wants you to talk." Mrs. Jessie Dickman inhabited an apartment in a studio building not far from Central Park, and here was more luxury and charm: a dining room done in dark red, with furniture of some black wood, and candles and silver and cut glass, quite after the fashion of the Macintyres. Thyrsis was admitted by a French maidservant, and there was Mrs. Dickman, resplendent in white shoulders and a necklace of pearls, and there was Dickman himself, even more prosperous and contented looking than his pictures, and even more brilliant and cynical than his tales. Also there was his sister, Mrs. Partridge, the writer of musical comedies, and a Miss Taylor, who filled the odd corners of the magazines with verses, which Corydon had once described as cheap cheer-up stuff. So here was the cream of the literary world, and Thyrsis, as he watched and listened to it, was working out the formula of magazine success. Mrs. Dickman sat next to him, displaying her shoulders and her culture. It seemed to him that she must have spent all her spare time picking up phrases about the books and pictures and plays and music of the hour, so as to be ready for possible mention of them at her dinner parties. She had opinions on tap about everything, opinions just enough advanced to be striking and original, and yet not too far advanced for good form. Jessie Dickman's short stories were the sort in which you read how the hero handled his cigarette, and were told that the heroine was clad in dimity and princess. You learned the names of the latest fashionable drinks, and the technicalities of automobiles, and met with references to far-off and intricate standards of social excellence. To Thyrsis it appeared that he could see before him the whole career of such a man. He had trained himself by years of apprenticeship in snobbery. He had studied the fashions not only in costume and manners, but also in books and opinions. He had been educated in a fraternity, and had chosen a wife who had been educated in a sorority, they had set up in this apartment, with silver service and 3 French servants, and proceeded to give dinners, and cultivate people who counted. And so had come the pleasant berth with the beau monde, 1 or 2 stories every month, and $1,000 for each story, as one might read in all newspaper accounts of the earnings of authors. The beau monde might have been described as a magazine for the standardizing of the newly rich. A group of these existed in every town in the country, and had their society in every little city. They would come to New York and put up at expensive hotels, and get their education in theaters and opera houses and lobster palaces. In addition, they had this weekly messenger of good form. In its advertising columns one read of the latest things in cigarettes and highballs and haberdashery and candies and autos, and in its reading matter one found the leisure class world, and the leisure class idea of all other worlds. Young Blanchard himself was in the most exclusive society, and if one stayed close to him, one might worm his way past the warders. Among the regular contributors to the beau monde and to Macintyre's, there were a dozen men who had risen by this method, and some of them had been real writers at the outset, had started with a fund of vigor, at least. But now they spent their evenings at dinner parties, and their days lounging about in 2 or 3 expensive cafes, reading the afternoon papers, exchanging gossip, and acquiring the necessary stock of cynicism for their next picture of leisure class life. It was what might have been described as the court method of literary achievement. The center of it was the young prince who held the purse strings, and the court was a coterie of bookish men of fashion and rich women whose husbands were occupied in the stock market. They set the tone and dispensed the favors. One who stood in their good graces would be practically immune to criticism, no matter how seedy his work might come to be. Nobody liked to roast a man with whom he had played golf at a week-end party, and who could be so impolite as to slight the work of a lady poetess whom he had taken in to dinner. Section 15. Thyrsis studied these people, and measured himself against them. He was not blinded by any vanity. He knew that it would not have taken him a week to turn out a short story which would have had the requisite qualities for Macintyre's, which would have been clever and entertaining, would have had genuine sentiment, and as large a proportion of sincerity as the magazine admitted. He could have suggested that he thought it was worth $500, and Billy Macintyre would have nodded and sent him a check. And then he could have moved up to town, and got a frock coat, and paid another call upon Mrs. Parmy Patten. Then his friend Comings would have put him up for the Thistle. He would have got to know the men who made literary opinion, and so his career would have been secure. Nor need he have made any apparent break with his convictions. In society one met all sorts of eccentrics, babas and yogis, Christian Scientists, spiritualists and theosophists, Fletcherites, vegetarians and raw fooders. And there would be ample room for his fad. It was quite English to be touched with socialism. All that one had to do was to be entertaining in one's presentation of it, and to confine oneself to its literary aspects, not setting forth plans for the expropriation of the house of Macintyre. Thyrsis had one grievous handicap, of course. He would have had to keep his wife and child in the background, for Corydon, alas, would not have scored as a giver of dinner parties. From a woman like Mrs. Jessie Dickman, skilled in intellectual fence, and merciless to her inferiors, Corydon would have turned tail and fled. Thyrsis was able to sit by and let Mrs. Dickman wave the plumes of her wit and spread the tail feathers of her culture before his astonished eyes, and at the same time occupy his mind with studying her, and working out her economic interpretation. But Corydon took life too intensely, and people too personally for that. But she would have let him go, if he had told her that it was best. So why should he not do it? Why should he turn his back upon this opportunity, and return to the soapbox in a marsh to wrestle with loneliness and want? The fact of the matter was that the thing which seemed so easy to his intellect, was impossible to his character. Thyrsis could not have anything to do with these people without hypocrisy. Merely to sit and talk pleasantly with them was to lie. They were to him the enemy, the thing he was in life to fight. And he hated all that they stood for in the world. He hated their ideas and their institutions, their virtues as well as their vices. He had been down into the bottommost pit of hell, and the sights that he had seen there had withered him up. How could he derive enjoyment from silks and jewels, from rich foods and fine wines, when he heard in his ears the cries of agony of the millions he had left behind him in that seething abyss? And should he trample upon their faces, as so many others had trampled? Should he make a ladder of their murdered hopes, to climb out to fame and fortune? Not he. It seemed to him sometimes, as he thought about it, that he alone, of all men living, had power to voice the despair of these tortured souls. Others had been down into that pit, and had come out alive, but who was there among them that was an artist, that could forge his hatred into a weapon, sharp enough and stout enough to be driven through the tough hide of the world of culture? To be an artist meant to have spent years and decades in toil and study, in disciplining and drilling one's powers, and who was there that had descended into the social inferno, and had come back with strength enough to accomplish that labor? So it seemed to him that he was the bearer of a gospel, that he had to teach the world something it could otherwise not know. He had tried out upon his own person, and upon the persons of his loved ones, the effects of poverty and destitution, of cold and hunger, of solitude and sickness and despair. And so he knew, of his own knowledge, the meaning of the degradation that he saw in modern society, of suicide and insanity, of drunkenness and vice and crime, of physical and mental and moral decay. He knew, and none could dispute him. Therefore he must nerve himself for the struggle, he must deliver that message, and pound home that truth. He must keep on and on in defiance of authority, in the face of all the obloquy and ridicule that the prostitute powers of civilization could heap upon him. He must live for that work, and die for it, to make real to the thinking world the infamies and the horrors of the capitalist regime. Book 15. The Captive Faints. Too quick, despairer, wherefore wilt thou go? Soon will the high midsummer pomps come on. Do you remember how you used to tell me that, she whispered. Hoping, always hoping. And always young, he added. How did I keep so, she said, with wonder in her voice, and he read. Thou nearest the immortal chance of old. Putting his sickle to the perilous grain. In the hot cornfield of the Phrygian king. For thee the Lityer's song again. Young Daphnis with his silver voice doth sing. Then a smile of mischief crossed her face, and she asked, which Daphnis? Section 1. Thyrsis came back to his home in the country, divided between satisfaction over the $400 worth of booty he had captured, and a great uneasiness concerning his novel. It had had with the critics all the success that he could have asked, but unfortunately it did not seem to be selling. Already it had been out 3 weeks, and the sales had been only 1,000 copies. The publisher confessed himself disappointed, but said that it was too early to be certain, they must allow time for the book to make its way, for the opinions of the reviews to take effect. And so, for week after week, Thyrsis watched and hoped against hope the old, heart-sickening experience. In the end he came to realize that he had achieved that most cruel of all literary ironies, the success d'estime. The critics agreed that he had written a most unusual book, but then, the critics did not really count, they had no way of making their verdict effective. What determined success or failure was the department store public. It would take a whim for a certain novel, and when a novel had once begun to sell, it would be advertised and pushed to the front, and everything else would give way before it, quite regardless of what the critics had said. A book review appeared only once, but an advertisement might appear a score of times, and be read all over the country. So the public would have pounded into its consciousness the statement that Hearts Aflame, by Dorothy Dimple, was a masterpiece of character drawing, full of thrilling incident and alive with pulsing passion. The department store public, which was not intelligent enough to distinguish between a criticism and an advertisement, would accept all these opinions at their face value. And that was success. Even the critics bowed to it in the end, as you might note by the change in their tone when they came to review the next work by this popular novelist. So Thyrsis faced the ghastly truth that another year and a half of toiling and waiting had gone for nothing. The heights of opportunity were almost as far away as ever. He had to summon up his courage and nerve himself for yet another climb, and Corydon would have to face the prospect of another winter in the soapbox in a marsh. It was now November, and Thyrsis had written nothing but socialist manifestos for 6 months. He was restless and chafing again, but living in distress as they were, he could not get his thoughts together at all. He must have been a trying person to live in the house with at such a time. "You ask me to take love for granted," said Corydon to him once, "but how can I, when your every expression is contradictory to love?" How could he explain to her his trouble? Here again was the pressure of that dreadful economic screw, that was crushing their love, and all beauty and joy and hope in their hearts. They might fight against it with all the power of their beings, they might fall down upon their knees together, and pledge themselves with anguish in their voices and tears in their eyes, but still the remorseless pressure would go on, day and night, week after week, without a moment's respite. There was this little house, for instance. It was all that Thyrsis wanted, and all that he would ever have wanted, and yet he could not be happy in it, because Corydon was not happy in it. He must be plotting and planning and worrying, straining every nerve to get to another house. He might not even think of any other possibility that would be treason to her. So always it seemed he had to turn his face away, that he did not wish to travel, he had to go on against every instinct of his own nature. His love for Corydon was such that he would be ashamed whenever his own instincts showed themselves. But then he would go alone, and try to do his work, and then discover the havoc this had wrought in his own being. Just now the tension had reached the breaking point, the craving for solitude and peace was eating him up. "What is it that you want?" asked Corydon, one day. "I want to be where I don't have to see anybody," he cried. "I want to rough it in a tent, as I did once before." "But it's too late to go to the Adirondacks, Thyrsis." "I know that," he said. "But there are other places." He had heard of one in Virginia, in that very wilderness of which he had written so eloquently, but had never seen. "Isn't there someone who could come and stay with you?" he pleaded. "I don't know," replied Corydon. But the next day, as fate would have it, there came a letter from Delia Gordon, saying that she had finished a certain stage of her study course, and was tired out and in fear of breakdown. So an invitation was sent and accepted, and Thyrsis secured the respite which he craved. And so behold him as a hermit once more, settled in a deserted cabin not far from the battlefield of Spotsylvania. He had got rid of the vermin in the cabin by burning sulfur, and had stocked his establishment with a canvas cot and a camp stool and a lamp and an oil can, and the usual supply of beans and bacon and rice and cornmeal and prunes. Also he had built himself a rustic table, and unpacked a trunk full of blankets and dishes and writing pads and books. So once more his life was his own, and a thing of delight to him. He had promised himself to live off the country, as he had before, but the principal game here was the wild turkey, and the wild turkey proved itself a shy and elusive bird. It was not occupied with meditations concerning literary masterpieces, and so it had a great advantage over Thyrsis, who would forget that he had a gun with him after the first half hour of a hunt. Section 2. It had now become clear to Thyrsis that he had nothing more to expect from his novel. It had sold less than 2,000 copies, which meant that it had not earned the money which had already been advanced to him. But all that was now ancient history. The entrenchments and graveyards of the wilderness battlefield were not more forgotten and overgrown with new life than was the war book in Thyrsis' mind. He had had enough of being a national chronicler, which the nation did not want. He had come down to the realities of the hour, to the blazing protest of the new revolution. For 10 years now Thyrsis had been playing at the game of professional authorship. He had studied the literary world both high and low, and had seen enough to convince him that it was an impossible thing to produce art in such a society. The modern world did not know what art was, it was incapable of forming such a concept. That which it called art was fraud and parasitism, its very heart was diseased. For the essence of art was unselfishness, it was an emotion which overflowed, and which sought to communicate itself to others from an impulse of pure joy. It was of necessity a social thing. The supreme art products of the race had been, like the Greek tragedy and the Gothic cathedral, a result of the labor of a whole community. And what could the modern man, a solitary and predatory wolf in the wilderness of laissez-faire, what could he conceive of such a state of soul? What would happen to a man who gave himself up to such a state of soul, in a community where the wolf law and the wolf customs prevailed? A grim purpose had been forming itself in Thyrsis' mind. He would suppress the artist in himself for the present. He would do it, cost whatever agony it might. He would turn propagandist for a while. Instead of scattering his precious seed in barren soil, he would set to work to make the soil ready. There was seething in his mind a work of revolutionary criticism, which would sweep into the rubbish heap the idols of the leisure class world. It was his idea to go back to first principles, to study the bases of modern society, and show how its customs and institutions came to be, and interpret its art as a product of these. He would show what the modern artist was, and how he got his living, and how this molded his work. He would take the previous art periods of history and study them, showing by what stages the artist had evolved, and so gaining a standpoint from which to prophesy what he would come to be in the future. Only once had an attempt ever been made to apply to questions of art the methods of science in Nordau's degeneration. But then Nordau's had been pseudoscience, three-quarters impertinence and conceit. The world still waited to understand its art products in the light of scientific socialism. Such was the task which Thyrsis was planning. It would mean years of study, and how he was to get the means to do it, he could not guess. But he had his mind made up to do it, though it might be the last of his labors, though everything else in his life might end in shipwreck. He went about all day, possessed with the idea, it would be a colossal work, an epoch-making work. It would be the culmination of his efforts and the vindication of his claims. It would save the men who came after him, and to save the men who came after him had now become the formula of his life. Section 3. Thyrsis would come back from a sojourn such as this with all his impulses of affection and sympathy renewed. He would have had time to miss Corydon, and to realize how closely he was bound to her. He would be eager to tell her all his adventures, and the wonderful plans which he had formed. But this time it was Corydon who had adventures to narrate. He realized as soon as he saw her that she had something upon her mind, and at the first occasion she led him off to his own study, and shut the door. He got a fire going, and she sat opposite him and gazed at him. "Thyrsis," she said, "I hardly know how to begin." It was all very formal and mysterious. "What is it, dear?" he asked. "It's something terrible," she whispered. "I'm afraid you're going to be angry." "What is it?" he repeated, more anxiously. "I was angry myself, at first," she said, "but I've got over it now. And I want you please to be reasonable." "Go on, dear." "Thyrsis," she whispered, after a pause, "it's Harry." "Harry? Harry Stewart, you know." "Oh," said he. He had all but forgotten the young drawing teacher, whom he had left doing socialist cartoons. "Well," he inquired. "You see, Thyrsis, I always liked him very much. And he's been coming up here quite a good deal. I didn't see why he shouldn't come. Delia liked him too, and she was with us most of the time. Was it wrong of me to let him come?" "I don't know," said he. "Tell me." "Perhaps it's silly of me," Corydon continued, hesitatingly, "but I'm always imagining things about people. And he seemed to me to have such possibilities." "He has, how shall I say it?" "I recall your saying he had soulful eyes," put in Thyrsis. "You'll make fun of it all, of course," said Corydon. "But it's really very tragic. You see, he's never met a woman like me before." "I can believe that, my dear. I mean a woman that has any real ideas. He would ask me questions by the hour, and we talked about everything. So, of course, we talked about love, and he asked if I was happy." "I see," said Thyrsis, grimly. "Of course you said that you were miserable." "I didn't say much. I told him that your work was hard, and that my courage wasn't always equal to my task." Anyone can see that I have suffered. Yes, dear, said Thyrsis, of course. Go on. Well, one day, it was last Friday, he came up with a carriage to take us driving. And Delia had a headache, and wanted to rest, and so Harry and I went alone. I guess I shouldn't have gone, but I didn't realize it. It was a beautiful afternoon, and we both had a good time. In fact, I don't know when I have been so contentedly happy. We stopped to gather wildflowers, and once we sat by a little stream, and of course, we talked and talked, and before I realized it, twilight was falling, and we were a long way from home. Go on, said Thyrsis, as she hesitated. We started out. I recollected later, though I didn't seem to notice it at the time, that Harry's voice seemed to grow husky, and he spoke indistinctly. He had let the horse have the reins, and his arm was on the back of my seat. I hadn't noticed it, but then fancy my horror. Well, it happened all of a sudden. Corydon stammered, her cheeks turning scarlet. I felt his arm clasp me, and I turned and stared, and his face was close to mine, and his eyes were fairly shining. There was a pause. What did you do? Asked the other. I just looked at him calmly, and said, oh, how could you? And at that he took his arm away quickly, and sat up stiff and straight, with a terribly hurt expression. Forgive me, he said. I was mad. And we neither of us spoke a word all the way home. And when we came to the house, I jumped out of the carriage without saying good night. Corydon sat staring at her husband, with her wide open, anxious eyes. And was that all? He asked. Today I had a letter from him. He said he was going away, over the Christmas holidays. He said that he was very much ashamed of himself, and he hoped that I would be able to forgive him. And that's all. They sat for a while in silence. You won't be too angry? Asked Corydon, anxiously. I'm not angry at all, he said. But naturally it's disturbing. I don't like to have such things happen to you. It's strange, you know, said Corydon, but I haven't seemed to stay very indignant. He was so hurt, you know, and I can realize how unhappy he's been. Curiously enough, I've even found myself thinking that I'd like to see him again. And that puzzled me. I felt that I ought to be quite outraged. That he should imagine he could hug me like any shop girl. They spent many hours discussing this adventure. In fact, it was a week or two before they had disposed of it entirely. Thyrsis was hoping that the experience might be utilized to persuade Corydon to modify her utopian attitude towards young men with soulful eyes and waving brown hair. He was at some pains to set forth to her the psychology of the male creature, insisting that he knew more about this than she did, and that his remarks applied to drawing teachers as well as to all other arts and professions. The main question, of course, was as to their attitude towards Harry Stewart when he returned. Corydon, it became clear, had forgiven him. The phraseology of his letter was touching, and he was now invested in the glamour of penitence. She insisted that the episode might be overlooked, and that their friendship could go on as before. But Thyrsis argued vigorously that their relationship could never be the same again, and declared that they ought not to meet. But then, Corydon protested, he'll be at the Jennings. And I can't snub him. What does Delia think about it? He asked. Dear me! Corydon exclaimed. I haven't told Delia a word of it. Haven't told her. But why not? Because she'd be horrified. She'd never speak to Harry Stewart again. But then you want me to speak to him. And even to be cordial to him. You want to go ahead and carry on a sentimental flirtation with him. Oh, Thyrsis, she protested. But that's what it would come to. And how much peace of mind do you suppose I'd have, while I knew that was going on? At which Corydon sighed pathetically. I'm a fine sort of emancipated woman, she said. Don't you see you're playing the role of the conventional jealous husband? But as she thought over the matter in the privacy of her own mind, she was filled with perplexity, and wondered at herself. She found herself actually longing to see Harry Stewart. She asked herself, can it really be I, Corydon, who am capable of being interested in any other man besides my husband? She could not bring herself to face the fact that it was true. Section 4. Thyrsis went away, and took to wandering about the country, wrestling with his new book. After the fashion of every work that came to possess him, it seemed to possess him as no other work had ever done before. His mind was in a turmoil with it, his thoughts racing from one part to another. He would stop in the midst of pumping a bucket of water or bringing in a supply of wood, to jot down some notes that came to him. Each day he realized more fully the nature of the task. Seated alone at night in his tiny cabin, his spirit would cry out in terror at the burden that had been heaped upon it. He had decided upon the title of the book Art and Money, an essay in the economic interpretation of literature. And then, late one night, as he was pondering it, there had flashed over him the form into which he should cast the work. He would make it, not only an exposition of his philosophy, but the story of his life, the cry of his soul. There had come to him an introductory statement. It was a smashing thing, a thing that would arrest and stun. Disraeli had said that a critic was a man who had failed as a creative writer, and Thyrsis would take that taunt and make it into his battle cry. I who write this, he would say, I am a failure, I am a murdered artist. I sit by the corpse of my dead dreams, I dip my pen into the heart's blood of my strangled vision. So he would indict the forces that had murdered him, and through the rest of the book he would pursue them, he would track them to their lair and corner them, and slay them with a sharp sword. Meantime Delia Gordon had gone back to her studies, and Corydon had settled down to her lonely task. She washed and dressed and fed the baby, and satisfied what she could of his insatiable demands for play. Thyrsis would come and help to get the meals and wash the dishes, but even then he was poor company. He was either tired out, or lost in thought, and his nerves were in such a state that he could not bear to be criticized. It was getting to be harder for him to endure the strain of hearing complaints, and so Corydon shrunk more and more into herself, and took to pouring out her soul in long letters and journals. Is it possible, she wrote to Delia, that to some people life is a continuous expiation, an expiation of submerged hereditary sins, as well as of conscious ones? A great deal of the time life seems to me a hopeless puzzle. I am so utterly unfit for the roles I labor to play. Is it that I am too low for my environment? Or can it be that I am too high? Surely there must someday be other things that women can do in the world besides training children. I try to love my task, but I have no talent for it, and it is a frightful strain upon me. After 1 hour of blocks and choo-choo cars, I am perfectly prostrate. I have been cheated out of the joys of motherhood, that is the truth. The spring was poisoned for me at the very beginning. You must not mind my lamentations, dear Delia, she wrote in another letter. You can't imagine how lonely my life is, no, for it is different when you are here. Oh, I am so weary. So weary. It didn't used to be like this. Every moment of leisure I had I would run and try to study, I would read something, I was always eager and hungry. But now I am dull, I do not follow my inspirations. If only Thyrsis and I might sometimes read together. I love to be read to, but he cannot bear it. He reads 3 times as fast to himself, he says. He will do it if I am sick, but even then it makes him nervous, and I cannot help but know that, however he tries to hide it. It is one of our troubles, but we know each other's states of mind intuitively. Oh, Delia, was there ever a tragedy in the world like that of our love? I ask myself sometimes if any two people who love could stand what we have to stand. Sometimes I think they could, if their love was different, but then that thought breaks my heart. Why cannot our love be different, I ask? I had one of my frightful fits of unhappiness today. It was nothing, it was my fault, I guess. I am very sensitive. But I think it is a tendency of Thyrsis' temperament to try instinctively to overcome mine. Apparently the only thing that will conquer him is seeing me suffer, then he will give way, he will promise anything I want, blame himself for his rigidity, scourge himself for his blindness, do anything at all I ask. So I tell myself, everything will be different now, the last problem is solved. I see how good and kind he is, how noble his impulses are, he has never failed me in the big things of life. I suppose Mr. Harding writes you about us. He was up here this afternoon. He was very gentle and kind to me, he talked about his religion. Did you tell him much about me? It is a singular thing, how he seems to understand without being told. I realize today that whenever we talk about my life, we take everything for granted. Also, it seems strange that he does not blame me. Generally people who are conventional think that I am selfish, that I ought to be loving my baby, instead of struggling with my pitiful soul. I wrote a little stanza the other night, Dear Delia. Doesn't it seem strange, that when I am at the last gasp with agony, I should find myself thinking of lines of poetry? I called it life, you will say that it is too somber. A lonely journey in a night of storm, lighted by flashes of inconstant faith, goaded by multitudes of vague desires, and mocked by phantoms of remote delight. Section 5. Just at this time Corydon found herself the victim of backaches and fits of exhaustion, for which there was no cause to be discovered. Each attack meant that Thyrsis would have to drop his work, and come and be housekeeper and nurse. He would have to repress every slightest sign of the impatience, which was burning him up, knowing that if he gave vent to it, he would drive Corydon half wild with suffering. After 2 or 3 such crises, he made up his mind that it was impossible for him to go on, until there was someone to help her in these emergencies. As a result of their farm hunting expeditions, they had in mind a place which was a compromise between their different requirements. It had a good barn and plenty of fruit, and at the same time a view, and a house with comfortable rooms, and wallpaper that was not altogether unendurable. It was offered for $4,000, of which nearly 3/4 might remain upon mortgage, so they had agreed that their future happiness would depend upon the war books bringing them in $1,000. Since this hope had failed, he had applied to Darrell, and to Parrott, but neither of them had the money to spare. It now fell out, that just as he was at the point of desperation, he received a letter from the clergyman who had married them, Dr. Hamilton. This worthy man had been reading Thyrsis manuscripts and following his career, and he now wrote to tell how greatly he had been impressed by the new novel. Whereupon the author was seized by a sudden resolve, and packed up a hand satchel and set out for the city, with all the forces of his being nerved for an assault upon this ill-fated clergyman. Dr. Hamilton sat in his little office, looking pale and worn, his face deeply seamed with lines of care. As the poet thought of it in later years, he realized that this man's function in life was to be a clearing-house for human misery. The wrecks of the competitive system in all classes and grades of society came to him to pour out their troubles and beg for help. It was not so very long afterwards that he went to pieces from overwork and nervous strain, and Thyrsis wondered with a guilty feeling how much his own assault had contributed to this result. Assuredly it could not happen often that a clergyman had to listen to a more harrowing tale than this murdered artist had to tell. The doctor heard it out, and then began to argue. Like the philanthropist in Boston, he was greatly troubled by the fear of weakening the springs of character. Being an advanced clergyman, he was familiar with the pat phrases of evolutionary science. His mind was a queer jumble of the philosophy of Herbert Spencer and that of Thomas à Kempis. But Thyrsis just now was in a mood which might have moved even Spencer himself. He was almost frantic because of Corydon, whom he had left half ill at home. He was not pleading for himself, he said he could always get along, but oh, the horror of having to kill his wife for the sake of his books. To have to sit by day and watch her dying. He told about that night when Corydon had tried to kill herself, and now another winter was upon them, and he knew that unless something were done, the springtime would not find her alive. The suicide story turned the balance with the clergyman. Herbert Spencer was put back upon the shelf, and Thomas à Kempis ruled the day. Dr. Hamilton said that he would see one of his rich parishioners, and persuade him to take a second mortgage on the farm. And so Thyrsis went back, a messenger of wondrous tidings. A few days later came the check. The deed had been got ready, and Thyrsis drove to the farm, and carried off the farmer and his wife to the nearest notary public. The old man pleaded to stay in his home until the new year, but Thyrsis was obdurate, allowing him only a week in which to get himself and his belongings to another place. And meantime he and Corydon were packing up. They drove to another Vandevue, and purchased more odds and ends of household stuff, and Thyrsis had his little study loaded upon a wagon, and taken to the new place. A wonderful adventure was this moving. To enter a real house, with 2 stories, and 2 pairs of stairs, and 8 rooms, and a cellar, and regular plastered walls, and no end of closets and shelves and such like domestic luxuries. To be able to set apart a whole room in which the baby might spread himself with his toys and marbles and dolls and picture books, and without anyone's having to stumble over them, and break their owner's heart. To have a real parlor, with a stove to sit by, and a table for a lamp, and shelves for books, and yet another room to eat in, and another to cook in. To be able to have a woman come to wash the dishes without making a bosom friend of her, and having her hear all the conversation. To be able to walk through fields and orchards and woodland, and know that they belong to one's self, and would some day shed their coat of snow and blossom into new life. Thyrsis wished that he could have the book out of his mind for a month, so that he might be properly thrilled by this experience. It was at the Christmas season, and therefore an appropriate times for celebrating. He went down into the woodlot, their own woodlot, and cut a spruce tree, and set it up in the dining room. They hung thereon all the contrivances which the associated grandparents had sent down to commemorate an occasion which was not only Christmas and housewarming, but the baby's 3rd birthday as well. Because of the triple conjunction, they invested in a fat goose, to be roasted in the new kitchen range, and besides this there were some spare ribs and homemade sausages with which a neighbor had tempted them. It was a regular storybook Christmas, with a snowstorm raging outside, and the wind howling down the chimney, and an odor of molasses taffy pervading the house. Section 6. After which festivities Thyrsis bid farewell to his family once more, and went away to wrestle with his angel. Weeks of failure and struggle it cost him before he could get back what he had lost, before he could recall those phrases that had once blazed white-hot in his brain, and could see again the whole gigantic form and figure of his undertaking. Many an hour he spent pacing his little 8-foot piazza 4 steps and a half each way, back and forth. Many a night he would sit before his little 14-inch stove, so lost in his meditations that the stove would lose its red-hot glow, and the icy gale which raged outside and rattled the door would steal in through the cracks and set him to shivering. Other times he would trudge through the snow and mud to the town, spending the day in the library, and then bringing out an armful of books to last him through the night. Thyrsis had read pretty thoroughly the literature of the 6 languages he knew, but now this was the appalling nature of his task: he had to go back and read it over again. He did not realize, until he got actually at the work, what an utter overturning there would be in all his ideas. How strange it was to return and read the classics of one's youth. What oceans of futility one discovered, what mountains of pretense, and with what forests of scholarship grown over them. It seemed to Thyrsis that everywhere he turned the searchlight of his new truth, the structure of his opinions would topple like a house of cards. Truly, here was a Gottsendamarum, en umwertung aller worth. The worst of it was that he had to read, not only literature, but also history, often his own kind of history, that had not yet been written. If he wished to know the Shakespearean dramas as a product of the aristocratic and imperialist ideal in the glory and intoxication of its youth, he had to study, not only Shakespeare's poetry, but the cultural and social life of the Elizabethan people. And he could not take any man's word for the truth, he had to know for himself. The thing that would avail him in this battle was not eloquence and fervor, not the flashes of his irony and the white-hot shafts of his scorn. What he must have were facts, and more facts, and then again facts. The facts were there, to be had for the gathering. Thyrsis again could only compare himself to Aladdin in his palace. Could it be believed that so many ideas had been left for one man to discover? It seemed to him, that the kingdoms of literature lay at his mercy. He was like a magician who has discovered a new spell, which places his rivals in his power. He knew that this book, if he could ever finish it, would alter the aspect of literary criticism, as a blow changes the pattern in a kaleidoscope. Thyrsis had failed many times before, but this time he felt that success was in his hands. He knew the book world now, he was master of the game. This would set them to thinking, this would stir them up. He had got under the armor of his enemy at last, and he could feel him wince and writhe at each thrust that he drove home. So he wrought at his task, in a state of tense excitement, living always in imagination in the midst of the battle, following stroke with stroke and driving a rout before him. So he would be for weeks, and then would come the reaction, when he fell back exhausted, and realized that his victory was mere fantasy, that nothing of it really counted until he had completed his labor. And that would take 2 years. 2 years. Section 7. From visions such as this Thyrsis came back to wrestle with all the problems of a household, with pumps that froze and drains that clogged, with stoves that went out and ashes that spilled, with milk boys that were late and kitchen maids that were snowbound. He would leave his work at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and make his way through the snow and the storm to the house, and crawl into bed, and then take his chances of being awakened by the baby, or by some spell of agony with Corydon. He might not sleep alone, that supreme symbol of domesticity Corydon could not give up, and he soon ceased to ask for it. It seemed such a little thing to yield, and yet it meant so much to him. The room where he slept came to seem to him a chamber of terror, a place to which he went like the galley slave at night, scourged to his dungeon. It was a place where a crime was enacted, where the vital forces of his being were squandered, and the body and soul of him were wrung and squeezed dry like a sponge. This was marriage, it was the essence of marriage, it was the slavery into which he had delivered himself, the duty to which he was bound. And in how many millions of homes was this same thing going on, this licensed preying of one personality upon another? And the nightmare thing was upheld and buttressed by all the forces of society. Priests were saying blessings over it and moralists were singing the praises of it, the holy bonds of matrimony, it was called. It was all the worse to Thyrsis because there was that in him which welcomed this animal intimacy. So he saw that day by day their lives were slipping to a lower plane, day by day they were discovering new weaknesses and developing new vices in themselves. Corydon was now a good part of the time in pain of some sort, and the doctors had accustomed her to stave off these crises with various kinds of drugs, so that she had a set of shelves crowded with pills and powders and bottles. She had learned to rely upon them in emergencies, to plead for them when she was helpless, and so Thyrsis saw her declining into an inferno. He would argue with her and plead with her and fight with her, he would spend days trying to open her eyes to the peril, to show her that it was better to suffer pain than to resort to these treacherous aids. Section 8. They still had their hours of enthusiasm, of course, their illuminations and their resolutions. During the summer, while browsing among the English magazines in the library, Thyrsis had stumbled upon an astonishing article dealing with the subject of health. He read it in a state of great excitement, and then took it home and read it to Corydon. It told of the achievements of a gentleman by the name of Horace Fletcher, who had once possessed robust health, and lost it through careless living, and had then restored it by a new system of eating. To Thyrsis this came as one of the great discoveries of his life. For years every instinct of his nature had been whispering to him that his ways of eating were vicious, but he had been ignorant and helpless and with all the world that he knew in opposition to him. As he read the article, he recalled a talk he had had with his family doctor, way back before his marriage, when he had first begun to notice symptoms of stomach trouble. He had suggested timidly that there might be something wrong with his diet, and that if the doctor would tell him exactly what he ought to eat, and how much and how often, he would be glad to adopt the regimen. But the doctor had only laughed and answered, "Nonsense, boy, don't you get to thinking about your food." And so Thyrsis had gone away, to follow the old plan of eating what he liked. Health, it would seem, must be a spontaneous and accidental thing, it could not be a deliberate and reasoned thing. But now he and Corydon became smitten with a passion of shame for all their stupidity and their gluttony. They invested in Fletcher's books, and set out upon this new adventure. They would help themselves to a very small saucerful of food, and they would take of this a very small spoonful and chew and chew and chew. Mr. Fletcher said that half an hour a day was enough for the eating of the food one needed, but they, apparently, could have chewed for hours, and still been hungry. They labored religiously to stop as soon as they could pretend to be satisfied, the result of which was that Thyrsis lost 14 pounds in as many days, and it was many a long year before he got those 14 pounds back. He became still more spiritual in his aspect, until finally he and Corydon set out for a walk one day, and coming up a hill to their home they gave out altogether, and first Thyrsis had to crawl up the hill and get something to eat, and then take something down to Corydon. However, in spite of all their blunders, this new idea was of genuine benefit to them. At least it put them upon the right track. It taught them the relationship between diet and disease. They saw the two as cause and consequence. They watched the food they ate affecting their bodies as one might watch a match affecting a thermometer. They were no longer victims of the idea that health must be a spontaneous and accidental thing. They were set definitely to thinking about it, as something that could be achieved by will and intelligence. But the right knowledge lay far in the future, and meantime they were groping in ignorance, and disease was still a mysterious visitation that came upon them out of the night. Thus saith the Lord, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there hath been none like it, nor shall be like it any more. Their own firstborn had been on the regime of the child specialist for a year and a half. He was big and fat and rosy, and according to all the standards they knew, a picture of health. He was the pride of his parents' hearts, the one success they had achieved, and to which they could turn their eyes. He was a frightful burden to them, the most noisy and irrepressible of children. But they struggled and worried along with him, and were proud of him, and even, in a stormy sort of way, were happy with him. But now a calamity fell upon him, bringing them the most terrible distress they had yet had to face in their lives. Section 9. It was all the worse because they laid the blame upon themselves. They were accustomed to attribute sickness to this or that trivial cause. If Corydon caught a cold, it was because she had sat in a draught, and if Thyrsis was laid up with tonsillitis, it was because he had gone out for kindling wood without his hat. It had been their wont to bundle the child up and turn him out to play, and one very cold day he had stood a long time under the woodshed, and had got chilled. So that night his head was hot, and he was fretful, and in the morning he would not eat, and apparently had a fever. They sent off in haste for the doctor, and the doctor came and examined him, and shook his head and looked very grave. It was pneumonia, he said, and a serious case. So Corydon and Thyrsis had to put all things else aside, and gird themselves for a siege. There were medicines to be administered every hour, and minute precautions to be taken to keep the patient from the slightest chill. He must be in a warm room, and yet with some ventilation. All these things they attended to, and then they would sit and gaze at the sufferer, dumb with grief and fear. Through the night Thyrsis sat by the bedside, while Cedric babbled and raved in delirium, and no suffering that he had ever experienced was equal to this. How he loved this baby, how passionately, how cruelly. How he clung to him, blindly and desperately. The thought of losing him simply tore his heart to pieces. He would hold the hot hands, he would touch the little body. How he loved that body, that was so beautiful and soft and white. How many times he had bathed it and dressed it and hugged it to him. He would sit and listen to the fevered prattle, full of childish phrases which brought before him the childish soul, the wonderful, lovable thing, so merry and eager, so full of mischief and curiosity, with strange impulses of tenderness, and flashes of intelligence that thrilled one, and opened long vistas to the imagination. He was all they had, this baby. He was all they had saved out of the ruin of their lives, out of the shipwreck of their love. What sacrifices they had made for him, what agonies he represented. And now, the idea that they might never see him, nor touch him, nor hear his voice again. Also would come agonies of remorse. Thyrsis would face the blunder they had made. It might have been avoided so easily, and now it was irrevocable. His whole body would shake with silent sobbing. Ah, this curse of their lives, this hideous shame that they had not even been able to take proper care of their child. This wrong, too, the world meant to inflict upon them, this supreme vengeance, this cruel punishment. Section 10. The doctor came next morning, and found the patient worse. This was the crisis, he said, if the little one lived through the night. And there he paused, seeing the agony in the eyes of the mother and father. They would do all they could, he said, they must hope for the best. So the siege went on. Thyrsis sat through the night again, and Corydon, who could not rest either, would come into the room every little while, and listen and watch. They would hold each other's hand for hours, dumb with suffering. Ghostly presences seemed to haunt the sick chamber and set them to trembling. Thyrsis found himself thinking of that most terrible of all ballads, the Earl King. How he had shuddered once, hearing it sung. Dem Watergrauzets, Reatet Geschwind. All through the night he seemed to hear the hammer strokes of the horse's hoofs echoing through his soul. The child lived through the night, but the crisis was not yet over. The fever held on. The issue of life and death seemed to hang upon the flutter of an eyelid. There was one more night to be sat through, and Thyrsis, whose restless intellect must needs be dealing with all issues, had by then fought his way through this terror also. They must get control of themselves at all hazards, he said, they must face the facts. If so, the child should die. He tried to say something of the sort to Corydon, seeking to steady her. But Corydon became almost frantic at his words. You must not say such a thing, you must not think such a thing, she cried. Corydon had been reading about New Thought, and she insisted that would be holding the idea of death over the child. The thing for us to do, she said, is to make up our minds he must live, we must know that he will live. It was no time to argue about metaphysics, but Thyrsis found this proposition a source of great perplexity. How could a man make himself know what he did not know? The crisis passed, and the child lived. But the illness continued for a couple of weeks, and how pitiful it was to see their baby, that had been so big and rosy, and was now pale and thin and weak. And when at last he got up and went outdoors again, he caught a cold, and there was a relapse, and another siege of the dread disease. The doctor had not warned them sufficiently, it seemed. So there was a week or two more of watching and worrying, and then they had to face the fact that little Cedric would be delicate for a long while, would need to be guarded with care all through the spring. Thyrsis blamed himself for all that had happened. The weight of it rested upon him forever afterwards, as if it were some crime he had committed. Sometimes when he was overwrought and overdriven, he would lie awake in the small hours of the morning, and this spectre would come and sit by him. He had made a martyr of the child he loved, he had sacrificed it to what he called his art, and how had he dared to do it? It was hard to think of a more cruel question to put to a man. Himself, no doubt, he might scourge and drive and wreck, but this child, what were the child's rights? Thyrsis would try to weigh them against the claims of posterity. What his own work might be, he knew, and to what extent should he sacrifice it to the unknown possibilities of his son? Some sacrifice there had to be, such was the stern decree of the economic screw. So Thyrsis once more was a field of warring motives, once more he faced the curse of his life that he could not be as other men, he could not have other men's virtues. It was the latest aspect, and the most tragic, of that impulse in him which had made him fight so hard against marriage, which had made him quote to Corydon the lines of the outlaw's song. The fiend whose lantern lights the mead were better mate than I. Book 16. The Break for Freedom. The scarlet flush of morning was in the sky, and they stood upon the hill again, and watched the colors spreading. We must go, she was saying. But it was worthwhile to come. It was all worthwhile, he said, all. And she smiled, and quoted some lines from the poem. Thou too, O Thyrsis, on like quest wast bound. Thou wanderedst with me for a little hour. Men gave thee nothing, but this happy quest. If men esteemed thee feeble, gave thee power. If men procured thee trouble, gave thee rest. Section 1. This illness of the babies had been a fearful drain upon their strength, and Thyrsis perceived that they had now got to a point where they could no longer stand alone. There must be a servant in the house, to help Corydon, and do for the baby what had to be done. It was a hard decision for him to face, for his money was almost gone, and the book loomed larger than ever. But there was no escaping the necessity. They would get a married couple. They decided the man could pay for himself by working the farm. So they put an advertisement in a city paper, and perused the scores of misspelled replies. After due correspondence, and much consultation, they decided upon Patrick and Mary Flanagan, and Thyrsis hired a two-seated carriage and drove in to meet them at the depot. It was all very funny. Years afterwards, when the clouds of tragedy were dispersed, they were able to laugh over the situation. Thyrsis had been used to servants in boyhood, but that was before he had acquired any ideas as to universal brotherhood and the rights of man. Now he hated all the symbols and symptoms of mastership. He shrunk from any sort of clash with unlovely personalities. He would be courteous and deprecating to the very tramp who came to his door to beg. And here were Patrick and Mary, very Irish, enormously stout, and devotedly Roman Catholic, having spent all their lives as caretakers of gentlemen's country places. They had most precise ideas as to what gentlemen's country places should be, and how they should be equipped, and how the gentlemen of the country places should treat their servants. And needless to say, they found nothing in this new situation which met with their approval. There were signs of humiliating poverty everywhere, and the farm outfit was inadequate. As to the master and mistress, they must have been puzzling phenomena for Patrick and Mary to make up their minds about possessing so many of the attributes of the lady and gentleman, and yet being lacking in so many others. Patrick was a precise and particular person. He wanted his work laid out just so, and then he would do it without interference. As for Mary, he stood in awe of Mary himself, and so he accepted the idea that Corydon and Thyrsis should stand in awe of her too. Mary it was who announced that their dietary was inadequate. She took no stock at all in Fletcher and Chittenden. She knew that working people must have meat at least 4 times a week. Also Mary maintained that their room was not large enough for so stout a couple. Also she arranged it that Corydon and Thyrsis should get the dinner on Sundays, the Roman Catholic Church being 5 miles away, and the hour of Mass being late, and the horse very old and slow. For 2 months Corydon and Thyrsis struggled along under the dark and terrible shadow of the disapproval of the Flanagan family. Then one day there came a violent crisis between Corydon and Mary, occasioned by a discussion of the effect of an excess of grease upon the digestibility of potato starch. Corydon fled in tears to her husband, who started for the kitchen forthwith, meaning to dispose of the Flanagans, when, to his vast astonishment, Corydon experienced one of her surges of energy, and thrust him to one side, and striding out upon the field of combat, proceeded to deliver herself of her pent-up sentiments. It was a discourse in the grandest style of tragedy, and Mary Flanagan was quite dumbfounded. Apparently this was a lady after all. So the Flanagan family packed its belongings and departed in a chastened frame of mind, and Corydon turned to her spouse, her eyes still flashing, and remarked, "If only I had talked to her that way from the beginning." Section 2. Then once more there was answering of advertisements, and another couple was spewed forth from the maw of the metropolis, Henry and Bessie Dobbs, as they subscribed themselves. Henry proved to be the adult stage of the East Side gamin, lean and cynical, full of slang and humor and the odor of cigarettes. He was fresh from a ticket chopper's job in the subway, and he knew no more about farming than Thyrsis did, but he put up a clever bluff, and was so prompt with his wits that it was hard to find fault with him successfully. As for his wife, she had come out of a paper box factory, and was as skilled at housekeeping as her husband was at agriculture. She was frail and consumptive, and told Corydon the story of her pitiful life, with the result that she was able to impose upon her even more than her predecessor had done. Henry was slow at pitching hay and loading stone, but when the season came, he developed a genius for peddling fruit. He was always hungry for any sort of chance to bargain, and was forever coming upon things which Thyrsis ought to buy. Very quickly the neighborhood discovered this propensity of his, and there was a constant stream of farmers who came to offer second-hand buggies, and wind-broken horses, and dried-up cows, and patent hayrakes and churns and corn shellers at reduced values, all of which rather tended to reveal to Thyrsis the unlovely aspects of his neighbors, and to weaken his faith in the perfectibility of the race. Among Henry's discoveries was a pair of aged and emaciated mules. He became eloquent as to how he could fatten up these mules and what crops he could raise in the spring. So Thyrsis bought the mules, and also a supply of feed, but the fattening process failed to take effect for the reason, as Thyrsis finally discovered, that the mules were in need of new teeth. When the plowing season began, Henry at first expended a vast amount of energy in beating the creatures with a stick, but finally he put his inventive genius to work, and devised a way to drive them without beating. It was some time before Thyrsis noted the change. When he made inquiries, he learned to his consternation that the ingenious Henry had fixed up the stick with a pin in the end. At any time of the day one might stand upon the piazza of the house and gaze out across the cornfield, and see a long procession marching through the furrow. First there came the mules, and then came the plow, and then came Henry, and after Henry followed the dog, and after the dog followed the baby, and after the baby followed a train of chickens, foraging for worms. Little Cedric was apparently content to trot back and forth in the field for hours, which to his much occupied parents seemed a delightful solution of a problem. But it happened one day when they had a visit from Mr. Harding, that Thyrsis and the clergyman came round the side of the house, and discovered the child engaged in trying to drag a heavy armchair through a door that was too small for it. He was wrestling like a young Titan, purple in the face with rage, and shouting, in a perfect reproduction of Henry's voice and accent, "Come round here, God damn you, come round here." There were many such drawbacks to be balanced against the joys of life on a farm. Thyrsis reflected with a bitter smile that his experiences and Corydon's had been calculated to destroy their illusions as to several kinds of romance. They had tried Grub Street, and the poet's garret, and the cultivating of literature upon a little oatmeal. They had not found that a joyful adventure. They had tried the gypsy style of existence. They had gone back to the bosom of nature and had found it a cold and stony bosom. They had tried out love in a cottage, and the story writer's dream of domestic raptures. And now they were chasing another will-o'-the-wisp, that of amateur farming. When Thyrsis had purchased half the old junk in the township, and had seen the mules go lame, and the cows break into the pear orchard and founder themselves, when he had expended $200 worth of money and $2,000 worth of energy to raise $100 worth of vegetables and fruit, he framed for himself the conclusion that a farm is an excellent place for a literary man, provided that he can be kept from farming it. Section 3. As the result of such extravagances, when they had got as far as the month of February, Thyrsis' bank account had sunk to almost nothing. However, he had been getting ready for this emergency. He had prepared a scenario of his new book, setting forth the ideas it would contain and the form which it would take. This he sent to his publisher, with a letter saying that he wanted the same contract and the same advance as before. And again he waited in breathless suspense. He knew that he had here a work of vital import, one that would be certain to make a sensation, even if it did not sell like a novel. It was, to be sure, a radical book, perhaps the most radical ever published in America, but on the other hand, it dealt with questions of literature and philosophy, where occasionally even respectable and conservative reviews permitted themselves to dally with ideas. Thyrsis was hoping that the publisher might see prestige and publicity in the adventure, and decide to take a chance. When this proved to be the case, he sank back with a vast sigh of relief. He had now money enough to last until midsummer, and by that time the book would be more than half done, and also the farm would be paying. But alas, it seemed with them that strokes of calamity always followed upon strokes of good fortune. At this time Corydon's ailments became acute, and her nervous crises were no longer to be borne. There were anxious consultations on the subject, and finally it was decided that she should consult another specialist. This was an uncle of Mr. Harding's, a man of most unusual character, the clergyman declared. The latter was going to the city, and would be glad to introduce Corydon. So, a couple of days later came to Thyrsis a letter, conveying the tidings that she was discovered to be suffering from an abdominal tumor, and should undergo an immediate operation. It would cost $100, and the hospital expenses would be at least as much, which meant that, with the bill paying that had already taken place, their money would all be gone at the outset. But Thyrsis did not waste any time in lamenting the inevitable. He was rather glad of the tidings. On the whole, at least there was a definite cause for Corydon's suffering, and a prospect of an end to it. Both of them had still their touching faith in doctors and surgeons, as speaking with final and godlike authority upon matters beyond the comprehension of the ordinary mind. The operation would not be dangerous, Corydon wrote, and it would make a new woman of her. If I could only have Delia Gordon with me, she added, then my happiness would be complete. Only think of it, she left for Africa last week. I know she would have waited, if she'd known about this. However, I shall make out. Mr. Harding is going to be in town for more than a week. He is attending a conference of some sort, and he has promised to come and see me in the hospital. I think he likes to do such things. He has the queerest professional air about it, so that you feel you are being sympathized with for the glory of God. But really he is very beautiful and good, and I think you have never appreciated him. I am happy today, almost exhilarated. I feel as if I were about to escape from a dungeon. Section 4. Such was the mood in which she went to her strange experience. She liked the hospital room, tiny, but immaculately clean. She liked the nurses, who seemed to her to be altogether superior and exemplary beings, moving with such silence and assurance about their various tasks. She slept soundly, and in the morning they combed and plaited her hair and prepared her for the ceremony. There came a bunch of roses to her room, with a card from Mr. Harding, and these were exquisite, and made her happy, so that, when the doctor arrived, she went almost gaily to the operating room. Everything there aroused her curiosity, the pure white walls and ceiling, shining with matchless cleanness, the glittering instruments arranged carefully on glass tables, the attentive and pleasant-faced nurses, standing also in pure white, and the doctor in his vestments, smiling reassuringly. In the center of the room was a large glass table, long enough for a reclining body, and through the skylight the sun poured a pleasing radiance over all. "How beautiful!" exclaimed Corydon, and the nurses exchanged glances, and the old doctor failed to hide an expression of surprise. "I wish all my patients felt like that," said he. "Now climb up on the table." Corydon promptly did so, and another doctor who was to administer the anesthetic came to her side. "Take a very deep breath, please," he said, as he placed over her mouth a white, cone-shaped thing that had a rather suffocating odor. Corydon was obedience itself, and breathed. In a moment her body seemed to be falling from her. "Oh, I don't like it," she gasped. "Breathe deeply, and count as far as you can," came a voice from far above her. "Stop," whispered Corydon. "Oh, I want to come back." Then she began to count, or rather some strange voice, not hers, seemed to count for her. As the first numbness passed, farther and farther away she seemed to dissolve, to become a disembodied consciousness poised in a misty ether. And at that moment, so she told Thyrsis afterwards, the face of Mr. Harding seemed to appear just above her, and to look at her with a pained and startled expression. It was a beautiful face, she thought, and she knew that everything she felt was being immediately registered in Mr. Harding's mind. They were two affinitized beings, suspended in the center of a cosmos. Their sole intelligences were all that had been left of the sentient world after some cataclysm. "I always knew that about us," thought Corydon, and she realized that the face before her understood, even though at the moment it, too, was dissolving. "I wonder why," she mused, "why?" And then the little spark went out. 2 hours later the doctor was bending over her, anxiously scrutinizing her passive face. "Nurse, bring me some ice water," he was saying. "She takes her time coming to." And sharply he struck her cheek and forehead with his fingertips, but she showed no sign. Deep down in some mysterious inner chamber, beneath the calm face, there was being enacted a grim spirit drama. Corydon's soul was making a monstrous effort to return to its habitation. Corydon felt herself hanging, a tortured speck of being, in a dark and illimitable void. "This may be hell," she thought. "I have neither hands nor feet, and I cannot fight, but I can will to get back." This effort cost her inexpressible agony. A strange incessant throbbing was going on in the black pit over which she seemed suspended. It had a kind of rhythm, metallic, and yet with a human resonance. It began way down somewhere, and proceeded with maddening accuracy to ascend through the semitones of a gigantic scale. Each beat was agony to her. It ascended to a certain pitch in merciless crescendo, then fell to the bottom again, and began anew its swift, maddeningly accurate ascent. Each time it ascended a little higher, and always straining her endurance to the uttermost, and bringing a more vivid realization of agony. "Will you stop here?" it seemed to pulsate. "No, no, I will go on," willed Corydon. "You shall not keep me, I must escape, I must get out." But it kept up incessantly, ruthlessly, its strange, formless, soundless din, until the spirit writhed in its grasp. Finally it seemed to Corydon that she was getting nearer to something, she knew not what. The blackness about her seemed to condense, and she found herself in what was apparently the middle of a lake, and some dark bodies with arms were trying to drag her down. "No, no," she willed to these forms, "you shall not. I do not belong here, I belong up." And by a violent effort she escaped into sensations yet more agonizing, more acute. The vibrations were getting faster and faster, whirling her along, stretching her consciousness to pieces. "Will it never end?" she thought. "Have mercy." But after an eternity of such repetition, she found a bright light staring at her, and a frightful sense of heaviness, like mountains piled upon her. Also, eating her up from head to foot, was a strange, unusual pain. Yes, it must be pain, though she had never felt anything like it before. She moaned, and there came a spasm of nausea, that seemed to tear her asunder. The doctor was standing by her. "She gave me quite a fright," he was saying. "There, that's it, nurse. She'll be sleeping sweetly in a minute." The nurse hurried forward, and Corydon felt a stinging sensation in her side, and then a delightful numbness crept over her. "Oh, thank you, doctor," she whispered. Section 5. The next week held for Corydon continuous suffering, which she bore with a rebellious defiance, feeling that she had been betrayed in some way. "If you had only told me," she wailed, to the doctor. "I would rather have stayed as I was before." For answer he would pat her cheek and tell her to go to sleep. The days dragged on. Every afternoon her mother came and read to her for several hours, and in the afternoons Mr. Harding would come, and sit by her bedside in his kind way and talk to her. Sometimes he only stayed a few minutes, but often he would spend an hour or so, trying to dispel the clouds of gloom and despondency that were hanging over her. Corydon told him of her vision in the operating room, and strange to say he declared that he had known it all. Also he said that he had helped her to fight her way back to life. He seemed to understand her every need, and from his sympathy gave her all the comfort he could. But he little realized all that it meant to her, how deeply it stirred her gratitude and her liking for him. During the day she would find herself counting the hours until the time he had named, and when the expected knock would come, and his tall figure appear at the door, her heart would give a sudden jump and send the blood rushing to her head. Her lips would tremble slightly as she held out her hand to him, and as he sat and looked at her, she would become uncomfortably conscious of the beating of her heart. In fact, at times it would almost suffocate her, and her cheeks would become as fire. She wondered if he noticed it. but he seemed concerned only for her welfare, and anxiously inquired how she felt. She was not doing well, it seemed, and the doctor was greatly troubled. Her temperature had not become normal since the operation, and they could not account for it, as she was suffering no more than the usual amount of pain. To Corydon this was a matter of no importance. She was willing to lie there all day, if only the hour of Mr. Harding's visit would come more quickly. She was beginning to be alarmed because she had such difficulty in controlling her excitement. The magic hour would strike, and the door of hope open, and there upon the threshold he would appear, in all his superb manhood. Corydon thought she had never before met a man who gave her such an impression of vitality. He was splendid, he was like a young Viking, who brought into the room with him the pure air of the northern mountains. When he looked at her, his eyes assumed a wonderful expression, a golden expression, as Corydon described it to herself. And day after day she clothed this Viking in more lustrous garments, woven from the threads of her imagination, her innermost desires and her dreams. And always at sight of him, her heart beat faster, her head became hotter, until the bed she lay upon became a bed of burning coals. She realized at last what had happened to her, that she loved, yes, that she loved. But she must not let her Viking see it, that would be unpardonable, it would damn her forever in his sight. And so she struggled with her secret. At night she slept in fitful starts, and in the morning she lay pale and somber. But when he came she was all brilliancy and animation. Section 6. Each night the doctor would look anxiously at his thermometer. It was a source of great worry to him and to Corydon's parents that the fever did not abate. Also, needless to say, the news worried Thyrsis, all the more, because it meant a long stay in the hospital, and more of their money gone. At last he came up to town to see about it, and Corydon thought to herself, "This is very wrong of me. It is Thyrsis I ought to be interested in, it is his sympathy I ought to be craving." She brought the image of Thyrsis before her, it seemed vague and unreal. She found that she remembered mostly the unattractive aspects of him. And this brought a pang to her. He is good and noble, she told herself. She forced herself to think of generous things that he had done. He came, and then she felt still more ashamed. He had been working very hard, and was pale and haggard, it was becoming to him to be that way. Recollections came back to her in floods. Yes, he was truly good and noble. He sat by her bedside, and she told him about the operation, and poured out the hunger of her soul to him. He stayed all the morning with her, and he came again and spent the afternoon with her. He read to her and kissed her and soothed her. His influence was very calming, she found. After he had gone for the night, Corydon lay thinking, I still love him. How strange it was that she could love two men at once. It was surely very wrong. She would never have dreamed that she, Corydon, could do such a thing. She thought of Harry Stewart, and of the unacknowledged thrill of excitement which his presence had brought to her. And now here it is again, she mused, only this time it is worse. What can be the matter with me? Then she wondered, do I really love Mr. Harding? Haven't I got over it now? But the least thinking of him sufficed to set her heart to thumping again, and so she shrunk from that train of thought. She wanted to love her husband. He came again the next morning, and Corydon found that she was very happy in his presence. Her fever was slightly lower, and she thought, I will get well quickly now. But alas, she had reckoned in this without Thyrsis. To sit in the hospital all day was a cruel strain upon him, the more so as he had been entirely unprepared for it. Corydon had assured him that the operation would be nothing, and that she would not need him, and so he had just finished a harrowing piece of labor on the book. Now to stay all day and witness her struggle, to satisfy her craving for sympathy and to meet and wrestle with her despair, it was like having the last drops of his soul energy squeezed out of him. He did not know what was troubling Corydon, but the rapport between them was so close, that he knew she was in some distress of mind. He stood the ordeal as long as he could, and then he had to beg for respite. Cedric was down on the farm, with no one but the servants to care for him, so he would go back, and see that everything was all right, and after he had rested up for 2 or 3 days, he would come again. Corydon smiled faintly and assented, for that morning she had received a note from Mr. Harding, saying that he would be in town the next day, and would call. So Thyrsis went away, and Corydon lay and thought the problem over again. Yes, I love my husband, but it's such an effort for him to love me. And why should that be? I don't believe it would be such an effort for Mr. Harding to love me. So again she was seized by the thought of the young clergyman. And she was astonished at the difference in her feelings, the flood of emotion that swept over her. Her heart began to beat fast and her cheeks once more to burn. He was coming up to the city on purpose, this time. It must be that he wanted to see her very much. That night was an especially hard one for her. She felt as though the frail shell that held her were breaking, as though her endurance were failing altogether. The fever had risen, and her bed had seemed like the burning arms of Moloch. Once she imagined that the room was stifling her, and in a sudden frenzy of impatience she struggled upon one elbow and flung her pillow across the room. In that instant she had noticed a new and sharp pain in her side. It did not leave her, though at the time she thought little about it. She was all absorbed in the coming of Mr. Harding. By the time morning had come she had made up her mind that her one hope of deliverance was in confession. She must tell him, she must make known to him her love, and he would forgive her, and then her heart would not beat so violently at sight of him, her fever would abate and she might rest. But when he sat there, talking to her, and looking so beautiful and so strange, she trembled, and made half a dozen vain efforts to begin. Finally she asked, "Have you ever read that poem of Heine's Ein Jungling Lied ein Mädchen, die hat einen andern Erwählt?" "Oh, yes," he answered. Then they were silent again. Finally Corydon nerved herself to yet another effort. "Mr. Harding," she said, "will you come a little nearer, please? I have something very important to say to you." And then, waveringly and brokenly, now in agonized abashment, now rushing ahead as she felt his encouragement and sympathy, she gave him the whole story of her suffering and its cause. When she came to the words "because I love you," she closed her eyes and her spirit sank back with a great gasp of relief. When she opened them again, his head was bowed in his hands and he did not move. "Mr. Harding," she whispered, "Mr. Harding, you forgive me, do you not? You do not hate me?" He roused himself with an effort. "Dear child," said he, and as he looked at her she thought she had never seen a face so sad, so exquisite. "It is I who ask forgiveness." He rose and came to her bedside, and took her hand in both of his. "It would not be right for me to say to you what you have said to me. We must not speak of this any more. You will promise me this, and then you will rest, and tomorrow you will be better. Soon you will be well, and how glad your husband will be and all of us." With that he pressed her hand firmly, and left the room, and Corydon turned her face to the wall, and whispered happily to herself, "Yes, he loves me, he loves me. And now I shall rest." Section 7. For a while she slept the sleep of exhaustion, nor did there fall across her dreams the shadow of the angel of fate who was even then placing his mark upon her forehead. Toward morning she was awakened suddenly with the sharp pain in her side, but it abated presently, and Corydon thought blissfully of the afternoon before. He would come again to her, she would see him that very day, and so what did pain matter? She was really happy at last. But as the day advanced, she became uneasy. Her fever had not diminished, and the pain was becoming more persistent. The nurse was anxious, too. Her mother came and regarded her in alarm. But she was thinking of Mr. Harding. He was coming, he might arrive at any moment. There was a knock upon the door. Corydon's pulse fluttered, and she whispered, "Here he is." She could scarcely speak the words, "Come in." But when the door opened, she saw that it was the doctor. Her heart sank, and she closed her eyes with a moan of pain. Could it be that he was not coming? Could it be that she had been mistaken, that he did not love her after all? She must see him, she must. She could not endure this suspense, she could not endure these interruptions by other people. The doctor came and sat by her. "I must see what is the matter here," he said. "Why do you not get well, Corydon?" He questioned her carefully and looked grave. "I must have a consultation at once," he said. Corydon's hand caught at his sleeve. "No, no," she whispered. "Don't be afraid," said the doctor. "It won't hurt." "It isn't that," said Corydon. She all but added, "I must see Mr. Harding." She was wheeled into the operating room, but this time there was no interest in her eyes as she regarded the smooth table and the shining instruments. As they lifted her upon it, she shuddered. "Oh, I cannot, she wailed. There, said the doctor. "Be brave. We wish simply to see what the matter is. It won't take long." And they put the cone to her mouth. Corydon struggled and gasped, but it was no use, she was in the clutches of the fiend again, only this time there was no ecstasy, and no vision of Mr. Harding. Instead there was instant and sickening suffocation. Again she descended into the uttermost depths of the inferno, and it seemed as though this time the brave will was not equal to the battle before it. The surgeons made their examination, and they discovered more diseased tissue, and a slowly spreading infection. So there was nothing for it but to operate again. They held a quick consultation, and then went ahead. And afterwards they labored and sweated, and by dint of persistent effort, and every device at their command, they fanned into life once more the faint spark in the ashen-grey form that lay before them. But it was a feeble flame they got, as Corydon's eyelids fluttered. The only sign of recognition that came from her lips was a moan, and from her eyes a look of dazed stupidity. But there was hope for her life, the doctors said, and they sent a telegram which Thyrsis got 3 days later, when he had fought his way to the town through 5 miles of heavy snowdrifts. Meantime the grim fight for life was going on. In the morning Corydon opened her eyes to a burning torture, the racked and twisted nerves quivering in rebellion. It did not come in twinges of pain, it was a slow, deadening, persistent agony, that pervaded every inch of her body. She wondered how she could bear it, how she could live. And yet, strangely, inexplicably, she wanted to live. She did not know why she had been outraged, she had been deserted by all, she was but a feeble atom of determination in the center of a hostile universe. And yet she would pit her will against them all, God, man, and devil, they should not conquer her, she would win out. So she would clench her teeth together and fight. For hours she would stare at the wall, the blank, unresponsive, formless wall before her, and then, when the shadows of the evening fell, and they saw she was fainting from exhaustion, they would come with the needle of oblivion, and the dauntless soul would die for the night, and return in the morning to its pitiless task. Section 8. Thyrsis received a couple of letters at the same time as the telegram, and he took the next train for the city. It is said that a drowning man sees before him in a few moments the panorama of his whole life, but to Thyrsis were given 3 hours in which to recall the events of his love for Corydon. He had every reason to believe that he would find her dying, and such pangs of suffering as came to him he had never known before. He was in a crowded car, and he would not shed a tear, but he sat, crouched in a heap and staring before him, fairly quivering with pent-up and concentrated grief. God, how he loved her! What a spirit of pure flame she was, what a creature from another sky! What martyrdom she had dared for him, and how cruelly she had been punished for her daring. And now, this was the end, she was dying, perhaps dead. How was he to live without her in the bare and barren future that he saw stretching out before him? Flashes of memory would come to him, waves of torment roll over him. He would recall her gestures, the curves of her face, the tones of her voice, the songs that she had sung, and then would come a choking in his throat, and he would clench his hands, as a runner in the last moments of a desperate race. He thought of her as he had seen her last. He had gone away, careless and unthinking how blind he had been. The things that he had not said to her, and that he might have said so easily. The love he had not uttered, the pardons he had not procured. The yearnings and consecrations that had remained unspoken all through their lives. Ah God, what a tragedy of impotence and failure their lives had been. Then before his soul came troops of memories, each one a fiend with a whip of fire, the words of anger that he had spoken, the acts of cruelty that he had done. The times when he had made her weep, and had not comforted her. Oh, what a fool he had been, what a blind and wanton fool. And now if he were to find her dead, and never be able to tell her of his shame and sorrow, he knew that he would carry the memories with him all his days, they would be like blazing scars upon his soul. She was still alive, however, and so he took a deep breath, and went at his task. There was no question now of what he could bear to do, but of what he must do. She must be saved, and who could do it but himself? Who else could take her hands and whisper to her, and fill her with new courage and hope? Who else could bid her to live, could rouse the fainting spirit, and bid it rise up and set forth upon the agonizing journey? So out of the very abyss they came together. But when at last the fight was won, when the doctors announced that she was out of danger, Thyrsis was fairly reeling with exhaustion. When he left her in the afternoon, he would go to his hotel room and lie down, utterly prostrate. He would lie awake the whole night through, wrestling with the demons of horror that he had brought with him from her bedside. So he realized that he was on the verge of collapse, and that cost what it would, he must get away. Corydon's mother was with her, and when she was strong enough to be moved, she would be taken back to the farm. He mentioned this to Corydon, and she replied that she would be satisfied. There would be Mr. Harding also, she said. Mr. Harding wrote that he would come up to the city, and do what he could to help her in her dire distress. Section 9. There came from the higher regions a pass upon a steamer to Florida, and so Thyrsis sailed away. With a determined effort he took all his cares, and locked them back in a far chamber of his mind. He would not think about Corydon, nor about what he would do for money when he came home. More important yet, he would clear the book out of his thoughts. He would not permit it to gnaw at him all day and all night. And by these resolves he stood grimly. He walked the deck for hours every day, he watched the foaming green waters, and the gulls wheeling in the sky, and the sun setting over the sea, and the new moon showering its fire upon the waves. Gradually the air grew warm, and ice and snow became as an evil dream. A land of magic it seemed, to which Thyrsis came. The beauty of it enfolded him like a clasp of love. He saw pine forests, and swamps with alligators in them, and live oaks draped with trailing gray moss. The clumps of palmettos fascinated him. He had seen pictures of such trees in the tropics, and would hardly have been astonished to see a herd of elephants in their shadows. He found a beach, snow-white and hard, upon which he walked for uncounted miles. He gathered strange shells and crabs, and watched the turkey buzzards on the shore, and the slow procession of the pelicans, sailing past above the tops of the breakers. He saw the black fins of the grampuses cutting the water, and thought that they were sharks. He stood for hours at a time up to his waist in the surf, casting for sea bass. He got few fish, but joy and excitement he got in abundance. Then, back upon the hammocks to walk upon the hard shell roads, and see orange and lemon groves, and gardens filled with roses and magnolias, and orchards of mulberry and fig trees. Truly this must have been the land which the poet had described, where every prospect pleases, and only man is vile. Thyrsis stayed in a humble boarding house, but nearby was one of the famous winter resorts of the Florida East Coast, and he was free to go there, and wander about the lobbies and piazzas of the palatial hotels, and watch the idle rich at their diversions. A strange society they were. It seemed as if the scum of the civilization of 45 states had been blown into this bit of backwater. Here were society women, jaded with dissipation, stockbrokers and financiers, fleeing from the strain of the street. Here were parasites of every species, who, having nothing to do at home, or perhaps not even having any home, had come to this land of warmth to prolong their orgies. They raced over the roads and beaches in autos, and over the water in swift motorboats. They dressed themselves half a dozen times a day, they fed themselves upon rich and costly foods, they gambled and gossiped and drank and wantoned their time away. As he watched them, it was all that Thyrsis could do to keep himself from beginning another manifesto for the appeal to reason. Oh, if only the toilers of the nation could be brought here, and shown what became of the wealth they produced. As if to complete his study of winter resort manners and morals, Thyrsis encountered a college acquaintance whose father had become enormously rich through a mining speculation, and was here with a party of friends in a private train. So he was whirled off in one of half a dozen automobiles, and rode for 100 miles or so to an inland lake, and sat down to an alfresco luncheon of such delicacies as pate de foie gras and jellied grouse and champagne. Afterwards the young people wandered about and amused themselves, and the elders played bridge, in the face of all the raptures of this wonderland of nature. A strange and somber figure Thyrsis must have seemed to these people, with his brooding air and his worn clothing. He rode home in an auto with half a dozen youths and maidens, and while they flashed by lakes and rivers that gleamed in the golden moonlight, and by orchards and gardens from which the mingled scents of millions of blossoms were wafted to them, these young people jested together and laughed and sang. And Thyrsis lay back and watched them and studied them. Their music was what is called ragtime. They had apparently found nothing better to do with their lives than to learn hundreds of verses and melodies, of which the subject matter was the whims and moods of the half-tamed African race, their vanities and their barbarous impulses, and above all their hot and lustful passions. Song after song they poured forth, the substance of which was summed up in one line that Thyrsis happened to carry away with him. "I loobs you, ma honey, yes, I do." It seemed to him such a curious and striking commentary upon the stage which leisure-class culture had reached, in the course of its reversion to savagery. Section 10. Thyrsis came home after 3 weeks, browned and refreshed, and ready to take up the struggle again. He came with the cup of his love and sympathy overflowing, eager to see Corydon, and to tell her his adventures, and to share with her his store of new hope. He found her reclining on the piazza of the farmhouse. The April buds were bursting upon the trees, and the odor of spring was in the air. Also, the flush of health was stealing back into Corydon's cheeks. How beautiful she looked, and how soft and gentle was her caress, and what wistfulness and tenderness were in the smile with which she greeted him. There was the baby also, tumultuous and excited. Thyrsis took him upon his knee, and while he fondled him and played with him, he told Corydon about his trip. But in a short while it became evident to him that she had something on her mind, and finally she sent the baby away to play, and began, "There is something I have to tell you." "Yes, dear," he said. "It is something very, very important." "Yes," he repeated. I don't know just how to begin," said Corydon. "I hope you are not going to be angry." "I can't imagine myself being angry just now," he replied, and then, struck by a sense of familiarity in this introduction, he asked, with a smile, "You haven't been seeing Harry Stewart, have you?" Corydon frowned at the words. "Don't speak of that," she said, quickly. "I am not joking." He saw that she was agitated, and so he fell silent. "I hesitated a long time about telling you," she went on. "But you must know. I am sure it's right to tell you." "By all means, dearest," he answered. "It's a long story," she said. "I must go back to my first operation." And then she began, and told him how she had found herself thinking of Mr. Harding, and of the strange vision she had had. She told of all her fevered excitements, and of her confession to him. When she finished she was trembling all over, and her face and throat were flushed. Thyrsis sat for a while in silence, looking very grave. "I see," he said. You are not angry with me?" she asked. "No, I'm not angry," he replied. "But tell me, what has been going on since?" "Well," said Corydon, "Mr. Harding has been coming here to see me. He saw I needed help, and he couldn't refuse it. It was his duty to come. Yes, said the other. Go on. Well, I think he had an idea that the whole thing was a product of my sickness, and when I was well again, it would all be over. And is it, Corydon? She sat staring in front of her, her voice sank to a whisper. No, she said. It isn't. And does he know that? Asked Thyrsis. He knows everything, she replied. I don't need to tell him things. But have you talked about it with him? A little, she said. That is, you see, I had to explain to him to apologize for what I had done in the hospital. I wanted him to know that I wouldn't have said anything to him, if I hadn't been so very ill. I see, said Thyrsis. And I want you to understand, added Corydon, quickly. You must not blame him. For he's the soul of honor, Thyrsis, and he can't help how he feels about me any more than I can help it. You must know that, dear. Yes, I know that. He's been so good and so noble about it. He thinks so much of you, Thyrsis. He wouldn't do you wrong, not by a single word. He said that to me over and over again. He's frightened, you know, that either of us might do wrong. He's so sensitive. I think he takes things more seriously than anybody we've ever known. I understand, said Thyrsis, and then, after a pause, he inquired, but what's to come of it? How do you mean? She asked. What are you going to do? Why, I don't know that there's anything to do, Thyrsis. What would there be? But are you going on being in love with him forever? I don't see how I can tell, Thyrsis. Would it do any harm? It might grow on you, he said, with a slight smile. It sometimes does. Mr. Harding said we ought never to speak of it again, said she. And I guess he's right about that. He said that our lives would always be richer, because we had discovered each other's souls, that it would help us to grow into a nobler life. I see, said Thyrsis. But it's a trifle disconcerting at first. I'll need a little time to get used to it. Mr. Harding is very anxious to know you better, remarked Corydon. But you see, he's afraid of you, Thyrsis. You are so direct, you get to the point too quickly for him. Yes, said he. I can imagine that. And he thinks you distrust him, she went on, just because he's orthodox. But he's really not half as backward as you think. His faith means a great deal to him. I only wish I had such a faith in my own life. To which Thyrsis responded, God knows, my dear, I wish you had. Section 11. The young clergyman came to call the next afternoon, and the three sat upon the lawn and talked. They talked about Florida, and then about socialism, as was inevitable, after Thyrsis had described the population of the East Coast hotels. But he felt constrained and troubled. He did not know just how a man should conduct himself with his wife's lover, and so in the end he excused himself and strolled off. He came back as Mr. Harding was leaving, and it seemed to him that the other's face wore a look of pain and distress. Also, at supper he noted that Corydon was ill at ease. Something has gone wrong with your program, he inquired. To which Corydon answered, Mr. Harding thinks he ought not to come any more. Not come any more. He says I don't need him now. And he thinks it isn't right. He's afraid to come. And so a week passed, and the young clergyman was not seen again. Thyrsis noticed that his wife was silent a great deal, and that when she did talk, she talked about Mr. Harding. His heart ached to see her as she was, so pitifully weak and appealing. She was scarcely able to walk alone yet, and she complained also that her mind had been weakened by the frightful ordeal she had undergone. It exhausted her to do any thinking at all, and she seemed to have forgotten nearly all she knew. There were whole subjects upon which her mind appeared to be a blank. So he gave up trying to think about his book, and went about all day pondering this new problem. It was one of the laws of the marriage state that he must suffer whenever she suffered. It was never permitted to him to question the reality of any of her emotions, if they were real to her, they were real in the only sense that counted, and he must take them with the entire tragic seriousness that she took them. He must regard them as inevitable and fatal. For himself, he could change or suppress emotions. That ability was the most characteristic fact about him, but Corydon could not do it, and so he was not permitted to do it. That would be to manifest the cold and stern self, which was to Corydon an object of abhorrence and fear. So now he went about all day, brooding over this trouble. He would come to Corydon and see her gazing across the valley with a melancholy look upon her features. He would see her, with her sweet face as if suffused with unshed tears. And what was he to do about it? Was he to rebuke her however gently and urge her to suppress this yearning? To do that would be to plunge her into abysses of grief. Or was he to come to her, and utter his own love to her, and draw her to him again? He knew that he could do that. He was conceited enough to believe that with his eloquence and his power of soul, he could have wiped Mr. Harding clean out of her thoughts in a few days. But then, when he had done it, he would have to go back to the task of revolutionizing the world's critical standards, and what would become of Corydon after that? What she needed, he told himself, was a love that was not a will-o'-the-wisp and a fraud, but a love that was real and unceasing. She needed the love of a man, and not of an artist. Here were two young people who were in love with each other, and according to the specifications of the moral code, they had their minds made up to sublime renunciation. But then, Thyrsis had a moral code of his own, and in it renunciation was not the only law of life. It was only when he thought of losing Corydon, that he realized to the full how much he loved her. Then all their consecrations and their pledges would come back to him. He would hold her as the greatest human soul that he had ever met. But it was a strange paradox, that precisely the depth of his love for her made him willing to think of losing her. He loved her for herself, and not for anything she gave him. He wanted her to be happy, he wanted her to grow and achieve, and in order to see her do this he would make any sacrifice in the world. In how many hours of insight had it become clear to him that he himself could never make her happy, that he was not the man to be her husband. Now it seemed as if the time had come for him to prove that he meant what he had said, that he was willing to stand by his vision and to act upon it. So after one day of especial unhappiness, he made up his mind to a desperate resolve, and at night, when all the household was asleep, he went over to his lonely study and sat down with a pen in his hand, and summoned the spirit of Mr. Harding before him. "I have concluded to write you a letter," he began. "You will find it a startling and unusual one. I can only beg you to believe that I have written it after much hesitation, and that it represents most earnest and prayerful thought upon my part. Since my return, I have become aware of the situation which has developed between yourself and my wife. Her welfare is dearer to me than anything else in the world, and after thinking it over, I concluded that her welfare required that I should explain to you the relationship which exists between us. It seems unlikely that you could know about it otherwise, for it is a very unusual relationship. I suppose there is no need for me to tell you that Corydon is not happy. She never has been happy as my wife, and I fear that she never will be. She is by nature warm-hearted, craving affection and companionship. I, on the other hand, am by nature impersonal and self-absorbed. I am compelled by the exigencies of my work to be abstracted and indifferent to things about me. I perceived this before our marriage, but not clearly enough to save her. It has been her misfortune that I have loved her so dearly that I have been driven to attempt the impossible. I am continually deceiving myself into the belief that I am succeeding, and I am continually deceiving Corydon in the same way. It has been our habit to talk things out between us frankly, but this is a truth from which we have shrunk instinctively. I have always seen it as the seed of what must grow to be a bitter tragedy. The possibility that Corydon might come to love some other man was one that I had not thought of. It was very stupid of me, no doubt. But now it has happened, and I have worked over the problem with all the faculties I possess. A man who was worthy of Corydon's love would be very apt, under the circumstances, to feel that he must crush his impulses towards her. But when we were married, it was with the agreement that our marriage should be binding upon us only so long as it was for the highest spiritual welfare of both, and by that agreement it is necessary that we should stand at all times. My purpose in writing to you is to let you know that I have no claim upon Corydon which prohibits her from continuing her acquaintance with you, and that if in the course of time it should become clear that Corydon would be happier as your wife than as mine, I should regard it as my duty to step aside. Having said this, I feel that I have done my part. I leave the matter in your hands, with the fullest confidence in your sincerity and good faith. Thyrsis wrote this letter, and read it a couple of times. Then he decided to sleep over it, and the next morning he wakened, and read it again with a shock of surprise. He found it a startling letter. It opened up vistas to his spirit, vistas of loneliness and grief, and then again, vistas of freedom and triumph. If he were to mail it, it would be irrevocable, and it would probably mean that he would lose Corydon. And could he make up his mind to lose her? His swift thoughts flew to their parting, there were tears in his eyes, his love came back to him, as it had when he thought she was dying. But then again, there came a thrill of exultation, the captive lion within him smelt the air of the jungle, and rattled his chains and roared. Throughout breakfast he was absent-minded and ill at ease. He bid Corydon a farewell which puzzled her by its tenderness, and then started to walk to Bellevue with the letter. Halfway in, he stopped. No, he could not do it, it was a piece of madness, but then he started again, he must do it. He found himself pacing up and down before the post office, where for nearly an hour he struggled to screw his courage to the sticking point. Once he started away, having made up his mind that he would take another day to think the matter over, but after he had walked half a mile or so, he changed his mind and strode back, and dropped the letter in the box. And then a pang smote him. It was done. All the way as he walked home he had to fight with an impulse to go back, and persuade the postmaster to return the letter to him. Section 12. Thyrsis figured that the fatal document would reach Mr. Harding that afternoon, and the next morning in his anxiety he walked a mile or two to meet the mail carrier on his way. Sure enough, there was a reply from the clergyman. He tore it open and read it swiftly. I received your letter, and I hasten to answer. I cannot tell you the distress of mind which it has caused me. There has been a most dreadful misunderstanding, and I can only hope that it has not gone too far to be corrected. I beg you to believe me that there has been nothing between your wife and myself that could justify the inference you have drawn. Your wife was in terrible distress of spirit, and I visited her and tried to comfort her. Such is my duty as a clergyman, as I conceive it. I did nothing but what a clergyman should properly do, and you have totally misunderstood me, and also your wife, who is the most innocent and gentle and trusting of souls. She is utterly devoted to you, and the idea that the help I have tried to give her should be the occasion of any misunderstanding between you is dreadful for me to contemplate. I must implore you to believe this, and dismiss these cruel suspicions from your mind. If I were to be the cause of breaking up your home, and wrecking Corydon's life, it would be more than I could bear. I have a most profound belief in the sanctity of the institution of marriage, and not for anything in the world would I have been led to do, or even to contemplate in my own thoughts, anything which would trespass upon its obligations. I repeat to you with all the earnestness of which I am capable that your idea is without basis, and I beg you to banish it from your mind. You may rely upon it that I will not see your wife again, under any circumstances imaginable. Thyrsis read this, and then stared before him with knitted brows. Why, what's the matter with the man, he said to himself. And then he read the letter over again, weighing its every phrase. Did he think my letter was sarcasm, he wondered. Did he think I was angry? He went to his study and got the rough draft of his own letter, and reread and pondered it. No, he concluded, it was not possible that Mr. Harding had thought he was angry. He's trying to dodge, he exclaimed. He can't bring himself to face the thing. But then again, he wondered. Could it be that the man was right? Could it be that Corydon had misunderstood him and his attitude? Or had he perhaps experienced a reaction, and was now trying to deny his feelings. For several hours Thyrsis pondered the problem, and then he went and sat by her, as she was reading on the piazza. "You haven't heard anything more from Mr. Harding, have you?" he asked. "Nothing," said Corydon. "What do you suppose he intends to do?" I don't know," she said. "I don't think he means to come back." "But why not, dear?" "He's afraid to trust himself, Thyrsis." "You think he really cares for you, then?" "Yes, dear." "But, how can you be sure?" he asked. At which Corydon smiled. "A woman has ways of knowing about such things," she said. "I wish you'd tell me about it," said he. But after a little thought, she shook her head. "Maybe someday, but not now. It wouldn't be fair to him. It isn't going any further, and that's enough for you to know." "He must be unhappy, isn't he?" said Thyrsis, artfully. "Yes," she answered, "he's unhappy, I'm sure. He takes things very seriously." Thyrsis paused a moment. "Did he tell you that he loved you?" he asked. "No," said Corydon. He wouldn't have permitted himself to do that. That would have been wrong." "But then what did he do?" "He looked at me," she said. "When he went off the other day, did he know how you still felt?" "Yes, Thyrsis, why do you ask?" "I thought you might have been deceiving yourself." At which she smiled and replied, "I wouldn't have bothered to tell you in that case." Section 13. So Thyrsis strolled away, and after duly considering the matter, he sat himself down to compose another letter to the young clergyman. "My dear Mr. Harding, I read your note with a great deal of perplexity. It is evident to me that I have not made the situation clear to you. You probably do not find it easy to realize the frankness which Corydon and I maintain in our relationship. I must tell you at the outset that she has narrated to me what has passed between you, and so I am not dealing with cruel suspicions, but with facts. Can I not persuade you to do the same? It is difficult for me to be sure just what is in your mind. But for one thing, let me make certain that you are not trying to read anything between the lines of what I write you. Please understand I am not angry, or jealous, or suspicious. Also, I am not unhappy, at least not so unhappy but that I can stand it. I have stood a good deal of unhappiness in my life, and Corydon has also. You tell me about your attitude towards my wife. Of course it may be that as you come to look back upon what has passed between you, it seems to you that your feeling for her was not deep and permanent, and that you would prefer not to continue your acquaintance with her. That would be your right, you have not pledged yourself in any way. All that I desire is, that in considering the state of your feelings, you should deal with them, and not with any duty which you may imagine you owe to me. I have no claim in the matter, and any that I might have, I forego. The crux of the whole difficulty I imagine must lie in what you say about your profound belief in the sanctity of the institution of marriage. That is, of course, a large question to attempt to discuss in a letter. I can only say that I once had such a belief, and that as a result of my studies I have it no longer. I see the institution of marriage as a product of a certain phase of the economic development of the race, which phase is rapidly passing, if it be not already past. And the institution to me seems to share in the evils of the economic phase. Indeed, I am accustomed, when invited to discuss the institution of marriage, to insist upon discussing what actually exists, which is the institution of marriage plus prostitution. Our economic system affords to certain small classes of men, to capitalists, to merchants, to lawyers, to clergymen, opportunities of comfort and dignity and knowledge and health and virtue. But to certain other classes, and far larger classes, to miners, to steel workers, to garment makers, it deals out misery and squalor and ignorance and disease and vice. And in the case of women it does exactly the same. To some it gives a sheltered home, with comfort, and beauty and peace, while to others it gives a life of loneliness and sterility, and to others a life of domestic slavery, and to yet others only the horrors of the brothel. And when you come to investigate, you find that the difference is everywhere one of economic advantage. The merchant, the lawyer, the clergyman, has education and privilege, he can wait and make his terms, but the miner, the steel worker, the sweatshop toiler, has to sell his labor for what will keep him alive that day. And in the same way with women, some can acquire accomplishments, virtues, charms, and when it comes to giving their love, they can secure the life contract which we call marriage. But the daughter of the slums has no opportunity to acquire such accomplishments and virtues and charms, and often she cannot hold out for such a bargain. She sells her love for the food and shelter that she needs to keep her alive. This will seem radical doctrine to you, I suppose. I have noticed that you take our institutions at their face value, and do not ask how much in them may be sham. But it seems to me there is no need to go into that matter here, for no trespass upon the marriage obligation is proposed. The conventions undoubtedly give me the right to be outraged because my wife is in love with another man. I can denounce him, and humiliate her. But if I am willing to forego this right, if I do not care to play Othello to her Desdemona, what then? Who can claim to be injured by my renunciation? Of course I know it is said that marriages are made in heaven, and that what God hath joined together, no man may put asunder. But it is difficult for me to imagine that an intelligent man would take this attitude at the present day. If I were dead, you would surely recognize that Corydon might remarry. You would recognize it, I presume, if I were hopelessly insane, or degenerate. What if I were in the habit of getting drunk and maltreating her? Would you claim that she was condemned to suffer this for life? Or suppose that I were found to be physically impotent? And can you not recognize the fact that there might be impotence of an intellectual and spiritual sort, which could leave a woman quite as unhappy, and make her life quite as barren and futile? Let us suppose, for the sake of the argument, that I have stated correctly the facts between Corydon and myself, that there exists between us a fundamental difference in temperament, which makes it certain that, however much we might respect and admire, and even love each other, we could never either of us be happy as man and wife. And suppose that Corydon were to meet some other man, with whom she could live harmoniously, and that she loved him sincerely, and he loved her, and that I were to recognize this, and be willing that she should leave me. Do you mean that you would maintain that such a course was wrong? And if it were, with whom would the blame be? With her, because she did not condemn herself to a lifetime of failure? Or with me, because I did not desire her to do this, because I did not wish to waste my life force in trying to content a discontented woman? I might add that I have said nothing to Corydon about having written to you. She has no idea that I have thought of such a thing, and she would be horrified at the suggestion. I have taken the responsibility of doing it, realizing that there was no other way in which you could be made acquainted with the true situation. There is much more that I could say about all this, but it seems a waste of time to write it. Can we not meet sometime, and get at each other's point of view? I am going to be in town the day after tomorrow, and unless I hear from you to the contrary, I will drop in to see you sometime in the morning. Section 14. Thyrsis read this letter over 2 or 3 times, and then, resisting the impulse to elaborate his exposition of the economic basis of the marriage institution, he took it into town and mailed it. He waited eagerly for a reply the next day, but no reply came. The morning after that, he walked down to town as he had agreed to, and called at Mr. Harding's home. The door was opened by his housekeeper, Delia Gordon's aunt. "Is Mr. Harding in?" asked Thyrsis. "He's gone up to the city," was the reply. "To the city," said Thyrsis. "When did he go?" "He left this morning." "And when will he be back?" "I don't know. He left rather suddenly, and he didn't say." "I see," said Thyrsis. "Tell him I called, please." And so he went home and mailed another note to Mr. Harding, asking him to make an appointment for a meeting, after which he waited for 3 or 4 days, but still there came no reply. "Have you heard anything more from Mr. Harding?" he asked of Corydon, finally. "No, dear," she answered. "I don't expect to hear." But he saw that she was nervous and distirate, and he knew by her unwanted interest in the mail that she was all the time hoping to get some word from him. When it came to handling any affair with Corydon, Thyrsis was a poor diplomatist. He would tell himself that this or that should be kept from her for the present, but the secrecy always irked him. His impulse was to talk things out with her, to go hand in hand with her to face the facts of their life. So now, in this case, one afternoon he settled her comfortably in a hammock, and sat beside her and took her hand. "Corydon," he said, "I've something I want to tell you. I've been having a correspondence with Mr. Harding." She started, and stared at him wildly. "What do you mean?" she gasped. "I wrote him 2 letters, said he. "What about?" "I wanted to explain about us," he said, and then he told her what he had put in the first letter, and read Mr. Harding's reply, which he had in his pocket. "What do you make of it?" he asked. "Tell me what your answer was," cried Corydon, quickly, and so he began to outline his second letter. But she did not let him get very far. "You wrote him that way about marriage," she exclaimed. "Yes, dear," said he. "But, Thyrsis, he'll be perfectly horrified." "You think so?" "Why, Thyrsis, don't you understand? He's a clergyman." "I know, but it's the truth." "You don't know anything about people at all," she cried. "Can't you realize? He doesn't reason about things like you can't appeal to him in that way." "Well, what was I to do?" "We'll never see him again," exclaimed Corydon, in despair. "That won't be any worse than it was before, will it? Tell me," she rushed on, in her agitation. "Did you tell him that I had no idea what you were doing?" "Of course I told him that." "But did you make it perfectly clear to him?" "I tried to, dear." "Tell me what you said. Tell me the rest of the letter." And so he recited it, as well as he could, while she listened, breathless with dismay. "How could you?" she cried. Then she read over Mr. Harding's letter once more. "You see," she said, "he was simply dazed. He didn't know what to say, he didn't know what to think. He'll get over it in time. He had to know, somehow. But why did he have to know? Why couldn't things have stayed as they were? But my dear, you are in love with the man, aren't you?" "But I don't want to marry him, Thyrsis. I don't love him enough." "You might have come to it in the course of time," he replied. "Don't you see that he'd have to give up being a clergyman?" she exclaimed. "That's been done before," he said. "But see it from his point of view. Think of the scandal." "I don't think much about scandals," Thyrsis answered. "That part could be arranged. But do the laws give people divorces in that way?" "Our divorce laws are relics of feudalism," he answered. "One does not take them seriously." "But how can you get around them, Thyrsis?" "You simply have to admit whatever offense they require." "But Thyrsis, think how that would seem to Mr. Harding." "My dear," he answered, "if I knew that a divorce was necessary to your happiness, I would take upon myself whatever disgrace was necessary." Corydon sat gazing at him. "Is it so easy to give me up?" she asked. "It wasn't easy at all, my dear," he answered. "It was a fight that I fought out." "But you decided that you could do it," she exclaimed, and that, he found, was the aspect of the matter that stayed with her in the end. It seemed a poor sort of compliment he had paid her, and how could he make real to her the pangs the decision had cost him? He expected her to take that for granted in all these years, had he not been able to convince her of his love? It was the old story between them, he reflected. He was always being called upon to express his feelings, and always reluctant to attempt it. Just now she wanted him to enter upon an eloquent exposition of how he had suffered and hesitated before he mailed the letter, and she would hang upon his words, and drink them in greedily, and of course, the more convincing he made them, the more she would love him. She could never leave him, she insisted the idea of giving him up was madness. She had not meant any such thing by falling in love with Mr. Harding. Why must he be so elemental, so brutally direct? He was like some clumsy animal, blundering about in the garden where she kept her sentimental plants. He frightened her, as he had frightened Mr. Harding. She stood appalled at this thing which he had done, the truth being that his action had sprung from a certain deep conviction in him, which he never found courage to utter to her. Section 15. Thyrsis pledged his word that he would write no more to Mr. Harding, and so they settled down to wait for a reply. But a couple more days passed, and still there came nothing. Corydon was restless and impatient. "What can he be doing?" she exclaimed. Finally it chanced that Thyrsis had to go to Bellevue upon some errand, and so the two drove into town together, and came upon the solution of the mystery. On the street they met Mr. Jennings, the high school principal. "Good morning," said he. "A fine day. And then, have you heard the news about Harding?" "What news?" asked Thyrsis. "He's gone away." "Gone away? He's resigned his pastorate." Thyrsis stared at the man, dazed. He felt Corydon beside him give a start. "Resigned his pastorate," she echoed. "Yes," said the other, "just so." "But why? We none of us know. We're at our wits' end." "But how did you hear it?" "I'm one of the trustees of the church, and his letter was read last night." Thyrsis could not find a word to utter. He sat staring at the man in bewilderment. "What did he say?" cried Corydon, at last. "He said that for some time he had been dissatisfied with his work, and felt the need of more study and reflection. It quite took our breath away, for nobody'd had the least idea that anything was wrong." "But what's he going to do?" "Apparently he's going abroad," was the answer. "At least he ordered his mail to be forwarded to an address in Switzerland. And that's all we know." Then, after a few remarks about the spiritual ferment in the churches, the worthy high school principal went on his way, and left Corydon and Thyrsis in the middle of the street. For a minute or two they sat staring before them as if in a trance, and then suddenly from Thyrsis' lips there burst a peal of wild laughter. "By the Lord God, he ran away from it," he cried, and he seized Corydon by the arm and cried again, "He ran away from it." "Thyrsis," exclaimed the other. "Don't laugh about it." "Don't laugh," he gasped, and again the convulsion of hilarity swept over him. But Corydon turned upon him swiftly. "No," she cried. "Stop. It's no joke." She was staring at him, her eyes wide with consternation and dismay. "Think," she exclaimed. "He's given up his career." "Yes," he said, "so it seems." "It's awful," she cried. "Oh, how could he?" He saw the way the news affected her, and he made an effort to control himself. "The man simply couldn't face it," he said. "He didn't dare to trust himself. He ran." "But Thyrsis," she exclaimed. "I can't believe it. He's given up his whole life work." "He's fled like Joseph," said Thyrsis, leaving his cloak in the hands of the temptress. And then, the strain proving too much for him, he began to laugh again. Becoming aware of the stares of some people on the street, he started up the horse, and drove on into the country, where he could be alone, and could give unrestrained expression to the emotions that possessed him. He imagined the dismay and perplexity of the unhappy clergyman, with his belief in the sacred institution of marriage and with the vision of Corydon pursuing him all day, and haunting his dreams at night. He imagined him trying to face the interview with the husband, with the terrible, conventionless husband, whose arguments could not be answered. "He simply couldn't face me. He went the very morning I was coming." So he would laugh again, he would laugh until he was so weak that he had to lie back in his seat. "I can't believe that it's true," he exclaimed. "My dear, I think it's the funniest thing that ever happened since the world began." "But Thyrsis," she protested. "Think what we've done to him. The man's life is wrecked." Nonsense, said he. It's the best thing that could have happened to him. He might have gone on preaching sermons all his life, but now he's got some ideas to work out. He'll have time to read books, and to think. But he must be suffering so, exclaimed Corydon, who could not forget her love, even in the presence of his ribaldry. He needs to suffer, Thyrsis replied. He may meet some of the radicals over there, and come back with a new point of view. But Corydon shook her head. You don't know him, she said. He couldn't possibly change. I don't think I'll ever hear from him again. Thyrsis looked at her and saw that there were tears in her eyes. He put his hand upon hers. We'll have to worry through for a while longer, dear, he said. Never mind, we'll manage to make out somehow. Section 16. They drove home, and all through supper they talked about this breathless event. Afterwards they sat in the twilight, upon the porch, and threshed it out in its every aspect. Corydon, said he, I don't believe you really loved him as much as you thought. Did you? She stared before her without answering. Would you have loved him for long? He persisted. She pondered over this. I don't think one could love a man always, she answered, unless he had a mind. At which he pondered in turn. Then it was too bad to drive him away. That's just it, said she. That's what I couldn't make clear to you. But still, we had to find out. You may have, she said. I didn't. Thyrsis looked, and saw that she was smiling through her tears. He took her hand in his. We'll see each other through, dear, he said. We'll have to wait until the world grows up. He felt an answering pressure of her hand. Thyrsis, she said, you must promise me that you will never do anything dreadful like that again. You must understand me. I might think that I was in love, but it would never be real, truly it wouldn't. No man could ever mean to me what you mean, I know that. And I couldn't give you up, you must never let yourself think of such a thing. I couldn't give you up. So there came to Thyrsis one of those bursts of tenderness that she knew so well. He put his arms about her and kissed her with fervor, but even while he spoke with her, and gave her the love she desired, there was something in him that sank back and moaned with despair. So the captive sinks and moans when he finds that his break for freedom has led only to the tightening of his chains. They stood for the last time before the cabin, bidding farewell to the little glen and all its memories. There are lines in the poem for everything, she said. Even for that. And she quoted. He hearkens not, light comber, he is flown. He laughed. I can do better yet, he said. Alack, for Corydon no rival now. There was a pause. That was 5 years, she mused. And there were 5 more. It will mean another book, he said. To tell about the new work, and how Thyrsis became a social lion, and how, like Icarus, he flew too high and melted his wings. And then, the exploiters, the book of his vengeance. And then Corydon. Yes, do not forget Corydon, she said. How he watched her dying before his eyes, and how he prayed for months for courage to kill her, and could not, but ran away. And then. It will make a long story. Yes, a long story. Love's deliverance, let us call it. They will smile at that. It sounds like Reno, Nevada. Love's deliverance, even so, he said. To tell how Thyrsis went out into the wilderness and found himself, and of the new love that came to Corydon. It will be a Bible for lovers, said she. Yes, he replied, and smiled. With a book of Chronicles, and a book of Proverbs, and a book of Psalms, and a book of Revelations. And several books of epistles, she interposed. The tablets in the temple are cracked, he said, and the fortresses of privilege are crumbling. When the revolution is here, when there are no longer priests nor judges nor class taboos, then out of the hunger of our own hearts we shall have to shape our sex ideals, and organize our new aristocracies. They will call it a book of free love, said she. To which he answered, gravely, let us redeem our great words from base uses. Let that no longer call itself love, which knows that it is not free. Damaged goods. The great play Les Avaries of Eugene Brieux novelized with the approval of the author. Preface. My endeavor has been to tell a simple story, preserving as closely as possible the spirit and feeling of the original. I have tried, as it were, to take the play to pieces, and build a novel out of the same material. I have not felt at liberty to embellish M. Brieux's ideas, and I have used his dialogue word for word wherever possible. Unless I have misread the author, his sole purpose in writing Les Avaries was to place a number of most important facts before the minds of the public, and to drive them home by means of intense emotion. If I have been able to assist him, this bit of literary carpentering will be worthwhile. I have to thank M. Brieux for his kind permission to make the attempt, and for the cordial spirit which he has manifested. Upton Sinclair. Press comments on the play. Damaged Goods was first presented in America at a Friday matinee on March 14, 1913, in the Fulton Theater, New York, before members of the Sociological Fund. Immediately it was acclaimed by public press and pulpit as the greatest contribution ever made by the stage to the cause of humanity. Mr. Richard Bennett, the producer, who had the courage to present the play, with the aid of his co-workers, in the face of most savage criticism from the ignorant, was overwhelmed with requests for a repetition of the performance. Before deciding whether or not to present Damaged Goods before the general public, it was arranged that the highest officials in the United States should pass judgment upon the manner in which the play teaches its vital lesson. A special guest performance for members of the Cabinet, members of both houses of Congress, members of the United States Supreme Court, representatives of the diplomatic corps and others prominent in national life was given in Washington, D.C. Although the performance was given on a Sunday afternoon, the National Theater was crowded to the very doors with the most distinguished audience ever assembled in America, including exclusively the foremost men and women of the capital. The most noted clergymen of Washington were among the spectators. The result of this remarkable performance was a tremendous endorsement of the play and of the manner in which Mr. Bennett and his co-workers were presenting it. This reception resulted in the continuance of the New York performances until midsummer and is responsible for the decision on the part of Mr. Bennett to offer the play in every city in America where citizens feel that the ultimate welfare of the community is dependent upon a higher standard of morality and clearer understanding of the laws of health. The Washington Post, commenting on the Washington performance, said, "The play was presented with all the impressiveness of a sermon, with all the vigor and dynamic force of a great drama, with all the earnestness and power of a vital truth. In many respects the presentation of this dramatization of a great social evil assumed the aspects of a religious service." Dr. Donald C. MacLeod, pastor of the First Presbyterian Church, mounted the rostrum usually occupied by the leader of the orchestra, and announced that the nature of the performance, the sacredness of the play, and the character of the audience gave to the play the significance of a tremendous sermon in behalf of mankind, and that as such it was eminently fitting that a divine blessing be invoked. Dr. Earl Wilfey, pastor of the Vermont Avenue Christian Church, asked all persons in the audience to bow their heads in a prayer for the proper reception of the message to be presented from the stage. Dr. MacLeod then read the Bernard Shaw preface to the play, and asked that there be no applause during the performance, a suggestion which was rigidly followed, thus adding greatly to the effectiveness and the seriousness of the dramatic portrayal. The impression made upon the audience by the remarkable play is reflected in such comments as the following expressions voiced after the performance. Rabbi Simon, of the Washington Hebrew congregation: "If I could preach from my pulpit a sermon 1/10 as powerful, as convincing, as far-reaching, and as helpful as this performance of Damaged Goods must be, I would consider that I had achieved the triumph of my life." Commissioner Cunoh Rudolph: "I was deeply impressed by what I saw, and I think that the drama should be repeated in every city, a matinee one day for father and son and the next day for mother and daughter." Rev. Earl Wilfey: "I am confirmed in the opinion that we must take up our cudgels in a crusade against the modern problems brought to the fore by Damaged Goods. The report that these diseases are increasing is enough to make us get busy on a campaign against them. Surgeon General Blewett was a most striking and telling lesson. For years we have been fighting these conditions in the Navy. It is high time that civilians awaken to the dangers surrounding them and crusade against them in a proper manner. Mrs. Archibald Hopkins. The play was a powerful presentation of a very important question and was handled in a most admirable manner. The drama is a fine entering wedge for this crusade and is bound to do considerable good in conveying information of a very serious nature. Minister Pezet, of Peru. There can be no doubt but that the performance will have great uplifting power, and accomplish the good for which it was created. Fortunately, we do not have the prudery in South America that you of the North possess, and have open minds to consider these serious questions. Justice Daniel Thu write, I feel quite sure that damaged goods will have considerable effect in educating the people of the nature of the danger that surrounds them. Senator Kern, of Indiana. There can be no denial of the fact that it is time to look at the serious problems presented in the play with an open mind. Bruyère has been hailed by Bernard Shaw as incomparably the greatest writer France has produced since Molière, and perhaps no writer ever wielded his pen more earnestly in the service of the race. To quote from an article by Edwin E. Slauson in The Independent, Bruyère is not one who believes that social evils are to be cured by laws and yet more laws. He believes that most of the trouble is caused by ignorance and urges education, public enlightenment, and frank recognition of existing conditions. All this may be needed, but still we may well doubt its effectiveness as a remedy. The drunken helot argument is not a strong one, and those who lead a vicious life know more about its risks than any teacher or preacher could tell them. Bruyère also urges the requirement of health certificates for marriage, such as many clergymen now insist upon and which doubtless will be made compulsory before long in many of our states. Bruyère paints in black colors yet is no fanatic. In fact, he will be criticized by many as being too tolerant of human weakness. The conditions of society and the moral standards of France are so different from those of America that his point of view and his proposals for reform will not meet with general acceptance, but it is encouraging to find a dramatist who realizes the importance of being earnest and who uses his art in defense of virtue instead of its destruction. Other comments follow, showing the great interest manifested in the play and the belief in the highest seriousness of its purpose. There is no uncleanness in facts. The uncleanness is in the glamour, in the secret imagination. It is in hints, half-truths, and suggestions the thread to life lies. This play puts the horrible truth in so living a way, with such clean, artistic force, that the mind is impressed as it could possibly be impressed in no other manner. Best of all, it is the physician who dominates the action. There is no sentimentalizing. There is no weak and morbid handling of the theme. The doctor appears in his ideal function, as the modern high priest of truth. Around him writhe the victims of ignorance and the criminals of conventional cruelty. Kind, stern, high-minded, clear-headed, yet human-hearted, he towers over all, as the master. This is as it should be. The man to say the word to save the world of ignorant wretches, cursed by the clouds and darkness a mistaken modesty has thrown around a life and death instinct, is the physician. The only question is this play decent? My answer is that it is the decentest play that has been in New York for a year. It is so decent that it is religious. Hearst's Magazine. The play is, above all, a powerful plea for the tearing away of the veil of mystery that has so universally shrouded the subject of the penalty of sexual immorality. It is a plea for light on this hidden danger, that fathers and mothers, young men and young women, may know the terrible price that must be paid, not only by the generation that violates the law, but by the generations to come. It is a serious question just how the education of men and women, especially young men and young women, in the vital matters of sex relationship should be carried on. One thing is sure, however. The worst possible way is the one which has so often been followed in the past, not to carry it on at all but to ignore it. The Outlook. It is, of course, a masterpiece of thesis drama, an argument, dogmatic, insistent, inescapable, cumulative, between science and common sense, on one side, and love, of various types, on the other. It is what Mr. Bernard Shaw has called a drama of discussion. It has the splendid movement of the best Shaw plays, unrelieved and undiluted by Shavian paradox, wit, and irony. We imagine that many audiences at the Fulton Theatre were astonished at the play's showing of sheer strength as acted drama. Possibly it might not interest the general public, probably it would be inadvisable to present it to them. But no thinking person, with the most casual interest in current social evils, could listen to the version of Richard Bennett, Wilton Lackey, and their associates, without being gripped by the power of Bruyère's message. The Dial. It is a wonder that the world has been so long in getting hold of this play, which is one of France's most valuable contributions to the drama. Its history is interesting. Bruyère wrote it over 10 years ago. Antoine produced it at his theatre and Paris immediately censored it, but soon thought better of it and removed the ban. During the summer of 1910 it was played in Brussels before crowded houses, for then the city was thronged with visitors to the exposition. Finally New York got it last spring and eugenic enthusiasts and doctors everywhere have welcomed it. The Independent. A letter to Mr. Bennett from Dr. Hills, pastor of Plymouth Church, Brooklyn. 23, Monroe Street BKLYN. August 1, 1913. Mr. Richard Bennett, New York City, NY. My dear Mr. Bennett. During the past 21 years since I entered public life, I have experienced many exciting hours under the influence of reformer, orator, and actor, but, in this mood of retrospection, I do not know that I have ever passed through a more thrilling, terrible, and yet hopeful experience than last evening, while I listened to your interpretation of Eugene Bruyère Damaged Goods. I have been following your work with ever-deepening interest. It is not too much to say that you have changed the thinking of the people of our country as to the social evil. At last, thank God, this conspiracy of silence is ended. No young man who sees damaged goods will ever be the same again. If I wanted to build around an innocent boy buttresses of fire and granite, and lend him triple armor against temptation and the assaults of evil, I would put him for one evening under your influence. That which the teacher, the preacher, and the parent have failed to accomplish it has been given to you to achieve. You have done a work for which your generation owes you an immeasurable debt of gratitude. I shall be delighted to have you use my study of social diseases and heredity in connection with your great reform. With all good wishes, I am, my dear Mr. Bennett, faithfully yours. Newell Dwight Hillis. Chapter I. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when George Dupont closed the door and came down the steps to the street. The first faint streaks of dawn were in the sky, and he noticed this with annoyance, because he knew that his hair was in disarray and his whole aspect disorderly, yet he dared not take a cab, because he feared to attract attention at home. When he reached the sidewalk, he glanced about him to make sure that no one had seen him leave the house, then started down the street, his eyes upon the sidewalk before him. George had the feeling of the morning after. There are few men in this world of abundant sin who will not know what the phrase means. The fumes of the night had evaporated, he was quite sober now, quite free from excitement. He saw what he had done, and it seemed to him something black and disgusting. Never had a walk seemed longer than the few blocks which he had to traverse to reach his home. He must get there before the maid was up, before the baker's boy called with the rolls, otherwise, what explanation could he give? He who had always been such a moral man, who had been pointed out by mothers as an example to their sons. George thought of his own mother, and what she would think if she could know about his night's adventure. He thought again and again, with a pang of anguish, of Henriette. Could it be possible that a man who was engaged, whose marriage contract had actually been signed, who was soon to possess the love of a beautiful and noble girl, that such a man could have been weak enough and base enough to let himself be trapped into such a low action? He went back over the whole series of events, shuddering at them, trying to realize how they had happened, trying to excuse himself for them. He had not intended such a culmination, he had never meant to do such a thing in his life. He had not thought of any harm when he had accepted the invitation to the supper party with his old companions from the law school. Of course, he had known that several of these chums led fast lives, but, then, surely a fellow could go to a friend's rooms for a lark without harm. He remembered the girl who had sat by his side at the table. She had come with a friend who was a married woman, and so he had assumed that she was all right. George remembered how embarrassed he had been when first he had noticed her glances at him. But then the wine had begun to go to his head. He was one of those unfortunate wretches who cannot drink wine at all. He had offered to take the girl home in a cab, and on the way he had lost his head. Oh! What a wretched thing it was! He could hardly believe that it was he who had spoken those frenzied words, and yet he must have spoken them, because he remembered them. He remembered that it had taken a long time to persuade her. He had had to promise her a ring like the one her married friend wore. Before they entered her home she had made him take off his shoes, so that the porter might not hear them. This had struck George particularly, because, even flushed with excitement as he was, he had not forgotten the warnings his father had given him as to the dangers of contact with strange women. He had thought to himself, this girl must be safe. It is probably the first time she has ever done such a thing. But now George could get but little consolation out of that idea. He was suffering intensely the emotion described by the poet in the bitter words about Time's moving finger having writ. His mind, seeking some explanation, some justification, went back to the events before that night. With a sudden pang of yearning, he thought of Lisette. She was a decent girl, and had kept him decent, and he was lonely without her. He had been so afraid of being found out that he had given her up when he became engaged, but now for a while he felt that he would have to break his resolution, and pay his regular Sunday visit to the little flat in the working-class portion of Paris. It was while George was fitting himself for the same career as his father, that of notary, that he had made the acquaintance of the young working girl. It may not be easy to believe, but Lisette had really been a decent girl. She had a family to take care of, and was in need. There was a grandmother in poor health, a father not much better, and 3 little brothers, so Lisette did not very long resist George Dupont, and he felt quite virtuous in giving her sufficient money to take care of these unfortunate people. Among people of his class it was considered proper to take such things if one paid for them. All the family of this working girl were grateful to him. They adored him, and they called him Uncle Raoul. Since George was paying for Lisette, he felt he had the right to control her life. He gave her fair warning concerning his attitude. If she deceived him he would leave her immediately. He told this to her relatives also, and so he had them all watching her. She was never trusted out alone. Every Sunday George went to spend the day with his little family, so that his coming became almost a matter of tradition. He interested her in church affairs. Mass and Vespers were her regular occasions for excursions. George rented 2 seats, and the grandmother went with her to the services. The simple people were proud to see their name engraved upon the brass plate of the pew. The reason for all these precautions was George's terror of disease. He had been warned by his father as to the dangers which young men encounter in their amours. And these lessons had sunk deep into George's heart. He had made up his mind that whatever his friends might do, he, for one, would protect himself. That did not mean, of course, that he intended to live a virtuous life. Such was the custom among young men of his class, not had it probably ever occurred to his father that it was possible for a young man to do such a thing. The French have a phrase, l'homme moyen sensuel, the average sensual man. And George was such a man. He had no noble idealisms, no particular reverence for women. The basis of his attitude was a purely selfish one. He wanted to enjoy himself, and at the same time to keep out of trouble. He did not find any happiness in the renunciation which he imposed upon himself. He had no religious ideas about it. On the contrary, he suffered keenly, and was bitter because he had no share in the amusements of his friends. He stuck to his work and forced himself to keep regular hours, preparing for his law examinations. but all the time he was longing for adventures. And, of course, this could not go on forever, for the motive of fear alone is not sufficient to subdue the sexual urge in a full-blooded young man. The affair with Lisette might have continued much longer had it not been for the fact that his father died. He died quite suddenly, while George was away on a trip. The son came back to console his broken-hearted mother, and in the 2 weeks they spent in the country together the mother broached a plan to him. The last wish of the dying man had been that his son should be fixed in life. In the midst of his intense suffering he had been able to think about the matter, and had named the girl whom he wished George to marry. Naturally, George waited with some interest to learn who this might be. He was surprised when his mother told him that it was his cousin, Henriette Lodges. He could not keep his emotion from revealing itself in his face. "It doesn't please you?" asked his mother, with a tone disappointment. "Why no, mother," he answered. "It's not that. It just surprises me." "But why?" asked the mother. "Henriette is a lovely girl and a good girl." "Yes, I know," said George, "but then she is my cousin," and he blushed a little with embarrassment. "I had never thought of her in that way." Madame Dupont laid her hand upon her son's. "Yes, George," she said tenderly. "I know. You are such a good boy." Now, of course, George did not feel that he was quite such a good boy, but his mother was a deeply religious woman, who had no idea of the truth about the majority of men. She would never have got over the shock if he had told her about himself, and so he had to pretend to be just what she thought him. "Tell me," she continued, after a pause, "have you never felt the least bit in love?" "Why no, I don't think so," George stammered, becoming conscious of a sudden rise of temperature in his cheeks. "Because," said his mother, "it is really time that you were settled in life. Your father said that we should have seen to it before, and now it is my duty to see to it. It is not good for you to live alone so long." "But, mother, I have you," said George generously. "Some day the Lord may take me away," was the reply. "I am getting old. And, George, dear," here suddenly her voice began to tremble with feeling, "I would like to see my baby grandchildren before I go. You cannot imagine what it would mean to me." Madame Dupont saw how much the subject distressed her son, so she went on to the more worldly aspects of the matter. Henriette's father was well-to-do, and he would give her a good dowry. She was a charming and accomplished girl. Everybody would consider him most fortunate if the match could be arranged. Also, there was an elderly aunt to whom Madame Dupont had spoken, and who was much taken with the idea. She owned a great deal of property and would surely help the young couple. George did not see just how he could object to this proposition, even if he had wanted to. What reason could he give for such a course? He could not explain that he already had a family with stepchildren, so to speak, who adored him. And what could he say to his mother's obsession, to which she came back again and again, her longing to see her grandchildren before she died? Madame Dupont waited only long enough for George to stammer out a few protestations, and then in the next breath to take them back, after which she proceeded to go ahead with the match. The family lawyers conferred together, and the terms of the settlement were worked out and agreed upon. It happened that immediately afterwards George learned of an opportunity to purchase the practice of a notary, who was ready to retire from business in 2 months' time. Henriette's father consented to advance a portion of her dowry for this purpose. Thus George was safely started upon the same career as his father, and this was to him a source of satisfaction which he did not attempt to deny, either to himself or to anyone else. George was a cautious young man, who came of a frugal and saving stock. He had always been taught that it was his primary duty to make certain of a reasonable amount of comfort. From his earliest days, he had been taught to regard material success as the greatest goal in life, and he would never have dreamed of engaging himself to a girl without money. But when he had the good fortune to meet one who possessed desirable personal qualities in addition to money, he was not in the least barred from appreciating those qualities. They were, so to speak, the sauce which went with the meat, and it seemed to him that in this case the sauce was of the very best. George, a big fellow of 26, with large, round eyes and a good-natured countenance, was full-blooded, well-fed, with a hearty laugh which spoke of unimpaired contentment, a soul untroubled in its deeps. He seemed to himself the luckiest fellow in the whole round world. He could not think what he had done to deserve the good fortune of possessing such a girl as Henriette. He was ordinarily of a somewhat sentimental turn, easily influenced by women and sensitive to their charms. Moreover, his relationship with Lisette had softened him. He had learned to love the young working girl, and now Henriette, it seemed, was to reap the benefit of his experience with her. In fact, he found himself always with memories of Lisette in his relationships with the girl who was to be his wife. When the engagement was announced, and he claimed his first kiss from his bride-to-be, as he placed a ring upon her finger, he remembered the first time he had kissed Lisette, and a double blush suffused his round countenance. When he walked arm in arm with Henriette in the garden, he remembered how he had walked just so with the other girl, and he was interested to compare the words of the two. He remembered what a good time had when he had taken Lisette and her little family for a picnic upon one of the excursion steamers which run down the River Seine. Immediately he decided that he would like to take Henriette on such a picnic, and he persuaded an aunt of Henriette's to go with her as a chaperone. George took his bride-to-be to the same little inn where he had lunch before. Thus he was always haunted by memories, some of which made him cheerful and some of which made him mildly sad. He soon got used to the idea, and did not find it awkward, except when he had to suppress the impulse to tell Henriette something which Lisette had said, or some funny incident which had happened in the home of the little family. Sometimes he found himself thinking that it was a shame to have to suppress these impulses. There must be something wrong, he thought, with the social system which made it necessary for him to hide a thing which was so obvious and so sensible. Here he was, a man 26 years of age. He could not have afforded to marry earlier, nor could he, as he thought, have been expected to lead a continent life. And he had really loved Lisette. She was really a good girl. Yet, if Henriette had got any idea of it, she would have been horrified and indignant. She might even have broken off the engagement. And then, too, there was Henriette's father, a personage of great dignity and importance. M. Laches was a deputy of the French Parliament, from a district in the provinces. He was a man of upright life, and a man who made a great deal of that upright life, keeping it on a pedestal where everyone might observe it. It was impossible to imagine M. Laches in an undignified or compromising situation such as the younger man found himself facing in the matter of Lisette. The more he thought about it, the more nervous and anxious George became. Then it was decided it would be necessary for him to break with the girl, and be good until the time of his marriage. Dear little soft-eyed Lisette, he did not dare to face her personally, he could never bear to say goodbye, he felt. Instead, he went to the father, who as a man could be expected to understand the situation. George was embarrassed and not a little nervous about it, for although he had never misrepresented his attitude to the family, one could never feel entirely free from the possibility of blackmail in such cases. However, Lisette's father behaved decently, and was duly grateful for the moderate sum of money which George handed him in parting. He promised to break the news gently to Lisette, and George went away with his mind made up that he would never see her again. This resolution he kept, and he considered himself very virtuous in doing it. But the truth was that he had grown used to intimacy with a woman, and was restless without it. And that, he told himself, was why he yielded to the shameful temptation the night of that fatal supper party. He paid for the misadventure liberally in remorse. He felt that he had been a wretch, that he had disgraced himself forever, that he had proved himself unworthy of the pure girl he was to marry. So keen was his feeling that it was several days before he could bring himself to see Henriette again, and when he went, it was with a mind filled with a brand new set of resolutions. It was the last time that he would ever fall into error. He would be a new man from then on. He thanked God that there was no chance of his sin being known, that he might have an opportunity to prove his new determination. So intense were his feelings that he could not help betraying a part of them to Henriette. They sat in the garden one soft summer evening, with Henriette's mother occupied with her crocheting at a decorous distance. George, in reverent and humble mood, began to drop vague hints that he was really unworthy of his bride-to-be. He said that he had not always been as good as he should have been. He said that her purity and sweetness had awakened in him new ideals, so that he felt his old life had been full of blunders. Henriette, of course, had but the vaguest of ideas as to what the blunders of a tender and generous young man like George might be. So she only loved him the more for his humility, and was flattered to have such a fine effect upon him, to awaken in him such moods of exaltation. When he told her that all men were bad, and that no man was worthy of such a beautiful love, she was quite ravished, and wiped away tears from her eyes. It would have been a shame to spoil such a heavenly mood by telling the real truth. Instead, George contented himself with telling of the new resolutions he had formed. After all, they were the things which really mattered, for Henriette was going to live with his future, not with his past. It seemed to George a most wonderful thing, this innocence of a young girl, which enabled her to move through a world of wickedness with unpolluted mind. It was a touching thing, and also, as a prudent young man could not help realizing, a most convenient thing. He realized the importance of preserving it, and thought that if he ever had a daughter, he would protect her as rigidly as Henriette had been protected. He made haste to shy off from the subject of his badness and to turn the conversation with what seemed a clever jest. "If I am going to be so good," he said, "don't forget that you will have to be good also." "I will try," said Henriette, who was still serious. "You will have to try hard," he persisted. "You will find that you have a very jealous husband." "Will I?" said Henriette, beaming with happiness, for when a woman is very much in love she doesn't in the least object to the man's being jealous. "Yes, indeed," smiled George. "I'll always be watching you." "Watching me?" echoed the girl with a surprised look. And immediately he felt ashamed of himself for his jest. There could be no need to watch Henriette, and it was bad taste even to joke about it at such a time. That was one of the ideas which he had brought with him from his world of evil. The truth was, however, that George would always be a suspicious husband. Nothing could ever change that fact, for there was something in his own conscience which he could not get out, and which would make it impossible for him to be at ease as a married man. It was the memory of something which had happened earlier in his life before he met Lisette. There had been one earlier experience, with the wife of his dearest friend. She had been much younger than her husband, and had betrayed an interest in George, who had yielded to the temptation. For several years the intrigue continued, and George considered it a good solution of a young man's problem. There had been no danger of contamination, for he knew that his friend was a man of pure and rigid morals, a jealous man who watched his wife, and did not permit her to contract those new relations which are always dangerous. As for George, he helped in this worthy work, keeping the woman in terror of some disease. He told her that almost all men were infected, for he hoped by this means to keep her from deceiving him. I am aware that this may seem a dreadful story. As I do not want anyone to think too ill of George Dupont, I ought, perhaps, to point out that people feel differently about these matters in France. In judging the unfortunate young man, we must judge him by the customs of his own country, and not by ours. In France, they are accustomed to what is called the mariage de convenance. The young girl is not permitted to go about and make her own friends and decide which one of them she prefers for her husband. On the contrary, she is strictly guarded, her training often is of a religious nature, and her marriage is a matter of business, to be considered and decided by her parents and those of the young man. Now, whatever we may think right, it is humanly certain that where marriages are made in that way, the need of men and women for sympathy and for passionate interest will often lead to the forming of irregular relationships after marriage. It is not possible to present statistics as to the number of such irregular relationships in Parisian society, but in the books which he read and in the plays which he saw, George found everything to encourage him to think that it was a romantic and delightful thing to keep up a secret intrigue with the wife of his best friend. It should also, perhaps, be pointed out that we are here telling the truth, and the whole truth, about George Dupont, and that it is not customary to tell this about men, either in real life or in novels. There is a great deal of concealment in the world about matters of sex, and in such matters the truth-telling man is apt to suffer in reputation in comparison with the truth-concealing one. Nor had George really been altogether callous about the thing. It had happened that his best friend had died in his arms, and this had so affected the guilty pair that they had felt their relationship was no longer possible. She had withdrawn to nurse her grief alone, and George had been so deeply affected that he had avoided affairs and entanglements with women until his meeting with Lizette. All this was now in the far distant past, but it had made a deeper impression upon George than he perhaps realized, and it was now working in his mind and marring his happiness. Here was a girl who loved him with a noble and unselfish and wholehearted love, and yet he would never be able to trust her as she deserved, but would always have suspicions lurking in the back of his mind. He would be unable to have his friends intimate in his home, because of the memory of what he had once done to a friend. It was a subtle kind of punishment. But so it is that nature often finds ways of punishing us, without our even being aware of it. That was all for the future, however. At present, George was happy. He put his black sin behind him, feeling that he had obtained absolution by his confession to Henriette. Day by day, as he realized his good fortune, his round face beamed with more and yet more joy. He went for a little trip to Henriette's home in the country. It was a simple village, and they took walks in the country, and stopped to refresh themselves at a farmhouse occupied by one of M. Loch's tenants. Here was a rosy and buxom peasant woman, with a nursing child in her arms. She was destined a couple of years later to be the foster mother of Henriette's little girl and to play an important part in her life. But the pair had no idea of that at present. They simply saw a proud and happy mother, and Henriette played with the baby, giving vent to childish delight. Then suddenly she looked up and saw that George was watching her, and as she read his thoughts a beautiful blush suffused her cheeks. As for George, he turned away and went out under the blue sky in a kind of ecstasy. Life seemed very wonderful to him just then. He had found its supreme happiness, which was love. He was really getting quite mad about Henriette, he told himself. He could hardly believe that the day was coming when he would be able to clasp her in his arms. But in the blue sky of George's happiness there was one little cloud of storm. As often happens with storm clouds, it was so small that at first he paid no attention to it at all. He noted upon his body one day a tiny ulcer. At first he treated it with salve purchased from an apothecary. Then after a week or two, when this had no effect, he began to feel uncomfortable. He remembered suddenly he had heard about the symptoms of an unmentionable, dreadful disease, and a vague terror took possession of him. For days he tried to put it to one side. The idea was nonsense, it was absurd in connection with a woman so respectable. But the thought would not be put away, and finally he went to a school friend, who was a man of the world, and got him to talk on the subject. Of course, George had to be careful, so that his friend should not suspect that he had any special purpose in mind. The friend was willing to talk. It was a vile disease, he said, but one was foolish to bother about it, because it was so rare. There were other diseases which fellows got, which nearly every fellow had, and to which none of them paid any attention. But one seldom met anyone who had the red plague that George dreaded. And yet, he added, according to the books, it isn't so uncommon. I suppose the truth is that people hide it? A chap naturally wouldn't tell, when he knew it would damn him for life. George had a sick sensation inside of him. Is it as bad as that? He asked. Of course, said the other, should you want to have anything to do with a person who had it? Should you be willing to room with him or travel with him? You wouldn't even want to shake hands with him. No, I suppose not, said George, feebly. I remember, continued the other, an old fellow who used to live out in the country near me. He was not so very old, either, but he looked it. He had to be pushed around in a wheelchair. People said he had locomotor ataxia, but that really meant syphilis. We boys used to poke all kinds of fun at him because one windy day his hat and his wig were blown off together, and we discovered that he was as bald as an egg. We used to make jokes about his automobile, as we called it. It had a little handle in front, instead of a steering wheel, and a man behind to push, instead of an engine. How horrible, remarked George with genuine feeling. I remember the poor devil had a paralysis soon after, continued the friend, quite carelessly. He could not steer any more, and also he lost his voice. When you met him he would look at you as if he thought he was talking, but all he could say was "Ga." George went away from this conversation in a cold sweat. He told himself over and over again that he was a fool, but still he could not get the hellish idea out of his mind. He found himself brooding over it all day and lying awake at night, haunted by images of himself in a wheelchair, and without any hair on his head. He realized that the sensible thing would be for him to go to a doctor and make certain about his condition, but he could not bring himself to face the ordeal. He was ashamed to admit to a doctor that he had laid himself open to such a taint. He began to lose the radiant expression from his round and rosy face. He had less appetite, and his moods of depression became so frequent that he could not hide them even from Henriette. She asked him once or twice if there were not something the matter with him, and he laughed a forced and hurried laugh and told her that he had sat up too late the night before, worrying over the matter of his examinations. Oh, what a cruel thing it was that a man who stood in the very gateway of such a garden of delight should be tormented and made miserable by this loathsome idea. The disturbing symptoms still continued, and so at last George purchased a medical book, dealing with the subject of the disease. Then, indeed, he opened up a chamber of horrors. He made up his mind an abiding place of ghastly images. In the book there were pictures of things so awful that he turned white, and trembled like a leaf, and had to close the volume and hide it in the bottom of his trunk. But he could not banish the pictures from his mind. Worst of all, he could not forget the description of the first symptom of the disease, which seemed to correspond exactly with his own. So at last he made up his mind he must ascertain definitely the truth about his condition. He began to think over plans for seeing a doctor. He had heard somewhere a story about a young fellow who had fallen into the hands of a quack, and been ruined forever. So he decided that he would consult only the best authority. He got the names of the best-known works on the subject from a bookstore, and found that the author of one of these books was practicing in Paris as a specialist. 2 or 3 days elapsed before he was able to get up the courage to call on this doctor. And oh, the shame and horror of sitting in his waiting room with the other people, none of whom dared to look each other in the eyes. They must all be afflicted, George thought, and he glanced at them furtively, looking for the various symptoms of which he had read. Or were there, perhaps, some like himself merely victims of a foolish error, coming to have the hag of dread pulled from off their backs? And then suddenly, while he was speculating, there stood the doctor, signaling to him. His turn had come. Chapter 2. The doctor was a man about 40 years of age, robust, with every appearance of a strong character. In the buttonhole of the frock coat he wore was a red rosette, the decoration of some order. Confused and nervous as George was, he got a vague impression of the physician's richly furnished office, with its bronzes, marbles and tapestries. The doctor signaled to the young man to be seated in the chair before his desk. George complied, and then, as he wiped away the perspiration from his forehead, stammered out a few words, explaining his errand. Of course, he said, it could not be true, but it was a man's duty not to take any chances in such a matter. I have not been a man of loose life, he added, I have not taken so many chances as other men. The doctor cut him short with the brief remark that one chance was all that was necessary. Instead of discussing such questions, he would make an examination. We do not say positively in these cases until we have made a blood test. That is the one way to avoid the possibility of mistake. A drop of blood was squeezed out of George's finger onto a little glass plate. The doctor retired to an adjoining room, and the victim sat alone in the office, deriving no enjoyment from the works of art which surrounded him, but feeling like a prisoner who sits in the dock with his life at stake while the jury deliberates. The doctor returned, calm and impassive, and seated himself in his office chair. "Well, doctor?" asked George. He was trembling with terror. "Well," was the reply, "there is no doubt whatever." George wiped his forehead. He could not credit the words. "No doubt whatever? In what sense?" "In the bad sense," said the other. He began to write a prescription, without seeming to notice how George turned page with terror. "Come," he said, after a silence, "you must have known the truth pretty well." "No, no, sir," exclaimed George. "Well," said the other, "you have syphilis." George was utterly stunned. "My God," he exclaimed. The doctor, having finished his prescription, looked up and observed his condition. "Don't trouble yourself, sir. Out of every 7 men you meet upon the street, in society, or at the theater, there is at least one who has been in your condition. 1 out of 7, 15%. George was staring before him. He spoke low, as if to himself. "I know what I am going to do." "And I know also," said the doctor, with a smile. "There is your prescription. You are going to take it to the drugstore and have it put up." George took the prescription, mechanically, but whispered, "No, sir." "Yes, sir, you are going to do as everybody else does." "No, because my situation is not that of everybody else. I know what I am going to do," said the doctor. 5 times out of 10, in the chair where you are sitting, people talk like that, perfectly sincerely. Each one believes himself more unhappy than all the others, but after thinking it over, and listening to me, they understand that this disease is a companion with whom one can live. Just as in every household, one gets along at the cost of mutual concessions, that's all. Come, sir, I tell you again, there is nothing about it that is not perfectly ordinary, perfectly natural, perfectly common. It is an accident which can happen to anyone. It is a great mistake that people speak of this as the French disease, for there is none which is more universal. Under the picture of this disease, addressing myself to those who follow the oldest profession in the world, I would write the famous phrase, 'Here is your master.' It is, it was, or it must be." George was putting the prescription into the outside pocket of his coat, stupidly, as if he did not know what he was doing. "But, sir," he exclaimed, "I should have been spared." "Why?" inquired the other. "Because you are a man of position, because you are rich. Look around you, sir. See these works of art in my room. Do you imagine that such things have been presented to me by chimney sweeps?" "But, doctor," cried George, with a moan, "I have never been a libertine. There was never anyone, you understand me, never anyone could have been more careful in his pleasures. If I were to tell you that in all my life I have only had 2 mistresses, what would you answer to that?" "I would answer, that a single one would have been sufficient to bring you to me." "No, sir," cried George. "It could not have been either of those women." He went on to tell the doctor about his first mistress, and then about Lisette. Finally he told about Henriette, how much he adored her. He could really use such a word, he loved her most tenderly. She was so good and he had thought himself so lucky. As he went on, he could hardly keep from going to pieces. "I had everything," he exclaimed, "everything a man needed. All who knew me envied me. And then I had to let those fellows drag me off to that miserable supper party. And now here I am. My future is ruined, my whole existence poisoned. What is to become of me? Everybody will avoid me, I shall be a pariah, a leper." He paused, and then in sudden wild grief exclaimed, "Come, now! Would it not be better that I should take myself out of the way? At least, I should not suffer any more. You see that there could not be anyone more unhappy than myself, not anyone, I tell you, sir, not anyone." Completely overcome, he began to weep in his handkerchief. The doctor got up, and went to him. "You must be a man," he said, "and not cry like a child." "But sir," cried the young man, with tears running down his cheeks, "if I had led a wild life, if I had passed my time in dissipation with chorus girls, then I could understand it. Then I would say that I had deserved it." The doctor exclaimed with emphasis, "No, no. You would not say it. However, it is of no matter, go on." "I tell you that I would say it. I am honest, and I would say that I had deserved it. But no, I have worked, I have been a regular grind. And now, when I think of the shame that is in store for me, the disgusting things, the frightful catastrophes to which I am condemned." "What is all this you are telling me?" asked the doctor, laughing. "Oh, I know," cried the other, and repeated what his friend had told him about the man in a wheelchair. "And they used to call me Handsome Raoul. That was my name, Handsome Raoul. Now, my dear sir," said the doctor, cheerfully, "wipe your eyes one last time, blow your nose, put your handkerchief into your pocket, and hear me dry-eyed." George obeyed mechanically. "But I give you fair warning," he said, "you are wasting your time." "I tell you," began the other. "I know exactly what you are going to tell me," cried George. "Well, in that case, there is nothing more for you to do here, run along." "Since I am here," said the patient submissively, "I will hear you." "Very well, then. I tell you that if you have the will and the perseverance, none of the things you fear will happen to you. Of course, it is your duty to tell me that. I will tell you that there are 100,000 like you in Paris, alert, and seemingly well. Come, take what you were just saying, wheelchairs. One doesn't see so many of them." "No, that's true," said George. "And besides," added the doctor, "a good many people who ride in them are not there for the cause you think. There is no more reason why you should be the victim of a catastrophe than any of the 100,000. The disease is serious, nothing more." "You admit that it is a serious disease," argued George. "Yes. One of the most serious." "Yes, but you have the good fortune." "The good fortune?" "Relatively, if you please. You have the good fortune to be infected with one of the diseases over which we have the most certain control." "Yes, yes," exclaimed George, "but the remedies are worse than the disease." "You deceive yourself," replied the other. "You are trying to make me believe that I can be cured." "You can be. And that I am not condemned. I swear it to you." "You are not deceiving yourself, you are not deceiving me." "Why, I was told." The doctor laughed, contemptuously. "You were told, you were told. I'll wager that you know the laws of the Chinese concerning party walls." "Yes, naturally," said George. "But I don't see what they have to do with it." "Instead of teaching you such things," was the reply, "it would have been a great deal better to have taught you about the nature and cause of diseases of this sort. Then you would have known how to avoid the contagion. Such knowledge should be spread abroad, for it is the most important knowledge in the world. It should be found in every newspaper." This remark gave George something of a shock, for his father had owned a little paper in the provinces, and he had a sudden vision of the way subscribers would have fallen off, if he had printed even so much as the name of this vile disease. "And yet," pursued the doctor, "you publish romances about adultery." "Yes," said George, "that's what the readers want." "They don't want the truth about venereal diseases," exclaimed the other. "If they knew the full truth, they would no longer think that adultery was romantic and interesting." He went on to give his advice as to the means of avoiding such diseases. There was really but one rule. It was, to love but one woman, to take her as a virgin, and to love her so much that she would never deceive you. Take that from me, added the doctor, and teach it to your son, when you have one. George's attention was caught by this last sentence. You mean that I shall be able to have children, he cried. Certainly, was the reply. Healthy children. I repeat it to you, if you take care of yourself properly for a long time, conscientiously, you have little to fear. That's certain. 99 times out of 100. George felt as if he had suddenly emerged from a dungeon. Why, then, he exclaimed, I shall be able to marry. You will be able to marry, was the reply. You are not deceiving me? You would not give me that hope, you would not expose me? How soon will I be able to marry? In 3 or 4 years, said the doctor. What? Cried George in consternation. In 3 or 4 years. Not before. Not before. How is that? Am I going to be sick all that time? Why, you told me just now. Said the doctor, the disease will no longer be dangerous to you, yourself, but you will be dangerous to others. But, the young man cried, in despair, I am to be married a month from now. That is impossible. But I cannot do any differently. The contract is ready. The bans have been published. I have given my word. Well, you are a great one, the doctor laughed. Just now you were looking for your revolver. Now you want to be married within the month. But, doctor, it is necessary. But I forbid it. As soon as I knew that the disease is not what I imagined, and that I could be cured, naturally I didn't want to commit suicide. And as soon as I make up my mind not to commit suicide, I have to take up my regular life. I have to keep my engagements, I have to get married. No, said the doctor. Yes, yes, persisted George, with blind obstinacy. Why, doctor, if I didn't marry it would be a disaster. You are talking about something you don't understand. For my part, it is not that I am anxious to be married. As I told you, I had almost a second family. Lizette's little brothers adored me. But it is my aunt, an old maid, and, also, my mother is crazy about the idea. If I were to back out now, she would die of chagrin. My aunt would disinherit me, and she is the one who has the family fortune. Then, too, there is my father-in-law, a regular dragoon for his principles, severe, violent. He never makes a joke of serious things, and I tell you it would cost me dear, terribly dear. And, besides, I have given my word. You must take back your word. You still insist, exclaimed George, in despair. But then, suppose that it were possible, how could I take back my signature which I put at the bottom of the deed? I have pledged myself to pay in 2 months for the attorney's practice I have purchased. Sir, said the doctor, all these things. You are going to tell me that I was lacking in prudence, that I should never have disposed of my wife's dowry until after the honeymoon. Sir, said the doctor, again, all these considerations are foreign to me. I am a physician, and nothing but a physician, and I can only tell you this, if you marry before 3 or 4 years, you will be a criminal. George broke out with a wild exclamation. No, sir, you are not merely a physician. You are also a confessor. You are not merely a scientist, and it is not enough for you that you observe me as you would some lifeless thing in your laboratory, and say, you have this, science says that, now go along with you. All my existence depends upon you. It is your duty to listen to me, because when you know everything you will understand me, and you will find some way to cure me within a month. But, protested the doctor, I wear myself out telling you that such means do not exist. I shall not be certain of your cure, as much as any one can be certain, in less than 3 or 4 years. George was almost beside himself. I tell you, you must find some means. Listen to me, Sir, if I don't get married I don't get the dowry. And will you tell me how I can pay the notes I have signed? Oh, said the doctor, dryly, if that is the question, it is very simple. I will give you a plan to get out of the affair. You will go and get acquainted with some rich man, you will do everything you can to gain his confidence, and when you have succeeded, you will plunder him. George shook his head. I am not in any mood for joking. I am not joking, replied his adviser. Rob that man, assassinate him, even that would be no worse crime than you would commit in taking a young girl in good health in order to get a portion of her dowry, when at the same time you would have to expose her to the frightful consequences of the disease which you would give her. Frightful consequences, echoed George. Consequences of which death would not be the most frightful. But, sir, you were saying to me just now. Just now I did not tell you everything. Even reduced, suppressed a little by our remedies, the disease remains mysterious, menacing, and in its sum, sufficiently grave. So it would be an infamy to expose your fiancée in order to avoid an inconvenience, however great that might be. But George was still not to be convinced. Was it certain that this misfortune would befall Henriette, even with the best attention? Said the other, I do not wish to lie to you. No, it is not absolutely certain, it is probable. And there is another truth which I wish to tell you now, our remedies are not infallible. In a certain number of cases, a very small number, scarcely 5%, they have remained without effect. You might be one of those exceptions, your wife might be one. What then? I will employ a word you used just now, yourself. We should have to expect the worst catastrophes. George sat in a state of complete despair. Tell me what to do, then, he said. I can tell you only one thing, don't marry. You have a most serious blemish. It is as if you owed a debt. Perhaps no one will ever come to claim it, on the other hand, perhaps a pitiless creditor will come all at once, presenting a brutal demand for immediate payment. Come now, you are a businessman. Marriage is a contract. To marry without saying anything, that means to enter into a bargain by means of passive dissimulation. That's the term, is it not? It is dishonesty, and it ought to come under the law. George, being a lawyer, could appreciate the argument, and could think of nothing to say to it. What shall I do? He asked. The other answered, go to your father-in-law and tell him frankly the truth. But, cried the young man, wildly, there will be no question then of 3 or 4 years' delay. He will refuse his consent altogether. If that is the case, said the doctor, don't tell him anything. But I have to give him a reason, or I don't know what he will do. He is the sort of man to give himself to the worst violence, and again my fiancée would be lost to me. Listen, doctor. From everything I have said to you, you may perhaps think I am a mercenary man. It is true that I want to get along in the world, that is only natural. But Henriette has such qualities, she is so much better than I, that I love her, really, as people love in novels. My greatest grief it is not to give up the practice I have bought, although, indeed, it would be a bitter blow to me. My greatest grief would be to lose Henriette. If you could only see her, if you only knew her, then you would understand. I have her picture here. The young fellow took out his card case and offered a photograph to the doctor, who gently refused it. The other blushed with embarrassment. I beg your pardon, he said, I am ridiculous. That happens to me, sometimes. Only, put yourself in my place, I love her so. His voice broke. My dear boy, said the doctor, feelingly, that is exactly why you ought not to marry her. But, he cried, if I back out without saying anything, they will guess the truth, and I shall be dishonored. One is not dishonored because one is ill. But with such a disease, people are so stupid. I myself, yesterday I should have laughed at anyone who had got into such a plight, I should have avoided him, I should have despised him. And suddenly George broke down again. Oh, he cried, if I were the only one to suffer, but she is in love with me. I swear it to you. She is so good, and she will be so unhappy. The doctor answered, she would be unhappier later on. It will be a scandal. George exclaimed. You will avoid one far greater, the other replied. Suddenly George set his lips with resolution. He rose from his seat. He took several 20-franc pieces from his pocket and laid them quietly upon the doctor's desk, paying the fee in cash, so that he would not have to give his name and address. He took up his gloves, his cane, and his hat, and rose. I will think it over, he said. I thank you, doctor. I will come back next week as you have told me. That is probably I will. He was about to leave. The doctor rose, and he spoke in a voice of furious anger. No, he said, I shan't see you next week, and you won't even think it over. You came here knowing what you had, you came to ask advice of me, with the intention of paying no heed to it, unless it conformed to your wishes. A superficial honesty has driven you to take that chance in order to satisfy your conscience. You wanted to have somebody upon whom you could put off, by and by, the consequences of an act whose culpability you understand. No, don't protest. Many of those who come here think and act as you think, and as you wish to act, but the marriage made against my will has generally been the source of such calamities that now I am always afraid of not having been persuasive enough, and it even seems to me that I am a little to blame for these misfortunes. I should have been able to prevent them, they would not have happened if those who are the authors of them knew what I know and had seen what I have seen. Swear to me, sir, that you are going to break off that marriage. George was greatly embarrassed, and unwilling to reply. I cannot swear to you at all, doctor, I can only tell you again that I will think it over. That what over? What you have told me. What I have told you is true. You cannot bring any new objections, and I have answered those which you have presented to me, therefore, your mind ought to be made up. Groping for a reply, George hesitated. He could not deny that he had made inquiry about these matters before he had come to the doctor. But he said that he was not at all certain that he had this disease. The doctor declared it, and perhaps it was true, but the most learned physicians were sometimes deceived. He remembered something he had read in one of the medical books. Dr. Record maintains that after a certain period the disease is no longer contagious. He has proven his contentions by examples. Today you produce new examples to show that he is wrong. Now, I want to do what's right, but surely I have the right to think it over. And when I think it over, I realize that all the evils with which you threaten me are only probable evils. In spite of your desire to terrify me, you have been forced to admit that possibly my marriage would not have any troublesome consequence for my wife. The doctor found difficulty in restraining himself. But he said, go on. I will answer you afterwards. And George blundered ahead in his desperation. Your remedies are powerful, you tell me, and for the calamities of which you speak to befall me, I would have to be among the rare exceptions, also my wife would have to be among the number of those rare exceptions. If a mathematician were to apply the law of chance to these facts, the result of his operation would show but slight chance of a catastrophe, as compared with the absolute certainty of a series of misfortunes, sufferings, troubles, tears, and perhaps tragic accidents which the breaking of my engagement would cause. So I say that the mathematician who is, even more than you, a man of science, a man of a more infallible science, the mathematician would conclude that wisdom was not with you doctors, but with me. You believe it, sir, exclaimed the other. But you deceive yourself. And he continued, driving home his point with a finger which seemed to George to pierce his very soul. 20 cases identical with your own have been patiently observed, from the beginning to the end. 19 times the woman was infected by her husband, you hear me, sir, 19 times out of 20. You believe that the disease is without danger, and you take to yourself the right to expose your wife to what you call the chance of your being one of those exceptions, for whom our remedies are without effect. Very well, it is necessary that you should know the disease which your wife, without being consulted, will run a chance of contracting. Take that book, sir, it is the work of my teacher. Read it yourself. Here, I have marked the passage. He held out the open book, but George could not lift a hand to take it. You do not wish to read it, the other continued. Listen to me. And in a voice trembling with passion, he read, I have watched the spectacle of an unfortunate young woman, turned into a veritable monster by means of a syphilitic infection. Her face, or rather let me say what was left of her face, was nothing but a flat surface seamed with scars. George covered his face, exclaiming, Enough, sir. Have mercy. But the other cried, No, no. I will go to the very end. I have a duty to perform, and I will not be stopped by the sensibility of your nerves. He went on reading, of the upper lip not a trace was left, the ridge of the upper gums appeared perfectly bare. But then at the young man's protests, his resolution failed him. Come, he said, I will stop. I am sorry for you who accept for another person, for the woman you say you love, the chance of a disease which you cannot even endure to hear described. Now, from whom did that woman get syphilis? It is not I who am speaking, it is the book. From a miserable scoundrel who was not afraid to enter into matrimony when he had a secondary eruption. All that was established later on and who, moreover, had thought it best not to let his wife be treated for fear of awakening her suspicions. The doctor closed the book with a bang. What that man has done, sir, is what you want to do. George was edging toward the door, he could no longer look the doctor in the eye. I should deserve all those epithets and still more brutal ones if I should marry, knowing that my marriage would cause such horrors. But that I do not believe. You and your teachers, you are specialists, and consequently you are driven to attribute everything to the disease you make the subject of your studies. A tragic case, an exceptional case, holds a kind of fascination for you, you think it can never be talked about enough. I have heard that argument before, said the doctor, with an effort at patience. Let me go on, I beg you, pleaded George. You have told me that out of every 7 men there is one syphilitic. You have told me that there are 100,000 in Paris, coming and going, alert and apparently well. It is true, said the doctor, that there are 100,000 who are actually at this moment not visibly under the influence of the disease. But many thousands have passed into our hospitals, victims of the most frightful ravages that our poor bodies can support. These you do not see them, and they do not count for you. But again, if it concerned no one but yourself, you might be able to argue thus. What I declare to you, what I affirm with all the violence of my conviction, is that you have not the right to expose a human creature to such chances rare, as I know, but terrible, as I know still better. What have you to answer to that? Nothing, stammered George, brought to his knees at last. You are right about that. I don't know what to think. And in forbidding you marriage, continued the doctor, is it the same as if I forbade it forever? Is it the same as if I told you that you could never be cured? On the contrary, I hold out to you every hope, but I demand of you a delay of 3 or 4 years, because it will take me that time to find out if you are among the number of those unfortunate ones whom I pity with all my heart, for whom the disease is without mercy, because during that time you will be dangerous to your wife and to your children. The children I have not yet mentioned to you. Here the doctor's voice trembled slightly. He spoke with moving eloquence. Come, sir, you are an honest man, you are too young for such things not to move you, you are not insensible to duty. It is impossible that I shan't be able to find a way to your heart, that I shan't be able to make you obey me. My emotion in speaking to you proves that I appreciate your suffering, that I suffer with you. It is in the name of my sincerity that I implore you. You have admitted it that you have not the right to expose your wife to such miseries. But it is not only your wife that you strike, you may attack in her your own children. I exclude you for a moment from my thought, you and her. It is in the name of these innocents that I implore you, it is the future, it is the race that I defend. Listen to me, listen to me. Out of the 20 households of which I spoke, only 15 had children, these 15 had 28. Do you know how many out of these 28 survived? 3, sir. 3 out of 28. Syphilis is above everything a murderer of children. Herod reigns in France, and over all the earth, and begins each year his massacre of the innocents, and if it be not blasphemy against the sacredness of life, I say that the most happy are those who have disappeared. Visit our children's hospitals. We know too well the child of syphilitic parents, the type is classical, the doctors can pick it out anywhere. Those little old creatures who have the appearance of having already lived, and who have kept the stigmata of all our infirmities, of all our decay. They are the victims of fathers who have married, being ignorant of what you know, things which I should like to go and cry out in the public places. The doctor paused, and then in a solemn voice continued, I have told you all, without exaggeration. Think it over. Consider the pros and cons, sum up the possible misfortunes and the certain miseries. But disregard yourself, and consider that there are in one side of the scales the misfortunes of others, and in the other your own. Take care that you are just. George was at last overcome. Very well, he said, I give way. I won't get married. I will invent some excuse, I will get a delay of 6 months. More than that, I cannot do. The doctor exclaimed, I need 3 years, I need 4 years. No, doctor, persisted George. You can cure me in less time than that. The other answered, no. 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 George caught him by the hand, imploringly. Yes. Science is all-powerful. Science is not God, was the reply. There are no longer any miracles. If only you wanted to do it, cried the young man, hysterically. You are a learned man, seek, invent, find something. Try some new plan with me, give me double the dose, 10 times the dose, make me suffer. I give myself up to you, I will endure everything, I swear it. There ought to be some way to cure me within 6 months. Listen to me. I tell you I can't answer for myself with that delay. Come, it is in the name of my wife, in the name of my children, that I implore you. Do something for them. The doctor had reached the limit of his patience. Enough, sir, he cried. Enough. But nothing could stop the wretched man. On my knees, he cried. I put myself on my knees before you. Oh! If only you would do it. I would bless you, I would adore you, as one adores a god. All my gratitude, all my life, half my fortune. For mercy's sake, doctor, do something, invent something, make some discovery, have pity. The doctor answered gravely, do you wish me to do more for you than for the others? George answered, unblushingly, yes. He was beside himself with terror and distress. The other's reply was delivered in a solemn tone. Understand, sir, for every one of our patients we do all that we can, whether it be the greatest personage, or the last comer to our hospital clinic. We have no secrets in reserve for those who are more fortunate, or less fortunate than the others, and who are in a hurry to be cured. George gazed at him for a moment in bewilderment and despair, and then suddenly bowed his head. Goodbye, doctor, he answered. Au revoir, sir, the other corrected with what proved to be prophetic understanding. For George was destined to see him again even though he had made up his mind to the contrary. Chapter 3. George Dupont had the most important decision of his life to make, but there was never very much doubt what his decision would be. On the one hand was the definite certainty that if he took the doctor's advice, he would wreck his business prospects, and perhaps also lose the woman he loved. On the other hand were vague and uncertain possibilities which it was difficult for him to make real to himself. It was all very well to wait a while to be cured of the dread disease, but to wait 3 or 4 years, that was simply preposterous. He decided to consult another physician. He would find one this time who would not be so particular, who would be willing to take some trouble to cure him quickly. He began to notice the advertisements which were scattered over the pages of the newspapers he read. There were apparently plenty of doctors in Paris who could cure him, who were willing to guarantee to cure him. After much hesitation, he picked out one whose advertisement sounded the most convincing. The office was located in a cheap quarter. It was a dingy place, not encumbered with works of art, but with a few books covered with dust. The doctor himself was stout and greasy, and he rubbed his hands with anticipation at the sight of so prosperous-looking a patient. But he was evidently a man of experience, for he knew exactly what was the matter with George, almost without the formality of an examination. Yes, he could cure him, quickly, he said. There had recently been great discoveries made, new methods which had not reached the bulk of the profession. He laughed at the idea of 3 or 4 years. That was the way with those specialists. When one got 40 francs for a consultation, naturally, one was glad to drag out the case. There were tricks in the medical trade, as in all others. A doctor had to live, when he had a big name, he had to live expensively. The new physician wrote out 2 prescriptions, and patted George on the shoulder as he went away. There was no need for him to worry, he would surely be well in 3 months. If he would put off his marriage for 6 months, he would be doing everything within reason. And meantime, there was no need for him to worry himself, things would come out all right. So George went away, feeling as if a mountain had been lifted from his shoulders. He went to see Henriette that same evening, to get the matter settled. "Henriette," he said, "I have to tell you something very important, something rather painful. I hope you won't let it disturb you too much." She was gazing at him in alarm. "What is it?" "Why," he said, blushing in spite of himself, and regretting that he had begun the matter so precipitately, "for some time I've not been feeling quite well. I've been having a slight cough. Have you noticed it?" "Why no," exclaimed Henriette, anxiously. "Well, today I went to see a doctor, and he says that there is a possibility, you understand, it is nothing very serious, but I might possibly have lung trouble." "George," cried the girl in horror. He put his hand upon hers. "Don't be frightened," he said. "It will be all right, only I have to take care of myself." How very dear of her, he thought, to be so much worried. "George, you ought to go away to the country," she cried. "You have been working too hard. I always told you that if you shut yourself up so much." "I am going to take care of myself," he said. "I realize that it is necessary. I shall be all right, the doctor assured me, there was no doubt of it, so you are not to distress yourself. But meantime, here is the trouble, I don't think it would be right for me to marry until I am perfectly well." Henriette gave an exclamation of dismay. "I am sure we should put it off," he went on, "it would be only fair to you." "But, George," she protested. "Surely it can't be that serious." "We ought to wait," he said. "You ought not to take the chance of being married to a consumptive." The other protested in consternation. He did not look like a consumptive, she did not believe that he was a consumptive. She was willing to take her chances. She loved him, and she was not afraid. But George insisted he was sure that he ought not to marry for 6 months. "Did the doctor advise that?" asked Henriette. "No," he replied, "but I made up my mind after talking to him that I must do the fair and honorable thing. I beg you to forgive me, and to believe that I know best." George stood firmly by this position, and so in the end she had to give way. It did not seem quite modest in her to continue persisting. George volunteered to write a letter to her father, and he hoped this would settle the matter without further discussion. But in this he was disappointed. There had to be a long correspondence with long arguments and protestations from Henriette's father and from his own mother. It seemed such a singular whim. Everybody persisted in diagnosing his symptoms, in questioning him about what the doctor had said, who the doctor was, how he had come to consult him, all of which, of course, was very embarrassing to George, who could not see why they had to make such a fuss. He took to cultivating a consumptive look, as well as he could imagine it. He took to coughing as he went about the house, and it was all he could do to keep from laughing, as he saw the look of dismay on his poor mother's face. After all, however, he told himself that he was not deceiving her, for the disease he had was quite as serious as tuberculosis. It was very painful and very trying. But there was nothing that could be done about it. The marriage had been put off for 6 months, and in the meantime he and Henriette had to control their impatience and make the best of their situation. 6 months was a long time, but what if it had been 3 or 4 years, as the other doctor had demanded? That would have been a veritable sentence of death. George, as we have seen, was conscientious, and regular and careful in his habits. He took the medicine which the new doctor prescribed for him, and day by day he watched, and to his great relief saw the troublesome symptoms gradually disappearing. He began to take heart, and to look forward to life with his former buoyancy. He had had a bad scare, but now everything was going to be all right. 3 or 4 months passed, and the doctor told him he was cured. He really was cured, so far as he could see. He was sorry, now, that he had asked for so long a delay from Henriette, but the new date for the wedding had been announced, and it would be awkward to change it again. George told himself that he was being extra careful, and he was repaid for the inconvenience by the feeling of virtue derived from the delay. He was relieved that he did not have to cough any more, or to invent any more tales of his interviews with the imaginary lung specialist. Sometimes he had guilty feelings because of all the lying he had had to do, but he told himself that it was for Henriette's sake. She loved him as much as he loved her. She would have suffered needless agonies had she known the truth. She would never have got over it, so it would have been a crime to tell her. He really loved her devotedly, thoroughly. From the beginning he had thought as much of her mental sufferings as he had of any physical harm that the dread disease might do to him. How could he possibly persuade himself to give her up, when he knew that the separation would break her heart and ruin her whole life? No, obviously, in such a dilemma, it was his duty to use his own best judgment, and get himself cured as quickly as possible. After that he would be true to her, he would take no more chances of a loathsome disease. The secret he was hiding made him feel humble, made him unusually gentle in his attitude towards the girl. He was a perfect lover, and she was ravished with happiness. She thought that all his sufferings were because of his love for her, and the delay which he had imposed out of his excess of conscientiousness. So she loved him more and more, and never was there a happier bride than Henriette Lodge's, when at last the great day arrived. They went to the Riviera for their honeymoon, and then returned to live in the home which had belonged to George's father. The investment in the notary's practice had proven a good one, and so life held out every promise for the young couple. They were divinely happy. After a while, the bride communicated to her husband the tidings that she was expecting a child. Then it seemed to George that the cup of his earthly bliss was full. His ailment had slipped far into the background of his thoughts, like an evil dream which he had forgotten. He put away the medicines in the bottom of his trunk and dismissed the whole matter from his mind. Henriette was well, a very picture of health, as everyone agreed. The doctor had never seen a more promising young mother, he declared, and Madame Dupont, the elder, bloomed with fresh life and joy as she attended her daughter-in-law. Henriette went for the summer to her father's place in the provinces, which she and George had visited before their marriage. They drove out one day to the farm where they had stopped. The farmer's wife had a week-old baby, the sight of which made Henriette's heart leap with delight. He was such a very healthy baby that George conceived the idea that this would be the woman to nurse his own child, in case Henriette herself should not be able to do it. They came back to the city, and there the baby was born. As George paced the floor, waiting for the news, the memory of his evil dreams came back to him. He remembered all the dreadful monstrosities of which he had read, infants that were born of syphilitic parents. His heart stood still when the nurse came into the room to tell him the tidings. But it was all right, of course it was all right. He had been a fool, he told himself, as he stood in the darkened room and gazed at the wonderful little mite of life which was the fruit of his love. It was a perfect child, the doctor said, a little small, to be sure, but that was a defect which would soon be remedied. George kneeled by the bedside and kissed the hand of his wife, and went out of the room feeling as if he had escaped from a tomb. All went well, and after a couple of weeks Henriette was about the house again, laughing all day and singing with joy. But the baby did not gain quite as rapidly as the doctor had hoped, and it was decided that the country air would be better for her. So George and his mother paid a visit to the farm in the country, and arranged that the country woman should put her own child to nurse elsewhere and should become the foster mother of little Gervase. George paid a good price for the service, far more than would have been necessary, for the simple country woman was delighted with the idea of taking care of the grandchild of the deputy of her district. George came home and told his wife about this and had a merry time as he pictured the woman boasting about it to the travelers who stopped at her door. "Yes, ma'am, a great piece of luck I've got, ma'am. I've got the daughter of our deputy at your service, ma'am. My! But she is as fat as out little calf and so clever. She understands everything. A great piece of luck for me, ma'am. She's the daughter of our deputy." Henriette was vastly entertained, discovering in her husband a new talent, that of an actor. As for George's mother, she was hardly to be persuaded from staying in the country with the child. She went twice a week, to make sure that all went well. Henriette and she lived with the child's picture before them. They spent their time sewing on caps and underwear all covered with laces and frills and pink and blue ribbons. Every day, when George came home from his work, he found some new article completed, and was ravished by the scent of some new kind of sachet powder. What a lucky man he was! You would think he must have been the happiest man in the whole city of Paris. But George, alas, had to pay the penalty for his early sins. There was, for instance, the deception he had practiced upon his friend, away back in the early days. Now he had friends of his own, and he could not keep these friends from visiting him, and so he was unquiet with the fear that some one of them might play upon him the same vile trick. Even in the midst of his radiant happiness, when he knew that Henriette was hanging upon his every word, trembling with delight when she heard his latchkey in the door, still he could not drive away the horrible thought that perhaps all this might be deception. There was his friend, Gustave, for example. He had been a friend of Henriette's before her marriage, he had even been in love with her at one time. And now he came sometimes to the house once or twice when George was away. What did that mean? George wondered. He brooded over it all day, but dared not drop any hint to Henriette. But he took to setting little traps to catch her. For instance, he would call her up on the telephone, disguising his voice. "Hello. Hello. Is that you, Madame Dupont?" And when she answered, "It is I, sir," all unsuspecting, he would inquire, "Is George there?" "No, sir," she replied. "Who is this speaking?" He answered, "It is I, Gustave. How are you this morning?" He wanted to see what she would answer. Would she perhaps say, "Very well, Gustave. How are you?" in a tone which would betray too great intimacy. But Henriette was a sharp young person. The tone did not sound like Gustave's. She asked in bewilderment, "What?" and then again, "What?" So, at last, George, afraid that his trick might be suspected, had to burst out laughing, and turn it into a joke. But when he came home and teased his wife about it, the laugh was not all on his side. Henriette had guessed the real meaning of his joke. She did not really mind, she took his jealousy as a sign of love, and was pleased with it. It is not until a third party come upon the scene that jealousy begins to be annoying. So she had a merry time teasing George. You are a great fellow. You have no idea how well I understand you, and after only a year of marriage. You know me, said the husband, curiously. Tell me, what do you think about me? You are restless, said Henriette. You are suspicious. You pass your time putting flies in your milk, and inventing wise schemes to get them out. Oh, you think that, do you, said George, pleased to be talked about. I am not annoyed, she answered. You have always been that way, and I know that it's because at bottom you are timid and disposed to suffer. And then, too, perhaps you have reasons for not having confidence in a wife's intimate friend's lady killer that you are. George found this rather embarrassing, but he dared not show it, so he laughed gaily. I don't know what you mean, he said, upon my word I don't. But it is a trick I would not advise everybody to try. There were other embarrassing moments, caused by George's having things to conceal. There was, for instance, the matter of the 6 months' delay in the marriage, about which Henriette would never stop talking. She begrudged the time, because she had got the idea that little Gervais was 6 months younger than she otherwise would have been. That shows your timidity again, she would say. The idea of your having imagined yourself a consumptive. Poor George had to defend himself. I didn't tell you half the truth, because I was afraid of upsetting you. It seemed I had the beginning of chronic bronchitis. I felt it quite keenly whenever I took a breath, a deep breath, look, like this. Yes, I felt here and there, on each side of the chest, a heaviness, a difficulty. The idea of taking 6 months to cure you of a thing like that, exclaimed Henriette. And making our baby 6 months younger than she ought to be. But, laughed George, that means that we shall have her so much the longer. She will get married 6 months later. Oh, dear me, responded the other, let us not talk about such things. I am already worried, thinking she will get married some day. For my part, said George, I see myself mounting with her on my arm the staircase of the Madeleine. Why the Madeleine? Exclaimed his wife. Such a very magnificent church. I don't know, I see her under her white veil, and myself all dressed up, and with an order. With an order, laughed Henriette. What do you expect to do to win an order? I don't know that, but I see myself with it. Explain it as you will, I see myself with an order. I see it all, exactly as if I were there, the Swiss guard with his white stockings and the halberd, and the little milliner's assistants and the scullion lined up staring. It is far off all that, said Henriette. I don't like to talk of it. I prefer her as a baby. I want her to grow up, but then I change my mind and think I don't. I know your mother doesn't. Do you know, I don't believe she ever thinks about anything but her little Gervais. I believe you, said the father. The child can certainly boast of having a grandmother who loves her. Also, I adore your mother, declared Henriette. She makes me forget my misfortune in not having my own mother. She is so good. We are all like that in our family, put in George. Really, laughed the wife. Well, anyhow, the last time that we went down in the country with her you had gone out, I don't know where you had gone. To see the 16th century chest, suggested the other. Oh, yes, laughed Henriette, your famous chest. Don't let's talk about that, objected George. You were saying. You were not there. The nurse was out at mass, I think. Or at the wine merchant's. Go on, go on. Well, I was in the little room, and mother dear thought she was all alone with Gervais. I was listening, she was talking to the baby all sorts of nonsense, pretty little words, stupid, if you like, but tender. I wanted to laugh, and at the same time I wanted to weep. Perhaps she called her my dear little savior. Exactly. Did you hear her? No, but that is what she used to call me when I was little. It was that day she swore that the little one had recognized her, and laughed. Oh, yes. And then another time, When I went into her room, mother's room, she didn't hear me because the door was open, but I saw her. She was in ecstasy before the little boots which the baby wore at baptism, you know. Yes, yes. Listen, then. She had taken them and she was embracing them. And what did you say then? Nothing, I stole out very softly, and I sent across the threshold a great kiss to the dear grandmother. Henriette sat for a moment in thought. It didn't take her very long, she remarked, today when she got the letter from the nurse. I imagine she caught the 8:59 train. Any yet, laughed George, it was really nothing at all. Oh no, said his wife. Yet after all, perhaps she was right and perhaps I ought to have gone with her. How charming you are, my poor Henriette. You believe everything you are told. I, for my part, divined right away the truth. The nurse was simply playing a game on us, she wanted a raise. Will you bet? Come, I'll bet you something. What would you like to bet? You don't want to? Come, I'll bet you a lovely necklace, you know, with a big pearl. No, said Henriette, who had suddenly lost her mood of gaiety. I should be too much afraid of winning. Stop, laughed her husband. Don't you believe I love her as much as you love her, my little duck? Do you know how old she is? I mean her exact age. Henriette sat knitting her brows, trying to figure. Ah, he exploded. You see, you don't know. She is 91 days and 8 hours. Ha, ha. Imagine when she will be able to walk all alone. Then we will take her back with us, we must wait at least 6 months. Then, too late, poor George realized that he had spoken the fatal phrase again. If only you hadn't put off our marriage, she would be able to walk now, said Henriette. He rose suddenly. Come, he said, didn't you say you had to dress and pay some calls? Henriette laughed, but took the hint. Run along, little wife, he said. I have a lot of work to do in the meantime. You won't be downstairs before I shall have my nose buried in my papers. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, said Henriette. But they paused to exchange a dozen or so kisses before she went away to dress. Then George lighted a cigarette and stretched himself out in the big armchair. He seemed restless, he seemed to be disturbed about something. Could it be that he had not been so much at ease as he had pretended to be, since the letter had come from the baby's nurse? Madame Dupont had gone by the earliest train that morning. She had promised to telegraph at once, but she had not done so, and now it was late afternoon. George got up and wandered about. He looked at himself in the glass for a moment, then he went back to the chair and pulled up another to put his feet upon. He puffed away at his cigarette until he was calmer. But then suddenly he heard the rustle of a dress behind him, and glanced about, and started up with an exclamation, "Mother!" Madame Dupont stood in the doorway. She did not speak. Her veil was thrown back and George noted instantly the look of agitation upon her countenance. "What's the matter?" he cried. "We didn't get any telegram from you, we were not expecting you till tomorrow." Still his mother did not speak. "Henriette was just going out," he exclaimed nervously, "I had better call her." "No," said his mother quickly. Her voice was low and trembling. "I did not want Henriette to be here when I arrived." "But what's the matter?" cried George. Again there was a silence before the reply came. He read something terrible in the mother's manner, and he found himself trembling violently. "I have brought back the child and the nurse," said Madame Dupont. "What? Is the little one sick?" "Yes." "What's the matter with her?" "Nothing dangerous for the moment, at least." "We must send and get the doctor," cried George. "I have just come from the doctor's," was the reply. "He said it was necessary to take our child from the nurse and bring her up on the bottle." Again there was a pause. George could hardly bring himself to ask the next question. Try as he would, he could not keep his voice from weakening. "Well, now, What is her trouble? The mother did not answer. She stood staring before her. At last she said, faintly, I don't know. You didn't ask. I asked. But it was not to our own doctor that I went. Ah, whispered George. For nearly a minute neither one of them spoke. Why? He inquired at last. Because he, the nurse's doctor, had frightened me so. Truly? Yes. It is a disease again. She stopped. George cried, in a voice of agony, and then I asked him if the matter was so grave that I could not be satisfied with our ordinary doctor. And what did he answer? He said that if we had the means it would really be better to consult a specialist. George looked at his mother again. He was able to do it, because she was not looking at him. He clenched his hands and got himself together. And where did he send you? His mother fumbled in her handbag and drew out a visiting card. Here, she said. And George looked at the card. It was all he could do to keep himself from tottering. It was the card of the doctor whom he had first consulted about his trouble. The specialist in venereal diseases. Chapter 4. It was all George could do to control his voice. You went to see him, he stammered. Yes, said his mother. You know him? No, he answered. Or that is, I have met him, I think. I don't know. And then to himself, my God. There was a silence. He is coming to talk to you, said the mother, at last. George was hardly able to speak. Then he is very much disturbed. No, but he wants to talk to you. To me? Yes. When the doctor saw the nurse, he said, Madam, it is impossible for me to continue to attend this child unless I have had this very day a conversation with the father. So I said very well, and he said he would come at once. George turned away, and put his hands to his forehead. My poor little daughter, he whispered to himself. Yes, said the mother, her voice breaking, she is, indeed, a poor little daughter. A silence fell, for what could words avail in such a situation? Hearing the door open, Madame Dupont started, for her nerves were all a-quiver with the strain she had been under. A servant came in and spoke to her, and she said to George, It is the doctor. If you need me, I shall be in the next room. Her son stood trembling, as if he were waiting the approach of an executioner. The other came into the room without seeing him, and he stood for a minute, clasping and unclasping his hands, almost overcome with emotion. Then he said, Good day, doctor. As the man stared at him, surprised and puzzled, he added, You don't recognize me. The doctor looked again, more closely. George was expecting him to break out in rage, but instead his voice fell low. You, he exclaimed. It is you. At last, in a voice of discouragement then of anger, he went on, You got married, and you have a child. After all that I told you. You are a wretch. Sir, cried George, let me explain to you. Not a word, exclaimed the other. There can be no explanation for what you have done. A silence followed. The young man did not know what to say. Finally, stretching out his arms, he pleaded, You will take care of my little daughter all the same, will you not? The other turned away with disgust. Imbecile, he said. George did not hear the word. I was able to wait only 6 months, he murmured. The doctor answered in a voice of cold self-repression, That is enough, sir. All that does not concern me. I have done wrong even to let you see my indignation. I should have left you to judge yourself. I have nothing to do here but with the present and with the future, with the infant and with the nurse. She isn't in danger, cried George. The nurse is in danger of being contaminated. But George had not been thinking about the nurse. I mean my child, he said. Just at present the symptoms are not disturbing. George waited. After a while he began, You were saying about the nurse. Will you consent that I call my mother? She knows better than I. As you wish, was the reply. The young man started to the door, but came back, in terrible distress. I have one prayer to offer you, sir. Arrange it so that no one will know. If my wife learned that it is I who am the cause. It is for her that I implore you. She isn't to blame. Said the doctor, I will do everything in my power that she may be kept ignorant of the true nature of the disease. Oh, how I thank you, murmured George. How I thank you. Do not thank me, it is for her, and not for you, that I will consent to lie. And my mother? Your mother knows the truth. But, I pray you, sir, we have enough to talk about, and very serious matters. So George went to the door and called his mother. She entered and greeted the doctor, holding herself erect, and striving to keep the signs of grief and terror from her face. She signed to the doctor to take a seat, and then seated herself by a little table near him. Madame Dupont, he began, I have prescribed a course of treatment for the child. I hope to be able to improve its condition, and to prevent any new developments. But my duty and yours does not stop there. If there is still time, it is necessary to protect the health of the nurse. Tell us what it is necessary to do, doctor, said she. The woman must stop nursing the child. You mean we have to change the nurse? Madam, the child can no longer be brought up at the breast, either by that nurse or by any other nurse. But why, sir? Because the child would give her disease to the woman who gave her milk. But, doctor, if we put her on the bottle, our little one, she will die. And suddenly George burst out into sobs. Oh, my poor little daughter. My God, said the doctor, if the feeding is well attended to, with sterilized milk. That can do very well for healthy infants, broke in Madame Dupont. But at the age of 3 months one cannot take from the breast a baby like ours, frail and ill. More than any other, such an infant has need of a nurse. Is that not true? Yes, the doctor admitted, that is true. But, in that case, between the life of the child, and the health of the nurse, you understand perfectly well that my choice is made. Between her words the doctor heard the sobbing of George, whose head was buried in his arms. Madam, he said, your love for that baby has just caused you to utter something ferocious. It is not for you to choose. It is not for you to choose. I forbid the nursing. The health of that woman does not belong to you. No, cried the grandmother, wildly, nor does the health of our child belong to you. If there is a hope of saving it, that hope is in giving it more care than any other child, and you would wish that I put it upon a mode of nourishment which the doctors condemn, even for vigorous infants. You expect that I will let myself be taken in like that? I answer you, she shall have the milk which she needs, my poor little one. If there was a single thing that one could do to save her, I should be a criminal to neglect it. And Madame Dupont broke out, with furious scorn, the nurse. The nurse. We shall know how to do our duty, we shall take care of her, repay her. But our child before all. No, sir, no. Everything that can be done to save our baby I shall do, let it cost what it will. To do what you say you don't realize it would be as if I should kill the child. In the end the agonized woman burst into tears. Oh, my poor little angel. My little savior. George had never ceased sobbing while his mother spoke. At these last words his sobs became loud cries. He struck the floor with his foot, he tore his hair, as if he were suffering from violent physical pain. Oh, 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 he cried. My little child. My little child. And then, in a horrified whisper to himself, I am a wretch. A criminal. Madam, said the doctor, you must calm yourself, you must both calm yourselves. You will not help out the situation by lamentations. You must learn to take it with calmness. Madame Dupont set her lips together, and with a painful effort recovered her self-control. You are right, sir, she said, in a low voice. I ask your pardon, but if you only knew what that child means to me. I lost one at that age. I am an old woman, I am a widow. I had hardly hoped to live long enough to be a grandmother. But, as you say, we must be calm. She turned to the young man. Calm yourself, my son. It is a poor way to show our love for the child, to abandon ourselves to tears. Let us talk, doctor, and seriously, coldly. But I declare to you that nothing will ever induce me to put the child on the bottle, when I know that it might kill her. That is all I can say. The doctor replied, this isn't the first time that I find myself in the present situation. Madam, I declare to you that always, you understand, persons who have rejected my advice have had reason to repent it cruelly. The only thing of which I should repent, began the other. You simply do not know, interrupted the doctor, what such a nurse is capable of. You cannot imagine what bitterness, legitimate bitterness, you understand, joined to the rapacity, the cupidity, the mischief-making impulse, might inspire these people to do. For them the bourgeois is always somewhat of an enemy, and when they find themselves in position to avenge their inferiority, they are ferocious. But what could the woman do? What could she do? She could bring legal proceedings against you. But she is much too stupid to have that idea. Others will put it into her mind. She is too poor to pay the preliminary expenses. And do you propose then to profit by her ignorance and stupidity? Besides, she could obtain judicial assistance. Why, surely, exclaimed Madame Dupont, such a thing was never heard of. Do you mean that? I know a dozen prosecutions of that sort, and always when there has been certainty, the parents have lost their case. But surely, doctor, you must be mistaken. Not in a case like ours, not when it is a question of saving the life of a poor little innocent. Oftentimes exactly such facts have been presented. Here George broke in. I can give you the dates of the decisions. He rose from his chair, glad of an opportunity to be useful. I have the books, he said, and took one from the case and brought it to the doctor. All of that is no use, interposed the mother. But the doctor said to George, you will be able to convince yourself. The parents have been forced once or twice to pay the nurse a regular income, and at other times they have had to pay her an indemnity, of which the figure has varied between 3,000 and 8,000 francs. Madame Dupont was ready with a reply to this. Never fear, sir. If there should be a suit, we should have a good lawyer. We shall be able to pay and choose the best, and he would demand, without doubt, which of the two, the nurse or the child, has given the disease to the other. The doctor was staring at her in horror. Do you not perceive that would be a monstrous thing to do? Oh, I would not have to say it, was the reply. The lawyer would see to it, is not that his profession? My point is this, by one means or another he would make us win our case. And the scandal that would result, replied the other. Have you thought of that? Here George, who had been looking over his law books, broke in. Doctor, permit me to give you a little information. In cases of this sort, the names are never printed. Yes, but they are spoken at the hearings. That's true. And are you certain that there will not be any newspaper to print the judgment? What won't they stoop to, exclaimed Madame Dupont, those filthy journals. Ah, said the other, and see what a scandal? What a shame it would be to you. The doctor is right, mother, exclaimed the young man. But Madame Dupont was not yet convinced. We will prevent the woman from taking any steps, we will give her what she demands from us. But then, said the other, you will give yourselves up to the risk of blackmail. I know a family which has been thus held up for over 12 years. If you will permit me, doctor, said George, timidly, she could be made to sign a receipt. For payment in full, asked the doctor, scornfully. Even so. And then, added his mother, she would be more than delighted to go back to her country with a full purse. She would be able to buy a little house and a bit of ground in that country. One doesn't need so much in order to live. At this moment there was a tap upon the door, and the nurse entered. She was a country woman, robust, rosy-cheeked, fairly bursting with health. When she spoke one got the impression that her voice was more than she could contain. It did not belong in a drawing room, but under the open sky of her country home. "Sir," she said, addressing the doctor, "the baby is awake." "I will go and see her," was the reply, and then to Madame Dupont, "We will take up this conversation later on." "Certainly," said the mother. "Will you have need of the nurse?" "No, madam," the doctor answered. "Nurse," said the mother, "sit down and rest." "Wait a minute, I wish to speak to you." As the doctor went out, she took her son to one side and whispered to him, "I know the way to arrange everything. If we let her know what is the matter, and if she accepts, the doctor will have nothing more to say. Isn't that so?" "Obviously," replied the son. "I am going to promise that we will give her 2,000 francs when she goes away, if she will consent to continue nursing the child." 2,000 francs, said the other. "Is that enough?" "I will see," was the reply. "If she hesitates, I will go further. Let me attend to it." George nodded his assent, and Madame Dupont returned to the nurse. "You know," she said, "that our child is a little sick." The other looked at her in surprise. "Why no, ma'am?" "Yes," said the grandmother. "But, ma'am, I have taken the best of care of her, I have always kept her proper." "I am not saying anything to the contrary," said Madame Dupont, "but the child is sick, the doctors have said it." The nurse was not to be persuaded, she thought they were getting ready to scold her. "Humph," she said, "that's a fine thing, the doctors. If they couldn't always find something wrong you'd say they didn't know their business. But our doctor is a great doctor, and you have seen yourself that our child has some little pimples." "Ah, ma'am," said the nurse, "that's the heat, it's nothing but the heat of the blood breaking out. You don't need to bother yourself, I tell you it's only the child's blood. It's not my fault, I swear to you that she had not lacked anything, and that I have always kept her proper. I am not reproaching you. What is there to reproach me for? Oh, what bad luck. She's tiny, the little one, she's a bit feeble, but Lord save us, she's a city child. And she's getting along all right, I tell you." "No," persisted Madame Dupont, "I tell you she has got a cold in her head, and she has an eruption at the back of the throat." "Well," cried the nurse, angrily, "if she has, it's because the doctor scratched her with that spoon he put into her mouth wrong end first." "A cold in the head?" "Yes, that's true, but if she has caught cold, I can't say when, I don't know anything about it, nothing at all. I have always kept her well covered, she's always had as much as 3 covers on her. The truth is, it was when you came, the time before last, you were all the time insisting upon opening the windows in the house. But once more I tell you," cried Madame Dupont, "we are not putting any blame on you." "Yes," cried the woman, more vehemently. "I know what that kind of talk means. It's no use when you're a poor country woman." "What are you imagining now?" demanded the other. "Oh, that's all right. It's no use when you're a poor country woman. I repeat to you once more," cried Madame Dupont, with difficulty controlling her impatience, "we have nothing whatever to blame you for." But the nurse began to weep. "If I had known that anything like this was coming to me." "We have nothing to blame you for," declared the other. "We only wish to warn you that you might possibly catch the disease of the child." The woman pouted. "A cold in the head," she exclaimed. "Well, if I catch it, it won't be the first time. I know how to blow my nose. But you might also get the pimples." At this the nurse burst into laughter so loud that the bric-a-brac rattled. "Oh, oh, oh. Dear lady, let me tell you, we ain't city folks, we ain't," We don't have such soft skins. What sort of talk is that? Pimples, what difference would that make to poor folks like us? We don't have a white complexion like the ladies of Paris. We are out all day in the fields, in the sun and the rain, instead of rubbing cold cream on our muzzles. No offense, ma'am, but I say if you're looking for an excuse to get rid of me, you must get a better one than that. Excuse, exclaimed the other. What in the world do you mean? Oh, I know, said the nurse, nodding her head. But speak. It's no use, when you're only a poor country woman. I don't understand you. I swear to you that I don't understand you. Well, sneered the other, I understand. But then explain yourself. No, I don't want to say it. But you must, I wish it. Well. Go ahead. I'm only a poor country woman, but I am no more stupid than the others, for all that. I know perfectly well what your tricks mean. Mr. George here has been grumbling because you promised me 30 francs more a month, if I came to Paris. And then, turning upon the other, she went on, but, sir, isn't it only natural? Don't I have to put my own child away somewheres else? And then, can my husband live on his appetite? We're nothing but poor country people, we are. You are making a mistake, nurse, broke in George. It is nothing at all of that sort, mother is quite right. I am so far from wanting to reproach you, that, on the contrary, I think she had not promised enough, and I want to make you, for my part, another promise. When you go away, when baby is old enough to be weaned, by way of thanking you, we wish to give you. Madame Dupont broke in, hurriedly, we wish to give you, over and above your wages, you understand, we wish to give you 500 francs, and perhaps 1,000, if the little one is altogether in good health. You understand? The nurse stared at her, stupefied. You will give me 500 francs for myself. She sought to comprehend the words. But that was not agreed, you don't have to do that at all. No, admitted Madame Dupont. But then, whispered the nurse, half to herself, that's not natural. Yes, the other hurried on, it is because the baby will have need of extra care. You will have to take more trouble, you will have to give it medicines, your task will be a little more delicate, a little more difficult. Oh, yes, then it's so that I will be sure to take care of her? I understand. Then it's agreed, exclaimed Madame Dupont, with relief. Yes, ma'am, said the nurse. And you won't come later on to make reproaches to us? We understand one another clearly? We have warned you that the child is sick and that you could catch the disease. Because of that, because of the special need of care which she has, we promise you 500 francs at the end of the nursing. That's all right, is it? But, my lady, cried the nurse, all her cupidity awakened, you spoke just now of 1,000 francs. Very well, then, 1,000 francs. George passed behind the nurse and got his mother by the arm, drawing her to one side. It would be a mistake, he whispered, if we did not make her sign an agreement to all that. His mother turned to the nurse. In order that there may be no misunderstanding about the sum, you see how it is, I had forgotten already that I had spoken of 1,000 francs. We will draw up a little paper, and you, on your part, will write one for us. Very good, ma'am, said the nurse, delighted with the idea of so important a transaction. Why, it's just as you do when you rent a house. Here comes the doctor, said the other. Come, nurse, it is agreed. Yes, ma'am, was the answer. But all the same, as she went out she hesitated and looked sharply first at the doctor, and then at George and his mother. She suspected that something was wrong, and she meant to find out if she could. The doctor seated himself in George's office chair, as if to write a prescription. The child's condition remains the same, he said, nothing disturbing. Doctor, said Madame Dupont, gravely, from now on, you will be able to devote your attention to the baby and the nurse without any scruple. During your absence we have arranged matters nicely. The nurse has been informed about the situation, and she does not mind. She has agreed to accept an indemnity, and the amount has been stated. But the doctor did not take these tidings as the other had hoped he might. He replied, the malady which the nurse will almost inevitably contract in feeding the child is too grave in its consequences. Such consequences might go as far as complete helplessness, even as far as death. So I say that the indemnity, whatever it might be, would not pay the damage. But, exclaimed the other, she accepts it? She is mistress of herself, and she has the right. I am not at all certain that she has the right to sell her own health. And I am certain that she has not the right to sell the health of her husband and her children. If she becomes infected, it is nearly certain that she will communicate the disease to them. The health and the life of the children she might have later on would be greatly compromised. Such things she cannot possibly sell. Come, madam, you must see that a bargain of this sort isn't possible. If the evil has not been done, you must do everything to avoid it. Sir, protested the mother, wildly, you do not defend our interests. Madam, was the reply, I defend those who are weakest. If we had called in our own physician, who knows us, she protested, he would have taken sides with us. The doctor rose, with a severe look on his face. I doubt it, he said, but there is still time to call him. George broke in with a cry of distress. Sir, I implore you. And the mother in turn cried. Don't abandon us, sir. You ought to make allowances. If you knew what that child is to me. I tell you it seems to me as if I had waited for her coming in order to die. Have pity upon us. Have pity upon her. You speak of the weakest, it is not she who is the weakest. You have seen her, you have seen that poor little baby, so emaciated. You have seen what a heap of suffering she is already, and cannot that inspire in you any sympathy? I pray you, sir, I pray you. I pity her, said the doctor, I would like to save her and I will do everything for her. But do not ask me to sacrifice to a feeble infant, with an uncertain and probably unhappy life, the health of a sound and robust woman. It is useless for us to continue such a discussion as that. Whereupon Madame Dupont leaped up in sudden frenzy. Very well, she exclaimed. I will not follow your counsels, I will not listen to you. Said the doctor in a solemn voice, there is already someone here who regrets that he did not listen to me. Yes, moaned George, to my misfortune, to the misfortune of all of us. But Madame Dupont was quite beside herself. Very well, she cried. If it is a fault, if it is a crime, if I shall have to suffer remorse for it in this life, and all the punishments in the life to come, I accept it all for myself alone. Myself alone, I take that responsibility. It is frightfully heavy, but I accept it. I am profoundly a Christian, sir, I believe in eternal damnation, but to save my little child I consent to lose my soul forever. Yes, my mind is made up, I will do everything to save that life. Let God judge me, and if he condemns me, so much the worse for me. The doctor answered, that responsibility is one which I cannot let you take, for it will be necessary that I should accept my part, and I refuse it. What will you do? I shall warn the nurse. I shall inform her exactly, completely, something which you have not done, I feel sure. What? Cried Madame Dupont, wildly. You, a doctor, called into a family which gives you its entire confidence, which hands over to you its most terrible secrets, its most horrible miseries, you would betray them? It is not a betrayal, replied the man, sternly. It is something which the law commands, and even if the law were silent, I would not permit a family of worthy people to go astray so far as to commit a crime. Either I give up the case, or you have the nursing of the child stopped. You threaten. You threaten, cried the woman, almost frantic. You abuse the power which your knowledge gives you. You know that it is you whose attention we need by that little cradle, you know that we believe in you, and you threaten to abandon us? Your abandonment means the death of the child, perhaps. And if I listen to you, if we stop the nursing of the child, that also means her death. She flung up her hands like a mad creature. And yet there is no other means. Ah, my God! Why do you not let it be possible for me to sacrifice myself? I would wish nothing more than to be able to do it, if only you might take my old body, my old flesh, my old bones, if only I might serve for something. How quickly would I consent that it should infect me, this atrocious malady! How I would offer myself to it, with what joys, with what delights, however disgusting, however frightful it might be, however much to be dreaded. Yes, I would take it without fear, without regret, if my poor old empty breasts might still give to the child the milk which would preserve its life. She stopped, and George sprang suddenly from his seat, and fled to her and flung himself down upon his knees before her, mingling his sobs and tears with hers. The doctor rose and moved about the room, unable any longer to control his distress. "Oh, the poor people," he murmured to himself. "The poor, poor people." The storm passed, and Madame Dupont, who was a woman of strong character, got herself together. Facing the doctor again, she said, "Come, sir, tell us what we have to do. You must stop the nursing, and keep the woman here as a dry nurse, in order that she may not go away to carry the disease elsewhere. Do not exaggerate to yourself the danger which will result to the child. I am, in truth, extremely moved by your suffering, and I will do everything, I swear it to you, that your baby may recover as quickly as possible its perfect health. I hope to succeed, and that soon. And now I must leave you until tomorrow." "Thank you, doctor, thank you," said Madame Dupont, faintly. The young man rose and accompanied the doctor to the door. He could not bring himself to speak, but stood hanging his head until the other was gone. Then he came to his mother. He sought to embrace her, but she repelled him without violence, but firmly. Her son stepped back and put his hands over his face. "Forgive me," he said, in a broken voice. "Are we not unhappy enough, without hating each other?" His mother answered, "God has punished you for your debauch by striking at your child." But, grief-stricken as the young man was, he could not believe that. "Impossible," he said. "There is not even a man sufficiently wicked or unjust to commit the act which you attribute to your God." "Yes," said his mother, sadly, "you believe in nothing." "I believe in no such God as that," he answered. A silence followed. When it was broken, it was by the entrance of the nurse. She had opened the door of the room and had been standing there for some moments, unheeded. Finally she stepped forward. "Madam," she said, "I have thought it over, I would rather go back to my home at once, and have only the 500 francs. Madame Dupont stared at her in consternation. "What is that you are saying? You want to return to your home?" "Yes, ma'am," was the answer. "But," cried George, "only 10 minutes ago you were not thinking of it." "What has happened since then?" demanded Madame Dupont. "I have thought it over." "Thought it over? Well, I am getting lonesome for my little one and for my husband." "In the last 10 minutes, exclaimed George. "There must be something else," his mother added. "Evidently there must be something else." "No," insisted the nurse. "But I say yes." "Well, I'm afraid the air of Paris might not be good for me." "You had better wait and try it." "I would rather go back at once to my home." "Come, now," cried Madame Dupont, "tell us why." "I have told you. I have thought it over." "Thought what over?" "Well, I have thought." "Oh," cried the mother, "what a stupid reply. I have thought it over. I have thought it over. Thought what over, I want to know." "Well, everything." "Don't you know how to tell us what?" "I tell you, everything." "Why," exclaimed Madame Dupont, you are an imbecile. George stepped between his mother and the nurse. Let me talk to her, he said. The woman came back to her old formula, I know that we're only poor country people. Listen to me, nurse, said the young man. Only a little while ago you were afraid that we would send you away. You were satisfied with the wages which my mother had fixed. In addition to those wages we had promised you a good sum when you returned to your home. Now you tell us that you want to go away. You see? All at once. There must be some reason, let us understand it. There must certainly be a reason. Has anybody done anything to you? No, sir, said the woman, dropping her eyes. Well, then. I have thought it over. George burst out, don't go on repeating always the same thing, I have thought it over. That's not telling us anything. Controlling himself, he added, gently, come, tell me why you want to go away. There was a silence. Well, he demanded. I tell you, I have thought. George exclaimed in despair, it's as if one were talking to a block of wood. His mother took up the conversation again. You must realize, you have not the right to go away. The woman answered, I want to go. But I will not let you leave us. No, interrupted George angrily, let her go, we cannot fasten her here. Very well, then, cried the exasperated mother, since you want to go, go. But I have certainly the right to say to you that you are as stupid as the animals on your farm. I don't say that I am not, answered the woman. I will not pay you the month which has just begun, and you will pay your railroad fare for yourself. The other drew back with a look of anger. Oh ho, she cried. We'll see about that. Yes, we'll see about it, cried George. And you will get out of here at once. Take yourself off, I will have no more to do with you. Good evening. No, George, protested his mother, don't lose control of yourself. And then, with a great effort at calmness, that cannot be serious, nurse. Answer me. I would rather go off right away to my home, and only have my 500 francs. What? Cried George, in consternation. What's that you are telling me? Exclaimed Madame Dupont. 500 francs, repeated her son. What 500 francs? Echoed the mother. The 500 francs you promised me, said the nurse. We have promised you 500 francs? We. Yes. When the child should be weaned, and if we should be satisfied with you. That was our promise. No. You said you would give them to me when I was leaving. Now I am leaving, and I want them. Madame Dupont drew herself up, haughtily. In the first place, she said, kindly oblige me by speaking to me in another tone, do you understand? The woman answered, you have nothing to do but give me my money, and I will say nothing more. George went almost beside himself with rage at this. Oh, it's like that, he shouted. Very well, I'll show you. And he sprang to the door and opened it. But the nurse never budged. Give me my 500 francs, she said. George seized her by the arm and shoved her toward the door. You clear out of here, do you understand me? And as quickly as you can. The woman shook her arm loose, and sneered into his face. Come now, you can talk to me a little more politely, eh? Will you go? Shouted George, completely beside himself. Will you go, or must I go out and look for a policeman? A policeman, demanded the woman. For what? To put you outside. You are behaving yourself like a thief. A thief? What do you mean? I mean that you are demanding money which doesn't belong to you. More than that, broke in Madame Dupont, you are destroying that poor little baby. You are a wicked woman. I will put you out myself, shouted George, and seized her by the arm again. Oh, it's like that, is it? Retorted the nurse. Then you really want me to tell you why I am going away? Yes, tell me, cried he. His mother added, yes, yes. She would have spoken differently had she chanced to look behind her and seen Henriette, who at that moment appeared in the doorway. She had been about to go out, when her attention had been caught by the loud voices. She stood now, amazed, clasping her hands together, while the nurse, shaking her fist first at Madame Dupont and then at her son, cried loudly, very well. I'm going away because I don't want to catch a filthy disease here. Hush, cried Madame Dupont, and sprang toward her, her hands clenched as if she would choke her. Be silent, cried George, wild with terror. But the woman rushed on without dropping her voice, oh, you need not be troubling yourselves for fear anyone should overhear. All the world knows it. Your other servants were listening with me at your door. They heard every word your doctor said. Shut up, screamed George. Her mother seized the woman fiercely by the arm. Hold your tongue, she hissed. But again the other shook herself loose. She was powerful, and now her rage was not to be controlled. She waved her hands in the air, shouting, let me be, let me be. I know all about your brat, that you will never be able to raise it, that it's rotten because its father has a filthy disease he got from a woman of the street. She got no farther. She was interrupted by a frenzied shriek from Henriette. The three turned, horrified, just in time to see her fall forward upon the floor, convulsed. My God, cried George. He sprang toward her, and tried to lift her, but she shrank from him, repelling him with a gesture of disgust, of hatred, of the most profound terror. Don't touch me, she screamed, like a maniac. Don't touch me. Chapter V. It was in vain that Madame Dupont sought to control her daughter-in-law. Henriette was beside herself, frantic,